and then indoor space that could take a toll on the building. So it kind of has, we talked about pros and cons. It's probably better for smaller programming, as far as like we have chess club there. We have the all-age bingo, things like that aren't kind of, 30 plus participants. I think once you go into that level, then it definitely does not suit it right now. Some challenges.
Plus you're paying rent.
So we're paying rent. Yeah.
Right.
So is it better to say that it's a good temporary solution?
It's good to build some of those pieces. Like we'll have age friendly, kind of their office starting there, so that'll give them some legs to do a little bit more programming, lunch and learns, anything else that we can think of there. So I think it's a good start to build all these things to then potentially move into the Jordan Small.
Okay, so it'd be temporary, yeah, you're talking about.
It's a good kind of like gateway to that.
A 2-year gap, so it's see what will happen in those 2 years.
Yeah, what programs take off, and that'll be good. That'll be good though to do it that way, and then you'll know more.
But it is nice to have the ease of not having to put in a kind of a, it's called School Dude, kind of the reservation process with the school. So that can take some time, and we can get bumped if there's, they need the space. So it's been easier to kind of program for us there, which we had Jordan Small to ourselves. It's very easy to kind of schedule and program.
So have you started to think about how much space at Jordan Small Schools Park and Rec would?
Yeah, we're gonna sit down with Riley tomorrow.
The whole
Some of the spaces like the breakout room.
what wing we?
We're gonna sit tomorrow with Riley and I, and we're gonna kind of map it out and kind of brainstorm some of those areas. Because right now we use it a lot. Winter, spring. So it's gonna be interesting to kind of see what we would use there for all year. Kind of changes our thought process a little bit. So I'll definitely get that for next meeting.
Great.
I guess the next new business item I had on here was food pantry relocation. I think just because we have already started to have some discussion on that, and I wanted to hear a little bit more what folks are thinking. I mean, even tonight we started talking about, well, Town Hall might be actually a good place for the food pantry. I have not been to the current food pantry. I don't know anything about it, whether it's suitable or if it's, off the beaten path, but.
It's on 302. Lions are sponsoring it because the director of the food pantry is one of the Lions, Gary Bebo. It's cramped. There's literally no space even for the pantry itself. I mean, they have freezers and they stock enough food for one, maybe two pantries. Their requirements with the FDA and USDA are pretty extensive in terms of inventory movement and, keeping on top of the dating. I asked him a couple questions. One was, would you want to leave the base of the church that it's in? And he said, absolutely, no question.
Okay. That's good to know.
I mean, everything from the space to the parking, somebody's just going to bash into somebody. I'm surprised it
I've been in there, and
hasn't happened.
If you have more than two, you got to pull over here, and then when this person goes up to get their stuff, then you've got to back over here. And
It's really tight in there.
a little crazy.
Yeah.
So I also asked him if he would, and this was just an informational question, would you be interested in this falling under the auspices of the town? And he said, I'd be happy if the town or anyone else would take this over. Gary is 100% volunteer. He spends 30 hours a week there. It was a lot more when it was 2 pantries a month. Now it's just the one because of the space constraints. We talked about what we're trying to do up at the school and what other buildings might be available. The library was his number one choice. If there is a way to use that space, he could conceivably go back to a walkthrough scenario where people can pick their own things, because one of the problems they have is that you get what you get. There can be 5 kids in your family, or you're 2 seniors, and you'll get the same jar of juice and cereal. So if people can pick what they need based on what we have, then that might eliminate some of the items that we don't need to carry anymore, and make it more user-friendly. The library is ideal with the in and out. It's got great parking, would be great.
Right next to the community garden.
He also said,
That's a good point.
he also said that, he also said that, what did he say? A lot of the clientele is from the village area.
I was going to ask that. Okay. good.
Which
Yeah, I was
surprised me.
wondering. No,
Is
it
we-
doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me, yeah. Oh,
So he
that's
thought
good
that
information.
that would be really, really helpful too for people getting there. They do have an issue with people having to get rides.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the people that volunteer there. So I'm plugging that on his behalf. It's a great program. I did look into what other towns do with the food pantry, and I did not see any formal tie with the town. It can certainly sponsor it, like the Lions are sponsoring it, but in terms of it being a town department, I didn't see that anywhere in Maine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and that would save him, because he comes out in all weather with his little clipboard. Do you want this? Do you want this? He's in and out, in and out.
Yeah.
He could stay inside, yeah.
He also has deliveries from Good Shepherd that maneuvering in that
Oh, wow.
is interesting. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing, but there has to be nobody else in the parking lot
Yeah, right.
when they're coming in. So, I mean, it would just be ideal for him. It would give him space, would give him some office space, or whoever took it over. And it could possibly also be used somehow with another food-related thing that we come up with.
Right.
Or maybe the loan closet, maybe.
Yeah, or he could go back to 2 days a month
Yeah.
if he found that was needed. I have people that I could have to give food to, because that month is so long.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there's a surprising need in this town.
Interesting.
That's good. That's good information. Thank you. That's.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was looking for.
Good.
It
That'd be a good spot for it.
Yeah, it would in the village. Yeah.
would be a really nice thing for the town.
Especially after you did all that work to the
Yeah, well,
walkway.
we
Yeah.
did a handicap ramp.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Let's did a good job on it.
Yeah, it's really.
It was interesting. This past week, I was actually making a delivery up in Farmington, and it just so happens where I was delivering was right next door to the school where they have their food pantry. And that day was food pantry day, and it was unbelievable, the cars coming in. It was like a huge revolving door.
Wow.
So
Where was this?
if it's available, they'll come, right?
Where?
Farmington.
Oh, Farmington.
Yeah, Farmington. Yeah.
Huh.
Great. So next line item I had on here was compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I guess one piece of that is this, and I'm really open to any ideas that others have as far as how do we get this information to so that it's usable information. I just don't want to dump a bunch of paper on it.
I would start with maybe a mission statement or a purpose statement,
Yep.
and definitely a visual
Yep. Okay.
for a proposal.
And maybe once we mark this up or get this into a more usable format, could be part of it.
Right, because then we'll say, based on our mission statement and this proposal, that will accommodate these program services needs that have been expressed or that we know are out there for the community. And I really would like us to emphasize community center, not municipal building.
Right.
I think we'll get a lot further if we really focus on its community-driven space.
Right.
Yeah, because our middle schoolers are going down to Wyndham, and we want to keep them back up here.
Yeah.
So if we had some things for them.
Yes,
that.
and inclusive of all ages. It's not just a senior center, it's not just a little kids' daycare center, it's for everyone in the community.
Right.
I think, too, that was something that stood out at Gorham, was the way they segregated the entrances with the really nice facade for the municipal building. So anything customer-facing, you knew where to go. If you were there for a program, you were there coming into the Rex area. I thought that was very helpful.
Right, and I left Jordan Small Middle School visioning idea boxes in RES and Jordan Small, and I'm picking them up on Friday. So I'm hoping, the teachers, and maybe they've involved their students, what they'd like to see. So I'll compile something over the weekend, and
Great,
I'll give it to
excellent.
you by the
Thanks,
over the
Deb.
weekend,
Great.
hopefully.
I'm wondering if we could pull it together that we give them some sort of presentation, and that can include things that we've received from Kevin and the library and any other departments. And then Rec did their own, sorry for the dog, did their own survey, and they had a bunch of slides based on their responses. I think if we compiled all that information and the ideas and wish lists all together, that would be the best way to present it to the select board.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably should do a little blurb on our process,
Right.
how we came to our proposal or our vision.
So I just want to ask, are most of you feeling that this will all work in one proposal versus here's one idea and here's another possible idea, especially, I guess I'm just, maybe when I see it, maybe everything will fit just fine that we're all been talking about, but again, what are the priorities if it doesn't all fit somehow? And what are some alternatives so that, this proposal addresses these wants and needs, this proposal addresses these. That's just the only thing
Well-
I'm hesitant to
Well-
say, here's a proposal.
Well, what would be the priority? I mean, we just talked about the food pantry and maybe the loan closet already, thinking about maybe that would go into another building. The priority of what needs to be in this building, the town hall, I suspect, for sure. I mean, I think that's a given. The library, and then rec. So, I mean, and then after that, there may not be room for everything. I mean, it's
It's going to fill up.
it's going to fill up, and and certainly the town municipal, they need to be all under one roof, don't you think? I mean, we don't want to spread them out all over
I
town.
would think the town office, you'd want them in one location.
Yeah, right.
Just
Yeah.
for the convenience for the people coming in there.
Yeah. So that was the whole idea. Raymond needed a new town hall. I mean, they've been talking about it for 10 years or more. More than that.
yeah.
And so when this opportunity came up, I think, really, the town hall was top of the list.
So we started off asking the question, what is a community center? Will those three entities being in that space, if they all fit, is that a community center? Is there a place for people to just gather? Is there a place for a community meal? Is there a place for, because Rec has a temporary location right now and is using,
Right.
had been using some of the school facilities, et cetera, so that, and even in the list at the very top of the what you compiled, Pete, community center, although again, what is that? Recreation is there, and that does address a variety of ages. Library addresses a variety of ages. I'm not trying to say the town hall isn't a priority, because we heard loud and clear, space is needed, but I wondered could code enforcement be in a separate building without that being too disruptive to the operations? Just some thinking like that. I don't know. Maybe that would be too disruptive and wouldn't work, but.
Well, until we hear how much square footage town hall needs or feels they need, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know yet what Rec's coming back with.
Right.
for their needs, so I'm not worrying about Plan B yet.
But it's something to think about, for sure.
Yep.
Right, because I had also thought maybe that, and maybe this wouldn't be clear enough as part of our task, but if we have things that are overlapping, we show that these things overlap, and then that next group has to figure out how to
Yeah.
divide and conquer.
Right.
Because, that was, like you said, one of the things that came from our visit to Gorham was they had a professional architect who came in and took everybody's ideas, and then they created the plan, the vision, and made everything work for everybody and fit their needs. I don't know if the town is planning on hiring an architect or not.
And
I
that
would-
could be part of our proposal.
I would assume they would. When we did the town garage, we hired an architect firm to come in and do a needs assessment of what, they came around, measured all the space we have. We sat down, one meeting we had with them was to go over all the spaces that I felt we needed. And they did the needs assessment, and they designed the building we had proposed off that needs assessment. I would assume that that would be the same process with this. This would take a firm to come in and meet with all the department heads that are gonna be involved in it, with our wish list, and with the next committee, and say, this is what we want, or what we think we need, and they'll take it from there. And then they'll come back, and I would think that's the way it would work. And then it would be up to the committee and the town to whittle away what we don't do, what we do, and how they do it.
All right, that sounds good. Appreciate the discussion. I think for next time, because we're running out of time, I would like to have everybody continue to think about community center and what they vision as community center. And I think I'll try to get like a easel and a pad of paper, and we'll just brainstorm community center.
I think
And write out as many
I think
ideas.
there's one here.
Yeah, we've got these.
Is there one here?
There's one down at the town office.
Okay, that would be great.
I guess just real quick, because that's the comp plan, that was a comp plan survey that was saying community center. Kayla, was there any more detail on that survey about the community center wants and needs when you guys surveyed?
No, it was done by pom-poms, so
Yeah.
Pom-poms.
there was not any other details given, and some of the other needs for the use, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, were childcare. Was another thing that was asked for, but no, there was no details.
Okay. Just don't want to duplicate that if we don't have to.
Right. No, that's a good point. Thanks, Joe. So next meeting is May 12th. We're going to meet here at 2:15 for our tour down to Westbrook. Hopefully that'll work out, and I will let everybody know as soon as I hear back from Greg. Do we also want to have our 6 o'clock meeting on Monday?
Well, I think we're getting presented with some plans from other departments.
Yeah, that would be good. So
I would like to see those.
So we all know no meeting the May 19th, so that'd be 2 weeks.
we
don't
should
have
try to
so
do as
Yeah.
much as we can.
Oh, we
next
scheduled it for the
Monday.
22nd, didn't we, that meeting?
Yes.
So we're planning on having our 6 to 7:30 next week as well, next Monday. All right.
Back to Pete.
Any public comments? Is there anybody on Zoom from the public?
No one.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Yep.
Committees comments?
My husband's watching on Zoom.
Oh,
Anybody last words? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Adjourn.
All good? All approve? Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting, and I would like to call this meeting to order. The first item that we have on our agenda is the minutes from last meeting, May 5th. Has everybody had a chance to review those? Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion to
I
accept?
have a motion, we accept.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor? Unanimous?
I also approve.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, let's get into the business end of things. So for old business, we did go to the Westbrook Community Center on Friday. And real quick, I'll make one distinction. So we went to the Gorham, which was the municipal facility, and this was the community center. And you could see a difference, in my opinion, that this was, Westbrook was focused more on setting their facility up to be a community center. And didn't have as, for example, they had originally planned on putting the town offices in that facility, but Parks and Recreation and Community quickly took over, and there was no longer any room for the town offices. They do lease out quite a few spaces to create revenue for the town, and that was pretty interesting to see how that all worked. Based on what Greg told us, their leasing rate, their rental rate is more than fair as far as being competitive and attracting people to come and use that space. Some of them start out small. As an example, they have a dance room there, and she started out with 6 students. One dropped out, so she had 5. She now has over 100. So things do seem to grow quickly. We did get quite a package from Greg. This is what they put together every week to kind of highlight what's going on. That's a lot of information. It includes a floor plan of the school and how it's used. If anybody is interested in that or hasn't had a chance to see it, it's pretty nice facility. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments? Hey, Grace?
So I have a confession to make. I believe it was Kayla that at our first meeting talked about the potential for revenue from using Jordan Small School, and in my head I felt a little negative about that thought, not thinking that that was really something that would be of community service. But after seeing what Westbrook has done, I've totally changed my mind. So my apologies for having thought negatively of that idea. The places that we're renting the spaces were all things that help support the community in various ways, and makes it very convenient. It's right there and usable and brings in some revenue. It almost offset the cost of running the facility. I think he said it was like $900,000 that he brings in revenue from not just rentals, but also, I assume, from fees and things. And it cost $1.1 million to run it. Right. So it really was substantial. And I didn't see any organizations or groups or anything that were renting spaces that wouldn't be something of interest to somebody in this community, to groups. I'm seeing other heads nod. So I'd like to kind of keep that thought in mind going forward.
Yeah, and they mentioned that they really vet who they lease to make sure that there's some common mission goals and things there. So, and they're really partnering with those organizations or small businesses that they bring into that building. So cross-promoting programming and collaborating. So it seems like it's working very well for them.
I would agree with that. I think it was the American Red Cross that was in twice a week. Westbrook is a town that's big enough to support that, and we're likely not, but to have that sort of, that building set up for that use, or that room set up for that use, I think, does a lot for the program. The other thing I really liked was how, just specifically the community gardens, they had partnered via a grant with Home Depot, I believe it was, and they paid for the materials, and then they engaged other volunteers to build everything. But the partnership aspect to what they did really, it spoke a lot to the community feel we're trying to really make happen here.
Could add one more piece to the Westbrook thing, because Pete, you sent us talk about a mission. And I did come across, although I couldn't find it on the Westbrook Community Center site, although it's probably there somewhere, but it was under the United Way site. The Westbrook Community Center has a description of what they do. And I'm just going to read a piece of it. Through collaboration, partnering, and working together, we offer an array of community services that address the needs of persons young and old and help them find and access resources that enrich their lives. Our goal is to promote self-sufficiency and foster health and well-being. And development of the community center has been a community effort. Ideas and involvement came from all different groups and individuals. What simply needed to be done was to unlock the doors, and then came the creativity and activities, and there's more. I'll send it around later. I just came across it, and I thought that was something that we might think about for ourselves as well. But anyway, thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Grace. I did take a few pictures while we were there, too, and I'll pass them around so people want to take a look. There's actually a few of Gorham, and but the rest are Westbrook. Yeah, those were from Gorham, but one of the neat spaces was this toddler space that they rent out for $250 for birthdays. So, you know, if anybody want to take a look, and I'll pass them around.
They also, for anything that was perhaps something that people would want to keep confidential, the food pantry and their thrift shop, which looked like a mini Goodwill, it was really nice. They both have outside doors, so they don't need to interact with people otherwise in the building, which I thought was nice for privacy.
All right. I actually think we hit on most of what I had written down for notes with the discussion, so that's great. Next thing, head of town departments for space utilization. Floor plan for town hall. So Nathan, you already told me that you're working on it.
Correct.
And we will see that eventually soon, I hope. And just give us an idea of what that space looks like. But having gone to the Jordan Small School, those rooms are much bigger than I had realized when we looked at that today. I mean, there's some big spaces there. Head of town departments for space utilization of the Jordan Small Middle School floor plan. Town offices. So Melanie did send a write-up of things. I was hoping that we would see a floor plan of some type. I don't know if that's something you can help facilitate, Joe. What they would like to see carved out, just their vision. We did get one from code enforcement, and he included planning and assessing. So we know roughly how much space they're looking for. Based on just a few brief discussions, that's probably not the location where we're going to recommend, but it does give us some guidance, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and when talking with Chris, he said, obviously, 2 rooms configured, and then he said using the hallway space too for all the permanent documents and stuff like that as well. So hopefully it'd be front facing in the lobby, what you will need more.
Right.
So that was one thing he wanted me to make sure to mention.
Okay, thank you. And I think one of the comments that stands out for me from Melanie was that code enforcement and assessing need to be close to where the town clerks are because they interact pretty regularly.
So maybe I'll jump in here. I'm not sure where else it will fit in the agenda. I suppose it's here. I have a question. When I saw some of that, especially when I saw the code enforcement kind of saying these 2 rooms kind of a thing, is it predetermined the town hall is going to move to the Jordan Small space? Is that already a done deal, or are we open to not having that be one of the suggestions?
I don't think so. There's been talk of it, but there's been no official vote on it or anything like that. It's been anecdotally talked about. And I think that's where this committee and the next committee will come in and say yes or no.
Right.
Well, yeah, so it just feels like there are statements being made and thoughts being shared that it's a done deal, in which case I'm wondering what we're doing. Because we're really trying to vision and think about what's the best possible use for something that's coming back to the town. Understood. Everybody needs more space. Town hall needs more space. There was talk, I forget how long ago, Sue mentioned it at the last meeting, I believe, of building a new town hall at one point that the town didn't go for. There's also the question of the potential new public works building that is needed, that committee hasn't met yet, I don't
It's not,
think.
no.
And so might that incorporate something more that the town needs? I don't know. I'm just trying to, especially after seeing Westbrook, and I know it's an entirely different situation in terms of the demographics and the size of the town, but it just really felt like it was a community center, as somebody said earlier, that it was a place where all sorts of people from the community went for all different kinds of reasons and had something there for just about everybody and could gather together. And that was really why I wanted to be on this committee, because that's what I think this town is hoping to have. So
I think that's why the committee was formed. They're looking for that feedback. So I've never heard in a public meeting at all. It's been amongst the department heads in the town office, and we talked about a community center, and we've talked about town office, but nothing's concrete at all.
So my other question then is what is the process actually? So this committee will make a recommendation, or possibly more than one possibilities, to the select board, and then what? The select board they said the next step was an implementation committee, which I would hope some of us would continue on and sort of having that bridge. Who ultimately makes the decision? It should be the people of the town of Raymond, in my mind, that would be voting on whatever is going forward. They certainly have to vote on whatever costs might be involved, and there'll be some costs at least, right?
I would think 100% that it'd be the taxpayers of Raymond that are going to essentially vote on what plan is brought forward to them, to what it's been, what it will become.
Okay.
I really appreciate the discussion, Grace, because I do think that, we're still trying to figure that out as far as what is this committee going to present back to the town. I think we're getting closer, but I think we still got some visioning to do.
So we've been meeting weekly, as well as taking tours, which has taken a lot of time from a lot of folks, most of all other people around the table other than I, but still all of us. And we were given 60 days. Can we extend that to really come up with good recommendations? What would that take? Was that just a proposal, or can we say we need a little more time?
Well, let's first talk around the room. Do people feel like we need more time?
I think if we're going to be getting into things like a visioning statement or a mission statement or what community service or what a community center is, we will need more time. The impression I got when we started was that we were really just at a very simple level identifying what we think could be in the community center. So I think it's our decision whether we put the town office there, but that doesn't have to be taken by the select board or anyone else.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the original charge from the select board was to find as many possibilities, the dreams, the wishes, anything that could go into this building, any possibility. And then the next, once we're done with this charge, is the next committee is going to be more of the building committee, as far as being in charge of figuring out what can go in there and what should. So I think as long as we keep piling as many ideas as possible and not limiting those, I think that'll make this next board a little bit easier to figure out those type of things.
Sure.
I'm truly not trying to derail the agenda here.
Not at
But
all.
again, it's like, where will this fit that I can bring this up? So what also occurred to me was, is there some way to capture what organizations, groups, et cetera, other than the ones we already are aware of, that would like to rent a space in that building for, that is something along the lines of helping the community, it's something that's of interest to the community. What might there be? Is there some way to capture that? I'm not sure if there are any or many, but I think that might be another thing to try to do, if anyone has an idea around that.
And I'm wondering, do we want to go to that level of detail to actually try to survey or whatever those people, or do we want to set aside space in our plan and say that our vision is that these spaces will be used for whatever. And, just before the meeting, I was having a discussion with Bill because he had a discussion with somebody else, and it's, I'll have to go down through his notes a little bit more detail, but it's called business incubators. And that's basically what they do is they create space so that businesses can come in. They do have some contingencies, such as if we either, let you use some space or lease you some space. The idea is that eventually that business, if it prospers, will stay within the town. It's kind of like a pay. So some really good ideas there.
One of them a mushroom farm by any extent. I wonder, knowing his interest, sorry.
I think the sky's the limit on what could potentially happen. I mean, it could be, electronics type things, or it could be hands-on type things. And then today during the tour at the Jordan Small, the kitchen in there is fabulous. I mean, that's definitely a commercial grade kitchen. I've seen a few, as my wife has worked in a few different kitchens as a chef and a culinary art person, and she would love to work in that space. And so would my son, who is also a chef. So I think that I see a lot of possibilities there for community as far as community dinners, maybe even getting a hold of some of the local chefs and having a cook-off between some chefs or something. I mean, getting people involved in something like that.
Cool.
May I? Sorry.
Oh, that's fine, Kayla. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Join the discussion.
Yes.
There's been a lot said in the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to try to. I don't know if I can organize my thoughts so well, but I will try. And I think, again, this has already been stated, and we're trying to figure out what exactly is our mission. But I think maybe if we try not to complicate it too much, it really is as simple as us bringing all of these ideas forward. And we give them the information collected from the surveys. We present that in the prettiest way we can. But I think realistically, it's important to remember this is going to take years to come together. We won't even get the building for until 2027. Right. And there's going to be a lot more public input involved, and select board direction and further committee work. And I think the work that this committee has done thus far is amazing, and a lot of effort's been put into it. And I think we just package up all those ideas, including, could it be used for town space? Absolutely, it could be, right? But I think ultimately that's going to come down to the select board and public input. So our job really is just to bring all this information together and try to package it nicely for the select board. That's my opinion, anyway.
That's good. Thank you, Kayla. All right. So I guess if I move on with what we got here on the agenda, Parks and Recreation. Joe, have you had a chance to really look at the floor plan and put your thoughts together on that?
Yes, Ryan and I did sit together and map it out. We're going to put it on a digital format because we scribbled a little too much. It wasn't as clear, so we'll get that by next meeting for sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then follow up on discussion with Wyndham New Building Committee. Have you had a chance to do?
I have not been able to do that.
Okay.
I will.
Is that something you want help with? Or?
That'd be great.
You have a
because I did
contact?
look. The contacts aren't. They have the committee list of people on there.
And those are on their webpage?
It's on their webpage, but there was no email address, so I think maybe starting with town manager Barry Tibbetts might be the best approach, and he can kind of direct us to the chair and connect us that way.
Okay.
I can get that information if you want.
All right, I'll follow up with him if you like.
Thank you, Pete. That'd be great.
The charge, along with the list of folks, is on the website as well. If you
Oh, okay.
want to even have that, I'll
Great. Thank you, Grace.
just poking around.
Good. Okay. just lost my thought for a second there. As far as more time, I'll call Rolf and just let him know what this committee is talking about and see if I can get a sense from him on whether, one, we just go ahead and package up what we've come up with, or if he wants us to try to provide a little more detail on whether or not he wants us to take more time as a select board or not. Then we'll just kind of get a feedback from him. Let's see.
I still don't see a select board meeting scheduled in June. I think it's possibly because of
the town meeting's
town meeting, yeah.
It's on their agenda for tomorrow night. It's at the bottom. They have future meeting dates. I think it's June, whatever
There was one in June.
the Tuesday is after Election Day.
Yeah, I think we're pushing it away from the election. So I think that's to be determined tomorrow.
So that by default gives us more time right there.
Right. Plus, we're going to have probably some new members on the select board to deal with as well. So, yeah, we may get an extension just because we have to work through the logistics of that.
And please, I'm not suggesting that everybody wants to be on a committee forever. Didn't mean to sound like that.
And Grace, thank you, because I was under the impression that the town hall was moving. That I've heard, and then I assumed. So I'm really glad you brought it up.
Right. Yeah, me too, because I was kind of leaning in that direction as well. I mean, just from the tour we had today, we were kind of scoping out spaces and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think anything is in stone for sure. So the next thing is really use of the Jordan Small Middle School. So if everybody wants to, for a little bit of an exercise here, I do have one of the floor plans, and I've started to mark it up with some of the information we've received for wish lists. Again, not saying that that's necessarily the way it's going to be, but just a place to kind of get our visual going on different things. So if we want to, we can take a walk over to the table.
I'm going to bring out a couple of wireless microphones for you.
Okay, Bill.
So when does the architect get involved? I mean, I don't feel
That's
2% qualified.
No, that'll be
That sounds right.
ways out.
that'll be the next building
Yeah,
committee, and they'll their charge. Yeah.
Good.
And that would have to get approved as well through the.
Yeah, that would be a financial,
Yep.
There,
Big.
yeah.
those around
From
still?
the garage was, engineering and architect was 70, 80 grand.
Oh, yeah, that's
That's not
cool.
cheap.
I know, it's nice.
Did you
He
want,
wants us out there.
sure.
Yeah,
Maybe we can kind of point and talk a little bit.
I was able to talk to the Jordan Small Middle School art teacher and explain to her. I wish I'd gotten pictures when we were down in Gorham, but they have a couple areas that have some pictures, but she was willing in the next couple, years to add some before the students move out, which I thought was, I don't know, I really like the artwork.
Yeah,
It's
down,
nice artwork at Jordan Small.
Yeah.
Test this.
So we didn't really know what was load bearing here. I think that was.
Well, these were added later. So I'm
it's
assuming
a
that
thrift
they're
shop.
not located.
Wow.
Because these were two big open teen classrooms when they were built. That's what was, when we
My
took our
son
tour.
had fifth grade right there in that little space. But okay, that's fine.
So basically what we have here so far is what the library had envisioned for space, and also what Kevin Woodbury had given us for the broadcast studio and server space and whatnot. So Kevin's items are in red and the library items are in purple. And like I said, I mean, this is just what's been provided to us so that we can look at it. Did verify the scale today when we were at this. So a 1/16 of an inch equals a foot. And you can see some of these spaces. So we got 58 feet by 60. So we're almost 3,500 square feet just for one of those blocks. That's a lot of space. These classrooms here, it's deceiving, but they're 24 by 28. They're pretty big. One of the things we noticed, I think, this is a science lab, and this wall is no longer there. This is one big space. There was 2 music rooms too. There's this one, and then there was another one
It was
down here, wasn't it?
think so.
Yeah.
Maybe this one?
This was
Oh, no,
the
no.
art room and the music room.
There's another music
There
room
is
just
another.
for strings, smaller one that's down past the art room, down that end.
Homeroom Spanish, life skills, so I don't know.
It's around, it's down there though, I saw, we saw
Yeah,
it
it is down
today.
this
Yeah.
room.
And then these rooms, when you come in the side parking lot, they have the big open area where the 7th and 8th graders are there. 2 of those rooms have just removable dividers. So if you could have, the option of opening those rooms without tearing the walls down, they make huge spaces.
Yeah, because this is just one big space there. This is coming in the front door.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is moves back.
Yeah. Maybe that's just a temporary, like an accordion
You can, yeah.
wall or something. Because you can see it's not a double line like these, so it's,
Right.
yeah, one big room. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to start with what makes the most sense, I think, is Kevin's request for that big space for him to build it up acoustically and for public meetings. I think that's by far the
Arts
best space for
programs,
it.
yep.
I thought it actually kind of overlapped with what the library wanted to do anyway,
Yes.
so I thought it was, kind of all tied together.
Yep.
We did also go down into the basement through this space here, and there's actually some very dry space down there for storage or whatever.
Yeah.
They're fairly good-sized rooms, 21 by 25 with an 8-foot ceiling, and 21 by 19 with a 6-foot ceiling. So some nice antique golf clubs down there.
And I know this was something IT-related, the IDFs, is that like a hotspot sort of thing?
I think that's what Kevin said.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know, Bill?
I think so.
Okay. Is this a worthwhile exercise for us? Does this help, or is this the kind of thing that we do want to pass on to?
I like the overlap too of different,
Yeah.
departments, even if they're saying it's the same space, seeing what their vision is, because then you can start to see a visual picture of where things might be, or some of the overlap within our departments that
Right.
we could use as a shared space, or
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to maybe mention a few of the different programs that can take place in this space, just to give the community an idea that we're considering that, we're thinking about what they're wanting. At this point, until I know how much rec needs for their programs, I have no problem, like, here's the clerk, here's where people come in to do their registrations, maybe code and assessing can be there, and, I don't know how much space town hall would need, but I don't have any problem considering that at this point.
Right.
I don't know if they take the lockers out that are currently right in here.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that would be a good idea.
There's lockers throughout the whole,
There are some
Yeah,
lockers
a lot of
along
Yeah, against
these,
the wall in the hall,
Yeah.
yeah.
and that could be taken out, or some lockers could be used for people to keep projects in that they're working on, like if we're doing some business incubation or some co-working space, especially summer visitors or seasonal residents may want to be able to lock some things up instead of carting their projects back and forth. So some of the lockers may have some use.
So when we were there today and doing our walkthrough, for me, what my vision looked like, if we were going to put town hall, would be to use this main entrance here, and then like clerks, town clerk office maybe, code enforcement and assessing right here. This music storage room would be maybe a good place for a vault that could be made code and fireproof for them to lock up their stuff. This just kind of like, to me, seemed like a good entryway, and even though you got all this stuff here, but it does kind of help coexist with Park and Rec, I think.
I'll give you a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
We did, in our draft, he just said this would be a great fitness studio
Yeah.
with our equipment there, and then offices here,
Yep.
just to cut everything off into that section.
Okay.
Because you don't want to mix general public
Yeah.
with kids or programs or
Right.
senior activities too much. So we had it almost cut off to right here
Okay.
as far as space in that
Be
section.
direct over this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from that area
That
on.
doesn't mean admin couldn't bleed into this principal's area if they
Right.
needed it unless you had thought,
Or that could be our, that could be rec offices or,
Yeah.
yeah, just some.
you should be right here.
but to me, that kind of makes sense.
Oh, there
that-
is an office there now.
Yeah.
We said this would be a great front desk entrance to have windows, so you could do front-facing kind of registrations or memberships. Like if you want to walk, like, all right, just check into the front desk and then walk, and you can kind of see what programs are going on in there as well.
That's what they did in Westbrook.
They have a front
They had a
desk.
front desk
Yeah.
down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was built right into the hall.
Yeah.
You can see where there's a picture of it in that group there. It shows it sticking into the
Bumps right
hallway.
up, yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing that is clear is these bathrooms need to be redone. They're not
Yeah, for sure.
accessible at all or sufficient, for that matter, for the number of people that at any point in time might be there.
Yeah, and the locker rooms are really big as well, so there's
There's bathrooms in there.
bathrooms in
bathrooms
there. They're
inside
just
the
hard to get to. You have to kind
Yeah.
of come in, and so I don't know.
We can open it up,
Yeah,
too.
possibly. Yeah, you could maybe expand that to offer more restrooms in that area. So
So you wouldn't need some sort of locker room space for anything that's going on in the gym with rec?
we
programs?
could always. I mean, what would probably be good is maybe if we are connecting these, is have a door that could lock, and then if we do have rentals, if we have basketball tournaments, things like that, it would be nice to have that locker room changing area. Especially if we have, some type of programs that require maybe some showering or something like that
So you do
during work.
one shower.
Well, yeah, there's showers already in there, and,
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's a good space, it would seem,
Would you move this door, Joe, further up so that you have access to this room in the evening? So that way you can cut this off from the rest of the building.
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
evening
our
program.
plan. And
Yeah.
the only thing that we had besides that cutoff was figuring out a permanent after-school type spot, and that's where we kind of brainstorming, like, is there rooms in here that we can kind of use,
Yeah.
like you said, with that exit entrance. So definitely something to consider.
Wasn't there was something in the town office thoughts, if this is going to take up space in this building, that they have direct access, that they're don't have the public have to come down a hall to get to them. So I was thinking if there's going to be town offices here, that it's sort of this end of the building,
Mhm.
which is what's leading me to wonder, is there going to be any space left for all the other ideas? Because when we go back to the list in the first list that you put together, Pete, for us from the community survey results, town hall's fourth on the list. It's community center, rec, library, town hall, daycare, et cetera. So,
Yeah.
again, it's, what's the priority? In my mind, rec certainly is a priority because it has programs for both kids and adults,
Right.
including age-friendly, and is using a leased space right now that still needs renovation anyway. So, why do we want to continue to lease space if we've got this available? Not to mention it's got the gym, so, that I
Yeah.
think is used quite a bit by rec, or could be.
Yeah, I got a bunch of suggestions for seniors, so it would be nice to have a room for seniors, because I was surprised how many suggestions. I put it at the bottom of the list, but it's more for programming and stuff, to have a room to entertain,
Dedicated to whatever
Right, the
kinds
coffee
of
time
needs they
and
have,
the-
yeah.
Yeah.
different other stuff.
And that's exactly what they had at Westbrook. They had a room a good-sized room that was set up specifically
That
for
would be
seniors.
nice. Yeah, I went down to the age-friendly window.
And there could be some
luncheon.
things
that was a good
here,
set.
or if you need luncheon space, but if you just need like crafting, socialization space, I'm sure that something in here could be worked out, because these rooms are large and probably could be divided.
Well,
Yeah.
the science lab had a little kitchen in it. I think there might have been a couple of, like, really little,
There used to be
There
a
was.
kitchen down,
that could be.
down right in this area.
But
I looked, I think there was maybe a refrigerator and that's it.
Yeah, and
The
the-
stove and sink and stuff.
The library, you know, on Tuesdays, they have the cribbage, and they have the bridge, and they have all that, and that could be combined, and those are mostly seniors
Yeah.
that do that, so that's definitely something that could be
Would need
combined.
seats and stuff with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if those, because those rooms are pretty big,
I think small meeting spaces.
so that combines some of
Would
the
be-
library stuff with.
Right. Large program space, smaller meeting space or programming space. I think that could be worked out.
Mm.
And then you'd have the library to help you with the booking of the spaces.
Well, you do everything online, right?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Register, pay.
Yeah, we have,
Nobody
we can
touches
do
it.
reservations, we can
Okay.
book things as well, and that's kind of about the, you know, what's the cross relationship. Maybe there is a room that is a senior room that is also library meeting space and a luncheon area, but is, you know, we're combining two things into
Right.
one.
Right, so you've got to coordinate, so you don't have the library rent that out, and, I mean, book it out, and you book it out.
Yeah, you want
We're definitely
reservation.
One
We're
system.
gonna need,
Yeah.
right.
Well, again, that's where Westbrook is bigger, I get it, but there's a person and staff that do that for the whole facility, for all the programs, is my
And we may
understanding.
not be able to do that. We may have to
But maybe it's
incorporate
needed.
that into,
Maybe that's what's needed. I mean, if
I
we're
don't
supposed to
know.
vision and recommend, let's vision and
I agree.
recommend.
I agree that one
So-
system makes
So
sense.
that's why Parks and Rec usually takes on scheduling, is because we have that already in place in our software, and usually person was me, now it's, you know, more Riley who's doing the scheduling for all of, even the church, where we're at, and that goes with programs even at the school and everything like that, so we have everything kind of already mapped out.
That's good, that makes sense. It does, yeah.
It's, we have to stay organized, so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have that
no,
process in
And that
place.
system you have is great.
I appreciate, yeah, it's a good,
It really is,
good
yeah.
rec software, and it has that facility capability, which is nice as well.
So maybe if we could get a ballpark of the current town office space now, and then you could do your
Right.
magic with how big
Yeah,
that
because like I
space
said, I
is.
mean, you know, we know what some of these spaces are, we know what that square footage is, and we can kind of take the town offices and match that up square footage wise. So I think we're going to find that some of these spaces are so big that it's
Right.
going to easily accommodate
Yes.
some of those town office spaces.
Personal opinion is that the town offices, should they be put in here, because they're so customer facing, they should be towards the front of the building, whether it's this side or that side. It needs to be like a, you know, the way it is now is there's one way in and you know where you have to go. So something easy and obvious.
So that's a good point you bring up, because for me, I've always gone in this
Yeah.
entrance here, and then when you think about it, when we vote, we go here. You know, so maybe the town office and the clerk should be close because of that.
But we
I don't
vote
know. You're
a couple
parking here?
times a year, so
Right.
the parking for all the other kinds of activities is much
It's
larger
gonna be
there.
It is,
yeah.
yes.
Or here.
The-
Is this enough for, if
the-
town
I
entrance is
think
over
that's
here?
enough for town.
This building disappears.
Yeah, this will be
Then
good
this
parking.
becomes
Actually,
a parking lot, probably almost as
gain
big.
more parking,
Yeah.
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 Because with all the activities going on between these two departments, you're going to want that.
Large area.
Absolutely.
Especially with basketball on the weekends. I mean, we're getting pretty filled up, and that's only two teams, maybe some overlap, you know, 3 or 4 teams coming in, so that's about over probably 150 people.
Yeah, that parking lot, I've seen it pretty filled up. Yeah, it's amazing.
So is there space left for other?
Other as in
Right.
As in
office or meeting
other,
space or?
other services, other spaces,
Well, the
other.
dining,
a
the
food
dining room
dump.
is just, the dining room next to the kitchen is, I think, a fantastic space to incorporate a community space in there, I think.
It
It's
can
got
be used for a
back of
lot
the
of different
stage.
things.
Yeah.
You push that, yeah, and that could be used for a lot of different, but it's a great space, a lot of light, and when you open up into the stage, into the gym, which is right, was today, it's nice, and you got the kitchen right there, but that, I mean, that would be, I think, you know, a great spot for a community
especially food-related.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
and not-
but you've got that big space and that big space, and then whichever is more appropriate for the
Right.
use.
Right.
That's
You've
right.
got that flexibility.
That's right.
I mean, and even like the comp, group, they use this space a lot.
We used to
For
use,
their,
yeah, we used to do a
when they
lot of
were putting
meetings
together
there.
the comp
Yeah.
plan.
Mhm.
Yeah. It worked well, I
Yeah.
thought. And then I had forgotten about it, but there is a stage right here.
Yeah.
That faces out into the gym.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this one that the library had given us an idea here for a stage, but I don't
there's a
know that that's
stage
really
right here.
necessary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Food pantry, medical closet.
And sometimes those things aren't necessarily taking up all the space either. It's kind of shared space. As
right.
far as like food pantry, maybe they are using some of the storage here, not taking the whole room, but then when they're
Freezers and refrigerators.
right freezers and they're using that, and then when they run, maybe they move into the dining room to exchange the food and stuff. So
That's
There's
a
more
good
of-
point, yeah. Yeah.
we've gone in Saco, there was a lot of that type of finagling and figuring out, how do we make this multi-purpose with partners and those type of relationships. So
Yeah, because they have big fridges and freezers
Oh, yeah.
in this space, yeah, so that, yeah.
I would think that where your performance space is going to be is where you're going to want your broadcasting studio
Capability.
equipment. So if you want to do performance here, I think you are
Well,
going
it's
to
already, they already wire up and do.
Can they
it's all-
already broadcast from that room?
Yeah, they do.
They can.
The school does, yeah.
The school does, and town, when they have the town meetings in there, in the back, in the past. But yeah, they had,
And future.
I think Kevin said they were all hooked up in there already.
I think that's what this IDF,
Yeah.
whatever that stands for,
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
So
for
why
in-person
is
town
he
meetings.
wanting to
can
come
do-
Yes,
into this
right.
room instead of
Because
that
there was
room?
already something, there was already this here, right?
no, it's
No.
because this is going to have a lot more activity.
Right.
So
Yeah. So
to have it,
putting-
away and kind of like if you want to do a town meeting and there's basketball
Going on,
and maybe
yeah.
tumbling class or stuff like that, you want to keep as
Yeah.
far away as possible.
Right, a select board meeting, yeah, but a
Right.
town meeting, if we,
If you
when
could
we again have
schedule it out,
in-person town meetings,
Yeah.
we would need the space.
schedule out, and you could have that
You know,
as well.
I can nag forever. Don't stop.
Do you have hard and fast rules about keeping children separate from
It's kind
like, does this have to stay
Yeah, good
separate
question.
at all times, or?
we try, and it depends. A lot of community centers it's in itself isolated from town functions, town
Westbrook did
offices.
that very well. They
Library and
had-
children's rooms are doing that. They're closing that section right off so that wandering alone solo adults aren't just kind of walking around
Just-
in there.
Yeah, which is kind of why we said maybe it would make more sense to have an after-school dedicated area in this section or here that can be kind of closed off from the others, and then utilize this as a high-activity area. Again, working on scheduling. So, you want to keep it as separate as possible. Majority after-school, only childcare. Other type of programs, basketball, and it's things like that where the parents are showing up is kind of different. We're not.
That reminds me, there was another thing we noticed on our tour today was this entrance here looks like it's already set up for parentals access to come and pick up kids. There's like a security system right here with a kiosk and a screen.
This one here, too.
Oh, is there?
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Children,
double door
yeah.
now. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Would you
Fill in your ideas for rec.
Would you
Yeah.
consider
So we can kinda
using
see-
outdoor spaces? I mean, I know there's something here, I forget what it is.
Well, there's outdoor space out here,
It's just
too.
like a
Right.
small tree and some flowers. and-
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's
there
not a
is. There's
memorial something?
Yeah. Not just a garden, right, with a tree and some
Yeah, not much
flowers. and-
there. Yeah, this is where the superintendent's office, so there's a tree with some flowers. But this is where the playground
Yep.
is, so.
Right. Yeah, they were out there
It's not-
playing
That
today.
doesn't have a lot, though.
I can fill it out if you want. I've got the layout
I would
in
love-
my head.
No, not this minute, but I would love to see what your thoughts are, and then see what space is left.
Yeah.
And is that enough to accommodate
Yeah.
town hall needs?
So, I mean, right away, I mean, we're not changing too much. Again, I talked about this being the front desk area.
Yeah,
Service window facing this way, some type of window facing this way so you can keep an eye on things, register, and
yeah.
make sure everyone's getting the right information, where to go, and things like that. We said this would be awesome. Don't know if those are load bearing, is to make this a programmer's office. So it could
Okay.
be age friendly, it could be programmers and have window again facing there, just so they're around this area with their activities. Everything else would ideally stay the same. Like I said, fitness studio kind of area.
Yep.
So then you can put your fitness equipment in here. I said probably director and assistant director's offices here. And then we also talked about maybe age-friendly on this, age-friendly or programmers. These can kind of be switched for office space.
And then you'd want to put childcare somewhere in here?
Yeah, childcare in here. We also said maybe the teen center in here. It's kind of in the middle, tucked away.
So how does that overlap with the teen zone that?
Exactly, that's an overlap for sure.
Okay.
It just would be, depending on if this, you would want more walk-in or if this is more like registration based. So like we would want to make sure that we have contact information. It's childcare, but
Right.
hopefully with a spin of a teen type atmosphere.
So, and this would be a lot of collections. And then if you want to move teen programming
Yep.
to that area, I
Right.
don't see any problem with that.
What do you envision, what are you talking about for teen program? When you say programming, or
After
programmers, are you
school.
talking about people that are doing the programming?
Correct,
or
you'd have
people that are
staff.
attending the programs?
So you'd have, obviously, the teens attending, but you'd have it
Teens.
staffed with, our kind of like our counselors.
Like a drop-in center for teens, kind of a concept possibly?
It's you don't really want,
Yeah, that would
if
be
you're in
super
charge
nice.
of, you kind of want to have a registration process like
Right,
a
they
summer
could still
camp.
register for,
Don't have to necessarily go there, but it can't just be like if we're getting bused in from RSU 14 or people getting dropped off there, we want kind of like a designated time of entrance and exit, just so
But it would
parents.
be nice to have a teen room.
But
and
you
pull
won't
some
get
of our
that.
middle schoolers back.
Right, and that would be ideally a pretty nice
the
area.
hallway?
like-
Is there like social,
This is
gaming,
office.
I mean, just different things like that,
games,
hang out?
hang
room?
out couches, to,
Yep.
do, play board games or
Yep.
stuff like that, so.
is that a big enough space for that, given that it's offices? I don't know what,
It's not bad. Yeah, it's just kind of, I think maybe you probably want like the teen director's office and then maybe see if these can be more opened up. This is just, it is kind of weird how this is,
Yeah.
Secretary meets you when you come in.
it's like the nurse's office here too, so it's kind of a awkward space, so it'd be more of a question of what's load bearing.
can we open it up?
Yeah,
Right.
Because we would want to close this and open the children's bathroom
Correct,
into the children's room area, so.
Could we do some sort of thing where the library piece of teens backs up to this? So there could be some sort of collaborative register, read, whatever, I don't know.
It's certainly possible. I'm sure it could be figured out.
Yeah, it's a good, I think it's a good part of that collaboration piece.
Right, because there's going to be different types of after-school programs. There could be homework helpers, or homework help for teens, or tutoring, or whatever, and then there could be just more like the social activities, hangout
Out area.
kind of stuff, so. Quiet activities, conversational activities.
That would be kind of nice near the library. I mean, that fits into the library, really.
I know that happens a lot in Wyndham. When they're out of school, they go to the library.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
It might be too many in that little space,
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah.
it's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could put something down, even if it's just hand scratchings, just send it to me and I'll put it on the board here and
Sounds good.
we'll see where things fit and where they overlap and you go there. And if I can get the square footage, Nathan, is there anything I can do to help you with that?
I just gotta go back up for a fourth time and get it done. Every time I get set up, start to get a couple rooms done, I get hauled off to something else.
Right.
I'll go up one night and do it. Is there-
Okay. If you want help, let me know.
I got a little electronic thing and measure the runs pretty quick.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Check 1, 2. Sound check, sound check.
Hello and welcome to July 23rd, 2025, first Public Works Garage Oversight Committee. I'd like to call order to this meeting. And first order of business is we're going to choose a selection of the committee chair. So we'll need a nomination. Can we make that?
Can I nominate?
Yeah.
I nominate Craig Messenger.
Who's going to be our note taker?
So just so everybody knows, I was going to record it using, jumped in before I got a chance.
Oh, yes,
but
sorry.
I was going to record it using Plod, which then takes all of it, converts it to AI notes that I can share around, and it divides it up by topics and action items, and it's not perfect, so when I send them around, you might see it might butcher a name or get something a little wrong, but it's a lot easier than taking hand notes if everybody's agreeable.
I think that sounds like a good idea. Second.
Yes.
So it's sitting right here. As long as it picks up the audio, it should be fine.
I second Craig as the chair.
Oh, perfect. There we go. The second. Okay, so
No problem.
all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Perfect. Congratulations, Craig. Second is to nominate the vice chair.
I nominate David Madsen.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's only three of us here, so
I think I would like to keep a separation between budget finance and this one.
Perfect.
So I'd second that.
Second, Sean. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, David. And really quick before I let Chair go ahead, just do a little quick introduction. We have Owens McCullough here from Sebago Technics, who's got a presentation for us, but this is to look at developing off of Plains Road a public works garage that will serve the needs of kind of three areas that they are currently at. So we'll kind of go through that process with Owens and kind of develop this strategy going forward. So I'll let Owens take it from here.
Am I all set to share the presentation?
You finish the introductions.
Yeah, it's probably
Oh, yes.
details.
Yep. So, go ahead. We'll start with over
Nathan,
here.
Public Works Director.
Owens McCullough, Sebago Technics.
Joe Crocker, Town Manager.
Craig Messenger, resident. Sean McKillop, resident.
David Madsen, resident.
We have Derek Ray. He's on Zoom.
Yep, I'm Derek Ray, and I'm on Zoom.
Also select board member and
It's not
resident.
that kind of meeting.
Bill Hanson is our RSU 14 facilities manager, and he's on Zoom.
Yeah, Bill Hanson, RSU 14. Great to be here.
Great.
It's David Brown on the.
And then David Brown and Kevin Woodbury, right?
Yeah.
As public
Yeah,
listening in?
public listen. Public.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so we'll move on to.
If you're good, I'll
We're good.
jump right into it. So, oh, there it is. So the agenda, that's what you see up on the screen is the agenda you already have. What I'd hoped to do tonight was provide some information on what's been done, have some conversation with everyone, and I've got a few, I call them exercises to do. It's generally just to try to set some expectations around what the committee wants to achieve, a timeline, how many meetings we think this is going to take, roughly how long. I mean, it could take more, it could take less, but trying to set some goals here. And then what information you need to move forward, what's missing, what sort of data gaps there might be, so that we can kind of get some direction and keep hopefully moving to a solution. So my presentation tonight hopefully won't be an hour and a half. I was hoping that we should talk about how long we want to go on with the meetings, but generally when you get beyond an hour and a half, people start, we're all ready to go home, right? So what I wanted to do is we're sort of starting from the beginning in many ways, but I'm going to show you what has been done already, what the Public Services has now, and take you through all that. And then we have a little exercise to do. I don't mean jumping jacks or anything like that, but I need some input. And I can either do it up here, or everybody can fill out Post-its, and then I can collect them and we can put them around these questions. Well, when we get to that point, we'll have that conversation. So right now, Public Works is at 3 locations. 387 Webb's Mill Road, which was shared with the fire department, and it was the old bus garage, right?
The old bus garage.
And then over at 170 Plains Road, that's where they have a sand and salt building and an old sand and salt building that has been converted into cold storage, equipment storage. And just full disclosure, I looked at it this week. We're bringing the structural engineer to take a look at it. There's some challenges around the concrete foundation in that building. We've got some advanced deterioration with rebar and some movement in the wall. So we should look at that before too long to make sure it can either be repaired or what our next steps are. So just so everybody knows. And then Nathan was able to, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but like 10 or 12 years, how long ago was it?
20 years ago.
20 years ago that trailer came in, right?
Oh, the trailer.
The trailer came out of the IRT.
47.
So when
2016.
the military was in town, did a bunch of work at Camp Hines, the town capitalized on it. We had 3 projects that the military came in under their Innovative Readiness Training Program. Basically, the town provided the materials, they provided the labor and equipment, and it helped advance their folks. And they came from all over the country. It was really an amazing undertaking, and they basically built a new dining hall at Camp Hines, plus they did a bunch of stuff for us at the town, which was great. So when they left, they had a trailer that they were using as their
It was their office.
Yeah.
And the trailers came up from Hurricane Katrina down in Louisiana. So this is their 3rd stop.
So Nathan repurposed those on site, and he uses it. They did some modest renovations inside to have a place for their crew, because they don't really have a place right now. So I have some pictures here in a little bit. Then the other location is 47 Main Street, which was also an old fire station that they have a maintenance in there. Nathan's office is in there. There's a small meeting space in there. And Joe was in there at one time until Joe moved up to the big top.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, Parks and Rec's now over at the Raymond Village Church.
So that's what we have for 3 locations right now for Public Works, and so they're intermixed throughout the town. A couple of years ago, we had started this process. There was an existing conditions evaluation and some programming done. Existing conditions, we brought in mechanical, structural, electrical, and went through the 387 Webb's Mill Road property. We went through where Nathan's at now, and we walked the property over at Plains Road. And there's a couple of studies that have been done, and if folks are interested in it, I will make sure I put that on a share file and get that to everybody, that they can see what was evaluated around those existing buildings, because everything was on the plate and it's still on the plate. So that was completed, and we had an architect come in, Grant Hayes Associates, who sat with Nathan and his crew and went through all the buildings he has now, looked at them for general codes, general conditions, put together a report, sat down with Nathan and went through what his space needs are, what they have currently, and developed what we call a program, which identifies what they would like to have if you built a new building. It's a starting point for a conversation. And Mike Hayes has done this for a number of public works facilities. He did Wyndham's. I wasn't involved in Wyndham's, but I did Westbrook, South Portland, and Kennebunk with him. So it's a similar process he followed. So that's kind of what the programming and needs assessment is, and I'll share that with everybody. So the 387 Webb's Mill Road property, it's about a 4,200 square foot building. There was a 1989 addition. It's masonry, shingle roof. The property's 7.4 acres, but where the current building is, it's almost like a dog leg. It kind of comes, it's narrow along Webb's Mills Road, and then it takes off up Raymond Hill Road. And it's interesting, further up Raymond Hill Road, that's where the bulk of the property is. We actually looked at that property a number of years ago when the town was looking at a new town office at one point. And there's some wetlands and a stream and some other challenges across the street. It's not a great piece of land, and we eventually walked away from that as far as trying to put a town office over there. This is just a floor plan of kind of what it looks like inside the building that's there now. It's 50 by 78. It's got one toilet in it, which is not ADA accessible, and it's up on a platform, right, Nathan, because of the plumbing up there. And they got some tools and equipment bays in it. This next slide is just some basic pictures from inside the building and what the building looks like. And I'm not going to read through all these. I'll send you the report. But we had the structural engineer go through it, the mechanical go through it. As you can imagine, it's an old enough building that it wasn't built to current codes, which doesn't mean the building's going to fall down or anything. It just means that if we go in and renovate it, we have to start looking at it for code compliance with today's codes. And when we looked at it, it was 2015 code that was in place because it was out long ago. But as of April this year, the 2021 code was adopted, which had more energy requirements on them. So if we revisit this, we'd probably have to update it to look at it for the current code. But as you would venture to guess, the building is older masonry block. The structure, while it's standing, if we touch it, modify it, it would need some improvements and modifications to it to bring it up to current codes on it. It's on septic up there, and it's on well on the property. The next site is the Plains Road site, which was basically a gravel pit at one point. And on that site, they have a 1989 sand and salt building. That's the one that I mentioned. We're taking a look at it structurally because it's showing some signs of distress. There's a 2015 laminated arch building. It's in very good shape, other than they had some stockpile that went up and they're dealing with some framing that was impacted from it, but that's going through the process of getting repaired. That's about 14 acres inside, and that's where the IRT trailer was now put for Nathan's crew. So here's just a picture of a quick sketch of what that trailer looks like on site. They actually had a big restroom originally because this was for the military guys. This is where there was some showers in there and other things, which I don't think are active right now.
No, the showers are.
The showers are?
One
Okay.
of them is.
One of them is. And then there was a big storage area and a break room. And then this was the cold storage building that I had talked about before, it's 60 by 80 that we're taking a look. The other building is much longer. It's, 80 by 120. A few pictures of the inside of the buildings, the cold storage, the sand storage building, the bathroom, what it looks like from the outside, the crew break area that is in the building. The other site they have, which is at 47 Main Street, is a smaller building. It's basically a couple of bays repurposed for some meeting space. Is Nathan's office, Joe, did you say Parks and Rec is out of there now, or are they?
They're out of there, yeah.
They're out of there now, so it's basically Nathan's office and his foreman's place in there. Masonry walls, concrete floor, shingled roof. When Mike Hayes met with Nathan and went through what he has and what they would like to have to operate a public works building, this is what the programming and needs assessment, and I'll put all this on the shared drive so you can have some time to go through it and review it. But it's well, Bridget, you just built a new public works building not long ago, right? No, you're looking to do one.
I just built an office.
Yeah.
And we're looking to
So
add on to our existing structure.
Okay. So this just talks about bays, apparatus, space, kind of what he was looking to have go into the building. A couple of bays would like to be serviced by a crane, some crew, staff areas, a wash bay, bathrooms, mechanical rooms, a location for bulk fluid storage, compressor, a mezzanine space, and this other plan that's up there, and I'm probably hard to read, but that's basically the layout. About 14,000 square feet is what the programming came out to be. It would be a traditional metal building, pre-engineered metal building, and usually a couple ways to go. Generally what we see is folks like the insulated metal building panels on an elevated foundation push wall. You don't like to take the panels all the way down because in a public works building they get beat up pretty hard. So you put the walls up a little bit, and a pre-engineered metal building roof, insulated metal roof. You could set it up for solar, although now with the subsidies disappearing, which end of this year. Before last year, even municipalities could get tax incentives, the 30% on the solar, but that's going away the end of this year. So it won't. The timing wouldn't work for this project here, if you went the route of a new building. So that's kind of what it would the new building might look like based on the programming. And again, I don't have any bias at the moment towards one option, renovating or new building, but we have to go through this process to identify needs and what he needs to optimally space. The thought of this building is that this would allow him to have everything in one location. The Plains Road would have sand, the salt storage there, the cold storage, would have his bays, would have his crews. Everybody would be in one spot, which was one of the reasons that they kind of liked it. This is the layout of the site. We even went through and had a geotechnical study done on it. There's some over excavation that would have to happen because of some relic fills down underneath the building, but that process was gone through. It's all internally drained, so it would a little bit of paving around it, use the existing access road laid out so you'd have access to the existing sand and salt shed, still have space to move around it, and you'd have drive-through bay opportunities on the site. So that was kind of the layout. It would likely be very hidden because we're keeping pretty much all the wood buffer, and it drops down in grade. So you might get a peek of it in the summertime right now, but
Winter, you
or the
see-
wintertime,
Yeah,
I
you
mean.
can see one of the sheds in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Summertime, you can't see anything.
So this site would be, as with most locations, would be well and septic, because we just don't have public water up here. Well water would be for domestic use, septic, domestic. Wash bays and floor drains. If you're on septic, you can't put those in the septic in the main uniform, the subsurface wastewater rules. It'll stipulate that they don't want anything with grease and oils and stuff getting into that. So we usually put a holding tank in that run it through a grease trap first, so it collects any greases, goes into a holding tank, and that generally can be pumped out by whoever does septic service, hauled off to a treatment plant. By separating the oils, then the oils in the smaller tank is what would somebody like Clean Harbors or somebody would come get, pump out and dispose of appropriately. If I let it all go into one big holding tank, we've had some issues before where they say, we're not touching that, that's all considered contaminated. So that's pretty standard when we don't have well and septic. And I want to be careful on project costs because we're not even anywhere there. But this building, you know, we'd gone through some budgeting on it and we were a little over $6 million. But again, we're taking a step back and re-looking at this in a thoughtful way, and see what direction we want to go in. So this is where all of you come in on the next piece of it. I need a little help here because this is obviously your project and need some input, but we can do it a couple of ways. I can get up there and scribe, but I think we should probably set with what are your expectations and outcomes of this committee? I mean, where do we want to land when we're done? Do we want to, do you want to come out, obviously I'm going to assume you want to come out with either a new building or a renovation and new construction or some sort of new facility or some sort of outcome on it. And forgive me, I'm not trying to draw any conclusions. I'm just giving some ideas. So does everybody have any thoughts, or have you given any thoughts on what you expect to come out of this committee? I can just jot them down, unless you want to. I brought stickies if you guys want to get up and walk around, or I can jot what's.
I mean, I can tell you my whole desire of being on the committee is to be able to make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen or whoever it is that's going to make the decision to figure out what we can do for the Public Works Department here in our town to make it more efficient and a better workspace for the crew that works here for our town.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I do think that starting at the beginning, we should look at Plains Road versus Webb's Mills. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, Plains makes perfect sense to do something new. But to convince the public that, hey, we looked at Webb's Mills, these are the reasons why we can't do that. And I think that needs to be one of the beginning steps of, at the beginning, because forgetting the wish list items of stuff that will come after, I think if we don't put an X on Webb's Mills, and in the I'll put it this way, if we say we can't do Webb's Mills, and then the town votes against Plains, whatever the cost may be, we cannot go back to Webb's. So we don't have a second shot at that. So my suggestion is that we educate the public on why Webb's Mills is not the right choice.
I agree with Sean. Excuse me. There was a lot of talk in and around the voting on the Webb's Mills site, and I think we need to be clear and concise, and the committee needs to be transparent on exactly why we would rule that site out on Webb's Mills Road, and why these guys need a place down on Plains Road.
Circle back to this. We just want to set sort of the expectations, but others?
And one other one that I could suggest is that we bring the fire chief or marshal in and explain, last year, I guess it was last year, there's a lot of controversy over the sprinkler system, and my thoughts are, if we're protecting our investment, I really don't care if that's the cost that we need to put into it. So what exactly is the fire department looking to protect that asset? And if it's not sprinklers, walls, I think we're kind of talked about, but I would like to hear from him, and then I would like for it to be public. That way people can also understand what his expectations are.
In that same aspect, I'd like to know what the insurance aspects on that building would be, if that stuff would be covered, if there was a fire, if we did not have sprinklers, would all our stuff still be covered?
Running out of room here. getting worse as I go down the page, I figured, right? All right. So the question is, if you sprinkled it, what might the insurance cost look like? If you didn't sprinkle it, what might it look like?
We can't hear you. You need to have a mic.
I believe he said that he would like to know what the cost would be to replace, or would it be feasible to replace everything?
Yeah, my comment for that is, if we are going sprinkler versus non-sprinkler, if we are looking at the cost of sprinklers, that's great, that's one side. If we're looking at the cost of not sprinklers, does our insurance policy cover our vehicles if we do not sprinkler that building and there is a fire there? If whatever's in that building is covered for the policy that we have for that building.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Others? All right, here comes my mic. It didn't work.
Just hold it up this close.
Thank you. It's on? Is it on?
It should be on, yes.
Okay. Anything else under this question? We have some other questions. We'll get at more of this kind of stuff, but this is the start.
One other outcome would be just.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn it back on.
Are you good?
Okay, give it a try.
My other question would be, what happens to the existing buildings on Webb's Mills and, of course, Main Street?
What would the repurpose be of those buildings? And that falls in the efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to make Raymond more efficient. If we can use those buildings for something else.
Right.
You don't get to keep them all, Nate.
No, I don't want.
Okay. What happens if the existing buildings are no longer used at repurposing them?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I kind of assumed that this committee, like he just said, we're gonna X out whichever buildings, but I was kind of assuming that's what we're doing here, is looking at each individual and saying, what would this cost? What does it look like to be in 3 different spots with the upgrades? So, I think if the committee's going through that every bit of this, then we're gonna, whether it's X out that one or that's where we wind up.
Okay.
I don't have a preconceived notion of where we're gonna wind up with this.
Yeah, if
The goal is to get them all in one spot and get it efficient and get the guys what they need. So wherever that lands is.
So maybe circling back might be helpful to.
Answer some of those questions.
Well, let's keep going. We'll come back because I wanted to try to be careful not to get into. Tonight's first meeting was really to lay out some of the questions and thoughts people have, and I think we give everybody time to reflect on it, and then we'll start to try to dive deeper at the next meeting. But
Bill Hanson has his hand up in the Zoom. I don't know if you guys can
oh,
see that.
I see that. Yep.
Hey, Owen, so I got kind of 3 thoughts, if you can hear me.
I can, thank you.
Okay, my goal will be to provide facilities that meet the current and future needs of the town, so that there's some room for expansion should you need to. A second goal that I would have is that we meet all the codes, from codes and environmental requirements as well as safety requirements for the space. And the third thing we have for me was provide a facility that's efficient and safe for public works facilities to perform their jobs. So those are the 3 things that I would think would be a great outcome of this recommendation.
What was the third one again? What's it? Safety. That's what it was.
Improve safety.
Yeah, that we provide a safe and efficient space for public works to perform their duties.
Thank you, Bill.
I really like the expansion suggestion, because if we can't do everything that you're looking for now, maybe we can, is this building able to be built with the vision of expanding in the future? I think that's something that we should definitely answer for the public.
Okay. Great. Others?
Can we move on to the next question, Owen? If you
We
have-
sure can.
Nathan told me to keep things moving, so.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go on. Next question was, and this doesn't what are the challenges or mountains that we have to climb to get to a solution? Are there barriers? Is there things that jump out at you that whether is it, for instance, cost? Is it preconceived notions of where something should go, or is there things that aren't necessarily building related, but ultimately we got to go to the voters and go through a referendum and get it approved, right? That's ultimately what we have to do. So what are the challenges that we face going forward? And all of us must have some, or you folks must have some sense of what you think hurdles we have to get over to get to a solution.
I think it's definitely educating the voters as to what it is that this committee is going to find, and making sure that they realize that all the options have been exhausted, and whatever it is that we present is the option. I know, having just watched a vote that was not put out properly, and the public was not educated on, and it got voted down.
Mm-hmm.
So making sure the public is aware and educated, it's not an easy task, but I think that's the biggest mountain to climb, is to make sure that people realize what they're voting on.
Okay.
Because 6 million is a big number for people to look at and be like, wow.
Yeah.
But they need to be educated as to what that is.
Yeah.
So public involvement, that I run into that a lot. That,
Yeah, definitely. We need to educate the people and be as transparent as we can.
How do you feel about some public informational meetings along the way?
Absolutely.
I know it adds more meetings for you guys, and me, but I think it's important. Every community I work in, one of the common threads that I run up against is, well, we didn't know, we weren't even aware this was happening. Why do we need this again? So I think it's important to give folks opportunities to comment on and understand.
Public buy-in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Along with that public buy-in, we just need to make sure the public is aware of these things that are going on, like the meetings, and it needs to be advertised well, more than just on our site and on the billboard. I really think that if we can do some kind of advertising and invite people out, comprehensive plan was really good at that, inviting people out, and comprehensive plan would always get a decent crowd. So, of course, the big thing is always going to be cost. So, especially if we're coming on the heels of the Jordan Small Vision Committee,
Mm-hmm.
we've got quite a few projects, and we have a reevaluation, which should help. But those are two big projects I think that the town is either going to have an appetite for or not. And if we're doing a good job of explaining the reasons why this is the cost, as opposed to just it's going to cost $6 million, saying this is going to cost $6 million because of these reasons, and then get the public to buy into it, we'll have a much better opportunity or a much better shot to get this voted through if it's appropriate.
Okay. Do you think there's another slide coming up, but so I don't forget to mention it. Do you think offering up a public tour of the current facilities at some point so that people could see what they have? I know we did that in Westbrook, and that was pretty successful. We had a few public meetings when we did the Westbrook.
There's also, and I'm not sure what town did it. They did it like a video presentation.
Yes.
Of the facility at work, and they were able to get. I might have been Westbrook that did it.
I think it was
like a LRT, one of their VOTEC schools.
Yeah,
came
they
in
did
and
do
did
that,
a video for them for their presentation, and I know, like for myself where I work, it takes my crew almost an hour to get all the trucks out of the building to go plow snow. If I could take a video of that, I could get a garage in 15 minutes. But and it's same thing with what Nate's going through. He's got guys that are starting their plow routes here, that are starting there, that are starting there. It's really hard to have oversight on 3 different places. And I think if you could somehow put a little video clip together of what that looks like.
I think the video thing would be much better, because it would be very hard to do a public informational show and tell in 3 separate locations. You'd really have to do it in 3 separate meetings, and I think you would lose some people.
Lose everybody.
Right. I think a video would be a lot.
If you could get that put together and maybe presented at a select board meeting, you get a few more eyes there than you do on a committee meeting. Not everybody's interested in what we have to say.
Right.
Sure.
And you have some folks that are immobile, and that would be, in my mind, a disaster, but,
I don't remember, I worked on the Westbrook, but they handled that internally, so I mean, you could reach out to, Eric Dudley was there at the time, Artie Ledoux's gone, but if you want to, I mean, or if you have the capability inside, work with Nathan to
we have
video it and do
Will,
a production.
who's our videographer, who can do
That would be
videos as
great.
well.
Okay. Great idea, everybody.
Make sure it's 2 o'clock in the morning when there's 2 feet of snow.
Actually, the winter operations, we've choked it down to just there, and we've got 2 trucks up here. It's the summer operations that are more challenging and more difficult. That's where we lose the most of our time.
Anything else that, I mean, this isn't one and done. If you think of something else down the road, but
I think we'd like to see your next question, Owen, please.
Oh, great.
I can accommodate.
You're worse than me.
All right. Do you have any priorities here? I mean, what do we have priorities that we want to set? I mean, is there any specific priorities? For instance, a priority is to revisit each of the sites and document why maybe what it might look like if public work. Let's take Webb's Mills Road. If we looked at it, can we expand that? What's the zoning? You know, what do we have for septic? What do we have for barriers down there to do that? And what would that look like? The fire station site, I think, is a fait accompli down on Main Street. It's pretty small. I don't know what you would ever do down there unless you got more land.
Main Street is really restricted, basically what the building's setting on. There's a little bit of property out back. We're mowing, I think, 10 or 12 feet around the building.
And I'll just ask the question, is there another site that we haven't thought about?
Town-owned? No, we didn't look at any other sites because of the sand salt building.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm just
Plains
asking.
Road,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got Patricia Ave, there's 100 acres up there. You got to come down through a neighborhood to get out of there. Egypt Road is another confined piece of property, there's some land there, but it goes back to the operational. Plains Road's got the sand salt building, and that's one of our most important.
We don't have to rank the priority yet, but
Is Plains Road the most centrally located of all of the properties that would be available?
Yeah, no, it's kind of, if you look at it on a town map, we're kind of right around the circle. The most central piece of property, or the central place, would be 389 Webb's Mills Road. That's kind of right in the middle between the 3 sites, but no.
So like Patricia's almost in Wyndham.
Yeah, Patricia's almost into Wyndham. Egypt Road's halfway down across Egypt Road.
You're just about in Gray, and then that's why out of these two, this one's with as much wetlands as it has. It seems as though, in order to get what we need, and you have 18 acres down there.
Yeah, I think it's 17.
So it's the largest site, the most hidden, and the most centralized. If you add them all
Yes, largest site out of the 3. Yes.
I like the fact that there's 121 and Route 85. You're right in between those, so
Correct.
whichever way you got to go, you can come out right, left, 85, 121. If there's a major issue, a major line down or something, you can still always get out and around where you're not. If 85's closed up where you are, you'd have to backtrack, I guess, and then go back around Plains Road to go down 121 anyway.
During a storm event, there's not very many times that we can't get to the sand salt building. I think in the 30 years I've been here, I can think of one. We had a storm that we couldn't get to the building, get to the pit.
I don't have to rank the priorities yet, but is one of the priorities to, I mean, we got to select the location, right?
Correct.
And that does that include looking again at Webb's Mill Road to, what's the committee? This is your project.
I think one of the priorities is to evaluate all 3 sites and determine which one is the best site to then move forward with. And again, we had talked about transparency and all these things, educating the voters. I mean, that's a priority, right? As a taxpayer in Raymond, I want to know what's the cheapest, best way we can do this.
Mhm.
Is it up here on 85, or is it down there on Plains Road, or is it on Main Street? Main Street's a tiny little spot. We know that's not an option. Let's do a true evaluation of these other two, so when we're presenting this and the video and whatever else we present, we're presenting, this is what it would look like on Webb's Mills Road. It's gonna roughly cost this amount of money. We're gonna be limited by this. These are some of the drawbacks, these are some of the pros, and the same thing with going down to Plains Road. Here's some of the drawbacks, and here's some of the pros, and do a true evaluation of each one, and be able to present that, I think, is definitely a priority in order to get this pushed through and be successful with it.
Yeah, I think the three biggest priorities are location, building versus reno, and money. And hopefully we, through this whole committee process, we'll be able to evaluate all three of those and put some of those to bed and put some of those forward.
I almost feel that no matter what, time is not going to be a priority, because I feel like no matter what you do, re-outfitting a building or building a new building, it'd probably be around the same time frame, I would imagine. I don't think that time would be a factor.
Time frame is in start to finish?
Yeah, I think I start to finish. Would you say that one would be faster than the other?
It depends on the extent of the remodel down here and what you do. I guess I don't know the answer to that.
I guess.
In the building world, remodeling usually always takes longer than new construction.
Yeah, well, that's my thing, is I don't think that time is a factor of a priority. I think these are the better priorities, rather than, I don't think anybody's like, well, how long is it going to take?
I think on a project of this size, I agree. Whether it's going to be done in the spring or the following spring, we get what we need is the priority, and not hey, it's going to be in 26 or 27. It's going to be done is the priority.
I think the only priority on time would be how it affects the cost. If you kick the can down the road too long, does stuff get cheaper or more expensive or whatever? But yeah, I don't think spring to fall or spring to spring is really that big a deal. But you push it off 3 or 4 years with cost of goods, who knows, tariff, inflation, whatever you got in your going on in the world, how is that going to affect the cost as far as time frame? But that's, I think, the only real reason time frame would even be of any importance.
And I don't know if it would be a priority or where we want to put this, but also look at all of the funding sources that are available for this project, whether there's grant funding or all those different things. I don't know if that's a priority, but it definitely needs to be looked at by the committee and kind of see where those funding sources can come from before we present.
Has Raymond adopted a sustainability goal or anything like that? Have you gone down that road of yet?
No. It's
Okay.
kind of in the
Some
draft
communities have
comp.
gone down that road, that any renovation, any work they do, they want high-performing building envelopes. They want improved. They want solar. I'm just bringing that up because I run into that more often than not anymore. So but you don't have anything official at this point.
Nothing official.
Okay. All right. And then
Nathan, one quick question. Didn't you have I'm sorry, over here. Didn't you do a feasibility study before on Webb's Mills Road for that building, for this purpose or the previous purpose? Did you guys do it before?
So we did do an existing condition study. We looked at this, the condition of the building. At that time, the thinking was it was better to move to the Plains Road site where we could build a new building that fit and bring everybody to one location. But I think from what I heard from the last vote, we need to do a little deeper dive into that and and revisit that. Actually, maybe do a concept layout plan down at Webb's Mill. What would it look like if we were at Webb's Mill? What could we fit? What kind of a building addition?
Well, at least that would be a start for us to be able to look at that study and say, and compound.
And I'll send all that to Joe or Nathan. It'll be a share file, and you can forward it to the committee. You'll have all that documents in it.
When Grant and Hayes and I and the crew sat down and went through that we sat that day. See, I would assume has that 'cause we went over we kind of knocked 47 Main Street out because of its location right in the downtown village. But we looked at District, 389 Webb's Mills Road, and we kept coming back to Sand Salt Building. And I don't remember if he did an actual report, but that was part of that first, what do we need, what do we think we need, meetings that we had.
I'll go dig for that data. I think we should probably pull that back together and have a conversation with the committee on that piece of it.
Do we have, like, the amount of wetlands that 7.5 acres or whatever it was, 7.9?
So all I have at this point was something from 2006, which was when we started looking at the town office, and we did it on a very high level. It was a walk with some GPS and then some high-level sketch plans.
Okay, I think that might be able to knock it out pretty quick, just to say, hey, your building envelope and the amount of space that you have at this facility, it shrunk down to 3 acres, and then you can just be like, well, that doesn't work for us.
Yeah, we'll look at setbacks, where your septic is, where your well is now, and and you got fuel down there on the site, so we can, with that charge, we can take a closer look at that piece of it. And I do have a question for you if this is one priority. So there was a building program Mike Hayes sat down with Nathan and went through like how many bays they need. They have this size of crew now, looking in the future might have this size of crew for expansion capacity. We'll share all that, and you'll have to decide if we want to talk more about that, or because if we renovate, cost is a key consideration. You know, is there a desire to? I've never seen anybody build a building that they didn't say they had too much space, but we should at least have that conversation on it.
And then speak about priorities, because this is location-based. Just a question: did the Division Committee for Jordan Small, did we throw out any ideas about how maybe the Jordan Small might be a good contenders? Because if we're getting, if we're able to get a grant for it to do that whole thing together, it might not be the right thing. If it's not, feel free to tell me, because I still think that personally, I think Plains is the right location. But if we were to do something at Jordan Small Middle School, because that whole building's getting revamped anyway, does that make sense location-wise?
I think it was discussed really quickly, and then it was put to bed because of you're going to have kids and community members and everybody kind of around it, that with heavy machinery, it wasn't much room. The baseball field would probably be the only option. You're taking out that field space, I think, was what was talked about.
I think that's what we came to.
So it would be, instead of using existing building, you would still have to build. You just said the baseball field, so you would still be building anyway.
Yeah, you'd still have to build, and I think out back there is not much acreage to even get there. Plus, you don't want to have those trucks coming through the kind of parking area or out back where the play area is for kids. So
cool.
I think that's why it's kind of
Jordan, like small, pretty much. You can see what they own for property, or they mow most of it. The bigger end of it's down here where the baseball field is. That ends right up against the property line. You get the parking lot, and you've got the garden area, and then the property line's right behind that. I think it goes back that way a little bit, but it gets into wetland going into the back.
Okay. Cool.
If you have any plans on the Jordan Small School, could you share those with me?
Yes, it's very roughed.
Okay. That's okay.
Napkin.
Bill, in your files, Bill Hanson, do you guys have anything on the Jordan Small School? Has there been any from the RSU?
Yeah, I can send you PDFs of the plans for the building that exist right now.
That would
no
be
problem.
Great, thank you. Okay, I said 3 to 5, but what I have listed here was evaluate all 3 sites, and I think the goal was to look at it for land, physical constraints, cost, location, how it might test fit on the site, how the program might work on it, so that you can see how each one might fit or not fit on the site, and then that helps you make a decision. I had build versus renovation as a consideration. cost, funding sources, and I wrote this down. It's just a conversation, programming and size, because I always hear, on one hand, I hear people say, well, you sure you have enough? You're going to need more. And then on the other hand, I hear people say you got too much. So I think we should at least just internally look at the program that I sent you, the number of bays and space, and Nathan's going to provide me with a list of equipment that I can include in there, and just give that some consideration. Anything else? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeJarens, it's not an open meeting, it's,
Not an open meeting.
I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to remind one of your members that we're not uneducated people in Raymond. You might want to be careful. It was a unanimous vote, and we were educated. And Mr. or whatever your name is. Madsen, you know, watch what you say, please. Respect the people of this town. I know you're a resident, so.
Thank you, Dana.
I wasn't saying uneducated, like not smart. I was saying
Well,
educated.
it sounded like that on TV, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me. What I was
All right.
trying to say by uneducated was I meant they don't understand the full scope of what it is we're trying to accomplish. So thank you for correcting me on
The
that.
people that ballots did, they understood.
Okay.
It was $7 million or more.
Dana, we will have.
They understood.
Dana, we will have open forum meetings coming up.
Well, I hope so.
This is a first. We just
Yeah.
got our people together. So thank you for stopping by.
Well, it should be public because you're on TV.
You're correct. We are going to do public from here on out.
This
So,
should be a, you know,
well, it is tonight, sir. So I'm sorry.
no,
Thank you.
this,
Careful.
yeah.
We touched on a lot of this already, but anything else that we can revisit this anytime, but we just have to have a starting point. Is there anything else that we think we need, data gaps, information to make an informed decision? We sort of touched on a lot of it already, but is there anything else we've missed at this point? Because eventually the committee's going to make a recommendation back to the Board of Selectmen, and we want to make sure that you have the information you need to get there. And we have some homework to do before the next meeting, so maybe this will be a work in progress, because we might give you some information. You might say, hey, well, what about this? Let's look at this now. So it's going to be an evolving thing, but is there anything else that you can think of that we should be considering at this point?
I think we kind of hit on it on all the other questions on
think
what
so.
we need, you know, a true evaluation of each of the the parcels, and you know what it would look like on each one of them. I think is one of the largest things.
Okay, fair enough. This is always my favorite one. Is do you have any goals of how many meetings and how long you foresee this going? And there's no right or wrong answer to this, but it is something, if we set sort of milestones or goals along the way, we're always progressing and trying to get to an informed decision. But
We're assuming you want to put this on next 26 ballot.
I don't know. It's Joe.
Is that what you're looking at, Nathan?
I would like to. I don't really think dragging it out a lot longer is a good idea, or
Right.
it doesn't benefit anything. I mean, I think somewhere, a couple more meetings, we should have an idea of what direction we're headed, whether we continue going forward with it or we don't.
So you're talking about November of 2026 for the ballot, or is it June?
I think it was June.
June.
Town.
I mean, you'd have to have all your stuff in by March, right?
Yes, yeah, at least.
Get it on the ballot.
We're starting budget stuff early.
We're going to
this
start
year.
budget season earlier, October.
When would you guys like to see it? I mean,
I couldn't speak for the Budget Finance Committee, but I would like to see it presented for the 2026 budget. I agree with Nathan. I don't think it makes any sense to go any further than that.
What deadline do you think would be enough time? Because the warrant has to be in at least a month before prepared, so that's March. I think at least is probably when we want to work on that. So I guess that would push the deadline probably to December to get something that's formalized that can be presented at the budget.
So it would
Budget
be a
meetings.
budget, it would be a recommendation to the BOS or to the budget committee. Who does it go to?
It go budget first, I think. isn't it?
Yes, yeah, we'd have to put it in our budget presentation
And
first.
my,
And you're doing that, you said in December?
We're gonna
Or
start,
October?
yeah, we're gonna start October, just pre-planning, and then we're gonna hit, we haven't got the full timeline, but start earlier with the hearings and workshops and stuff like that, probably December.
I know, I don't think Budget Finance met December last year. I think really January, I think, would probably be better, because if you think about it, just to give that flexibility, because if Budget Finance doesn't meet, then we have to do it in January anyway. So forgetting this meeting, but if we did August, September, October, November, January, so it would, depending if we fall in front or behind Budget Finance, it's either gonna be 4 or 5 meetings.
I would think so, because I'm going to imagine that I'm going to come back with some information here probably towards the end of August. I need a little bit of time to go through this. We'll have some conversation, then there'll probably be more questions. You're going to want to do a video of the existing conditions for the facilities. And then we're going to want to regroup again. Somewhere along the line, we're going to want to have some public meetings, right, that seeks feedback from folks, more than one. So, and I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be indisposed in October, but I
think just my opinion, I think the public meetings should be towards the end of our stuff. Once we've gathered this information, we have something to show the public.
Yes, especially after.
Right.
Yes.
I don't think we're we're not ready. We're not ready to, have comments from the public yet, because we don't have anything to present to them.
right. We're just information gathering and
Right.
trying
I
to.
mean, I need to educate myself as to what it is to be
You're
an
uneducated.
educated
You're uneducated.
Joe, our committee meetings,
president.
if you have a working committee meeting, do those have to, public's invited, right? Obviously, they can sit in and listen, but you don't have to take public comment at that time, because it's a.
Right. I think it's up to the chair also if public, for the agenda, if the public can be commenting on that or not. So sometimes at the end of this, there's a public comment piece of a regular.
Okay.
But
Do
for
that.
the agenda item, yeah, it's up to the chair.
We'd have to advertise that, though, wouldn't we?
I believe, I'll have to talk to Mel. confirm
Okay.
that one, 'cause
All right. So what is everybody thinking? Another month? What are we, July, the end of
Shoot
August?
for the end of August for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if we can, for January, be before Budget Finance, if we can meet earlier in the year, 'cause I think Budget Finance is the 3rd Wednesday, if I remember correctly. So if we could meet earlier in January,
Prior to your
prior
meeting.
to that, yeah, that'd be good.
I would almost say an August and a September, late September meeting. Say another one in November and December. I think we're going to have to have a few different meetings on this, because
Minimum, yeah. I think
yeah,
four-
and maybe we may even have 2 meetings in 1 month if we get closer. I'm going to need a little bit of time. This first piece here, it's going to take me a little more time than probably other pieces later on, and I've got to sort through what team members I have to bring back into probably the architect if we're going to look at one thing I can do right up front is we can look at each site. We can look at property size, zoning, locations, natural resources, setbacks, what sort of physical space we have to build in. And is it water, is it septic, how's the access? We can go through all of that pretty quickly. But if I want to start doing some space plans, that's gonna need Nathan a little bit to sit down with the architect and to sort of vet through some potential layouts.
Can we get fire chief in here as soon as possible? Because I'm curious if we went the route of redoing the buildings that we have? Are they going to want those sprinkled now because they're coming up to code? You know, just, I wouldn't mind getting the fire questions answered pretty quickly. If possible.
I have a question. The sprinkler thing seems to be a big issue that I guess I don't know the background to it, and
So this will read a digest version of this. We kept the square footage down below the state requirement for sprinklers.
okay.
And our ordinance didn't allow for that. We also brought the building into 3 envelopes with 3-hour burn walls in between them. And they required 120
2-hour.
gallon tank or something.
Yeah, I don't
can't
remember off, but
the first shot, it was expensive. And we asked the fire marshal at that point, does this require sprinkles? And under the state, it did not. However, our town ordinance, it does. So that's where that has
Okay, so that's
generated.
all right. That's
So I
the
think
part
that's
that's the part I'm missing.
Really?
And real quick, what's the difference in cost? Sprinkler, no sprinkler, roughly.
It was, the first round was heinous.
I would be, we want to look at that
Yeah,
again.
we wanna look at
I'll probably reach out to somebody like
Yeah,
PCM.
that figure, be careful, please,
Yeah.
because
There was a lot of numbers.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that answer
please,
yet.
especially since we're on public.
Yeah.
So if we had the fire chief come out, just, we don't even need to answer that question.
That's a
yet.
great
That'd be
idea.
great.
Why don't we, if we could
We
do
have
that
to
in
do this
mid-August,
too.
could
Yeah,
we
we-
do that in next couple of weeks or something? And-
If-
Yeah, I would suggest him and probably Wayne too,
Yeah.
the fire inspector here.
And if I could add on to what Nathan was saying, but just for transparency, I know one of the issues with the ordinance, just like Nathan has said, the question became, hey, we made all these people ahead of us
Right.
sprinkle, but we're going to change the ordinance for us now. And I thought the optics was that was going to be really bad for us, so.
So one of the things in meetings in these kind of meetings that have cost a lot of time, if we had a list of questions that we could give to the fire department prior to the meeting, so they could be prepared for the questions and answer them, any of the people that we bring into this, I think that would be very,
Yep.
it would move things along a little faster.
I agree.
I think it would get us a better answer for the question instead of off the cuff.
And let them do the research before
Correct.
they come here
Yep.
to answer the questions.
Yep.
Is that a motion, Mr. White?
No. Can I make it a motion? I don't know if we need one.
Yeah,
I
there's,
think maybe at our next meeting, we can develop a list of questions that we want presented to any specialty groups coming in and present that to them early so they're prepared to answer our questions.
And if the fire guys are coming in next month, can we do it by email, just like, hey, these are some of the questions?
Yeah, that's
That way
what
save
I
all
would
the time.
think that can we do that, Owens? Or Chair?
As
Chair,
far
do
as, I
that?
think we can.
Yes.
Compile the questions, send it to them email
I
wise.
think that's a great idea. It's a lot more
I think
expeditious.
if we get a distro maybe email between the committee here, so that way we can kind of bounce things, say, hey, I thought of this.
Right.
And just kind of throw it amongst the group, and then the chair can put all the questions together.
Maybe just have like a due date, like a week or two prior to our next meeting to have that questions submitted to them. I'm sure they don't need more than a week.
seems like maybe that
think it's a
meeting
great
should be the end of August, because there's some work, there's some time. It's going to go by fast, so.
Yes, yeah.
It almost seems like our next meeting, end of August, maybe invite the fire chief, the inspector, and I wouldn't mind seeing if we could get the code enforcement officer to attend. Because I've got to go, whatever we do, we've got zoning, site plan,
Yeah,
permits to go get, and
that's a great idea.
we ought to involve them early on. Do we, who would be in charge of setting up a date and a time? Are you going to?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
With help from Mel and Melissa posting it, but
Okay.
yeah, we can, so you're thinking
And towards the end of
towards
August?
the end of August?
Yeah.
Could we do the 27th possibly? Or you want to continue to do Wednesday? Wednesdays, it doesn't, Tuesdays is busy here, obviously. but-
Yeah, I would stay away from Tuesdays, say, I think Wednesdays, budget finance is usually third Wednesday.
We're on the 20th in
So
August.
that's the 20th.
20th, okay.
Let me just make sure there's no planning board.
Zoning boards of appeals got canceled, correct? Or is that for
That got canceled 29th. It's scheduled for 26th, so 27th is available.
Okay.
For this committee.
The 27th?
Yeah.
Of August.
That works.
Okay. Same time?
Wait, I said 26th.
Please.
27th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get home.
6 PM?
Yeah, well, today on 302, I almost didn't make it.
Oh, jeez.
That's what was going on.
Work at this time of year.
For some reason, my,
Meetings last night, I didn't get them until after.
Your handy assistant didn't,
well, I'm not sure it recorded.
They're paving it, so I got out of select.
Sorry. Maybe I forgot to charge it up.
Till 9.
Good.
that's all right, we can pull the.
That's
video.
awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to put the 27th of August.
At least Route 11 is done. That was getting to be a pain.
And then at that time, set the next meeting dates.
6 PM?
Yeah.
Is it-
6 PM on the 27th, and we'll have questions in the next couple of weeks so that we can invite the other folks here for that 27th meeting.
Yep, start
And
compiling
the
the
fire and
agenda
CEO and.
questions. That'd be great.
It's on my calendar.
So I got one more question. Budget? Budget on what we're looking to possibly spend through this process financially? Do we set one, or do we?
Do we still have money left over from?
83 or 4,000 left over from the 150 that was budgeted for this.
So, what is your thoughts on what we would possibly need from that?
I don't know yet.
$1,000.
I mean, where it gets
We're getting
costly is when I start bringing in architects and my structural and mechanical engineers, and they start spending time going through things and looking at it. That starts to rack up bills pretty quickly. But I would say at this point, I don't know that I fully understand what I'm going to need to do yet. I have a sense of what I need to do between now and August, and I think if you still have that money, that's more than enough for this point. And let's see how it goes, and we'll revisit it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Just a question, Joe, will you spearhead the questions going out, or how does?
Yes, I can do that. So if we have a email chat, email.
I know you're busy.
We can compile it. And
Okay.
when you and I and the vice chair working on the agenda, I could send those questions out.
Okay.
In advance, and I'll give them both a phone call tomorrow just to prep them.
Let them know it's coming.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I get a bunch of questions and not know. So
Perfect.
I'll give them a call tomorrow as well.
And the CEO too, right?
Yes, and
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Nate, just to kind of go with what you were asking on the budget and him mentioning engineers and, bringing in the structural and all the folks. You already have some of that data, correct?
I do.
From 16, I know it's been a while, but I mean, I think as a committee, we can take that, rather than spending any more money reassessing, we can look at an assessment from 16 and assume that it didn't get better.
Right.
And that's our baseline, rather than spending any money bringing in an engineer to say, oh, hey, yes, it's now 9 years older. We know that's the baseline, and that'll give us a rough idea, I think, as a committee, to have enough education once we look at that to say, okay.
All the information we have for the building facilities assessments containing to this are 3 years old.
Okay.
Those were done in 21, I think, or 22, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, whatever that was.
So it's very recent data that tells us what the condition of that building is, and we shouldn't have to spend money on a structural engineer to go look at it again.
Reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, at this point, I'll be careful. I'm not proposing to bring them in immediately. I think the architect would be more involved, because I need somebody who can draw up floor plans and understands codes and egress locations and fire separation walls and all the space planning that goes into it. That's more the architectural side of it. And so I would probably recommend that we do that first before we spend any additional time on other stuff.
Joe, do we have somebody in office now that's doing grants or applying for grants?
No.
Okay.
No, it's kind of Melissa. She's our admin for a bunch of departments there, but she's taken on a few of those grants, and right now it's kind of spread. Some public safety do some of their own grants, and right now town manager, me, is doing some of those as
Okay.
well, so.
I was going to request if we can just lob it out to Steve. I'm sure a lot of these grants are probably drying up.
Yeah, and I can put it out to, I have a network with town managers now. I can kind of a listserv, so I can put that out as well, see if there is anything that we could.
And
key in on.
do you know of any available funding options on this?
Well, I get that question a lot. Everybody's after money. I'm just not aware of any out there. I mean, you get a little bit of money if you build a new building and you use LED lights and you use VRF heat pump technology and stuff like that. There's Efficiency Maine. You get a little bit of money from those guys. But as far as block grants, money for building municipal facilities, it's not historic, you know.
What about something like if it doubles as a shelter? You know, for the town. Hey, this is we have a.
You mean like a Maine Emergency Management
Right.
Agency or somebody like that? FEMA, I mean,
I can do a little research on my end.
Yeah,
too,
see.
and see what I can find out.
I think code-wise, that would get us into a different code, and we wouldn't want to, I don't think we'd want to go there.
So
Norway, I think it was Norway, built their public works garage on the community block grant, but that was 18.
I don't know, you could check to see.
Do we know how Harrison did theirs? Was that straight up vote funded?
Straight up funded, yeah.
I know that, like, I worked with Matt Bors down in Waterboro. We got an emergency generator funded through FEMA, but we had to document, they did it at one of their schools, but we had to document that there was an emergency shelter and there was other space available, and we met certain criteria for sheltered space. And I don't remember what all that was, but that was a little bit tougher to get, and it wasn't super big money, but it was a little bit.
And like I said, I'll do a little research
Yeah.
too. I've got a couple people I can reach out to.
I can look at the community development block grant too, as well.
I can find out what that, a little more details on
Yeah.
that, but I believe it was that's what it was, a community block grant.
Yeah.
It's also a different county.
And there's nothing like a SRF for public works.
It's an interesting question.
Hmm.
It was,
Start selling bottles and cans.
Donate all the.
well, I could ask Sarah Hansen. I see her; she's with the SRF program quite frequently. But I
didn't know if there was
I don't think
any
so.
type for public works versus what SRF is for. So
Just to see, because that would be a question I think the public would probably
Yeah.
discuss if we said, hey, so we looked into this and there's nothing.
I would like to exhaust every.
Yep.
Yeah.
Say we
As a
looked
committee,
out.
I think that's kind of our
Absolutely.
charge.
One of the other, it's just in the starting phases, is we've been talking to the town of Casco about doing a shared facility. We would be the owner of the building and doing their vehicle maintenance, and maybe that's something we look at. Maybe it's a shared facility where they pay for part of the building. I don't know if it's anything they're interested in. It may not be, but we're not that far outside of Casco, and we've already kind of opened up the communication on that.
How many vehicles total would you think that would?
Casco,
They don't have very many.
he's got 4 in Public Works, I think. The fire department, I have no idea. They got a couple of staff cars at the town office.
They can use our old buildings. How about that? We'll rent it.
Yeah, rent out the old buildings.
Yeah, they can use these too.
Yeah.
We'll build a new one and
Right.
we'll fund it that way.
Joe, ask Southern Maine Regional Planning if they are aware of any. If you don't mind, reach out to them and see if they're aware of any grants. Sometimes they have their own grant writers in there.
What about if we put the parking ticket revenue from Route 302 by the town launch?
Nobody pays those. Those are IOUs.
That's right.
Hey, they're just as good as money.
Some good ideas.
We went after, in Gorham, I helped them, they went after an earmark for a bunch of money to do some sewer and water infrastructure through Collins' office, but that failed miserably.
Yeah.
We got one. up
Did-
the bridge.
did- Yeah. Oh, did you get some money?
Yeah, we got an earmark.
Oh, good. Here's our grant writer right there.
Yeah, that's right. And Joe, were you going to check on the public portion of the meetings?
I'll check it with that with Mel, yeah.
You know, obviously, there's a need.
There is an interest.
Yes.
This has been advertised, it's been on both signs for
Since
I
March or so.
March, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been on the calendar on, yep.
March 26th.
Okay.
All right, Chair, do we need anything else this evening?
The calendar's a pretty good indicator of what's going on. I don't think a lot of the public knows about it. Not saying that they're uneducated.
Careful.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's easy. I actually just learned about it not too long ago, and I've been in the town stuff for a while. But it is kind of nice. You're 2 clicks away from knowing what's going on and getting in a meeting, so it's not that hard.
Yes.
Yes. The only thing on here was discussing the need for a site visit, and personally, I don't need one. Nathan's already given me one in the past, so I don't need a site visit to our existing buildings.
No, just for the
committee?
Yeah. I'm all set.
I'm set.
I'm all set too. I've seen them all.
Seen where Nate works.
And Bill, I don't know about Bill, but
I think Bill's probably seen him too.
he's probably seen him. Yeah.
He's been in the couple.
I'm familiar with Nate's sites.
I like the way you said that.
Great.
Is there anything else on the agenda here?
I think we've
So is this format how we're putting these meetings together? The questions, sort of the information we did today, is that sort of what you expected? Is there
We'd like to
I
see
think
the
so,
questions.
and then all of our questions presented back to us at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And then we'll have our other questions, and we'll get presented that information as well. And I think at that point, we should be a little more educated as to what we're going to need to do going forward.
I'll make sure I send Joe a bunch of stuff that he can share. Homework assignments, right?
Send it, yeah. And then, yeah, we'll work on the agenda, chair and vice chair, and with Owens as well, kind of his points that he's going to present to. So I think that'll be a good start. And then after August, I think, or at the August meeting, we can kind of set that timetable maybe a little bit more firm to see if we can hit that January date.
I think a lot of our questions will be answered at that next meeting,
Yeah.
and then we generate a lot smaller list of what we want at the next meeting. So
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I guess you need to adjourn. I can't leave yet.
As long as everyone's, hey, thank you. You want to do that, Sean? Yeah. Any further comments, questions, or from anyone? All right, motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Second.
Motion adjourned.
Their mindset is when they did this, it makes no sense to not take, to me, a small portion of $67,500 and allocate it to the bus and be a community member, a member of the Lakes region, and do our part towards something that if everybody else didn't do it, there would be no bus service. And then it all comes tumbling down, because if you're trying to get to Portland for a doctor's appointment, if you're trying to get to Portland because you're visiting, it suddenly doesn't work, because then there's not the mass transit. I don't believe this service would allow you to travel in a private car all the way to Portland, correct?
It would not.
Okay. So I would really urge on the bus. I do think that there is usage of it. And anyway, that's enough.
I think it's, personally, again, this is the first time the public's talked on this level, and I would say that the fact that 5 of us didn't think of the idea of saying, could we put 15 or 12 towards the bus service, is on us. it didn't occur to me. I was with Derek thinking, what if it doesn't work? We have $67,000 invested. And at that time, I'm thinking, well, we could always use that for the bus instead of canceling. However, that said, there's a bit of time between now and then. We certainly have a town manager that could call up and say there was an issue raised, and if it's not too late before the next meeting in the vote, it would make it more appealing and probably a stronger vote if we could shift some of the funds into the bus. It would also save you money and gas going to Wyndham 2 or 3 times a day if you don't line them all up, because the goal was to line up common riders at the same time. And I don't think there's anything wrong unless perhaps it's going to change the warrant, which is why I raised the question now before the next meeting.
What I would say is, no, you keep the article as it is, and you have discussions with them. Say, listen, we're giving you, we're doing this. Will you now stop in Raymond too? That's a pickup point. Because if you look at it, he's developed this figure.
Yes.
Or something. So,
I like that.
he can do some manipulations internally to say, okay, they're giving us $67,000. We'll stop there. And
I like the compromise.
Well, you know what we can do to negotiate this is to tell him that with this 67.5 that we're giving him, and if they do stop in Raymond, that more people will use this, because right now it's on a trial basis, and if we use it for 3 months and the turnout's not great, then we're not going to renew.
That's a good point.
If you do stop in Raymond and we use this service and then the numbers are up and high, next year we're going to renew this service and keep going with it. If not, it might fall out and they don't get any money. So it might be beneficial to them to take on stopping in Raymond, because it'll bring their numbers up and it'll keep it on the books longer.
2 good points.
And I wouldn't disagree with any of that, to be quite honest with you. The sense I got, if my memory serving me, as far as the presentation by Mr. Libby at the select board meeting, was that he stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, on that route from Bridgeton to Portland, how many other towns are using the minivan service?
None.
He said there was one, I believe, and it's a demonstration, or it's a 1-year trial.
That may have been Westbrook.
In Wyndham.
It was Wyndham.
And that was it.
Wyndham, yeah.
Wyndham has their own. That's
Wyndham
right.
has their own.
So I would think that from a business perspective, if this community is successful with it and there's good feedback from it, it's only going to benefit his business.
Well, and they want to expand this to the other towns as well.
So why not use Raymond as a trial?
Right, and their excuse was the other bus was working well in another town and they're trying to get it to us. And it makes logical sense to go from the most populated and work its way down and convince every town on the way down.
Sure, so it's a good business move for them. I would think that that's all what comes out during the negotiation.
Good input.
Other questions on number 19? Okay, Article 20. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $13,250 for provider agencies, $1,500 for Crescent Lake Watershed Association, $750 for Lake Region Chamber of Commerce, $10,000 for the Thomas Pond Dam restoration, and $1,000 to be used at the town manager's discretion.
I'm ready to negotiate these down.
No, but till you can go down.
Any questions on the provider agency side? Article 21. See if the town will vote to appropriate. See if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $2,221,180 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all other categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. That's our "we'll take your money" article. Article 22. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, and other funds provided by any other entity, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road use assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, veterans assistant reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, state grant or other funds. It just says, if you'll send us money, we'll take it.
Are you sending us money, Rolf?
I don't think there's much to send this year, but. Article 23. To see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein in the public interest. This is the one that says if you've got an emergency down a private road and, we have to have Nate plow it, that they can do that, because otherwise we don't plow private roads.
Life safety.
Any questions on that? Article 24. To see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance $642,568 for employee benefits liability. Well, that's not a raise, it's using it because there wasn't some proper accruals done back years ago for unused sick time and unused vacation. It kind of reminds me of, I think it was about 25 years ago when the school went through that, when they hadn't allocated for the summer pay, and they ended up having to do a catch-up article like that. So this will be a decreasing value each year.
Peter Levitt to Levitt Road, and I know that that's a little staggering figure there, and I understand, Ralph, what you're saying. It will decrease each year. I dealt with it on the corporate level for a number of years with accruals of sick time, vacation time, holiday, and the like. And I believe the way the accountant described it is it was an unfunded liability. Right. In other words, you're incurring that expense. It could happen at any time, but there's no money designated to pay for it.
Right.
And that's what we've done.
Yep. Correct. Article 26, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement in the amount not to exceed $1,600,000, not including interest or other legal fees, or on such terms as may deem available for the purpose of purchasing a new stock ladder truck, and raise an appropriate amount not to exceed $187,348.08 for payments due in fiscal year 2025. So this is our bonding article for the new fire truck. Questions on that? Article 26, intentionally left blank. I hate that statement. When you have a page that says intentionally left blank, there's something on it. It's not blank.
I think Peter's going to put the bus in there.
Yeah, I have to say something about the blank article. I just ask, just for the sake of information, what was that article?
Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was.
I believe it was a comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Which will get discussed later on tonight, too.
Correct.
Oof. Article 27. Okay, now we're getting into land use ordinance changes and issues there. So Article 27 is Article 4, Section 2B, number of copies, and Article 5, Section 2B, number of copies, and Article 6, Section 2A, number of copies, and Article 7, Section B, number of copies, and of the subdivision ordinance be adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4th, 2019, and Article 10.3A.3B, applications, and Articles 10.4A.3, submission requirements of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, and amended through June 11, 24, be amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout. And that information those informations you'll find on this appendix sheet there. So I don't know if you want to just kind of reiterate where those changes came from, but it really came down to the number of copies of things that needed to be supplied to the planning board for reviews, because a whole lot more is being done electronically instead of paper-wise. If I've summed it up correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
David Brown from 91 Tenny Hill Road again. As I said before, I do engineering, so I spend a lot of time looking over things like this. And so I had some questions or comments about it. A couple of maybe for the future housekeeping items would be, these days you don't have to put the numbers in parentheses. That's an old-fashioned thing from when you couldn't read things before, I guess. And I know when you do it, you're doing it the normal way, kind of. You're putting small numbers in parentheses most of the time, and we have a 40 in parentheses, which, that's a thing for later. The use of shall, and there's one use of shall that really means must, and most of the shalls mean this and that. And the Supreme Court a few years ago decided that shall doesn't mean what you think it means. So in my engineering work, you say shall, meaning you must do this. And they said, somebody got away, convinced the Supreme Court that, well, it doesn't always mean that. So, I understand that like state laws are full of shall, and I think you want to address how you use it so that it makes more sense. So, like down at the bottom, at the bottom of the addendum page, you've got complete shall be returned to the applicant. Now that's kind of a typical governmental legal thing, but above that you say shall be submitted, and then you mean must. So it's just perhaps that's actually an old thing. It's not a change right now, but just we could work on that a little bit. My main question though was, each one of these is talking about copies, paper copies, PDF copies, electronic copies, and each one of these addendum items, well, there's a wide variation in how those are worded. So you've got some that say 12 paper copies. So the first one says 12 paper copies, including some paper copies and a digital copy. And the way it's punctuated, you would think that the digital was part of the paper copies. Sounds silly, I know, but then the next one down, you say 12 copies, and then it says 12 physical copies and 1 digital copy, and the next one says physical copy and physical copy. Another one says copy and physical, then physical, and it just switches back and forth. And if this is the language that's going into an ordinance, that's going to be, that, apparently can't be changed, it's printed here, so that's what it's going to be. It's kind of too bad that, that it gets into this point and you've got all these different formats. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to clean that up before it becomes an ordinance, but I know we've said here before you can't really change something once it's out to vote. So I guess just wanted to bring those things to your attention, that those ought to be cleaned up.
We didn't have that. Comment on that, or? So I don't want to put words in his mouth.
The word shall is in a lot of our ordinances. To go through our ordinances and to reword shall, that shall take a very long time, I would say.
Shall take a lot of time.
I mean, I'm all for trying to clean up the language. I guess I could invite you to come to the planning board ordinance meetings when we're doing that, and we can kind of, parse the words and figure out how to make it as clear and consistent as possible. Outside of that, I mean, we haven't had a subdivision come through in a year, so some of these things, I think people understand. And to your point, I've seen shall, and I've seen it described exactly as you say, as must. So I'm not familiar with the Supreme Court case where they kind of have taken that definition and said, it means must, but not always. So I really can't add any more to that.
But I will say, at the state level, in any of the state laws, if it says shall, that is a mandate. If it says may or anything else, then is recommended, but not, but if it says shall, that is that is an absolute. And that's any of this, any of the state laws that are written now, that's the defining thing there, and that's in the definition sections way back in some document someplace back in Augusta.
We follow state law, not government law anyway in Maine, so we don't do feds. Just state.
Nothing.
And
11 Road, I would assume that all language on ordinances is reviewed by the town attorney.
Correct. Yeah, because he's the one that's going to defend it if it ends up there. So, other questions on 27? Article 28. Shall Article 10.3A 10A, expiration of approval of land use ordinances adopted May 21, 1994, as amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeouts. And this is a administrative clarification on the standards for approvals on extension of permits. Questions on that? Article 29, shall Article 5.5, footnote 3, street design standards of the Town of Raymond Street Ordinance adopted May 18, 2002 and amended through June 2, 2015, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeout text. And this is a clarification on the reviewing authority. Questions there? Article 30, shall Article 6.3E.3 appeals procedure of the land use ordinances adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in Addendum 5. And this is administrative, aligning appeals notices and the time frames with the state statutes, which we always like to be in sync with the state. Questions? Article 31. Shall Article 6.2.B.1, shoreland and road frontage, Article 6.4E, piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over and below normal high water lines of water bodies within wetlands of the Town of Raymond shoreland zoning as adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language and the diagrams and removing the language in the strikeout in Addendum 6. And so this is one that was dealing with, if I'm correct here, it was dealing with the size, the max size things could be and the configurations that they could be on docks.
Yeah, and make sure, in line with the state laws about docks.
Article,
Question about that.
Yep.
This is, we're on question AC, right? So make sure I didn't get
Yes.
Okay. This one, I was concerned, I wasn't quite sure that the language was absolutely clear, even though you're working on it. But it says, shall separately meet or exceed the following minimum frontage requirements for both shore and road frontage. And are we sure that the interpretation of that, saying both shore and road frontage, couldn't lead someone to say, oh, item A, residential per dwelling 225 feet, couldn't they go to a court and say, both, I only need 225 feet for both shore and road frontage. I know it says separately above that, but it just didn't strike me as absolutely definitive that somebody couldn't argue that they could actually have a half of that on the shore, or 100-foot road frontage and 125 feet of shore frontage or something.
I think that's why they added separately.
I mean, so I guess what you're saying is, say somebody had if the minimum lot size would be 225 in the water, 225 on the road is what you need for a lot. They could argue that they have 450 feet, so then they could have 2 lots. Is that kind of what you're?
I was almost thinking they could argue.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I was kind of thinking they could argue that the 225 was all they had to have, the way it's worded. So I guess has the attorney looked at that and made sure that that's the right way to go?
So I guess what I'd say is, no new lot can be created without 225 feet of frontage on both the water, and any lots that are smaller than that are already grandfathered. So they're able to have a dock, even if you have less than 225. So this is for new lots, and you couldn't create a new lot that had less than 225 feet of frontage on either of them.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it that there are other parts of the land use ordinance that work with this, and they can't just take this piece separately without those others.
Right. Right. So the 225 we're referencing here, it comes straight from the minimum lot standards.
Mhm.
So to have a lot, you need 225 and 225. Any lots that are less than that can't be created. They'll be an illegal lot.
Okay. As long as you feel safe. Don't want you to get in trouble.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah, there. Article 32. Shall Article 12.2, terms defined in the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as in Addendum 7. So this was clarifying some definitions on solar. So
So I think
that's been a hot topic over the years. Let's make sure everybody understands where it is.
Right. So I think that it was simply to just clarify that, kind of make the distinction between, an at-home or a solar system that's used just to offset your energy costs, and then a system that is grid tied to be for profit. And we just wanted to make sure that the few commercial entities that are not in a commercial zone didn't think because they were a commercial operation that they couldn't have a solar system that just was there to simply offset their costs. Just to kind of clarify that just a little bit. And that was really the crux of the language change there.
Questions on Article 32? Article 33. Shall, Section 3, Administration, Section 6, Compliance, and Section 7, New Construction and Subdivisions of the Town of Raymond Addressing Ordinance adopted May 15th, 1997, and amended through June 5, 2018, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as in Addendum 8. This is clarification of reviewing authority on that. I thought that was the one also that changed the size of the letter.
Last chance.
Yep.
So
Yep.
this one here, I might have some recommendations for you, or if you wouldn't mind, but not today. But just in how this was worded, because I thought there were places where you started out and saying you had 4 inches up here, then you went down here and you said 4 inches again, and there was kind of a lot of repetition and things that maybe we could work on. But my other main question is, where's the enforcement? I've been here 26 years, and we had this thing then. I was supposed to put a number on, and we did. We have a great number on our mailbox. And I just don't see any change in most of the houses and businesses around here, except for I know the town gives away free numbers, although I think those are now too small because now they need to be 4 inches. But I'd just like to see some enforcement on this thing. I think every year, and really get this thing going and get every house and every business to have these numbers on them.
I think this is for new applications and new stuff. The other ones are grandfathered, so it's not going to change every house in Raymond. If they had a 3-inch number before, they're probably not going to change it to 4 because they don't have to technically.
And is that truly how this is written, that this is for new houses? Because I see all owners of structures shall by the date stipulated display and maintain. It seems like we were at the time when this was first written, calling on the people of the town to take care of their homes and make it so that the fire department can find them.
I asked that question, and it was your grandfathered in when we were discussing it before it got on here. And if you're already there, then you're all set. If it's new, then you need to be in compliance with the 4-inch.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll just say I think that's a shame. I think we ought to be able to step up the encouraging. I mean, we're not in the business of forcing people to do things. It's not worth, we don't have that's code enforcement time and money.
Yeah.
But the more we could encourage this, the better. Thanks.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'll just say I had brought this up at other meetings before. This is a great Eagle Scout project. There was an Eagle Scout who actually did this in Wyndham, who raised the money, got the numbers, and went, picked a neighborhood or so many neighborhoods for his project and changed all the numbers. So reach out to Troop 800, see if the Eagle Scout needs a project, and they could go in some of the older neighborhoods and change the numbers to the new 4-inch for some people who maybe can't do it for themselves.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, and as far as enforcement is concerned, after 25 years in appeals of zoning ordinances in the town of Raymond, what I can tell you is most of the times that we got notified of a violation, it was because of a neighbor. So I would say, basically dropping a dime on someone, as the term was called. But the bottom line is, I believe enforcement would be whenever there's a difficulty of a town service to locate an address. There'd be a mechanism to report that and just say it's a violation. So if rescue goes down and they're called into a home, it's a new home and they can't find it, then that would drive some of the enforcement.
Any other questions on things on the warrant? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Move into the regular select board meeting. Next item, consideration of supplemental assessment. Kurt, you're on.
Good evening, Kurt LaBelle, assessor's agent. So I have one supplemental tax I'd like the board to consider. I have a property owner who's enrolled in the tree growth classified land program who wishes to voluntarily withdraw 3 acres of classified land out of his 23-acre total. So I've calculated the penalty and provided it to the taxpayer. It's $1,211.40. And I recommend that the Board of Assessors go ahead and issue that supplemental tax, withdraw the property from tree growth.
Motion.
One question? Yep. Kurt, I'm just curious what the valuation of that lot was when is this a fine or is that the tax for the lot like it was a building lot?
It's a penalty that's statute defines how we calculate the penalty.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily what they paid in tax in past doesn't play in. The penalty in this case tends to be a little lower because this property already has 3.5 acres out with a house on it that they pay full freight tax on that already. So when I calculated the penalty, I used a lower rate.
Different prorated.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not a building lot. It's more or less, they probably want to make a lawn or something like that.
Yeah, if it could, what he's going to do with it when he gets it out, that's up to him. If this property had been wholly enrolled, for instance, there was 25 acres all in tree growth, I would have calculated the penalty on a building lot value, and the penalty would have been $12,000.
Yeah, I'm just for future knowledge, Thank you.
I can just read part of that, right? So I'll motion to take these 3.6 acres of unclassified land out of tree growth with a penalty amount of $1,211.40
You just identify the,
for, let's
just
see.
identify the parcel, the
I'm trying to
34
find it.
Furling Road.
1,211.40.
I can go book and page. I don't see the.
No, go up. Just,
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Located at 34 is it Furlong Road though? Not Furling Road.
Furlong Road.
Huh?
Furlong Road.
Okay. So this one, oh, that's just an email. That's wrong in there, but 34 Furlong Road, tax map 18-18-K.
is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
So the warrants for that are coming down the table, and I'll submit those to the tax collector tomorrow, and she'll initiate a tax bill for it.
Three 3.6. Okay. Oh, can I see that?
Okay, next item, Community Resilience Partnership Grant. So, not sure which one you're going to do it. Is it going to be John or Brian? Or are you going to tag team?
John Rand, 20 Dryad Woods Road. Greetings, Select Board. Good to see everybody. It's good that we approved, or at least it passed the warrant, that we can accept funds from other state sources or other sources. Because here's an opportunity that has been around for about 4 years in Maine, Community Resilience Partnership, that is a funded by, I'm going to get Brian to pass out a couple of these things. I don't have enough for everybody, so you guys are going to have to share. This came to us actually during the comp plan last year, and it wasn't something the comp plan was set up to do. Here's another one. Yeah, I can send that. Yeah, there's another one there. But we kind of tabled it for future consideration, and it may well be the last round of grants that are still available for this program. And what you've got in front of you now is some examples of other towns across the state to the tune of 200 or so other towns that have participated in this. Grant funding is limited in this round to $75,000 per town. And the folks from North Star Planning who guided us through the comprehensive plan are prepared to help us apply for this funding and guide us on selecting an appropriate set of actions or funding targets. So it's pretty straightforward. There's a little bit of a timeline. I won't say crunch, but in the next month we need to get a set of priorities together, picked probably from this material that we have you guys have in front of you, but also received at a listening session, I think up to 2 of them, that the North Star folks will moderate and manage. So we need to get a little word out around town for having folks attend that workshop. But the idea is that we target from the range of opportunities there what we think is is would be most useful for Raymond. And in my own view, I'm looking at Nathan White, and I'm looking at yeah, he sat down again, and I'm looking at Bruce, and I'm thinking about public works, culverts, and fire protection, and wildfire protection, and those are two of those examples are in the package that you folks have now. So I think what we were asking from the select board tonight is first we certainly try to answer questions that you might have or concerns, but we have a sample agreement that's in the package that you have, and it's a resolution that the board would vote on a resolution to participate.
Is there a time frame of when the funds have to be spent by? Do you know? I'm sure there is, but do you know?
I'm not aware of. I think it might have a 2-year fuse on it, but this application, if it goes in at the end of July, or even actually as late as August, there'd be, I think, a 2-year run to be making progress on it. But I don't know that. That's a good question. I can get.
I mean, I only say that because we have there's a lot of these on here that other towns have used just to upgrade buildings, make them ADU accessible, heat pumps, things like that, more energy efficient.
Yep.
And if we grab that building up the road, it'd be a nice place to upgrade things up there and dump some money of that.
Jordan's
just
Mall.
an idea. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think the listening sessions will be an important piece to get a broad community input on how best to spend this money. There's another version of this grant that we chose not to pursue. The dollars go up by another 100,000 to 175K, but they are regional projects, and you're participating with several other towns, which I saw basically that extra $100,000 would probably go into just communicating and interacting with another town in trying to find grants. So I kind of opted for this version, which keeps it in Raymond, and we can focus on what we need most here.
The last page of this on the energy efficient priority grant awarded, the bigger numbers, 100,000, 200,000. Is that what you're talking about with that one or not? Is that still town?
I said 75 is the highest I go.
Because these are Town of Millinocket, Norway, Otisfield, all these guys got.
Yeah, those guys went in as a cluster.
So they did?
They got the big dollar amounts that apply for that cap on this one.
6, I got you. So 6 of those got the whole
200 or whatever.
And is that already done?
Are those projects done?
Did they get that? Are these awarded or are these?
These, I believe they are. Most of them probably are, because it came out in like 2021.
Yeah.
And it was NOAA funding that the state, that is in the state's accounting system. So the read from North Star is that there would be no risk of these funds going away.
Yep.
I
think this is why we need it in-house grant person, because some of these are pretty substantial amounts that would be beneficial. A lot of these have rooftop solars of upwards of $100,000 to $200,000, and if we're going to grab that building, that would have been an amazing.
That would be a good project right there in the heart of Raymond.
Can I ask you this question, John? I know that there was a lot of talk on the comprehensive board and plan, and a question I would have is, instead of having more meetings, is there anything we can just draw out of that plan? Because it's already had the public meetings and put into this. I know we don't want to rush things, but at the same time, I think they had you were on the board plan, on that committee. Wouldn't it be easier just to take those ideas that
from
we
the comp plan
directly into this?
I think it would certainly be useful. The comp plan itself would be quite useful, probably in steering us towards the right the right type of grant that we know from our surveys during the comp plan, areas of town that need, need more resilience in terms of washed out culverts or other infrastructure that needs attention. But I think the goal of the workshops will be to have the North Star folks walk us down through the opportunities and get a sense in whoever shows up that night as to what they feel the priority would be. And I would trust we'd also be able to influence it by Brian and I met with the North Star folks a couple months ago now, and so I think we'd certainly both be in attendance. And it does identify the need for a town contact, Joe. And I'm hoping you'd be able to say that shouldn't be a resident like me, but a town employee, and just because they could probably be a lot more responsive than I might be able to do. But I certainly plan on helping to see this through, assuming it's something that the board here tonight would be able to at least take a vote of in favor of pursuing it. I think is what we.
So does the North Star charge anything for?
Good question. They have a $10,000 grant that is not included in the up to 75 that we can get. That's already covered in another award to them.
And that's already awarded?
That's awarded, yeah. They have it, they're ready to go.
So I just need to make sure that we don't have to allocate any funds
to the planners.
So John, it looks like once you kind of enroll in this partnership,
yep,
you're kind of almost in like a mail-in list of grant opportunities. Is that kind of, and you can kind of choose from there what your direction is?
I think the workshops will certainly, that material will be made available to us, and that stuff you have some examples are all good projects for most towns. But I think the key is going to be to make it custom to Raymond is those listening sessions, and we'll need to do a good job getting that word out for those evenings.
Peter?
Yeah.
But don't run away, John.
So I agree with this whole process. I can tell you that in the draft comprehensive plan as it exists now, and if and when it ever gets approved by the town, it has in it both high priorities for culvert maintenance and for wildfire suppression. So all of that is contained, Dennis, in the comprehensive plan, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. Also, it has to be noted that in the vision for the comprehensive plan, resiliency is mentioned.
So essentially, what you're looking for at this point is just for us to tell you to continue on?
Continue on and with the process of getting the public input and getting the application into the state by, I think, August is even as late as September. But
step one is the resolution.
The resolution is key, and that would need to happen, I think, next month, or is where we made. So no later than July, maybe your July meeting. And you've got sample language there for the resolution.
So I mean, the resolution can be put on the next select board meeting, so that's fine.
That would be great.
Yeah, but I mean, from the standpoint of getting them on board and what knowing what to do, so things can start to get set up, then really, what you want is direction tonight that says continue on.
Continue.
Correct.
Anyone have an endorsement from us, right?
Yep.
You want to make a motion or just?
Sure.
I make a motion that the town of Raymond endorse and allow the forward movement on this resilient partnership program that has been put in front of us.
Second. All those in favor?
Excellent. Thank you much. Here, go.
It occurs to me that the former town manager mentioned at one of our comp meetings that, in fact, she was working with Kate Birch from North Star on a grant. So it might be worthwhile to research into that and see if, in fact, there has been some groundwork that was already done.
Yeah, and Kate's absolutely be with us on this going forward, so we can confirm that with her. Pete. Thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, next item, consideration of business license application for 2 Scoops.
Again, are there samples?
So is Corey here? Oh, okay.
So no samples through Zoom.
I'm here on the Zoom meeting. Can you hear me?
Yep. So why don't you just give us kind of a brief on what you're planning and whatnot?
Just a small ice cream shop, right downtown Raymond.
That's the one that used to be an ice cream shop.
The one that used to be?
Yeah, right next.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yogurt shop or something.
As
Page 7. No, page 1.
37.
Sorry. Page 1, but it's really 37.
So has the fire department been in to inspect yet?
So yeah, I had him and the food guy in to kind of give me a rundown of everything I needed to do. We're not quite there yet, but we wanted to get this in early, so once we're done, he can just come and check it again.
I have an update from.
If that makes sense.
If you want.
Yes.
Wayne's not able to join us tonight. He did say.
We're not getting it on Zoom.
He's done a preliminary walkthrough, and has created a list with Corey of things that need to be done, and Wayne is okay with saying
Conditional.
you can approve it conditionally, and he and the applicant will work together
Yep.
to finalize.
Well, seeing as it's a food service, it would be conditioned on both the fire and the state inspection.
Yeah, Stuart was there too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's next.
So I got a list from both of them on everything I need to get done. We're almost there. It's just
Yeah.
the emergency stuff we're putting in right now.
Sam made the motion.
Second.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Come get ice cream.
Yeah.
Have a nice night.
Thank you. Okay, next item, consideration of Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor as Health Officer.
Yep, I'd like to say thank you to Deputy Chief Leo O'Connor. He's decided to come forth and become our town's health officer, and also Chief Tupper, because he will be also the backup for Lee as well. So both of them are completed and getting their health officer certificates, and will be our point of contact for those meetings. So thank you for doing that, Lee.
Make a motion to accept Lee as the primary, Lee O'Connor as the primary local health officer, but the chief is the backup.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Just
what you're appointing is the health officer,
All right,
because
all right.
that's what
Yeah,
gets
all right.
what gets reported to the chief.
Change that.
Yeah.
To just Lee O'Connor
Right.
as the local health officer.
Was there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Okay. Next, Nathan, you're on. Discussion of traffic calming signs and the new MDOT recommendation.
All right. So we've been talking for a while about speed radar, the speed feedback signs. Right now we have one on a trailer. I was looking for pricing on them. I got 4 quotes. They range from $41.25 a piece up to $6,899 a piece per unit. The one we have on the trailer was donated from through DOT on a grant through them. What I'm recommending we do is we spend the summer moving it around town. I'm going to develop a schedule where it's going to be. It'll give us a little bit better, or a lot better, sampling of where the problem is. And this fall, I think we should make a plan at that point. We've got some stuff that we're doing. We're going to put up some new speed limit signs on Main Street. That seems to be where the biggest problem was from the little short sample that we had last fall. And the signs that are on the town side of Main Street aren't adequate enough. And I think changing that's going to help some. Other than that, I think we just need a little bit more research on this before we go any further. During this process, I had talked to DOT, and they brought up the intersection on North Raymond Road, the four-way intersection at Ganderbrook and North Raymond Road. And they are strongly recommending we change that to a four-way stop. I don't disagree with that at all. And they are offering up all the engineering, the signs. All we gotta do is install them for them. They're gonna be solar light lit signs, bigger than what we have over there. He's got a pretty good PowerPoint if you guys want to see it before that all happens. It's a lot of data, probably all the data that we already kind of figure on over there. But I'd like to go forward to that if we could.
And so, from my understanding, the only thing, the only expense we're going to have in that whole thing is restriping afterward, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The only thing that we're going to have to stripe there are the stop bars. We do most of those in town, are in-house. Yeah. And it'll be our labor putting the signs up. You're probably talking about, there's force. It's probably better part of a day. You're going to have to trim some trees for the solar lighting, for the solar power to the stop signs. And you're going to have 4 per lane. So coming north on North Raymond Road, you're going to have stop ahead and stop. Same coming the other direction. Same on Ledge Hill and the same on Shaker Woods.
Will they put out the notice signs for like a month or so before, so there's change in traffic pattern or something like that?
Yes. Yeah, they're going to supply me with a signboard, electronic signboard. So we'll put all the stuff up, cover it up. The signboard will go up, warning that there's a change coming. And I believe they do I think it's a 2 or 3 day test on it, I guess you'd call it. They activate it all, and then they're gonna close it back down for another week, and then they'll activate it completely. If that makes any sense.
Nope.
Yeah.
It doesn't, but
I think it's a great idea.
So they've got a lot of data. They did it over on Route 11, where 121 and Route 11 come into place. That's the closest one to us that they've done it to recently, and the outcome of that was incredible. They still have accidents, but they're nowhere near as severe because if traffic's going slower, somebody's going slower. But the results from that were incredible. The data that he sent me on that was quite eye-opening. And we have that intersection on North Raymond Road it's not in a high crash zone. It's been like 1.2 accidents a year. We had a couple years we had none, but it's pretty average. After that 0, there's 1 a year anyway.
problem is wintertime too, because if you're coming down the hill,
Yeah.
and if you hit ice, it's not even your fault. You're trying to stop, but the other people going the other way aren't stopping because they're not.
Most of them were on clear, dry roads.
Really?
Yeah, the data's it's concerning on people's driving habits.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's straight away where people try to go 100.
I think it's a great idea, and I'm ready to make a motion. I really am. I think it's a great idea.
I do too. Yeah. I second that.
Can I make a comment?
Second the motion he's about to make?
Yeah.
All right, good.
I like
Or
it.
even make
So I'd just like to make a comment on that as far as the, and ask Norm, first of all, when he was pricing these, feedback, in the range that you gave, what are the capabilities? Can they collect data? Do they have cameras? Do they count the number of cars, the speed? What are the options on that price?
All about the same options as we have. We don't have a camera on ours. When you got into the cameras, they went to 10, 12, 13 grand a piece. I looked for the stuff that we had the same basic data collection. It gives you time, average speed. It gives quite a bit of information. A lot of stuff that you'll never use, but it does traffic count.
Yep. No, respectfully, I would agree with that. A lot of that data you don't need, you'll never use it. I think that the question being that came basically from surveying the community through the comprehensive plan was the fact that there needs to be traffic calming on all of our roads. But short of having more police presence, my sense is that that's not going to happen. Maybe you spoke with him as well. Randy Ilian?
Yes.
Yeah. He's Maine DOT traffic engineer for District 1, which is what we're.
Correct.
What I asked him specifically was, I had mentioned before that the MDOT does enter into with other communities on group purchasing. So when they're purchasing these signs, they did let a municipality dovetail in to get that pricing. He said, unfortunately, currently there's no master agreement with the manufacturer of dynamic radar speed feedback signs. So he couldn't. He said that right now is not available. It was at one point.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It was at one point. Ours came when we got ours, that was right in that same program, but DOT was giving those out to the towns that put their hand up.
Yeah. And so he did recommend, and it's possibly the four you had, All Traffic Solutions, Coastal Traffic, TAPCO, and Traffic Logic. So those
Correct.
are the vendors that he says the MDOT is using, and that he said would get pretty good pricing and a quality product from them. And I guess what I'd say as far as the traffic calming strategy in general, it came up through the comprehensive plan through our surveys with the community, and also it was promoted a little bit more when I'm sure the people in this room remember there was a tragedy on Egypt Road in which 2 of our residents were killed. I think that more than just these traffic calming devices like radar feedback, we're going to have to do more in the future to make these roads safer. And when and if the comprehensive plan is ever approved, you'll read what some of the citizen feedback was when we did our surveys. But that being said, as far as the intersection you're talking about, absolutely that's dangerous. But I would tell you that, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, there's many dangerous intersections and areas. And strategically, my understanding of the science of traffic calming with the signage is that you place them strategically where there's going to be a change in speed. So if you're coming down this road, and there's a radar sign, let's say somewhere around the fire station, saying that the speed has changed from 45 to 35 or 30 because you're entering the school zone, that would strategically be the place where you'd want to place that type of a sign. Or let's say coming down into Main Street in the Village, people that are coming off 302 and doing 50 miles an hour that then come through the Village, that's where strategically at both ends of Main Street, that's where you'd have a sign, the sign's posted to try and alert them to slowing down.
We set them up on Main Street, was the one that I saw the highest fluctuation in speed. And when you come off, if you come off from 302 onto Main Street at 50 miles an hour, we're probably going to find out who it is. You're going to collect them up on the sidewalk there. But that's not to say they're not going 50 on that road. We didn't see anything that high. Everything was 35 to 40. And that's a 25 mile an hour zone down there, but the signage is very poor. Is Egypt Road, that was, I believe, was in the 40s. We had a couple of peaks in the 60 at night, but that doesn't have any speed changes. Once you get on there, it's set right at the beginning of the hill there. One of my plans is to go forward, research MPI with DOT on Egypt Road. Some of the problems with Egypt Road is the road itself. It's not a great road. It's not designed to carry the traffic that it has right now. But the problem is, I think it's a class 4 road in DOT's world. So the only improvements you can see on that road is if we get into a partnership with DOT.
And that was a recommendation of the comprehensive plan as well, that we have
Correct.
a master plan with Maine DOT to look at all of the roads in Raymond and see what strategies we can apply.
So DOT owns the maintenance on Route 85, 121, and Egypt Road. We've done 3 of those on 85 and 2 on 121, and the latest one was the Main Street project right in the village.
Yep.
So it is, we have history with doing them. They're getting a lot more money. Egypt Road, I think last year when I priced it out, was a little over, I think it was coming on to $2 million. So it's going to be involved bonding, and it's going to, we need to do a little more research before we jump into that.
Yep.
But the problem with that is you're going to flatten the road out, straighten it out, widen it out, make it so they can see better, and they're going to go faster.
Yep. No, I agree. The primary requisite is to get people to slow down. That's what you have to do.
So we don't pave them at all.
Yeah, leave it there. Yeah, that would be fun. Do it right after I retire.
Main Street was pretty slow when it was all tore up.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was pretty good. There's other things you can do. Stuff I really not a big fan of. It's a huge maintenance problem for us. Is speed tables. We did a couple down to Tasseltop. Joe's had some trouble with people down there. We had a woman that got run over by a car there. I think it was last summer, the summer before.
2 summers.
We're going to try them up down there. It's going to give us a chance to plow over them and see what they are. DOT's not a big fan of that, so I don't know as though you would see it on the state end of Main Street. And they don't recommend anything over, I think it's 35-mile-an-hour speed zone you put them in. But this, though, you can look at those, and we can talk about it later.
Run over and over.
Those create another whole bag of problems for you.
If I may, just really quickly, Grace Levitt Road. First of all, I'm celebrating loudly in my head about the North Raymond Road intersection because it's incredibly dangerous, and unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, they can't count the number of near misses. I wish, I don't want more accidents there, but there are many near misses. I've experienced them myself. It's just the angles of the roads that are crossing North Raymond Road in addition to the speeding. So yay, that is great to see that that's going to help be improved. I would just ask that not just Main Street was mentioned, you just mentioned Egypt Road again. I know that came up in a number of the conversations. I think we first brought this up actually prior to the October accident and public comment at a select board meeting. And I know that I've heard others mention Egypt Road is a problem area. Despite the data that you did find, I think that still may be something to be monitoring. I definitely would put in a plug for please be monitoring Raymond Hill Road. I don't know how you speed up a hill, but people do. And so we're out there a lot waiting for the bus, and it seems to be nonstop. And can you also put them on 85? Or are you saying that only DOT could put the mobile sign that you've got that you're going to be putting around this summer on 85?
I would have to call Randy, but I believe we were talking about that. I can request that from DOT, and they will take a look at it.
The only reason you may see fewer people speeding there is because they're tailgating me instead of actually being able to speed, unless they then are passing over the double yellow line. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Someone's on Zoom.
Yeah.
Sean.
Do it up.
Hey, Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. I know this is kind of work in progress, but I just want to thank Nathan because we brought this, kind of with the comprehensive plan and then the budget finance committee, but I really appreciate Nathan looking into this and doing the research on these different things. So just want to thank you for that.
Other discussion on the traffic calming?
I'd like to make the motion to move forward with the Public Works Director's plans on both locations.
Already seconded.
Seconded before it was first. Further discussion? All those in favor?
I will, I'll get hold of them tomorrow and I'll get a timeline on the North Raymond Road thing. I think it's, at all use state speed. I'm not sure how fast that works, but I will let the town manager know, and thank you very much.
Okay, next item.
Actually, I have one on that one. There's I saw quite a few accidents last year, I think 3 or 4 pretty bad ones with people gawking at the sunset or whatnot at Raymond Beach, and people don't turn in the right entrances and exits and did the do not enters. So they hit their brakes and they start back up again. And the speed limit there is for some reason like 50 miles an hour past the beach.
55, I think it is.
55 past the town beach. Not only do we have a beach there, there's kids there, there's all that, there's people looking, there's people going in the wrong way, and a half mile up the street is public safety building. It's just a weird place to have 55 mile an hour all the way up until maybe 200 yards before the light is when it drops down to 35.
So 302 is federal highway.
Yeah.
We tried, the year we put the public safety building in, we tried to get it reduced. We tried again when the beach went in. And they felt that it was a non-movable item.
I gotta sign one of
I
the
wonder,
papers.
I mean, I'm just wondering when that was, because I'm sure there's whoever was.
So the last time I called them on it, I think we had a pretty good hit out there. It was probably 4 years ago, and I talked to Randy at that point, and he wasn't interested at all. And I will poke him again.
Is it the same guy you're saying the whole time?
Randy was new. The people before he's new, not new, but he's
newer than the people that said no.
Correct. So let me
Let's
post
try
it,
that.
see what happens.
The thing that's interesting to me, Nathan, is that it's 55, and then when you get to Casco, it drops down, and then Naples.
Yeah.
And so the only stretch that's 55, unless you're coming back from Bridgeton, and then you have that, what they call the crash every week up there by the place right on the corner there, I can't think of where the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
They just drive off the road up there, and there's all kinds of crashes.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Yeah,
a friend of mine's
terrible.
son passed away there. That's a bad one.
And that's 45, because I know I got stopped for doing 50 there. So, but there's a lot of people passing me before I got stopped. But the point is, it's the only stretch on 302, and it's illogical with buses, as Derek just said, with boats, sidewalks right there. And if there's any way that we can even have someone come in front of the select board, I would like to have a debate with them on why there. Nowhere else.
That one crash that I saw where the Jeep went head over heels and hit somebody else was that same thing, because the person stopped to go in the do not enter, and then they realized it wasn't, and the person behind just didn't even slow down. It was a complete 55 mile an hour.
I think that was OUI too, if I remember correctly.
It was a lot of stuff, yeah. There's 4 accidents there in the past.
And 2 deaths at
last
the
year.
Wharf Road, back when I was first chief here. Now, I know that's a while back, but still, 2 kids died there. Anyway, I just would love to hear them tell our public why that one stretch seems to be logical to be 55
I have quite a few
miles an hour.
photographs of accidents from last year too, if they need to see visuals on it.
Now they've got a pretty good database on you ought to see the data that he has on just the North Raymond Road. They document everything, and it's scientific, I guess, and that's how they base the peaks on.
Once again, thanks, Nathan, for the work on those 2 locations.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Nathan. Okay, next item, consideration on comprehensive plans, next steps. So I know, Joe, you've been having some discussions with Tom.
Yes.
On, and I guess what I'm not sure, he's saying put it on the November ballot, or is he saying that we can't do a special meeting and do it, or?
Yeah. Peter, would you?
Tom didn't say to put it on the November ballot. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. To try to bring this comprehensive plan home, we've made the edits. We cleared it with Tom from DACF, that the edits were okay and didn't have to go through the full process. So thank you to Melissa for working on that and making those edits, and she's cleaning up that document right now to make sure that it is what will be voted on. So yeah, my understanding from Tom, he ended up calling me, and then I was trying to figure out what the next steps were to this process. He said that because of municipal legislation body under number 9, it's kind of the definition of what it is. To vote on a growth plan, you have to either be a city council, a town with a charter, or to be put forth on a ballot.
Right.
So those are the 3 options they said pertaining to Raymond.
So I guess I would ask you to talk with him again and see, because what he's saying is put it on a ballot, and his natural inclination would be, well, the next ballot is November, but if we call a special town meeting that has a ballot, then it's on a ballot. So so that can accelerate it from our standpoint, because, and then from that date you go back 30 days, and that's when you have to have the public hearing.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's what we had talked about when we got into this, was we'd get that done, then we would look at scheduling a special town meeting, and his statement that it has to be on a ballot. Well, that's fine. You do it as a ballot at that special town meeting, so that that meets the
criteria,
legislative component.
Perfect. I'll follow up with Tom on that process.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So, I reviewed the correspondence. I think we're still dealing with language here as far as whether, in my generation, when you say you talk to someone, it means I'm talking to someone, versus an electronic communication, which is an email or a text or something like that.
Peter, just to confirm, I did talk with Tom.
Well,
on the
yes,
phone.
and I did too.
Okay.
So I did review the emails that were in the e-bits, and I don't see anything in here. He is, as Ralph is mentioning, he's talking about a ballot. He also sent the definitions. So for anyone in town government that isn't aware, or anybody out there in TV land that isn't aware, the legislative body of this town is the town meeting.
Right.
That's the legislative body. If you are a city council, it's different.
Right.
Right? If you have a mayor and you got a city council and all that, but that's not Raymond. In Raymond, the legislative body is the voter.
Right.
And therefore, Tom sent that reference to Joe to, I guess, educate Joe as to what type of government he has. That's it, Joe. Okay? And therefore, he never said it has to be at the November ballot. When you read ballot, you assumed it means the November ballot. And
the next ballot coming in, yes.
And if I'm sounding a little frustrated, it's because others have spent significant time in their life in putting this unit together, this plan, that seems to not be able to get adopted. And whether and a lot of it goes back to process. It's all process. I know that this town government is in turmoil. We've had multiple, let me just give you one example. In the 2.5 years that the Comprehensive Plan Committee is in existence, we've dealt with 3 town managers. Think of that. 3 town managers in 2.5 years. So if I'm sounding a little bit frustrated about the fact that now we're talking about November, to hear whether, understanding the timing is this, after or when, if ever, the town gets to approve this comprehensive plan, then the select board needs to then appoint an implementation committee. And it's really only after that committee has met, got its feet on the ground, and really understands what the comp plan is all about, do we start making changes according to the plan. So delays, and I was being a little facetious, but as far as in the warrant, having that, blank in the warrant, is because, really, of a miscommunication and or a lack of coordination between town government and the people getting a clean copy in front of them. And even now, I'm following an email from this morning where we have a town employee that is still trying to get in touch or get guidance on how to add the edits or changes, however you want to call them, that came from the select board to get into a clean copy so that then that can be posted to the town on the website so that the citizens have the ability to review it. Because what they've been reviewing so far that's posted on the website is not accurate after the select board made changes. Minor changes? I would say yes. I would say some people that came to those meetings, citizens, and said, we'd like to see a priority be sidewalks the length of the Cape Road, are going to have a little bit more problem with not seeing that in the plan anymore. But that's not the issue. The issue is this should not be so hard. And a special town meeting, which is fine if you didn't want to put it on the warrant, then you have a special town meeting, you call it. It'll probably be as big as this. And my guess is that most people that I've talked to anyway are going to say, yeah, we're okay with this. And then we'll have a plan. And then we can go forward with trying to implement some of the recommendations that the community wants. And so I'm sorry if I sound frustrated. In looking at this, Joe, I got to tell you, I'm just having trouble. And I asked the state expert on it, and he said, "Well, no, absolutely not. You don't have to do this at the ballot at the November meeting. You can do it." Well, how have you done it in the past? I said, well, in the past, we put it on the warrant. And the people in the town voted up or down. And short of that, you know what he told me? He said, well, just call a special town meeting.
Ralph,
Yes?
can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Talk about being frustrated is I think if the changes were made, first off, don't come to a select board meeting and ask for us to send it out to all of the department heads in the select board to get changes if you really did not want those changes. Because apparently, as minor as they may be, because Peter keeps mentioning minor, it doesn't matter. Those are changes that are important to 1, 10, 15 people. And as far as it leaving it on the board, that's the original one. But that was the comp committee's job. So I know Joe has been trying to get the right font to put in there, that he has not been able to, that they have to get a different program. So we're not putting it off. We did not put it off because we did not want to put it on the warrant. We did not put it on the warrant because the changes were not made, that the board was told that, Peter, you guys stood up there and told us, you washed your hands of it. So then all of a sudden we're stuck with it. So frustrated is us for not bringing it to the comp committee like we did and not having those changes done by you, not us, because it wasn't our job to do it.
Kayla?
Kayla Gonzalez, 518 Webbs Mills Road. It's hard to follow that one. But I would have to say...
Yes.
She's out of order. She has the podium.
No.
You're out of order.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Chair.
Just calm. It's a Zoom issue here. You get into some delays. Continue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that I don't believe that is a correct statement. And I think you do the citizens of this town a disservice by not recognizing improper conduct by our elected officials. And that's all I'm going to say tonight.
Shouldn't be going back and forth anymore.
Okay. You know, we can keep beating this thing to death, or we can continue around the pan, which says that you're going to just make sure with him that there's no problem there. Then that special town meeting will get scheduled. And prior to this special town meeting, a public hearing will get held to review it, and then the special town meeting will have the vote.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the select board will adopt it once it's in its final version. That's in the process. You adopt it. select board, and then it goes to the people.
I mean, you know, it's not one of the steps that he had in there, but I mean, I have no problem with that. I mean, because, you know, essentially, once those changes, you know, those changes are there, that's what we agreed to, so that's, you know, I don't see a problem there.
Past practice, sir. It's always been that with the 2004.
I mean, because
the select board
you
adopted the plan. Peter Levitt, Ralph, it's a good plan. You know it's a good plan. I know it's a good plan. Why would you be hesitant about just taking a vote to adopt it? In 2004, the last plan we had, the select board adopted it. And then it didn't go to special town meeting. It went on the town warrant. Right. And there were a bunch of people in the gym, and they just said yay or nay, and we had our comprehensive plan. And I just am at a loss because I'm focusing on process.
The process was, it was not a clean document. That's what the process was. And once the document is clean, then it can move forward. That's why it's not on the, that's why it's not on the warrant.
All I'm trying to establish is, you're right, but the process should be this one. Once it's a clean document, then the select board adopts it. Right. When the select board adopts it, my understanding is that then all of the state components are in effect.
Well, that's, I mean, that becomes part of an issue, because that, we're getting conflicting things on that is I mean, if someone from the state will say, yes, absolutely, I have no problem with that, but that's not, you know, that's kind of not what we're hearing there. They're saying until it goes to this, until it gets voted on by the governing body, then it's not in effect. I have no problem with those corrections that are, you know, those edits that are in there, with us signing it before that. I have no problem with that. It's just, I can't say, because there's conflicting information coming back from the state as to whether that part of it is true or not. If it is, great. But, you know, the final adoption isn't until it goes to the special town meeting anyway, because that's the governing body that's going to approve it.
All right, we could debate this forever. I'm not going to go and spend a lot of time legally researching it. My understanding was once the state says it's good with us, then and the select board adopts that, which is then going to be the information that will be disseminated to the people for the final vote. Mm-hmm. They adopt it. That's what then allows it to be published on the website as a clean document. And I can't imagine, even if you're right and it's not really a legal step that has to take place, I guess the question I'm just asking is, why would the select board be hesitant about adopting it?
We're not opposed to it.
There's a lot of animosity in this room, and the select board want the same thing as the town manager, want the same thing as the comp plan. We all want this to go to the people to vote on it, to accept it. There's no reason for all the animosity when we all want the same thing.
I guess I would say, Derek, unless it's the fact that it was on the warrant and then it was off the warrant.
Right, because it was not a clean document.
It could not.
That is also passed.
Let him finish.
It was not on there because it was not a clean document. The edits had not been made, so you couldn't have a dirty document on the warrant.
And I guess I'm a little at a loss as to, with all of the IT capabilities that we have in this town, we can't edit. We can't edit.
Well, I can give it to you. You edit it. You edit it and bring it back to us. How's that? You have IT capabilities.
I want an explanation as to why we can't edit.
Let me just ask one question so we can calm this down. How much time does the public need before they vote on the warrant? Is it 30 days?
30 days, because...
And so already at this stage, they can't vote on the warrant. So that already...
Because the warrant has already been mailed.
That's what I thought. That's why I'm asking.
Mailed out.
So at this stage, the only recourse we have is to get it done as quickly as possible, post it on the web, the town web, and then set up, as soon as it's posted, the 30-day notice for the special.
Which everyone's trying to do.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that's what we should do, and I think that's what we're going to move forward with.
Right.
If I'm hearing everything correctly.
All right.
I still like the public debate.
Public comment.
Go ahead, Grace. You go, girl. If you, depending on what you say, I may not.
I like the compromise of the audience.
She's definitely going to say the same thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So the warrant's already printed and done and everything else?
Mhm.
Can you tell us who's running for everything?
Can I?
Sample
I
ballots
don't-
on the web, on the end.
Huh?
There are sample ballots available on the website.
Oh, okay.
They're on
I'm just curious who's running.
On the main
Let's keep it moving.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm 100 that you're going to get the card.
Yeah, I can find it.
Grace Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I just wanted to remind people that, you're at a meeting tonight, but please come to our meeting tomorrow night over at Wyndham High School for the school budget hearing and the vote on the various warrant articles there to move it to the next step. And there's a really good write-up explaining the budget, the increase and the subsidies we get back, et cetera, in the latest edition of the Wyndham Eagle, and it's also online if you don't have the paper copy anymore. But please do come and hear the details of the budget and have a chance to ask questions. And so 6:30, Wyndham High School. What should I add? I'm looking over to my fellow RSU board member. Oh. Oh, yes, a reminder about, because I went through there once, can't really get
thought it
through
was
it
done.
so much.
No.
The traffic,
Oh,
in
God,
order
no.
to get over to Wyndham High School, do time it so that you're allowing plenty of extra time because of the work that's being done now at that
They're
intersection.
better off. They're better off to go River Road and go up to the.
Yeah, or
that
maybe
way.
go via Vermont or something, I don't know, but seriously, it do allow for that. Thanks for that reminder. Anything else that I should have said in public
'Cause
comment?
if you take 302 up there and go the normal way, you're going to get.
If you go ahead
If
of
you take River Road and then go up
Yeah.
by the new school up to the high school, there's no traffic there.
Well, it depends on what part of the thing they're working on at the time. I've hit
I think they're
hit
past
different
it.
paces.
I think they're up to.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just allow for, I always allow for enough time because I don't know what I'm going to hit and Wyndham anyway, and better to be early than late for that. So please do attend. And also then support the budget on June 10th when you come to vote. Thank you.
I'll say something else.
Good, oh, okay.
Jody Carroll, 30 Rockwood Acres. So we'll try to come a little more often. Grace and I talked about that. I've been on the RSU 14 school board for 3 years, and we work together. We've had a lot of change in our board as well, and that's just part of the work, isn't it? So I wanted to make a couple comments, just a citizen watching the meetings over these last couple of years. As far as the finance committee, I love that your team is engaging on a monthly and sometimes more often than that. Last year felt a little tough, right? Kind of at the end of the year, and obviously those team members evolve over time, and just the work is so important in my view, and the work was being done, but I think meeting throughout the year has just felt easier as a citizen to keep up with it, and I was really encouraged to see that the warrant articles were aligned 100%, and obviously they don't always have to be, but I just want to make that comment. So encourage the finance committee to keep going, and thank you for your work. End of the budget season for us too, so congratulations on that one. I would just add to what Grace said, Director Grace Levitt, just in terms of the budget for RSU 14, not to get into the weeds here with it, but if anyone's listening to this meeting and isn't sure if they should make the time to come out to the vote tomorrow night, the article did talk about a 12.75% increase for the school board budget, which is really difficult to understand in a newspaper article. And so I would just encourage people, if you didn't have time to come out and make a comment or vote on that, is that the largest percent, or it's about half of it, is state subsidy that we're receiving in terms of revenue. And so when you're voting for 6.4% of that 12.75% increase, it's to receive state subsidy that will offset our budget. So that's really important, I think, as a taxpayer, to understand that our increase effectively for your taxes this year will get split between Wyndham and Raymond at a 6.4%. So each town will have their share depending on the mill rate and how it gets put out. So it wasn't easy to understand understand in the article, and Mr. Howell did a terrific job, but it's only 4 columns, and our budget season can't be summarized in 4 columns, and the school board budget is complex this year. And the other thing I would just say is that we don't have any middle school debt coming online this year. The superintendent negotiated that with the state to defer that for a year, so that's great. Raymond does have a little bit of a circuit breaker, though, that will be incorporated into this year's obligation because we're a minimum receiver. So we do have a balance that will come into the tax dollars this year, but otherwise we're at 6.4%. And I just wanted to say those 2 things. And if you can't come tomorrow, please support the budget in June. And thank you.
Thank you. That was informational.
Other public comment? Selectman comment.
You know, I've seen some heated meetings here, and I have to tell you, passion is a very important thing to me. I like to see involvement. I like to see passion. I made that comment after having a blow-up when I was on the budget committee with one of the selectmen. The next day, we're all citizens. We're all neighbors. We're all people who really do care about the community. And maybe the process isn't what I wanted. It's certainly not what many people expect at times. But it is a process, and I think we are improving. And I think the negativity that comes out when it's not considered constructive becomes a problem, I would say, that has to be overcome. And it has to be overcome by finding the good in what we do. And sometimes, you know, it takes 2 minutes of conversation over someone losing their spouse or someone having an injury, and you start to realize just how close we are. And I think that's what we're trying to get into with this back to the community. We lost it when we lost Founders Day. We've lost it when we had select board meetings that were at 5:30 and over by 6 or quarter after. This is 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But I think this was informational. It's the first time I've heard the detail that you gave. I think when we have a conflict amongst the perception or even our goals, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to hear other people's opinion. We compromised, or trying to fight a compromise on the bus. And I think listening to people say you didn't listen, and we're trying to find a way to work around it, is an example of something that just took an extra 15 minutes of someone saying, why not this? And asking why the warrant couldn't be changed. I didn't know we couldn't change the warrant, so I asked. I asked more questions probably than most people would like, but it's the only way to be educated for tomorrow, and the next change, and the next town manager, and the next select board. So please bear with us while we transition with 3 town managers and 3 or 4 department heads. We're on the move now, and hopefully we can have a brighter day. And thanks for coming tonight. And
Well
listening.
said.
Hey, great. Thank you.
Well said.
Other selectman comment? Town manager report.
Thank you, Dennis. That was good. I'd like to just first thank the staff of Raymond and all the department heads and employees jumping in as interim. It's been really great experience for me to learn everyone's department and really have them approach me with information and problem solving. I feel like we've done a lot in just these last, I think, 7 weeks. So I'd like to just first of all thank the staff. They've been great to work with. For public safety, a few updates. We went through lieutenant interviews. That was really great to meet some of the staff. They have a great motivated staff at public safety, so it was really great to sit on those interviews. Also was invited to the gala. It was very moving to see the work that they've done this year, and kind of the teamwork it takes to deal with some of those intense situations that we all can see in the news but aren't on the ground. So it was really moving to see that, and my wife and I felt really welcome. So it was very great experience for us. I also like to, for public safety, they had a new grant that is going to regionalize EMT and medic. So I'll love Bruce to just speak on that real quick.
Yes. Through EMS revitalization fundings from the state of Maine, which we are guaranteed a set payment on, and we've got 2 of them coming. I don't know what the second will be. It'll probably be the same or more. So our $15,000 that we've been awarded at this point in time, we got together with the towns of Casco, Gray, and Wyndham, and it put together a regional fly car for paramedics. It'll be a 45-week study, basically, to gather data and see how the program works, and then make further and future recommendations to the groups, our own towns, or an even bigger entity such as the county, as to how to possibly handle this in the future. I think it's going to be a great program, and only good is probably going to come out of it, and it will help us lead to that future planning that we need to help boost EMS, emergency medical services. As you know, paramedics are the entity that's so hard to come by now. We can provide EMTs all day long, but paramedics are a specialty and rarity, actually, these days. So we're looking forward to seeing how this grant works out. It will utilize a car that's a retired car from Wyndham Fire, and we'll just be on the hook, I guess, for a proportion of the fuel and or maintenance of that vehicle, and the rest of it's grant funding. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. A few Parks and Rec updates. We have our Tasseltop Park Snack Shack and bathrooms project that is going to be wrapping up here next week. That's been a 4-year process, and I like to thank Nathan. He's been the project lead on that with my assistance, and it's been really great to kind of see that come to fruition with a permanent bathroom structure at Tasseltop instead of porta potties and other type of trailers that we have to fix and keep up with. So that's this Friday, and I'd love to have anyone come to at noon and see the building and see what the hard work has paid off.
Is it going to be open for hot dogs?
No hot dogs yet. No. We also have our tennis court and pickleball courts that are we're expecting to be done in July. It'd be a great addition to recreation and leisure activities and some other programs out of Sherry-Gagan Memorial Park. So that's on schedule for July completion. You can also see that Public Works has started the cleanup on the roads and beautification committee, and Don's planting flowers along through it too, and getting all those things, spruced up here. So it's great to see them in action, and I mean, summer's is coming pretty quick, so hang on. Some dates for May 19th will be a special meeting. June 17th will be the select board meeting. It's going to be pushed out a week because of election, and our staff will be there, and I think that'll be a good date to do that. And then July 8th will be our other select board meeting scheduled. And then we have our election schedule as well, posted. I don't think I need to read that. It should be on our website. So that is it. Do you have anything, Mel? Oh, yeah, sorry, Mel. Go ahead.
So just an overview of the important dates coming up related to the election. Absentee ballot request for in-person started today technically, but because the school budget isn't completely finalized yet, we can't accept ballots back because the ballot for the school budget refers to the meeting that's happening tomorrow. So people can request ballots, people can come and pick up ballots today. We're closed now, and tomorrow, but we cannot accept them back until after the meeting tomorrow night, which is the next item that's on here. The budget vote at Wyndham High School Auditorium, 6:30 tomorrow night. So once that meeting is complete and the budget is finalized at that level, then we can do full force absentee voting on site up at the town office during regular business hours through June 5th. June 5th is the last day that you can request and take out absentee ballots. May 31st, as you said earlier, I'm going to repeat it 100 times. Public information meeting on the warrant articles to be held at Jordan Small School Gym starting at 10 a.m. That is a Saturday meeting. It will be similar to what we just did tonight, question and answer on a larger scale. And then Tuesday, June 10th will be Election Day, right at the Jordan Small School Gym. Again, polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. And if you have any other questions, come and ask us at the town hall.
Thank you, Mel.
Make a motion to adjourn.
No.
Oh, we still have one more?
Oh, yeah.
No, we have an executive session.
Oh, that's right. I don't know why.
So the next item is going to be an executive session. So everyone's going to have to leave, but that's the last item on the agenda anyway. So. Move to come out of executive.
Motion to come out of executive session.
All those in favor? Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
He wants to do that one.
Second.
One I like.
Second.
Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the May 14th workshop for the Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. It's not an official meeting, but I would like to take attendance just for the record. If we could start down there with you, Jackie.
Jackie Sawyer, present.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury.
And Kevin's on Zoom. I've got a couple of opening remarks here to go through with this, if you could bear with me. The board will be taking no action tonight, so there's, which is the reason for our workshop. So no action on either the short-term rentals or the cannabis proposed changes. But we are set up tonight to pretty much get the board's feelings on how we are going to proceed with the two proposed changes, and get our plan and task staff with any additional information that we might need to move forward. I just want to ensure you that both sides, both issues, will have plenty of opportunity to comment on once we start working on a particular ordinance. But comments at this point are not really, don't really add anything to the issue yet, because we as a board don't even know which way we are going yet. So we'll start those comments once we start in on the process, which should be next month. You'll have it, the public will have at least two opportunities, the way we handle our ordinance changes, at least two opportunities for comment, and then a follow-on opportunity if it does in fact go to the selectmen. You'll have an opportunity to comment at the selectmen meeting that the ordinance is wind up at. Just to give you an idea of ordinance proposals and timelines so that you know where we're going, as the board has worked on proposals in the past, it usually takes about 4 to 5 months before we wind up with a legal reviewed ordinance that is set for its final public hearing and its pass to the selectmen. That timeline may be accelerated, it may be delayed, it all depends upon how the discussions go according to each of the different ordinances. So to answer, I think one question is, where does the ordinance go? It goes from here to the selectmen. Our ordinances for this town meeting have already been completed and been passed, and warrants have already been set. Any work that we do on these ordinances would normally not be passed to the selectmen until 11 months from now or 10 months from now, when we would pass the ordinances for the next town meeting. What I would propose doing, and obviously will be up to the board, we could pass them earlier, once they are completed at our level, to the selectmen, and then the selectmen can decide whether or not they want to hold them for the town meeting, or whether or not they want to have a special town meeting to act on those ordinances. But that is their decision and not ours. Just both as a reminder to the board and to everybody else, we are bound legally not to discuss what is being reviewed by the board with members of the community or amongst ourselves outside of a public hearing or a public workshop where everybody knows what's being discussed. So if you are, we're not trying to be rude or ignore you, but it is a legal obligation of ours not to make those, enter into conversations with actually anyone, either outside of the board. And lastly, emails. I know that there are a lot of, we have gotten some emails already in on both the topics. I think that's great. I would encourage you to send those emails to us, send them to Sandy. Sandy will acknowledge those emails, but as I have previously said, you will not get a response from us concerning those emails. What you will see is that they will appear or they will be referenced on our next agenda item under the correspondence section, so that you know that we have received them and that we have read them, and they will be part then of the official record as we move forward. So tonight's goal is to take a look at both, to take a look at proposed ordinances to see where we want to go as far as proceeding with them, whether or not we want to work with those that have been submitted, whether or not we want to start from scratch, and then to proceed on a timeline as to whether or not we want to tackle both of these at the same time, or whether we want to do them in sequence. We do have a project coming up for the next planning board meeting that'll take up some time, and we would like to kind of both do it expeditiously, but also in accordance with how we normally review our ordinances. Okay, thank you. Hopefully I didn't put anybody asleep. That's the intro. So to open with, I guess my first question will be to the board, would be, do you want to proceed concurrently with these as we go through with public hearings, or do you think it would be better to do them sequentially, take one, and then, because we normally have some outside work that needs to get done, kind of delays us along the way, we can kind of stagger them and work them both at the same time, but work them like at every other meeting. And, do you want to, I don't think we need an answer now, we could do that by the end of the meeting as we start discussing what we're going to do, but I think you keep in the back of your mind how we want to kind of move forward with them.
What are we looking at as a completion with our work on these for next year's?
Yeah, we're looking, yes, definitely for next year.
Okay.
I would hope that we kind of can beat that timeline a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the selectmen can have the opportunity to decide what they want to do with it.
Okay.
I think just both sides would like to move and get resolution.
Okay.
So, what do you think there, Jason? No, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to work with the proposed ordinance? Yeah, first question. Do you want to work with those ordinances that were proposed? Do you want to start basically from scratch and give Brett some guidance as to start our ordinance? Which I think we could do on both of those tonight if we wanted to go that way. Any thoughts?
Someone just jump in, I guess.
Jump in, please. I'm fumbling
I'm just
through
going to
that.
pick one of them because I read both of them.
Yep.
There's one to me that needs to be, in my opinion, scrapped and rewritten and referred to less of a license and more of a
which
it is the Short-term rental.
Okay.
Yep. So in my opinion, I believe it's Casco's registration. It's referred to as registration, not a license.
Mm-hmm.
And I have many notes on this. I think it's just overreaching, and I don't think this applies to our type of community.
The proposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to start from scratch.
On that one.
Yes.
And-
This is, yep, it's very complicated, it's multiple pages, and so that's just my statement.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
some of it is not enforceable either.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's what my notes were, you can't regulate most of it, and it's not enforceable, and who's gonna enforce it, right, so, yeah, I think we can take a better shot.
Shot at that, okay?
But there's no reason we couldn't take things out of it that we find appropriate.
There would probably be a
Oh,
half a page left, yeah.
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 Yep.
Yeah.
We could, sure, I would welcome that, yeah, but it's a bit much.
All right. Anybody other comments on?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's overly restrictive, and it's the purpose is, in my opinion, to maybe have a registry or a list or just basic knowledge and general knowledge of what's out there. I'm not even opposed to necessarily limiting the number or percentage or the number that's in the shoreline zone if it's having effects there, especially if there's deeded common access to the water. But it's, the fees, the definition of what's allowed, of what's prohibited, seems overly restrictive and overreaching in my opinion. Something that's more basic and simple that would capture what's out there seems more realistic in my opinion.
Steve, you got any thoughts, or Ed?
So this document that we have, with the red markups?
Yes.
Is that the existing ordinance, or is this a proposed?
That is the proposed ordinance that went to the selectmen that was then passed to us.
Who proposed it? Where'd it come from?
It came from a group of citizens that wanted control over short-term rentals.
I see, okay.
It would, if you haven't watched the selectmen meeting, it was April, Jason? Got you sleeping.
Yeah, 12th was it?
It was early.
It was earlier.
It was early April.
7th?
Hey, Mike, do you know when that meeting was? The 10th? Thank you. I would watch the video of the April 10th selectmen meeting. It's about a half hour.
Yeah, all right.
Who haven't we heard from? Kevin? What are your thoughts up there on the big board?
I'm trying to find the one that's got the markups. All I see is the first and second version.
Yeah, the second version is the one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, it's down further. Got it.
Yep.
It's going to be tough. That's all I got to say. I don't know how you're going to do any enforcement with this thing.
So you're on the page to start a rewrite with a...
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I think that's probably the consensus. All right. Well, while we're on it, why don't we continue working on it then? Everybody okay with kind of just working a little bit through it and tasking Brent with kind of starting a write-up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who wants to go? Do you want to go right through it and pick out what we're certainly going to keep? Or do you want to not even do that? Or do you want to start with the towns, other towns, Casco and...
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
I would start with Casco.
And then we'll pull this...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Registration application that goes with this ordinance. It's It covers a lot. It's brief. That's just where I'd like to start.
Okay.
Definitely. And we can, obviously, if we agree on some of these items, the proposed ordinance, we could move that over, but I think as far as a baseline goes, I think that's a good place to start.
Okay, Falmouth looked pretty good too.
Yeah, oh, sure.
All right. I think, everything kind of sums up under, where was this? That under the Be a Good, I think this is Casco's. Be a good neighbor. Yeah.
And full disclosure, reason why I picked Casco's is because I really like the registration application. It's, if you review that, it covers a lot of the information that's going to be required to approve somebody to have short-term rental.
Mm-hmm.
It checks all the boxes, are you code compliant? And then I think the proposed ordinance talks about a one-time inspection, make sure the property is up to code. I think that we can adopt that. But I really like the way that the ordinance works with the registration. They call it a registration, not a license. There's just a lot of mixed direction in this. It says that it's called a license, but then the license is assigned to the home, not the owner. But I've never heard of a home having a license. So, to me, the home is registered. It's
Right.
registered as
a unit.
Yep.
Brett, you getting this, or do you want?
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
Take
all
it.
right. So I don't need to do it then?
Yeah.
All right, so but from the comments, I guess, to the board, is we all agree that there should be some registration process. Is that a yes?
Yes.
No? Yes. Okay.
I like Casco's.
And there should be some form of inspection process by both code and fire?
I think so. In the proposed one, it says a one-time, or if it's transferred.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything wrong with that at all. It's yep.
Okay. What about occupancy? As far as numbers go. Yeah.
Should be like by a per bedroom scenario or square footage of the house. I mean, this just say 4 guests per dwelling, a little vague, or X amount of family members.
So code makes that determination when they go inspect for bedrooms?
It's based on septic.
But that's the other problem.
What it probably should be based on, because that's looking at biggest chance for a issue with sewage is going to be too many people in the house.
So septic works by bedroom, right?
Yep.
Per bedroom, yes.
Yeah, it's
The
two
proposed one that we have.
2 people per bedroom.
And then, well, Casco's gives you like 2 bonus people. So say you had, a bunkhouse or something, maybe.
Yep.
And a bunkhouse is kind of treated differently than a regular bedroom as far as gallons per day per bed. So, I don't want to say, you want to load up with the people in there, but, a little leeway, the 2 extra people, I think that's reasonable without going overboard.
Yeah, more than likely, if you're going to have 3 or 4 people in one bedroom, it's going to be little kids. I mean, I grew up with, 2 brothers in the same bedroom.
Right.
We didn't use a lot of septic.
So, I mean, one thing to think about, septics within 250 feet of the water have a higher gallons per day than ones that aren't. They're only 90 outside and 120 in. I don't know if that wants to weigh into the calculation at all, because, it probably shouldn't, really think about it, because each one's based on still on bedrooms.
Yeah.
So, but that can be something that we look at.
But it's not going to have any impact on the number of...
No, it's the same.
Yes, right.
It goes on bedrooms.
Goes on bedrooms.
Yeah, so.
So you could have 30 people there during the day.
Right.
right?
And I guess my question is too, we're gonna limit the amount of people, and like if you have a bonus room that's full of beds where a group of families get together and all the kids sleep up there, how do we classify
Yeah,
that?
and we're not gonna, knock on doors and be like, head count. So, voluntary compliance is obviously the best case scenario. But that's why I think having the two extra, 2 per bedroom with 2 extra, I think that's reasonable, just from a code standpoint.
Okay. What about the pump outs of the septic? Is that be in there?
I thought about
Shoreline
that.
zone is required every
5, I think.
5 years.
is it?
Yeah. So proof?
Yeah,
In that registration process?
I guess that
That makes sense?
I like that.
that'd make
Yeah.
sense.
Yep.
I mean, it's good practice anyways.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Would that be part of the review process, the application that would?
They'd probably have to, provide like a receipt or.
Well, that would be the town's responsibility to, correct, to make sure that the tank was pumped?
Every 5 years.
Yeah.
I guess that would come down to, are they gonna have to re-register every year? Or is this gonna be a one-time registration?
Oh,
Right.
good thought.
Good question.
I feel like a one-time registration would be more than satisfactory, to go back every year just to have your VRBO if you're only.
Or maybe every 5 years and to line up with pumping.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
a 5-year renewal.
Or else you could have a real small form, reduced form for yearly renewal. It wouldn't have to go into as much.
Yeah, just some type of proof if you got your receipt from the pumping station,
Yeah.
just proving that you got it pumped.
Yeah.
Every 5 years.
Or I think you're saying like a registration form, basically, like $50 or something every year. Every 5 years, you gotta do the big one and then a reduced one or something like that. Is that what you're kind of?
Yeah.
Is that pumping, is that a requirement, an ordinance requirement?
For shoreline.
In shoreline?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't require an inspection, it's just a pump?
No, but I mean, with some of these older camps, some of the septic systems are 40 years old.
Yeah.
So if somebody registers one, I don't know if we want to put like, if your septic system is more than so many years old, you need a site evaluator or someone to scope it and make sure it's functioning properly. Because there is a little bit of a, you pump the tank, great, but we don't know if the fields, it might not be showing that it's not functioning properly, but we don't know what's going on under the ground. So if it's over a certain age, maybe you need an inspection. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
No, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe an inspection upon registration, like first time
If it's over a certain
registration.
amount of age and when you register.
I mean, systems can fail within the first few years.
Right, yeah, so.
There's no guarantee necessarily that because it's newer, it's
Yep.
functioning properly.
Yep, sure.
So maybe for the initial registration, provide us.
There's a state form called
Provide
a
a
HHE
inspection.
400, I think is what it is, that, is a state registered or official sort of inspection process. I don't know. Maybe just getting those on file for the first.
Yeah.
For consistency and.
And a lot of the homes, from 2000 plus, you're gonna have all that information anyway on file through the town, right? Their septic system, if it was a new build.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen septic system applications from the 70s that are still functioning.
Yeah, oh yeah, it happens.
Not every file is perfect, but every file should have a septic design in it.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
So, I know you're focusing on Casco's. I think it's their application that I'm looking at. And they do talk about smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors. A couple of things that we would be concerned of is to make sure emergency egress windows are in any sleeping areas and any living areas. And in some of the older homes that might not meet the standard for an escape window. So that's kind of an important piece for people getting out of the building. And then making sure that exit pathways are clear. in addition to what Casco has. I think would be a good place for fire and life safety.
Exit pathways inside the house, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to end up, that Halloween fire that happened in Portland. You wouldn't want to end up with that kind of a scenario in a short-term rental. That would be horrific. So that's why I bring that up. That was one of the issues with that fire is the exit pathways were blocked and had objects in the stairwells. So.
Okay, can we cover that with the unit that is gonna be a short-term rental, just must meet all current code? I mean,
All current?
I don't know if we can get into current code. There's too many older houses.
So if we can't do that, then we can't do that.
Right.
That's right.
We try, I mean, the egress point I get, but yeah, then at that point, we're doing a whole building
The
inspection
whole
on the
building,
house.
yeah, so
Right,
we
you know,
can't,
we're asking older houses to that were code compliant at the time to
Right.
bring them up to standard.
Right.
Which, obviously there's value in that.
as a homeowner, I understand you're not gonna make those changes, but if you're gonna
If you're
use it
looking
for-
to rent it out,
then
then
you
you're
would
gonna
have
have to
to,
go.
you would have to comply with current code. I think that's across the board.
Yeah.
To Wayne's point, I mean, if you have egress windows and
Yep.
they're too small, you have to change them out. Well, then let's
Yeah.
not, the stairs aren't to code, they're too steep, and it's not your home, and you're not used to it, and it's dangerous, so.
I guess we'd
across
have
the
to
board.
look at, which codes, like insulation codes, are we gonna make them bring insulation up too, or is it just gonna, when you say bring it up to current codes, it's gonna be difficult to parse, that because
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, I don't think we could just put a blanket, bring everything up to code. We've probably got to name specific ones,
Right.
like you said, the
if we just,
egress.
if we just say egress windows, I think that
Yeah.
is more attainable, to give people a chance without having to retrofit their whole house with.
Yeah, I
bring
mean,
it up to-
a lot of like vacation homes don't have the correct number of outlets, receptacles, so we don't want to get into having. to do
Tamper-proof
that.
outlets.
Well,
I mean,
It would be pages long.
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
We'll stick with the egress only.
The egress windows only?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. What other stuff do we want to work in? We go through some stuff there. I think, trash collection is interesting. That the rentals normally change over on the weekend, right?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Trash isn't picked up on the weekends.
I mean, it's probably gonna come to the homeowner or the property owner. I think they're gonna have to be responsible.
Yeah.
For removing the trash.
Yeah, unless they tell their tenant, renter, that
Put out the trash.
trash is on Wednesday, but make sure it gets out.
Yeah, well, they put it out Sunday, they don't want to see it sitting there all week, and
Right,
the
right.
neighbors aren't going to want to look at it, or animals might get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll have to fall on the owner, I think, to deal with trash in a,
Yep.
safe and healthy way.
And I think that kind of almost would cover itself. I don't, because if somebody take a trash, neighbors start complaining, I think there's already kind of,
Would a small dumpster be an option?
some properties are so small, you
Some
couldn't even
places.
fit a dumpster.
Or if they're already in an HOA, you can't just have the dumpster sitting anywhere, so
Yeah.
it might make it a little difficult.
I mean, you could, I guess, make a provision that, you need to provide somewhere where the trash can be stored that's, out of sight and not, just sitting on the road.
Yeah, garage or a little shed.
Just kind of say, it has to be out of sight. You figure it out.
Yeah, and in a
Yeah, as long as
container.
it complies with
Right.
the ordinance that we have. I mean, can't put the trash out a week before, or,
Yeah.
3 days
Right.
before the trash trucks are coming.
Yeah, I think a lot of this falls on the owner. I think it just overreaches where it seems like this proposed ordinance, it's almost like it's governing like a zoo. It's like these people are gonna be wild, and they're just people. And I went away, I wasn't here last month because I went to the Masters with a couple buddies. Via VRBO, a house right in Augusta. It was fantastic. Used the home, cleaned dishes, left. It's perfect. We weren't wild. We're 50-year-old men. We're not gonna, you know. So I just think that a lot of this can be not regulated as much, and it's up to the owner. That's the owner's home. They're gonna take pride in it. They're gonna make sure trash is not on the front yard. So I just felt like it was over-regulated, and the least amount of regulation, the better. So I think we're worried about like the trash. It's still a little too much to be documented.
Okay.
It's just my opinion. But
What about, when the owner is a corporation?
I think that's a different conversation altogether. Here it talks about two units, adjacent to one another. Can't have that. If it's a corporation, then you're getting larger. But if it's two individual single-family homes that are renting, and this neighbor rents and this one can't because the neighbor is, and then you get into it.
No, I'm wondering.
So it's two different situations, I feel.
If you're talking about who owns it, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's an individual, like their primary residence, they're renting it out just over summer to pay taxes, where someone is buying it for an investment property. So that's what I mean. It does, the bottom, it does. They do kind of reference that, not directly that way, but yeah, non-primary, unhosted, and primary, hosted, and unhosted.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to how do we want to treat them differently?
Right. That's my question.
Yeah.
Well, I think at that point, maybe they should be just required to have some type of caretaking service and proof of it, so that they know if they're from out of state, we know that the house is getting taken care of, whether it be the trash or whatever.
And there's someone to call if there's a problem.
Correct. A point of contact here.
Yep.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they're a corporation and they're out of state, likely they have a property management company here that's dealing with the turnover and property maintenance and everything. So collecting that full set of information on contacts, I think, would be good.
Who's going to keep those records? Will the town keep those records?
I imagine.
Will it be on the application?
I mean, we could definitely keep it in the property file. I mean, that would be for what we have existing, the registration would be in the property file. Whether we kind of create a different system to hold that, like I guess it could be as simple as a file cabinet. Yeah. And keep track of it that way.
Because, to your point, Jack, I was just wondering that if I see something that I am not comfortable with, or something I know that is wrong, it's an out of town, there may be a point of contact, but how do I know who that point of contact is?
Well, I would think that it would come in the form of a complaint to code enforcement.
Yep.
And then if the town has records of the registered properties that are short-term rentals, they should have contact information for either the owner or a property management company.
So, I mean, maybe even have something as a spreadsheet on the website of all registered Airbnbs in town.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
I think keeping it in a spreadsheet, something that you could also kind of report on, that you could filter, you could sort and think, okay, how many of these properties are owned by people outside of the state? How many properties are actually being run by people that live here? I think there's this sense that it's all these out-of-state buyers that are buying up these houses and renting them out. But I guarantee you there's a lot of people that live here that do that as well, and I think it's good to have that information so we can, answer questions. We can figure out who is it that's running these, and where are the problems coming from? Is it coming from the people that live here and rent out their home on occasion, or their little property that they invested in, or are the problems coming from other sources?
So spreadsheet, I mean, that's a great idea. You could also keep track of, dings as complaints and easy to sort. So as we go through this, I mean, one of the things that was on the proposed was how much to charge for this. And I think that it should cover the town's costs. Right?
That's generally the goal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. So, I mean, for that figure, I don't want to pull it out of the hat, but I mean, that figure should come from somebody who knows how much time it's going to take.
Yeah, we don't know how many of these are going to be.
Exactly.
There's a lot of unknowns.
Right.
And a lot of this comes down to, there will be some unregistered ones that obviously operate. There's going to be no way to, unless we start going on Airbnb and trying to book them ourselves. Yeah.
And Wayne, you would need to be involved in that cost structure as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what other thoughts? Kevin, you got anything up there you want to talk about?
No, you guys are going in the right direction. I think keeping it simple, and as we start, make it as simple as possible. And then if there are issues, year one, year two, then you maybe want to advise those into the documents and the ordinance as we go.
I thought the same thing, Kevin. I feel the same way. I went a little too far and set a moratorium on the whole thing to see what happens, but I agree with Kevin that after a year, reevaluate and see if there's any complaints, any issues that are logged. The Sheriff's Department have to respond to anything and kind of go from there.
You mean set up a process now? Or
Yeah, after a year or so. just
and
to see.
then we, like any ordinance though, we could review,
Sunset kind of
Yeah,
thing.
right?
exactly.
And that would also help with restructuring the price if in fact it gets too
Right,
high or too low. All right?
So I guess what I'm hearing is it would be a process for the codes to inspect. It wouldn't be like an application coming before the planning board.
Oh, definitely not.
Short-term rentals, right?
Yeah.
It'd all be administrative, code office, that kind of thing. And then I guess I have a question in terms of enforcement. If there are a lot of complaints, let's say there's one single property where there are several, would the code office have the authority to elect to not renew that registration if it's 5 years based on septic pumping out? Or is that something that would it be a notice of violation for like each individual time if there's noise complaints? I guess I just have
That's a great question.
questions on the enforcement,
Yeah.
the direction of the board,
Right.
and their thoughts on it.
Well, the answer to the first part of that, I think is going to be a legal question as to whether or not the town can even stop it. Right? I mean, you get a lot of complaints, but can we tell someone how they can or cannot use the property?
Right.
I guess Jim would have to answer that for us. Or, is
Phil?
Jim our legal guy now?
Phil. Well, Phil or maybe
Phil.
Brady. I'm not sure who will be.
Yeah, okay.
Probably Phil.
Yeah. So we probably should run that just by Phil, as we start out in here.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be included in the yearly renewal process. You can note that there have been X number of complaints.
3 strikes and you're out or something like
Yeah,
that.
and we'd have to give them an option for a hearing or, a meeting to.
I mean, there's already penalties if your septic is failing, so I don't know if we have to like pile on there.
No.
Maybe we could just use it as that's a ding, but not necessarily
I mean, like,
its own violation.
Good neighbor clauses where, I've seen it near where I live where, a bunch of young guys rent a place and raise hell and have big bonfires at night. And, the neighbors get annoyed. So, I mean, I think neighbors have called on this rental. So, that's got to be noted if a rental is having that issue regularly.
Yeah.
I think there probably should be a degree of proof, just like any violation as well, just in case there's a neighbor that's upset that neighbor just happened to has the short-term rental, and they just, if it's purely complaint-based,
Yeah.
they should be able to have to prove
No,
it.
if the police come or the fire department comes to put out the the bonfire that's bigger than is allowed now without a permit.
Yep.
Would there be any sort of, penalty for non-registration if they, if it's discovered that there's a property that's being used as a short-term rental and they haven't registered with the town, or?
I guess that would depend on how the, how the ordinance is worded. If you say it's mandatory and these are the penalty, and then add a penalty in there if you're found to be, unregistered. And I think that would come down to, how.
I feel like people probably aren't going to volunteer to register if they're not enticed to do so.
Right. Agreed.
Yep, so did that it?
Yeah, no, I
You got that down? Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah. And I doubt we need to run that one by Phil. I think that's pretty much within the town's
No,
prerogative.
yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think it could be a good resource too, just for people looking to buy a home and thinking, okay, I'm looking for a really quiet neighborhood. They could come to the town and say, are there any short-term rentals? Are any of the properties on this road being used for short-term rental? It gives them at least another piece of information that they could do for their due diligence when they're buying.
All right, what else we got? How are you going, how are we going to define short-term rentals?
I was just thinking that. Obviously they have definitions here. It's 30 days or less. I don't know how people rent their house out exactly. My guess is it's mostly weekly. But I imagine there are some people that rent monthly or maybe even rent house out for the whole summer. Which would then fall in a different category. And I don't know if I would consider that one a short-term rental if someone was for the whole summer, personally.
So you rent your house out for a week in the summer?
30 days or less, right?
This is
Short terms are all 30 days or less?
Yeah.
Okay, so you rent your house out for a week?
Is that kind of a state definition too, maybe? It may be a state definition too.
Maybe.
I know Casco's has that 30-day thing. One project that I've been kind of working on the side is looking through all these ordinances and their definition sections and compiling them all. That way we have a comprehensive list of how each town defines it, if there's any similarities or differences. So I'd be happy to send this document over to you guys as well. That way we can kind of, maybe it's like a menu type option where, we like Casco's or we like Capes or that kind of thing.
For the definition?
For the definitions,
Okay.
at least that way, if there's, no need to reinvent the wheel, or if we want to do a mix of a definition as well, but I'd be happy to send that over to you folks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Sounds good. Are they mostly consistent?
Well, that's a great question. Some folks have different terms, but the same definition, if that makes sense. It's registration versus registration record versus license versus some of it's similar. It's all very, very similar. So, but at least, Casco, Falmouth, Freeport, they all have a definition of short-term rental. Now, the definition itself is different, but at least that same verbiage is consistent.
So who is required to register? If you rent for a week, do you need to register? You rent for a month? If you rent for 4 weeks, are you required to register? How do we?
You mean the person that's renting?
Yeah.
The owner, yeah.
Or the owner, yeah.
The owner.
Right.
The owner, sure.
The owner, does he, for any rental?
Yeah, for a calendar year, I would think. One registration, the unit is being used as a short-term rental, and that's.
At any time?
So if just 1 week out of the year, we'll.
Yeah, once a year you register, you say, I'm still a short-term rental, and then next year, I know we said 5 years, but every year is kind of register again,
Just kind of re-up, whatever.
That's what I imagine.
Yeah, I'm curious, because otherwise there would really be no way,
Right.
right? Everybody would only be renting for a week.
Right. It's gonna be hard to pin that down, you know. It's my brother and his family were using my house for a week, and is that a short-term rental? You know, you could claim that's what's going on, that it's a friend visiting.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, just as people just know the behavior of people, if somebody's gonna rent their house out just for 1 week out of the year, I can't see them bothering.
Right.
And to be honest, I
agree.
don't think I would
Yeah.
either. But if they're looking at all, like,
advertising.
9 weeks out of the summer, you know, that's their plan. I think I think we might need to find a way to incentivize them to say, you know, it's worth doing, and I'm not sure how to do that. But I'd like to try and see if that's possible.
Well, we have it on there. I mean, even 1 week counts, and you got to do it. You have something.
Yep.
If something is wrong.
If we have on our website a spreadsheet of Airbnb, it's almost like free advertising. People can go along and go, oh, look, these are the houses I can rent, and I know which ones have a ding and which ones don't.
What? Yeah. What are we allowed to do that?
No.
Yeah.
No, but if there is something that shows the short-term rentals in town,
Right.
in essence, what we're doing is we're showing people short-term rentals in town.
Yeah, I think the difference between, having your family come to stay or letting your family stay, or renting to your family or family friends is you probably don't have like a lease agreement or some sort of a, document in place
Exchange
with the
of
terms of the
exactly
rental.
right. Yep.
Whereas if you're renting it to somebody you don't know, obviously you would have some sort of something in place.
Any type of business transaction.
Mhm.
If the home takes temporary ownership through a business transaction, then it needs to be registered.
Yeah.
Nobody should tell you what to do with your own home. If you want your family to stay there for a month, by all means.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But if it's a business transaction, and then to Wayne's point, then you get into different safety concerns. You have to make sure that the house is safe for people to occupy it, if they're not regular residents. I think if it's family, it's different. The stairs are steep and something happens, I'm sure that there's some, some.
I agree. I think you got to get into, if somebody's renting something like that, they have a certain level of expectation that it's safe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And I honestly have never used Airbnb. Do you sign a contract with Airbnb and security deposit and all that stuff?
Okay. There's a website called AirDNA also that kind of gives you information about other rentals in the area. So that could be a source for kind of seeing what's registered through Airbnb in the area. Yeah.
Brett, what else are you thinking? What are we missing that you've run across?
Let's see here. I think I have enough direction here for a general framework, like with our standard ordinance sections with, purpose, applicability, definitions. I think that there's some good examples here to kind of include if you want some just baseline requirements as well. We talked about the year or 5-year, whichever one we want to decide on.
Right.
Renewal, the septic information. I think another thing that'll help too is, since it's an administrative process, with Jason and Chris and Wayne getting involved in that review of that application as well, I think that'll help. Just kind of flesh out those problems up front.
My other question is too, do we want to differentiate at all between owner-occupied rental properties and non-owner occupied?
Yeah, that differentiation is on the Casco form. I think it's good to have, they have those 3 choices. So I think they agree with it.
That's the next thing actually I was gonna bring up is the exclusions. I actually like this in the proposed ordinance that we reviewed. I do like the exclusions of motels, hotels, bed and breakfast inns, long-term rentals, traditional rental residences, and campgrounds. And I sort of circled bed and breakfast inns because that is owner-occupied short-term rental. But in the, I believe it's the Casco definition or it's their ordinance, it says that the owner of an owner-occupied short-term rental cannot prepare food and serve it to the guests. I know it's getting into the minutia, but that's what defines bed and breakfast inn, and I like that.
That's a good idea, okay.
Because you can serve food.
Right.
So I like these exclusions. I like this, you shouldn't have to apply for, or have a registration if you're one of those. So I'd like to pull that in, though. That's makes sense.
I don't think it makes sense to limit the stay to like a minimum of 3 nights too. I know that's was in one of the versions of this, but I mean, if somebody's coming to town for the holidays or something and they're coming just for a night, it doesn't, I know it's a lot of work to turn over a rental just for one night, but
right.
why would we limit somebody to make them do it longer than that if they didn't want to?
I felt the same way because it's the owner that needs to prepare the linen.
Yeah.
And get it.
Typically, a lot
It's
of
up
them
to
already
you.
have that in their contract anyway. It's a
Exactly.
2-night minimum anyway, because they're not
Exactly.
making money at one night anyway. So.
Yep. It definitely should be up to the owner. It shouldn't be a regulated item by the town.
So if we think about, what has gone on for a long time, the rental of camps along the lakes, what is this, how does this impact? How does the proposed ordinance impact those individuals?
Well, I
that are
think
doing
the
this?
exclusions that Mark pointed out kind of would take some of those smaller camps out. Obviously, like the summer camps, like Wahilo and Tamanas. Stuff
Yeah,
like that. Those aren't.
I was more thinking about personal, the individual camps, houses.
There definitely will be some that will be affected
Yeah.
negatively with this.
Right.
I actually rented one that was on the lake that, it was a cozy cabin, but it wouldn't meet these regulations, and it's a separate home from the owner, and they're right next to it. So does that count as owner occupied? Because it's 2 different dwellings.
I think they're on the premises.
On that property.
I think that, because most of the shoreland zone, I'm not sure where you were, but an ADU or a second structure is going to have to be 250 feet from the water, which somebody, might still, they might have.
This was an
still
older
have.
camp, so it definitely was before that.
Right. So, I think I would see what you all think about if there's 2 dwellings on one property, if owners in one, if that still would be considered owner occupied. I mean, if this is his primary residence, so if that's their primary residence and there's another dwelling on it, to me that satisfies how Casco has it.
Okay.
I think it ultimately comes down to how you want to word that and then how you want to define it.
I think the property would be one way to define it as opposed to the dwelling, obviously. But then I guess you got some of these older folks too that have main house and they'll go to Florida for X amount of months and they'll rent their house out while they're gone. And it may be 2 dwellings on that one property. So there's a lot of variables there.
Sure. I mean, it's gonna be up to them they have to check a box, so they have to pick which one they're gonna, and either way, if they're a primary residence and they're unhosted because they are living down there, they're gonna check that, and I think presumably they would have a property maintenance company kind of filling in for them as a point of contact.
Yeah.
Either way, I didn't look through Casco to see if they're treating these differently because just to know, or if they're charging differently for a fee. I don't know.
The fee's the same. I think it's for data.
It's just for data.
I'm pretty sure the fees is that's another point I like. This is $100.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that covers the administrative costs. I'm not sure, but this one was variable based on bedrooms of 500, 1,000, and that just doesn't.
That's a lot.
I don't know. I just like things that make sense. And it's just if it's a $200 fee, then so be it. But it's
and it would be by occupancy or just a flat fee.
Just a
flat fee.
That's what I would.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just hole in the road.
Yep.
So just to go back one more time, so we have someone who's been renting out their camp on the lake for the last 10 years. Now we're going to tell them that they have to have this inspection, and they have to get a license, and their camp does not meet our requirements. Do we now tell them they can no longer rent their property?
Right.
Some way to grandfather.
Seems like a little bit of an overreach, but
So that's we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning of the conversation. When I looked at this, I said, I would just throw it out. Throw the whole thing out. So I don't know how to answer that, because that's really is, you know, that's close to my heart there. I don't, not really welcoming any of this.
Right, well, it doesn't- I mean, it
Because if you
doesn't
own a
seem-
home and you could rent it, it's your home. You should be able to rent it. So that's.
Yeah, I would think
pass on
that's
that.
the case. If you are to be grandfathered in those cases until the home changed ownership.
No, that's a good idea.
Well, what would restrict a property from being able to register as a rent? So it would be what, maybe a failing septic?
yeah,
System?
non-egress windows and bedrooms.
Non-egress windows.
Okay.
Escape routes, yeah.
Okay,
Fire, smoke detectors.
okay.
So
Which
it's
that's
pretty
a
narrow.
hit, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, on a bigger house, or say two houses they both rent out, to go replace the windows in all of them to make them egress, that could be, you know, tens of thousands, if not $100,000, that they would need to invest just to rent out their house for a few months out of the year.
So to go off of what Kevin just said, though, I appreciate the gesture, the grandfathering, but if you think about it, nobody would have to register then, unless
Yeah.
they sold their house.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
So do we,
two people would register if they bought a new building.
so in the ordinance, do we put an appeals process? Where,
Yeah, I would think they would need an appeals process maybe to get a special exception used or something like
Right,
that.
right.
yeah,
I appreciate.
but, you know, some regress that a homeowner would have, you know, maybe it is like Steve said, the windows, you know, it's $50,000 replace all of the windows to bring them up to code. Whether or not that, you know, somebody is going to make that decision. By us blanket,
Right.
you're not going to rent.
Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody, let's say they've rented out their house for the last 20 years and all of a sudden now we're saying you can't do it.
Right.
I mean, if they can show that it's either a hardship to bring it up to standards or that, you know, they can show that they've never had an incident of, you know, at the property as a result of the
Whatever it
non-compliance,
is. Mhm.
they could apply for a special exception or something.
That would seem fair.
Yeah, the fire regulations, the only one that I see is really problematic is the windows. Wayne, the, like egress windows, how many would you need in a, say, a 3-bedroom house? You need one in each bedroom?
Right.
Or,
Yeah, one in each
Right.
bedroom.
So you need a primary means of escape, which is a door
yeah,
to like a stair or a hallway or directly outside. And then your secondary means of escape is a window. So in a bedroom, it would be one window.
Oh.
Preferably remote from the door so that you get two choices. If the door is blocked, you can get out an escape window.
And it needs to
Remote
meet
from it, but-
5.7 square
No.
feet is also the big catcher on there.
That's
Yeah.
second
That
floor,
isn't
first
that
floor, I'm pretty sure it's 5 feet.
5.7.
Five-
Yeah,
five
both
feet.
doesn't matter, first
Yeah.
floor, second floor.
I mean, like the,
Yeah, I think they changed it in 2021, I have to double check.
but I think he's talking about
The
the
second floor.
square footage of the opening for the
Correct.
skybacks to get in the window
Right.
versus the distance from the ground, I think you're talking about?
Yeah, so a
Yeah,
first,
this is the actual window. Like-
right, ground level, it'll always be 5 feet.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
Yeah.
So the 5 square feet at what, 4 feet, 5 feet, you're saying?
Yeah, first floor. So
that's
not
very,
life
it's
safety.
not very big.
Huh?
Right.
You know, 2x3
I
window.
don't know if it's life safety,
And that's,
the new code.
I mean, that's almost going to be in every bedroom, I would think. It's a window.
Yeah.
I would think so.
So, yeah. Okay.
But how are current non-conforming camps that are rented handled now?
There is no oversight. I go swap out
So
windows all the
that's
time.
That's that slippery slope, and I'm, we're applying an ordinance to a home versus a camp, but a camp's okay, and that's what Maine's about. And so
Yeah.
we're gonna make them rebuild their camp so that's the hard part I'm wrestling with here. I don't know how to apply it to some, but not others.
Wayne, would a standard double hung window qualify as safe egress? I mean, you throw it up and it's 2 by 3 at least.
It's got to still meet that 5.7 square foot opening on the one half of the window, or one opening in general, whether it be a casement or a double hung. You got to have that 5.7 square foot opening.
That isn't very big, you know.
Oh, that's a half.
It's one half of the window, yeah. So
it's
you
actually-
can't count taking 2 pieces of the window out for one opening.
I know, but if you throw up if you lift up the sash on most double hung windows, they're, 2 by 3.
Yeah, just shy of it, yep. Which most of them do qualify that, but you get down into the ones that are 5 or just below, then there's issue. And a lot of the houses probably from the 80s are hovering those kind of dimensions opposed to 2000s.
And that would be a fair appeal, I would think. If you have 4.7.
And that's the thing, like, could we make it a range where we have a minimum, because we got to hit egress to code now, or do we have to hit code from whenever the house was built?
No, that's, yeah.
When it was built.
Right.
When it was built? Oh, okay.
So maybe it's not as
big a problem then.
It's not as restrictive on the older home.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the older home, say you're swapping out a window in a bedroom.
Yeah.
You have to get the largest window that will fit in that opening that the manufacturer makes. So there are some provisions for existing houses.
Okay. Any other thoughts? We task Brett to go right.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be the piece that I was curious on, like the data behind it, like how many homes are there really out there that would be non-conforming with these standards? And the answer is we don't know unless we try to get them registered. And so I guess one of the things I'm curious is if we are looking at maybe revisiting this in a year, if we were to move forward and adopt this and then look at it again, we would probably collect some data as we register these.
Yep.
Like, okay, this one's conforming. Okay, well, we had a few that were non-conforming based on egress, or just kind of tracking that data. And then, if we do revisit it, then we can modify it, to maybe make it fit different standards, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, we could talk about hypotheticals all the time, but I always like the data to kind of back up, the decisions that we're making, so.
All right, do you think we've given Brett enough to work with? Does anyone have any more things they want?
Only one was a framework, he's got it.
He's got it. So my normal question at this time is, how long is it going to take you to put all that together?
Well, do you want to talk about it next month? Or is that too soon?
No, I think that, given, I'm sure those people that are interested would like us to move this along as fast as possible, one way or the other. So I would like to move it along as fast as possible.
Next month it is.
But I also, parentheses, my goal would be to open it up for comments, more of a workshop comment on next meeting on this topic, which means we would have to get this out and on the website, at least probably a week ahead of time. Is that doable?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sandy, does that work for you? Sandy, you go sleep on us?
No, I think she's muted.
Brett gets it to me, I'll get it to you.
No, I want it on the website so that the public can read it.
Right, once I get it, I can send it to you guys and put it on the website all at the same time.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Let's do it.
Everybody okay with that? Everyone's good? Kevin, you okay?
I'm good with that.
All right. It's still kind of early. You want to just slip over to the marijuana one for while we're all here? And
Yep.
so on this one, we again have a proposed ordinance.
I think before we go too far with this one,
Yeah.
I reached out to Vern Malik. He showed up to a select board meeting to address some of this, because a lot of this came out of a complaint. And I'm just trying to get guidance from him, since Raymond didn't opt into the marijuana regulation.
Right.
I'm trying to find out what we can and can't do, since we're not opted in to regulate. Whether we can just kind of either just make a small standalone ordinance that deals with it. If we do something big and comprehensive, I'm not sure. You know, we don't want to accidentally opt into anything here.
Right.
So he didn't get back to me yet, but I think maybe that might be best just to kind of feel how far I want to go, and maybe just kind of come up with type of hypotheticals that I can ask him. Hey, listen, Vern, this is kind of what we're thinking about. Can we do this without opting in, or are we kind of left out to dry and can't do anything without opting in? Does that make sense?
Does make sense. I was kind of curious though of the pictures and all that came. I mean, doesn't it seem like it's more of a commercial than a? And
So
if it's commercial, it's not.
It's a home occupation. It's supposed to be within the building, but you know, they've been doing this for a while, so I'm not sure if they're grandfathered in. This goes back way back, because I think they existed before Raymond had a choice to opt in or out.
Right.
I'm not sure.
But are those two poly tents filled with plants?
I don't.
I mean, that's what
I not right now. I doubt it.
Well, yeah. No, but I mean, just approaching it from what the ordinance that we already have in place, it would, I mean, if in fact it's a commercial activity, growing cannabis, it should be then just licensed as a commercial activity, regardless of what it is. If you're selling cut flowers out of 4 poly tents, right, and you're selling them commercially, isn't that a commercial operation that would not be
Yeah, I guess if
zoned properly?
if somebody had a little nursery, a home occupation nursery,
Yeah.
I don't know, because some people have home occupations in there doing other agricultural stuff.
But not selling it.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, but I mean, well, it certainly can't, I mean, this cannot, I mean, if in fact it's true, there's 2 poly tents filled with plants, they're certainly not using it themselves.
No,
I mean,
no, they're registered caregivers.
Oh, yeah.
They are registered caregivers.
Yes.
Okay, but even in the opt-out, I thought we had guidance on how many plants that could be grown for regular caregivers.
Yeah, per person.
Yeah, per person.
Patient,
Right.
yeah, there is.
Right, and,
So-
and we don't regulate. You know, we're not. I think the state regulates them.
Right?
Yeah, they have a
So
department
We
for
have to
that.
follow the state rules.
Very well.
So it's because our ordinance, none of our ordinances really, you know, they touch on commercial stuff, but you know, there's daycares that have their part of their operation outside too, and their commercial operation as well.
That's a good point.
So it's a tough question.
Okay.
Because it doesn't fall into a category nicely. That's why we wanted to try and have some type of ordinance that gave us something that was more precise and to the point that we could enforce and look at.
So what you're saying is you don't want to do anything on it right now?
I think we should come up with some ideas maybe, and then I talk to Vern to kind of figure out what we can and can't do. Like, I'm looking at the agricultural ordinance, and it says, you know, buildings need to be 50 feet from a sideline. So that's permanent buildings. This is a temporary structure.
Right.
So, but maybe if we could just slide in agricultural buildings and any cannabis cultivation.
Isn't there requirements for it to be fenced and locked in or of some sort?
It is fenced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think, modern. I don't know the state rules. Like I said, we don't have the. It's the state. And those rules are always changing, so it's hard to get an idea of exactly what we can and can't do.
Okay.
And is there certain ordinances against an indoor facility opposed to an outdoor facility like this?
They're all in towns that have opted in.
Okay.
So I don't even know if we have any I don't know if any towns that haven't opted in have any ordinances, to be quite honest.
And so they adopt all the state ordinances by.
They can write up all their own ordinances.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can do that without opting in.
All right.
But Jason, all we really want to address is the caregivers, is that right? Registered caregiver?
I think so.
Because everything else would fall
Recreational.
underneath the code. Am I saying that right, Jason?
I'm not exactly sure. So, are you talking about like people growing like their own personal,
Medicinal versus.
like everybody can go out there, they're 3 or whatever each person can grow? Separating those two things.
Caregivers have, I think it's like 1,000 mature plants and 500 immature plants, and I think unlimited seedlings that they can have. That falls under the caregiver part of the law. I believe that's what's in there.
Which would be what, technically commercial grade at that point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
So since we've opted out, is there an option to opt in? Is there?
Yeah, but I don't think there's an appetite to opt in, because then you open the door to. I think we didn't opt in
Retail.
because you'll end up
Retail
with
is
stores popping up.
More regulated
Retail.
than the medical.
We don't have any medical stores. The two that are here existed before. I think it's December 1st, 2018.
Okay.
And that's when the towns had to start deciding opt in or opt out, so they were grandfathered.
Okay.
The proposed ordinance that was submitted by Kristen Collins on behalf of Mr. Richardson seems to be written for towns that have opted out. She said she has produced them for
Yeah, she mentioned
the town, Vassalboro, and it's seems pretty extensive and covers.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably send this to Vern and say, hey, does this work? If you guys like what it, I mean, if.
Yeah, I didn't study everything on it, but I mean, it seems like we could have an ordinance.
Yeah, I think it seemed pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the complaint that we have is from pretty much a neighbor who's got a neighbor to open greenhouses. I mean, that would make a lot of smell.
And, I mean, some towns just say nothing outdoors.
Right, a couple of towns say
It could
nothing
be as simple
outdoors.
as that.
Yeah. Or suitable odor control, but I don't think you can control odor in a greenhouse.
And plus, how do you measure it? My smell, sense it smells terrible, so.
And how are you going to separate what the smells are?
Right.
Right? When the lilies come up, they smell awfully nice, but you don't like lilies.
I know there's some towns, too, I think like Portland have that carbon scrubbing or like the canafilter type thing where they require that. That's for their indoor facilities. So.
All right, so do you want to proceed with the one that's submitted and send it and get a legal opinion on it?
I'd like to see what the board says.
Well, I know that. I'm asking is that,
It wouldn't hurt to do that.
no, it wouldn't. I'm just,
Yeah, it's good knowledge to have.
I mean, even if
you can have a ordinance and in a town that has opted out, then I think it's a good
way to go.
Good way to go. Good.
I mean, at least a
course.
framework, and then if you want to go from there and say, we want to tweak this or that just a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not going to adapt it exactly the way it was given as a sample, but,
If something
as
like
a
this is good
basis.
to go, yeah.
Right. As a boilerplate.
does that sound like the way to go with the cannabis?
Yep.
Kevin, what do you think?
I think it's a good start.
All right. Who, you can send it to Phil?
No, I want to talk to Vern at the state, just to make sure.
Okay. If
The
it,
laws, things are always changing with the
Yep.
laws, so I just want to make sure everything, you know, I don't want to accidentally opt in somehow.
You would not be a happy camper.
No.
Okay.
Comment from fire to the board.
Yeah, go ahead, fire.
So, on marijuana, our adopted ordinances, in particular NFPA 1, does address marijuana facilities in particular. So we'd want to make sure facilities were in compliance with that. And that's more about, they use a lot of power for the lights that they use for growing, so making sure that they meet the electrical code that way. And then with NFPA 1, a lot of that is about either chemical extraction or pressurized extraction. Those different extraction methods are hazardous in themselves, and that's why they're addressed in that code.
Okay. Anyone else, anyone want to talk about their weekend plans or anything?
Roll a couple fatties.
Is there anything else that, so you're all set, right? You're all with the short-term rentals?
Yep.
Jason, you're on track for the marijuana as to what we can and can't do?
Let's see.
All right, I guess that's it. Thanks, everyone. Unless anyone's got anything.
Staff
All right,
recommendation.
we don't need a motion, so we're done.
All right.
Hearing no objections.
Okay, welcome to the May 19th Special Select Board meeting.
I make a motion to go into executive session, discussion of personnel matters pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 4056A.
Second.
All those in favor? We'll go into executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
All in favor? We're out of executive session.
I make a motion to appoint the position of the new town manager to Joseph Crocker.
I will second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Could I have a comment, though, afterwards?
Yes.
I was one person that was asked about me and questions from about everyone I ran into after the morning meeting where we made him interim town manager. I don't know if people realized on the board that in less than 24 hours, there was 40 people had reviewed that. And so when this process started,
Frank out there?
I didn't see him.
I had a lot of questions and a lot of people asking me, and I told them as much as I knew, which was nothing at all. And I'm hoping that you'll allow me to read the confidential agreement that we signed so they'd understand why I couldn't answer the questions. All I did is ask a person if it should have been confidential, and next thing I know, I was getting blamed for several things. And if you don't think it's appropriate, then I understand that. But I think if people understood that we had to sign confidential agreements, that would explain.
Yep. No, you can read the agreement.
Just the agreement, that's all I want to read.
Yep.
So that people understand what we have to do to protect the candidates.
Well, plus executive session stays in executive session. It can't be talked out of anyway. So anybody that thinks out in the world that it can be.
Right. Well, most people knew that. So, and again, a lot of this is to protect the candidates and the process so that people aren't overwhelmed with questions. It says, and I appreciate you letting me do it because it explains a lot to people when they're saying, well, it should be public and whatnot.
Right.
I don't.
But executive session can't be public
That
anyway.
wasn't what the question was about. It was what the process was, and I had no idea. But anyway. Yeah. I should have set them aside, is what I should have done. But anyway, so it's an interview team member confidentiality agreement. It is critical that strict confidentiality be maintained before, during, and after all phases of the interview process. Please do not discuss the process with anyone outside of your interview committee. By signing this, you are also agreeing that you can be fair and impartial member without bias to any interviewee. I don't know how to say it. Anyone being interviewed. If requested, the Human Resource Council is responsible for providing information to applicants regarding their status and reason for non-selection. This information will come directly from your screening and interview evaluations, and it is public record. Our signatures below signify that we understand and will uphold the confidentiality of the interview and selection process. We also understand that failure to comply with these standards may result in immediate removal of the committee. Once you sign it, and then you go into the executive session, both things become confidential.
Okay.
All right, motion to go into executive session pursuant to, for the consideration and award of town scholarships pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6F.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? We're in executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Okay, a motion to proceed and give to Mel what was discussed in executive session regarding awarding scholarships.
All those in favor?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee. I would like to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is to look at the minutes from our previous meeting and see if there's any comments to that. Has everybody had a chance to look at them?
Yep.
Yeah? Any comments? Questions?
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second it.
Second? All those in favor? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. And then, do we have anybody on Zoom right now, Bill?
Not at the moment.
Okay. I have a quick question. I don't want to spread any rumors, but Joe, are you officially our town manager now?
Officially, as of Monday.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been really great.
I want to acknowledge that and thank you for that.
Congratulations. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, it's been really welcoming of everyone. The support's been pretty overwhelming this week, so.
I bet.
It's been very nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then I'd also wanted to mention something for Kayla, and if she comes on, then we'll back up to it. But she just received an award for Maine Citizen Planner of the Year because of her participation in the comprehensive plan. I want to congratulate her for that because that's quite an achievement.
Very good. It's a great article in the Wyndham Eagle.
That's right. Yep, exactly. I got to thank Karen for pointing that out to me. So, right. So if we want to move on to our old business, the floor plan for the town hall, I did get a copy of that from Melissa and through Nathan. And today I picked up a full-size plan, which is on the table so that we can all take a look at that. I think we'll find that interesting when we take a look at what the actual square footage of the town hall is and how it could maybe fit in if we decide to go that way or not. So I wanted to thank Nathan for providing that information. And then the next order of business was head of town departments for space utilization and the Jordan Small floor plan, Parks and Recreation, got that information, and I've incorporated that into our other floor plan. So I was thinking that, we might want to get up and take a look at that and see how that all starts to gel together. And then also Lori had contacted me, this week about doing a Post-it exercise. Can you explain it a little bit, Lori? Because
Sure. It's like what we did at the first open meeting for the comprehensive plan, where there's a map of Raymond and you say which areas you want growth in or which areas you want more housing in. And it was posted notes and you wrote a comment on it if you wanted. It was also columns of, do you want a community center? Do you want to, whatever it was that we wanted. And a lot was gained for the committee based on the input from the town. So what I was thinking is, I'm sure we've all got different visions, probably similar, but different visions of what could be going on at the middle school. So I was thinking, if we are either each responsible for a color, we can just throw our ideas out there, or we can talk about it first and then throw our ideas out there. So if I like the library in the quadrant you had requested, I would put my yellow with an L line, I guess, over in that corner. Just sort of to get a visual of, are we in any kind of agreement before we even go too far? Because if we're in relative agreement, it might be a whole lot easier for us. If we're miles apart, we need to talk through, I think, where we're not in sync.
Yeah.
Just kind of a brainstorming with colors.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I think we probably, before we start, working on putting, we need to be in agreement on what we want the Jordan Small School to have. What municipal, I think we need to be if we can be coming to an agreement on that, what we want in there.
Right. I agree. I think that's wise. And actually, so that exercise may want to follow after we do something with this spreadsheet, where we go through and prioritize some of the different committees and whatnot. I think that will help us, because I know I need to constantly refresh my memory on all of the ideas that we have, because there's a lot of them.
Kayla is on Zoom.
Hi, Kayla. All right. Maybe still getting tuned up. So does everybody want to take a quick look at the floor plan, just to kind of see where we're at? I think it'll be a little surprising that there's not much space left right now, the way it is.
That's it.
That's fine, I'll
Are
just
you okay
squeeze
like
in,
that?
yep.
Okay. Watching from home, one of the things that is really hard to understand what we were doing here. But I don't know if this is what-
I know, I was asked if I could do this on a PDF. So, town hall.
It's town hall.
And what's interesting is, so the total square footage is 3,520 square feet. And just for a quick visual, I took and looked at this area here. That's 4,550 square feet. Right. So, just. Is this working?
You're all set.
Thank you. So it really gives us, that looks, because of the scale that it is compared to the scale of this one, looks as big as this, but in reality, it's as much as, in fact, it's 1,000 square feet less than this area here. But with that said, you can see that having filled in the park and rec, we've got basically 3 spaces that haven't actually been put on somebody's wish list.
They really like more than this too. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they need more than that.
Right.
Have they said that?
When we did the tour of the town hall.
Yes.
Everybody, the library said they needed more, town hall said they needed more.
Right, yeah. Town hall right now is at the point where they can't expand at all. They have no space for new people to get hired, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
What's the rationale for putting a small gym in there?
It's actually
Talked about that, the library team or the quiet types of activities, and this is more the active rec type activities.
yeah, it's more of a, probably like a registration based, like you're getting dropped off after school. This is a place to hang out before, while your parents are working until they come pick you up.
But the library. And this would be like the
the
young adult collections would be
Yeah.
there as well.
The library teens, they do use that space as well.
Are you going to need to close off, because they are young and there's childcare here, close off all of this? Or be able to, maybe not necessarily
Yeah,
close
or
it?
just kind of funnel like,
Coming in, right?
yeah, it'd be, I mean,
I would think
you ideally
anything
want
Green would want to use the same.
come in
entrance.
here and then, yeah, cut off to the public coming this way, most likely. But, yeah, it can all be worked out. I mean, this is why, you know, multi-purpose, like, if we need to use this as teen space, like, we can use that. Rec is just about finding what's working and kind of inserting it where we have the capability, so.
Well, that kind of leads to having any, again, if town hall stuff more in that vicinity.
To me,
It's
that
not
makes more
being right
sense,
in the
just
child-
with that, with
childcare.
the meetings being.
I don't know if it's more or less accessible, but.
Do
we have two childcare spaces because they're for different age ranges?
I would imagine, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard that multiple times, that like, you know, pre-K through whatever is. And then there's older
one thing,
children.
and then a little bit older.
So we're actually gonna, people will drop their children off, you'll hear that, you'll have like a program.
Yep. So I mean, it's kind of like what we have for now, like our after-school program. They get released, they go right to after-school care. We check them in, and then we are responsible for them until the parents come and pick them up.
At the church?
We're at school right now,
You're at the school,
RES.
okay.
So we use a stage and gym area right now. So this would just, again, you would have to probably have a designated bus for drop-off, and then they would get checked in and stay there. And then you can program whatever. If you have an hour of gym time, you can use gym time. If you have, you know, something, cooking class, you can hop in there.
And that space wouldn't be used till after school, so it's empty all day.
During the day,
So, I mean,
but it's set up for.
well, I
kids.
mean, you have to, I mean, I think
Yeah,
we can't,
I
we
know.
have to be flexible.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
know.
really do. I mean, you can't have a room all
I
empty.
wouldn't want.
All empty all day.
I
and
wouldn't
then-
want the age-friendly people living in the space
Yeah.
that
Well,
little
that's
kids
a
had
little
been
too
in.
flexible.
Yeah.
So I'll
You could just get down and
Yeah.
dirty, right?
Could this area be moved to here, like the equipment in this
No.
space be used as a gym when it's not being used for
No, because it's
something or
permanent. That's the
something?
one thing that would be permanent. you
Well, you don't
because you don't want
really
to move
need
gym
an office,
equipment.
do you?
I didn't.
What
I
did
was
you
in
say
public
was
works for 5 years.
involved in equipment?
It's very involved, yeah. So you have like the heavy treadmills, you have the stationary bikes, the fitness racks. Like it's quite an endeavor. But I mean, just to give you an example, in Saco, we had probably a smaller gym and kind of like the community space here. And what happens is you're just lining up all your activities in scheduling. So like your before care is going on here, and then they leave, and then you get pickleball. Then for lunch you have a community supper, your senior program. Then after school, then you have after school care. So it kind of can all roll in and commingle in these spaces. It doesn't have to be just designated to one area. So we're multifunctional for sure.
And I think something else that, you know, just to keep in mind is that these spaces are really big. I mean, 26 by 30 is probably much bigger than is needed for meeting and video conferencing.
Right.
This
Yeah,
could
yeah.
actually probably be 2
These
or
should
4
be-
rooms.
yeah, that should
you know,
be
when
divided.
you look at it.
Yeah.
So that would, you know, by consolidating some of that opens up space for other things.
Yeah.
Deb, do you know how large the room is at Levy Lane where they play bridge? Would you say like 20 by 40 maybe?
I'm not.
Good with
That
that,
community room is not very big.
No, so I'm thinking even like
Right.
It's not
half
very
of
big.
this would be at least that big without
Yeah.
a television and
You know, I was wondering, you know, if the space in the library, I mean, that's where they come now and play cribbage and they play,
It's a bridge.
but they play bridge. Is for your folks too, the plays there, and will there, with an expanded library during the day, is there any space in there that you could use for games like, you know?
Yeah,
This
'cause
would
we
be
could
that
probably bring
space.
cribbage back in
Yeah.
and,
That's
use
this
it-
space.
because we have game time down at Jordan Bay now too.
Because you're
Mm.
gonna have so much
Every week.
collections in this end. The only thing that might not have collections is this quiet study area. But everything else is gonna be collections, children's play, you know, and that kind of thing. So there's not gonna be room for really group meetings here. That's what this is for.
This
Yeah,
is,
this is what they're
Collections,
missing.
just to be
Yeah.
clear, that's the books, basically.
Yes,
books,
all
collections.
materials, yeah.
Right, but how many people come, or would come for
I'm
a
not getting a
quiet
lot.
study during the day? No, I'm talking about the,
study.
yeah.
Yeah, people who are needing to use computers or things like that and may need assistance, they're close by to the
Right.
service desk. So, as I was talking with Richard, he's like, yeah, I'd like to have a little space here, so when people need our help to use the computers.
That's a pretty big
Then we're
space
right
too.
there.
If we're saying these are all big spaces, that's also a very big space.
Right, that's
So-
almost 60 by 60.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
just one of these blocks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, all right. Shall we go back and do some more?
Is it
more
possible you could
brainstorming?
recap at the beginning what you were saying about the office spaces and the IT space? We had an audio issue.
It's in there, yeah.
Oh, okay. I think, Bill, what you're asking is this space right here on the floor plan for Jordan Small Middle School, just quickly scaled it, and that one rectangular space is 65 feet by 70 feet, which is 4,550 square feet. And what the town, what Nathan provided for us of the existing town is square footage of 3,520. So almost more than 1,000 just looking at this one space here.
Oh, you mean?
Okay.
yeah, you mean it's
In the window needle. Yes, I'm that far away.
Yeah, that need,
Send us those, or you don't have, you only have them that way? I only have them that way. So I think this week I'm gonna try to see if I can find the PDF. I might be able to mark it up. All right. All right, the next item that we had on the agenda was to follow up on discussion with the Wyndham New Building Committee. And I sent something out to everybody based on conversation, or actually the voicemail that I got from Barry Tibbetts.
I did print it out if that
Yeah.
helps. So you got it?
I found it, thank you.
Yep.
So they had, there were basically, I think, 6 points to what Barry had told me. And just to back up a little, interestingly enough, in the Wyndham Eagle back in August 2nd of 2024, there was an article about what they were getting ready to do to the Wyndham Middle School. So if anybody wants to take a quick look at that, I'll make that available. So it was interesting. They basically had broken it down to, I think, 3 items that they were looking at putting in there. Their library, park and rec, and then general assistance, which I didn't know exactly how to interpret that, whether that was community center type services or more of a town office type. So they are, so one thing that I think, needs to probably be corrected. So in the voicemail that Barry left me, he called, it says Herman Middle School, but I think we all know it's the Wyndham Middle School. So.
I know, I'm confused. I was
I
like,
think-
where's that? I never heard of
Yeah,
that.
I think the voicemail just translated it wrong. when it sent it to
okay.
us. So they've been meeting for 4 months, and they anticipate to be working on this project for another 12 months. But they hope to have something that they can report out by the end of this year. So I think, in my opinion, it sounded like they had gone right into a bigger committee.
Yes.
And were, combining everything, the vision. I kind of like the way that Raymond has set it up. It gives us a little bit more freedom to just brainstorm ideas and then, hand it off to the next group. Let's see. So this was interesting too. I thought the department heads were provided with a 1/4-inch scale drawing, and it was their task to actually put the square footage, their existing square footage, into spaces in the middle school. And then from there, what other services would they put? So they actually are you working with a scale drawing? And in this, we're working with a scale drawing, but I think because the scale is, 1/16 inch to a foot, the rooms are much bigger than what you look at and visualize, so. That might be an interesting exercise, and maybe that's the next committee. They actually start to physically, determine the size of spaces. There were also, the department heads were asked to identify revenue streams. So, because that's an important thing. They basically, similar to how I think it was Westbrook did it, they became self-supporting with their revenue. I mean, so that's a pretty interesting thing to keep in mind. And they already know what the maintenance of cost and custodial cost is, because that budget is going to now become the responsibility of the 3 departments. And they are already engaged with a construction company, Great Falls Construction, to help guide them. And again, I kind of see that as the next committee after this is they're going to start to have some of those professionals involved.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, any thoughts or questions? Do I need to follow up with Barry? If we have any additional questions, Grace?
Not a question, but when you mentioned the, revenue component to this, I mean, when we're talking about, first of all, some expanded spaces for some places, we're talking about needing more, we've said it many times, more staff, whatever, even if there are already some components of that in current rec budgets, library budget, whatever, we're talking about more, and especially if it's going to be more accessible for people as well.
Right.
So maybe that is something we need to put up as a higher priority, that there be some space left aside for some of what we saw in Westbrook and what they, I don't know what they're exactly contemplating in Wyndham, but in terms of groups, organizations that would help with that, but. To that, Grace, I would say, in thinking about the visits that we made and just hearing what Wyndham's got going on right now, we have to be cautious because we are Raymond, and we have very few X's in terms of number of small businesses. We have, I don't know what the percentage of population community center is used by a town. Most people that live in Raymond work somewhere else where there are already gyms, where they may use, the library where the kid goes to high school. I don't think we ever want to be anything like any of these larger towns. So to do that, I think we don't want to spread ourselves too thin at the beginning by engaging all of these ideas. Yeah. I'm just saying to set aside some space for that potential. I mean, if we're going to have the library there, are we going to have longer hours available for the library? I would like that myself. I don't know if others would. For any of the recreation facilities, what are the potential hours for that might be needed? If it is used a lot, is there more that's needed for upkeep, for custodial, whatever? I'm just trying to think in terms of thinking ahead a bit. If we're just going to put everything in those spaces and it's going to have a really big impact on, dare I say the T word, taxes, is that going to fly in terms of the community support? So if there's some way to kind of safeguard some of that space, and maybe it doesn't ever get used, you're right, I'm not sure, and it might not be an organization or group in town that rents it, it could be some nearby thing too, but again, and I don't even know what that might be.
Kayla has her hand up.
Yeah.
Hi, Kayla. Kayla, we can't hear you.
Are you muted, Kayla?
Is that better?
There you go. There you go.
It is better.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. So while I agree with the sentiments that we don't, we want to be Raymond, and also, we don't have the small business appetite maybe that a Westbrook does, but if we think about it, we really don't have usable space in Raymond for small businesses to thrive. And that's evidenced by a lot of them starting and not being successful. So I think offering space, to whatever extent that is, that's more affordable for a small business would actually increase the potential of a small business thriving.
and I think we do have some remote workspace already on the floor plan. I would like to caution that we don't focus so much on space that we can rent out. I would rather focus right now on the community needs and space utilization for those support services and activities, and then see how that goes, and if there's space left over. I just don't want the focus to become make money. That's, I want to keep the focus on our vision.
And this building will cost more. It will cost more. I mean, it will cost more to get it on the ground, for sure. There'll be a lot, so I think it's something, it's hard not to think about. I know our job was not to worry about money, not to worry just to, but for me, it's hard to think,
It's hard not to.
Smart. These things can be done in phases too.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
like the
That's
first
right.
phase can just be get in there, operate what we're already operating, and then seeing if some of our programs I know will grow just by being there because we have space available. And then from there, looking at our revenues and seeing what is being covered by those revenue streams. And okay, we have the ability to invest into the next phase of this journey. So it doesn't have to be all at once.
Absolutely. I
So-
think that's how Westbrook was. I think they were in
Right.
phases. But personally, this is my personal thought, and for me, the town hall is a priority, and the rec and the library. Those three things is what I feel is a priority for this space. I think that we've made it a town hall for a long time, and then to not get a town hall out of the space, I don't know if that'll make the town very happy, because eventually, and we said from 10 to 15 years we were looking out. Well, 15 years, I don't know what that building will be like over there. So that's personally how I feel, that those are my three priorities in terms of, and then figure it out, how we can fit, how the builders can fit it in, and everybody might not get exactly what they want, but we have our whole municipal operation in there. The library's part of the town now, rec is part of the town, and everybody will be under one roof. And I think, it probably can be done, but it'll have to be realistic.
So going more toward a municipal building than a community center.
Well, I mean, and the community center, the library and the rec program are what brings the community center into place, and your program. Those people, and they all should be in there. I mean,
I agree with that. I think bringing town hall into the building is fine. Maybe the old town hall is the space that gets rented out or leased out or whatever. I mean,
and the library. I just think about having the food pantry at that library, and a secondhand clothes store like they have at the Wyndham Church. That's run by volunteers. And what was the other? Oh, and even
Library of Things? The Library of Things?
Yes.
Where you, I guess, rent out tools and
the loan closet. That could all be in that space there unless the town really wants to, sell the property. But
Right.
So two things. When I was talking about reserving some space, to me, what has already been kind of filled in there, not all of that is current, what we're doing. So I would just suggest everything that, if this is the direction we're going in, everything that's currently being done, but that leaves some space to hold off in a phase to see, are we gonna put something more in there? I'm thinking of like the computer lab type of a place, or the remote workspace, things like that. So that's left as a, if there isn't some need for whatever, some sort of revenue type of a stream, or there's no possibility of that even happening, that's another phase, because that's something people would like to see, but it's not a current need, I would say. It is really more of a wish list type of a need. And you mentioned something about municipal, and that's odd, because actually in reading this over, I'm thinking, well, if town hall's gonna be there, is this a community center, or is this Raymond Municipal Center? It just,
it's both. It's everything.
It is.
Rec
right,
center,
but I mean, just
library.
in terms of the name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
As long as we have limits and make sure that we're not getting a lot of scope creep where Once the municipal offices are in there, they don't start to grow and spread. They have their space, and that's where they have to stay. So, as long as we have good controls on things, I'm fine with having municipal offices in there, as long as there's a good understanding going in how things are going to be. And maybe that's going to help if we vacate that building. Either we sell it, we lease it, we do something with it. Maybe that's the way, instead of worrying about making space for leasing opportunities and things.
Okay, so I'm going to rein this in a little bit because you guys have really jumped ahead to my bullets for new business. And I want to give us a chance to do a couple more exercises to help us with that, those thoughts and where we're headed. So the next thing I had on the follow-up was follow-up with Rolf, and did run into him this week, and we chatted, and it was about whether our completion was set in stone or whether we could have more time if we needed to. So he reminded me that this was supposed to be a short-term committee, but that if we needed more time, we could have more time. That was not an issue. The time frame they gave us was guidelines to try to keep it so that we were moving along as quickly and efficiently as we could. So appreciate that. So then moving on to the next thing I had was compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. We talked a little bit about this at the last meeting, and I just want to get some feedback from the group as from what I'm hearing is if we have a mission statement that we collectively agree on, and then the joint small floor plan, once we get that to a point where we feel that it's good to hand off. My notebook, the USB electronic files, and then you said there's a shared drive as well, Joe?
Yeah, we've been putting everything in there
Okay.
that we can hand off to that next committee as resource, or we can compile everything to one document and kind of everything that we've done so that it can be referenced for the next committee. So that's a possibility.
And then I was thinking a summary report. If we have those 4 things, do we feel like that will be enough to hand off? And I see that Kayla's got her hand up, so I'm going to ask Kayla to chime in here.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about your further statement about your conversation with the chair of the select board. Did he also provide further direction on what the expectation of this committee was?
I did not have that conversation with Rolf. I forgot to do that, Kayla, so thanks for reminding me. If the committee wants me to follow up with Rolf on that, I will do that.
Well, I think if anything, if we exceed what was expected, I mean, they can just ignore it if they choose to. I don't know, it's part of the overall thinking. I understand we could have been done really in one meeting with, here's a list of things we'd like to see,
Right.
without all the other things we've done, and just sort of offer them some of the, I just want to, I'll stop and say, any committee I'm on next, I really would like for you to chair, because I'm looking at this notebook that you've kept of everything, Pete. So why not offer that, even though it's above and beyond what I think that they were asking the group to do? So.
Couldn't help ourselves, that's all. We couldn't help ourselves.
Right, I think, and
Right.
that's really the beauty of this committee is that we're freelancing and open to ideas, so I'm inclined to agree that whatever we have for thoughts, that can probably be even addressed in a summary report.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's always better to have more than, scrambled, because we didn't cover everything.
Right, and I think it would save the next committee some time, because they'll recognize the fact that, we've already put suggestions out there. They might say yay or nay, but at least, they don't have to rethink it all.
Not that they might not have more ideas too, but.
Right.
Sure they will.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a great plan. I do have a concern about the mission statement. Deb, what you wrote up was excellent. But I've been on committees writing mission statements and vision statements, and they can suck the life out of you just developing them in a way that we all
Can
agree
be
on.
really time consuming, yes.
I would say in some way we use what our charter was in the application and kind of massage it a little bit, but I think our focus really should be on much more tangible decisions or recommendations.
So someone brought up, what's the mission of the community center? So that's kind of what I was thinking about when I was pulling some language together. Is that beyond the scope of what this committee should be doing? Or is that sort of like an extra where it might help guide the next committee?
Well, I think-
and this, no, go ahead.
Until the next committee decides what actually does go in there from whatever recommendations we're offering them, I guess you wouldn't really know what the mission and vision are. I mean, what if they decide, well, this isn't really gonna fit with what we've identified pretty much as the three entities for whatever reason? I mean, I guess I would leave it up to them, which is fine, because otherwise I was gonna start wordsmithing what you did, which I
Yeah.
thank you for doing that, because it's always
Mhm.
easier to look at something and then like, oh, how about this? So, but maybe you're, I don't know, I hadn't thought about that, Lori, so. that makes
But I
sense.
think that's the point of doing something like that, is that we're trying to guide what happens next when it starts to get to the implementation of things. We want the functioning to follow what has been the mission decided or the vision. We don't want the other way around, where somebody decides, well, I guess we can do that and we can do that, and then you make up the mission from that. I want to see it the other way around, so that you've always got your guiding principles first.
Well, may not be exactly what the select board had envisioned.
Mhm.
And when
Well-
they envisioned this, it seems, it may not be what they thought was our vision.
But that's our job, is to say this is what the community visions for this space. And so it's your job to make it happen as much as you can, as much as we can afford or can do. But here's what we're really wanting for this space.
What we're wanting for the space.
This is what we want, the community wants, these activities and these resources. And so, that's what I really want to provide the guidance, but also hold them to it.
But do we know the community, do we actually know, we know what the community spoke about in the comprehensive plan? Sure.
They wanted a place that brings the community together.
Right. So.
It was something
Right,
along those lines.
that's why
Caleb-
we're
Caleb
here.
might
We're
know the
here to
better wording.
represent the
Right.
community.
Yeah, Kayla's got her hand up again, and since
Yeah.
she was part of the comprehensive plan. Kayla?
Sorry, I just want to step in for a second because I feel it's really important to distinguish what the community may want versus what this committee is saying that they want. And we do know a little bit about what the community wants based on feedback from the comprehensive plan. But I personally would like to see a more directed effort on the town's part, maybe a little later, towards saying, what does the community want this space to be? And something that's a little bit more involved than a pom-pom survey. Despite how popular that was, I still don't think that was the great methodology. Now, I also realize that the library sent out a survey and Rec sent out a survey, but those were very targeted surveys based on what would you like to see from the Rec and what would you like to see from the library. But it really didn't address what the community wants to see. So I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of the comprehensive plan and that we really haven't surveyed the community properly yet.
That's right, that's right.
Good point.
Yeah.
And do you, Kayla, just out of curiosity, is that something you see as the next committee actually putting together some kind of a survey that would be widespread to the community?
I would think that would be up to either the select board or town management to decide how to handle. I mean, we have limited capabilities and no funds. So I think that's a little outside of the purview of this committee because we don't really have the capability to put such a thing together and then disperse it.
Right.
The only
That's a great point.
I think that that's something that we can recommend as part of our package of recommendations, is that there be a very concerted effort to reach out to the whole community very broadly with very broad questions, not directed towards particular departments, but very broad. Because again, the comprehensive plan, we know that they want more community space, but we didn't really ask them specifics about what that means to them. And I think that that's something that we need to get to the bottom of but that's beyond the scope of this particular committee, in my opinion.
So might something be in part of what is passed to the next committee, to the select board, and then to the next committee, is we recommend a survey that shares somehow very briefly, here's what this committee came up with as some recommendations, and survey somehow the full community on that, to be sure that there's a chance for them to weigh in.
Unfortunately, our surveys, you don't really get.
You don't.
It's not, we
with
survey it, but it's not really reflective.
They're not effective either.
You get the answer from the community when the price tag's attached, and then that's when it comes down to what they really want. It has to be attached to a price tag.
Understood, but before somebody goes working on an implementation and a cost of architect or whatever, I mean, wouldn't it be good to just, to me, it's sort of a double check, because I think there is a lot in the draft comprehensive plan that can be directed, but just to be sure if that's a better way for the town to go prior to anything more being spent.
I didn't want to raise my hand again. I also just want to, echo that it doesn't have to be a survey. You can hold public hearings. I mean, there's other ways to bring a community together and gain their input.
I also think we need to trust the library and the rec department that they know what their patrons, users
and the town hall
need.
and the town hall,
and the town hall, of course.
Yeah, based on what they're already doing.
Exactly. I think they know what the community is asking for and what they need from their work and their observations. I think it's kind of redundant to do a whole community survey again, because usually those surveys, people just want more of what they're already getting.
Did Wyndham do a survey, or did they just come together and decide?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't see a reference to that.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
So they came together with their town manager and all the department heads and
Yeah,
decided.
see,
I actually thought they did. They had some recent community survey. I don't know that they did another one, but I thought I read something, sorry. I'll look and see if I have that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think the way that they set up their committee was different than ours. They've already jumped into the next level.
No, it was a
And
while
so they
ago.
probably have some budget.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
19.
decided what
Yeah.
they wanted in there.
It was a while ago.
Yeah.
Especially if they have an architect on staff that kind of helps direct, I think, what information they're trying to get to figure out the layout and who, if a poll is necessary, if it's more of the department heads coming in and talking about what their operations are and needs. So I think that's when you kind of get into that kind of nitty-gritty stuff is in that implementation and having an architect and on the committee that's kind of pushing the direction.
That's why Great Falls is working with them right now, so they.
Okay, we're good on that for the time being, and we'll probably
Just
come back to it.
a quick one on the Jordan Small floor plan as the line item. I think we also wanted to make recommendations for uses of buildings that would no longer be used, that the town owns.
Yeah, I think that could probably be part of the summary report, or do you think we should keep it as a separate report?
Part of the summary.
Part of the summary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of options.
And that's why the architect will probably help too, because, this is shrinking and everything, but, they may say, oh, well, this can work together, this is bigger space than you thought it was, and so I leave it to people who know what they're doing.
Right,
I see that too, Deb. I see that they're gonna take, our vision, and they're gonna start to really
Yeah.
put things together.
How come you didn't put this
that,
together?
Especially, size and space, they'll be able to say, well, you can actually fit these 4 things in this space. And, you've got plenty of room.
Yeah.
Well, I think this committee's done a great job of just gathering as many
Needs. Yeah.
options, ideas, visually seeing other places to kind of see what a complete concept looks like. So I think that's the bulk of what we're trying to accomplish. I think everyone's done a great job with that. No shortage of ideas here, so.
Right.
Or
Which leads in-
opinions.
Right.
Which leads into our next thing, I think.
Great.
So if we could take the Excel spreadsheet and Sue had some printed off if you don't have a copy of it.
Oh,
And
it's
they're-
on one
they're
page that
big
you can
size.
read? I did.
It's actually
I could use this.
2 pages,
There's not-
but,
yeah.
3 pages almost.
Except it's
But,
sticking together now. Oh dear.
Oh, there's more, yeah, this here's more and more.
Well, digital, I have to do a lot of scrolling.
Yes, I know, these, yeah, I know.
Somebody need one?
Somebody do it?
Deb, do you need one of
Too
these?
many papers, huh?
It ended up being like 2 1/3 pages.
That's better
Well-
than this.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what I
I there
was
was no other
saying,
way to
too.
print it out, so.
Yeah,
Anyway, I'm fine.
and when you have a printer
Do you
that's
want-
11 by 7.
Yeah,
you
if
need
you
this?
have one. I thought I had it.
There you go.
It's nice and big, too.
So
Mine's bigger.
just to kind of explain a little bit of what this is our original Word document where we had brainstormed stuff. I put it in an Excel file, and then based on our discussion last week where we had suggested that these different items fall into one of these categories of municipal park and rec, I tried to interpret that and include it. I also added some notes of things that we have mentioned that have come up, like the fact that Lions Club meets in the safety building, and yes, they are important to our community, but they already have space, so we don't need to necessarily consider them for Jordan Small Middle School. So I think the first column, I just thought we could go down through the list and prioritize, and that would help us to focus on, what we really are thinking we want to recommend for Jordan Small Middle School. So basically, high, medium, and low, just to keep it simple. And I figured we'd just go down through the list and see what people think. So the Veterans Center, high, medium, or low?
Low.
It's, yeah,
Just
when
don't
that
know
just,
how many there are.
We don't. And I'd like to say too that, Joe, the Parks and Recs have done such an amazing job of generating the revenue as part of building the community through athletics. I think almost across the board, we could say anything Parks and Rec is high. Same as I think we could say anything library is high, because we all understand, and we got from the comprehensive plan that these are significant things for the town of Raymond.
Yep.
Yeah, we call it the core programs.
Yes.
Those type of things.
Yep.
Childcare, summer camp,
Is there any
Yes,
kind of
exactly.
veterans center now?
senior program.
Right.
yeah, I don't even know what that means, Veterans
So
Center.
Wyndham has a,
Yeah, they had a
Yeah, they do.
Veterans Center.
Yeah.
I mean, they certainly could book a room, just like everybody,
Well, they use
anybody else.
They use the
but-
Veteran Center in Wyndham, and there's one in Naples. I mean,
Yeah.
So that's
That
not
might be
really.
something that I could pulse Rolf for too, because in his newsletter, he talked a lot about veterans, and I don't know if that's something he's focusing on in the legislature or not, but he might have some thoughts. So just, do we want to say high, medium, or low? Do we have a consensus?
Low.
I'd say low, but I feel a little bad saying low, but I would say.
Until we get more
Just in
information.
terms of the population
Well-
possibility, yeah.
It seems
Yeah.
like there's already resources for them in the area.
yes, absolutely, yeah.
So to me,
Yeah.
that would make it low
All right.
to us.
Basketball tournaments, we're going to say high based on what was just recommended, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees?
Well, again, do we have tournaments of just
Yeah.
rec teams or?
We have leagues right now. We
We
don't
do.
have this would be more of rental revenue, probably, if you rent out for basketball tournaments to
Well,
an
yeah.
organization.
Oh,
I wouldn't
So-
put high.
no, that wouldn't
So
be high.
Do we
where do you?
host basketball games? Yes. We're not necessarily running tournaments.
No, so that would be low.
Fee-based,
All right, so
low.
low or medium? I mean, how much
I-
effort do you think, Joe, it is to, like, coordinate a tournament?
In my experience, I stay away from that. And if people are running tournaments for, say, AAU, anything like that, you are setting a rental rate. So you just the rental space, which is
So you don't-
less of a burden on staff and stuff like that. So
Okay,
that's how we've done it in spaces that I've operated. You just rent it out, and you have a set rental rate, and you just have one staff kind of covering the time there, so.
All right, well, that helps to clarify, thank you. Exercise classes?
I don't know, someone mentioned a track of, a place for people to walk, around, and I just thought that was an excellent idea because I struggle to find a place, especially in the winter, to get that walking in. I don't
Wyndham
know,
High
that
School,
is-
Wyndham Adult, I've done that, but it's a distance to
20
go
minutes
from
each
here.
way,
Yeah, I
yeah.
know, yeah.
I know the new middle school's gonna have a walking track in the gym.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna, yeah, so, I mean, that's far to go for,
But exercise
But
classes
I don't think there's much
is
to a
different.
walking track, right?
it is, no, they're gonna have a walking track on the, built in the gym. And they wanted to do it in the high school, but they ran out of money. So it's like St. Joe's. Does St. Joe's have one of
Elevated
those?
one, yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Elevated
what,
track.
yeah, that's what they're gonna have in the, in the
But to
new
have
middle
one
school.
at Jordan Small would be easy, right? Just come in
Oh,
and
yeah.
walk
You can even
around.
just walk the halls, too.
Yeah,
I
and they
think
walk,
that'd be great.
they walk, the elderly, not elderly, but they use the whole high school in the evening as a walking
Right,
place
that's
now.
what I'd said, but it's a distance away. But exercise classes is more than just
This is
walking.
different,
It's-
Right.
It's both,
I just-
so,
yeah.
So I would,
I put that
High.
in medium anyway.
Medium?
Is this,
At
is
least
this low cost and free classes?
We need a silver sneakers class.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
what we
That
need,
would-
silver
Right.
sneakers.
'Cause that- I
that's-
think that's high, a high
Yeah,
priority.
because even right now,
Yeah, I
we
like
can't
high,
offer
too.
any of that.
No.
Even the church, like it's a concrete floor. Very, the finish is kind of off. It collects a lot of dirt. So like you'd really want a cleaned wood
yeah.
Right.
area.
All right, I'm gonna
Um,
put it medium for now.
Yeah.
I think it's high.
I think it's high.
I think
High.
encouraging
Okay.
We
physical
need to get
activity is very
exercise
important
in
in the
our-
community.
All right.
You don't need I mean, I go to a couple different silver sneaker programs, and it's not, the floor is, it's with that little gym down there, and then over at PNF. It's not, there's nothing really special about the space,
Just
Right.
and it's, we're not running around like,
playing tag.
yeah,
or
right.
anything.
We're sitting in the chairs,
The dodgeball.
You have that
Right,
yoga
but-
room.
But other
Yeah.
exercise
You had a space,
classes
kind of.
would.
Yeah. What?
Maybe
Exercise.
silver
Right.
sneakers wouldn't,
Yeah,
but
sure.
other exercise.
Yeah,
classes.
yeah,
mean,
I
this
know
is
it.
broader, so.
That's
Yeah, it's fairly broad, I
Yeah.
think, too.
So I
Music.
have to run out real quick. Basketball program, the balls are in my car, so, and
Okay.
it's locked.
Uh-oh.
You want us to keep going?
Yeah, you guys go.
All right. Music lessons, concerts?
Well, with the 5 through 8 gone, I don't think it's as much for concerts. They have them down at the high school anyway. So
Yeah.
K4 wouldn't be having
There might be a
concerts.
community concert. There used to be, what was the Grange Hall, there would be some music things.
Yeah,
and-
they've had music concert down the library.
But again, I'd
too.
put
Yeah.
L for,
And the library has incorporated
Right.
into
they
their
have as well,
tiny
outside.
space.
Oh, inside?
Yeah,
I'm
we have
thinking like
concerts there.
outdoor concerts, things like that too. I think this is low to medium for now. I mean, this is one of those
Yeah.
things that can be developed over time.
Right.
Yeah, invest.
And I guess that's the thing, for priority, we should look at it that way, Deb, that this is, maybe just at this point in time, but this
Right.
could obviously all be expanded.
Right, but what's immediate?
What's
I
immediate?
priority.
What we think is immediately needed? Conferences?
Well, if you mean conference space or conference like as far as meetings,
I don't know.
I'd say
I see.
low.
So this bunch of items mostly comes from what Kayla brainstormed on
Right.
the first one. So I interpreted conferences, Kayla, as making space available for maybe businesses or organizations that wanted to have outside conferences. And it would be different from a conference space
nonprofit,
in a community
yeah.
thing.
That's correct. It's just a space.
It's just a space. Okay.
Well, my thought would be for-profit meeting spaces are less priority than meeting spaces for nonprofit organizations.
But
Like
it's
the
still-
Boy Scouts and the historical genealogy groups and the, AARP. I think those meetings are more priority than renting it out for a business meeting or a staff training, or if that's what that means.
Okay.
So,
But
all of that could be in the space that is currently the library at
Library,
Jordan
yeah.
Small.
That's what I was
so,
thinking,
yeah.
is that the library has already
If it's a group.
put that vision forward as far as,
Like selectmen's meetings.
the
would meet
nonprofit
there and-
Yeah.
type conference spaces.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are we giving that? What are we giving that?
Um,
What?
It sounds to me like it's low
Low?
because
Yeah, I'd
the
say-
library's already taken care of what we would have considered as the high priority side of things.
Okay.
Food pantry, low because we're actually probably going to say that it should go in the old library.
Can we decide that?
I think
Yeah.
we can advise it in our.
Well, if we put it down as a,
Because
as
it
a
is
high.
high
but it
priority.
Right.
So maybe that would make, some space would be made available for it. If we put it as a high, because it does need a new space, but it
And
doesn't.
under notes, just
I
say
think
not
that-
necessarily.
Yeah, I like that better, saying it that way, that make it high and then make a note that.
Needs a
Alternative
house.
site or offsite.
And then, yeah, it doesn't have to be in that space, yeah.
All right, family services, all right. So I'll split those two up.
Okay.
And then small businesses,
Say low, given
Say
the
low.
conversation.
Low, I
Well, and
guess.
see what we can do, yeah.
right. Before and after school daycare, high.
High.
Thrift store,
Medium?
Well, that's an,
That's what came
that's
to
an
mind.
off-site,
Maybe, yeah.
could
the
be.
food pantry, right? That's
Could
kind
be.
of that same
That's a maybe.
situation.
I don't know what kind of
And-
space
and-
or usage.
Yeah, because Wyndham has a
Yeah.
clothes closet over
Well,
there,
they
too.
have the closed, yeah, they have the loan closet, and they have
Underneath
the thrift shop at the church.
Yeah,
Now, the
might be-
church RVCC used to have a thrift shop.
Yes,
And
it
I don't
did.
know how active that was, or if it was open to the community or just church members. But we could try, I could be happy to look into how it was used, how frequently.
It wasn't
how-
frequent, it wasn't open frequently, but it was open once in a while,
Okay.
yeah. And the Wyndham one is where the other thrift shop is, and that's open like a couple days a week, half days, two, you know.
So maybe medium, and we could go
Well, that-
up and down from there when we could learn more?
I'd put, yeah, I'd put it low, actually,
I think it's low.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
all right, blood drives,
I think it's low.
When was the last time we had one? I remember giving, but I don't remember having had one here.
The Lions used to run that, and we had a lot of trouble with the Red Cross. The way they ran things wasn't in keeping with our success.
Okay. So
I'll
low?
just say.
Yep.
and
We've had-
there's
we've
a
had-
lot of opportunities around.
I go to Casco, and they're great.
Yeah, there's Casco, there's the Wyndham Church.
We had one at
and
the
go
high
over
school
to
years
Pine
ago.
Land. Pineland's really nice, you get free cheese.
Oh, up at Casco, they have treats every time, chocolates, chocolate strawberries.
All right, low, okay.
Adult education.
Adult education,
High.
Low, because
I think it's a medium because we have a program that we can build on, and if we can get people to come,
It'd be
it's
nice
almost
to try
exactly
it.
what a community center is for. So if we
Right.
don't have to
Yeah.
get into the weeds with programming,
Exactly.
providing a space, I think at least a medium. That's,
Yeah.
I think so.
okay, sounds good.
right?
Well, I would even say high, but it
I
doesn't
would
need
say
to be.
high, but
okay,
It
let's say
doesn't
high.
need to be its own space, as we've said, it's used
Available.
at different times and whatever.
Well, yeah, adult ed are usually in the evening, so
Yeah. that's
be
true.
a space in the daytime that would be available.
Right.
Tax assistance,
What do you mean by that? Do you mean helping people with their taxes? Like,
So
like the AARP gives?
So that would be part of the senior.
Yeah.
my understanding.
That's
Yeah, my
gonna get
husband does a lot of
covered.
ones down in Jordan Bay. So,
Yeah, that's gonna
Yeah.
get covered under either the library or the senior.
yeah, they probably have a place in the library.
Yeah.
You could hold that.
A lot of libraries hold those kinds of sessions.
But it is
With
important
the-
because they really don't.
okay. I'll clarify it in that direction, and then do we think that that's high, medium, or low?
I think it's high. I think a lot of people aren't getting the resources they need.
Yeah,
Right.
Yes, you're right.
Intergenerational meetings and events.
that's high.
What would an example of that be?
I would see it as programming where you've got either intergenerational, you're trying to bring families together, you're trying to bring, say, grandparent caregivers with their grandchildren, trying to have activities for them to do.
Big brother, big sister, I don't know. I like that program.
Well, you're doing that, Debbie, with the cards, the pen pals and the bingo.
Technology and how support.
You are with the school. You're doing that with the
Yeah.
school kids.
But that might be able to be the library. If now that they have rooms, they could.
Exactly, yeah, those rooms could be
Might
used
be
for
used
those
for
kinds
that
of
stuff.
programming activities, certainly.
Okay. Sounds good. Warming and Emergency Center?
Aye.
I agree.
You've been waiting for that one.
Yes, 5 days without heat and electricity was kind of scary.
Yeah. Scouts, low because they already meet at the safety building?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's just another group that can book a room, so.
Right. Lions
need it.
Club, same thing?
Yeah.
Cafeteria, you know, I would say retaining what we already have. And that's
Yeah.
That's high.
that high.
Yes.
Medical closet?
Well,
Aye.
I think it's easy enough to do with some outreach. If we can find the space for goods, then yeah, we should.
I think that's the thing, is just having a space for it, because I know I've got a basement full of stuff that I'd like to put in a medical closet somewhere.
And I think possibly even Wyndham has 4,000 of one item and only 4 of another. They'd be happy getting rid of
Sometimes they are willing to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, are you sure you don't need it? And you don't, you can have it for a while too, so.
So if it's
Great.
easy to do, I say it's a high. I mean, it may not have.
And when you need
kind
it,
of
you need it
investment.
right
I
away.
agree.
and that's a good support for the community for,
It really is.
you know.
Some of that stuff can get expensive.
Yeah.
Remote workspace, offices?
I think that's a high need. People need space, they want private workspace, private meeting space.
Again, and I understand they may need tech assistance, but do we provide them with a workspace or an office? To me, that's a low.
Yeah,
But-
Pete, you had sent out something about incubator space.
Right, that was from something that Bill had provided. And I think that was a lot of good ideas to maybe generate some revenue and to get new businesses started, you know, entrepreneurs that wanted to, and there was a way for bringing them in incrementally, and then, you know, eventually they would be providing services back to the town.
So one of those things that we might move into if we have the space.
Right.
Right.
Well, and even home-based business people who are trying to develop their own online businesses and things like that, they still need a place to go to connect to the internet if they don't have a good connection or can't afford it at home. So we're seeing a lot of use of these remote workspaces in libraries. And you've also got independent contractors and people that travel throughout the day. They may need a space to just jump in and go submit a report, or you have people that come and need to download or upload videos or, you know, marketing things for their businesses. So we're seeing more use of our remote workspaces throughout the state.
But is that, maybe I've taped this wrong, my pages, is that leased space?
No.
Because that's what I see.
It's here under library and leased.
Yeah, I've got it listed twice.
I think
Okay.
the incubator is more of a leased environment where you've got someone providing access to a printer and perhaps an administrative staff or file cabinets. That's very different than using it for
If you
like the
want to
library
go
does right now.
with a paid co-working space, then yeah, so that they actually lease office space. Some of these co-working spaces, they might have lockers, they might have an actual office space that small businesses can use.
It feels like that's
And
something.
that's a pay.
If you're gonna do a home business, it's a home business. If you need some assistance and there's, you know, that's available in the library or wherever, that's great, but yeah. So if somebody says hi and I say low, can we go at least middle?
Well, and
I
we
think it's
also-
high for the library.
Yeah, it's
but
high
I think
for
it
the
may be lower
library.
for the paid working space.
And then also the seasonal people who come here, it's high for them to have a place to go. When they're at camp in the summer, it's good for them to have a place to go to work, do some work.
Experience.
So I can split it up that way.
Dunkin' Donuts
might be
loves
my
to have
own
people
bias.
come in.
Yeah. It's my own bias, I guess. I'll be quiet.
No, that's,
I agree with you.
It's a way to support economic development locally, so.
Right.
Yeah, it's something to look into later.
I'll try to split it out so that it's clear whether it's library or incubator.
Okay.
Private space for counseling support.
I would say high.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say, that's
what's-
similar to family services,
I was gonna
number
say,
7.
Yeah,
ties
what's the
in.
difference?
Yeah, it ties in with that.
So we said high with that, so maybe what I'll do is I'll kind of combine those
Incorporate
two. Yeah,
That goes into the need for private meeting spaces.
yeah.
That feeds into that.
Recycling, garbage to gardens,
That would be outdoor.
Yeah, that's, we already have the garden.
right.
And they,
We already.
I mean,
Yeah, plenty of garbage.
I see it as low because, I mean, you can do more with composting and all that, but that's programming that can be developed as we go.
yeah, that's something to look into.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
connected with the garden and greenhouse too.
Yeah, it might be
so
good to start with a garden and then,
kind of combine them.
mm.
I just wouldn't want to lose sight of that
Oh,
because this town
we have a
needs to,
garden.
this
Yeah,
town needs to
that's-
be doing more with recycling.
Yeah.
And part of that could be composting and that could be garbage to gardens.
Yeah, haven't we had
Combine it.
challenges with recycling in the past?
I'll talk
Yes.
to you after the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so, what are
But if we did it
we putting
better-
on, what are we putting on that one? Medium or high or?
So medium and go to the recycling, kind of?
Well, if you're combining it, I would say garden and greenhouse
Right.
might be, unless the community garden is gonna still be available. But
Yeah, I think it's there.
Yeah, it's still there.
But
the
it's not
community
owned
garden,
by,
But they could still use it. I mean, it's
do we
not-
know that?
Well, they use it now. I mean, it's not like it's, you can't use it if the library's not there. I don't think that's the
Right.
case.
I would say at least medium, but there's also the space at Jordan Small already.
Yeah, that little garden, yeah.
In the greenhouse.
So it'd be nice not to let that
Not
die
go,
on
yeah.
that space,
So
and to
maybe-
keep the greenhouse, because they need some attention, and, but, you know, be nice to keep, I put it,
So maybe garbage to gardens is low, but keep the garden and see if we can move toward
Yeah.
composting.
yeah.
Right. Administrative office for community center?
So this was mine, just because of the fact that as you're adding all this space, you're adding a lot of work. And Parks and Rec has the registration system, that's huge. I mean, I was picturing an admin doing that full-time, at least for the entire building. But if you've got a system now that,
That was the good thing about not having an office. Front-facing office, that 99% of our registrations for programming is done through the online system, so.
and do you see any reason that that couldn't be expanded through whatever it is we do here?
Yeah, I mean, it still would probably be good to have an admin type office, like if you're checking in or need help registering, or if it's like a membership type piece. But I don't think it needs to be as dedicated as
So-
it has like an office hours type thing, because most
There
of
needs
it's
to be a
online.
phone number to call, a
Yeah.
person to go see if the
Yeah.
toilet's overflowing.
Yeah.
So is that high but already part of Park and Rec?
Yeah, I think it's just having a space to have our system, computers in there, a cash drawer.
But wouldn't the director, I mean, there's a director's office for Park and Rec, there's
Yeah, there's
librarian's
enough,
office for
yeah.
the library,
Yeah.
towns have
The
office.
town's got their offices, so you don't, I
Additional
mean,
office needed, or?
There are a
Yeah.
few small
Yeah.
offices
Take
there
care of
just
them.
before the end of Raymond Rec things, right? But where the kids go out to the playground, there's a couple offices there, and
yeah.
then across the way, there's an office that could be
So
made.
this would be more of like so we've called it like a build-in monitor. Someone like if there's times that full-time staff aren't there that need coverage, like you have this space to check the schedule, to register people, to observe like the areas that are being used during off hours, weekends. So it's like
Is it like reception? I mean.
it's kind of like a reception,
area?
yeah.
And would they also be like keeping an eye on the security cameras
Yeah,
and
they
things
give-
like that?
Yeah, they have security cameras. They could see into the gym, maybe, or see, have a camera that's
So
watching where in the cafeteria. So
So that's where there's
Would it-
additional staff that will
Would be
definitely be
manned,
needed.
yeah.
yeah, additional staff.
so in the past, like these type of things, like are covered under our revenues. So if you're renting something, it's not coming out of our general fund. It's coming out of those revenues to cover that person. That
But
is
that's for the
doing this.
Parks and Rec,
For
so if we're
Parks and
now
Rec.
also doing that for everything else in the building, how
The library.
That would
The
be
library would just,
expanded.
would just fold into what they're already doing.
Well, the stuff would be during the hours that the librarians are there.
Yes,
It's not extra,
right.
you know,
Right,
so
this
they'd
is
already
extra.
be there. The staff.
But again,
But it's
those hours would likely need to be expanded.
And no,
So,
I think it's
yeah.
something that you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. I mean, this has all got a dollar sign attached to it, and
I'm just saying, right now, Parks Rec is doing that. right
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
So
It's
they're
just-
doing it. So,
it's-
so
it's
is
not
that?
uncommon.
it's
It's not
already
going to
being-
change anything because if
So, low, I guess, what I'm hearing.
Low,
Yeah.
low to medium.
All right, you audios, you're up.
Thank you, Bill. Use of roof for solar array?
I would say hi.
Everybody feel that way? I mean, it's
Sure.
I have
Yeah.
No idea.
Was it
probably, you know, somebody write a grant, it's probably something that's gonna get taken care
I
of.
don't know.
And there are
The
towns
space
that
is
have
already
done that.
there,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Community meals, high,
Hi,
I'd
yes.
like to do that.
Summer feeding station.
and summer feeding station.
Is this
Does
through
that-
RSU 14?
So well, who knows going forward? I'll just put it that way.
Oh, that's right.
So, you know, because if they are using Raymond Elementary, if there's, I don't know how the distribution has been. I'm really not familiar enough with it to say, but I don't know that that needs to be part of this building if it's part
I
of what
agree.
the school is able to do.
And the school
But if
during the-
not,
yeah.
I know when we looked into this as kind of the summer camp being a feeding space that could then translate to our kids having lunches, that we didn't qualify to be like that satellite location.
You didn't?
Oh, we
did
didn't?
not.
No.
Yeah. So I don't know if this would change just because of the area we're in or not, but that was at Camp Hines, so,
I know
Oh, you
during,
didn't qualify because it was a camp?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I
So,
see.
Okay.
or
I would
Raymond,
just say-
you know, in general.
Yeah,
so.
well, when
We
they did it through the pandemic, and
I was
they,
just gonna
and they
say that,
prepared
yeah.
the food in Wyndham, and they brought it here and with
bagged it.
vans, and they had, it was a whole, and they had volunteers drive the food to houses, and it's you know, it's,
well, there's ongoing ways that that's happening for some in, I mean, I didn't read the full email because it's a continuation of some program or something, but going forward, I don't know what there will be for
I
funding from
agree, I agree.
Yeah.
federal for
Yeah.
helping
That's
anybody.
right.
I think
So-
kids and hunger are a high priority for thinking people. I think we should try
Most of
to
us.
incorporate it as a high priority
If the school is not.
if the school is not.
Okay, all right, good.
So do we have somewhere on here that, we talked at one point about having a food, not a food pantry, because we already have that, but a place that, you know, if people need, you know, canned goods or, you know, things that really don't expire much that we could have available for people to come in, kind of like a, you know, summer feeding, but to have a space for food for
How
people who,
How is that different from food pantry? I guess?
because that's organized. That's something that they organize and do. Do they have a place that, oh, by the way, I'm running low, you know, can I drop by? I mean,
Before COVID, the clients would walk through and they would be given certain things and they would say, oh, I need an extra peanut butter, and they would be able to take it.
okay.
So there are shelves for that. There's just no space,
But it's
and
only open like
and
that.
it's only open once a month.
But I'm just wondering, people, now that it's once a month, people are running low, and I'm getting the feeling of those people that need it food the week before food pantry's open.
Well, if we have a better space, I mean, you know, the
Oh, it
food
could be.
pantry could be open more if we have the space and
That'd be
and the
great.
people to volunteer. I mean,
But that's 3 years out. Well, this is
right,
3 years
oh,
out.
but yeah, well, that's what this is, 3 years out.
Yeah, I'm just,
You're thinking of
I just
your-
didn't know if we had, if it was underneath any of this, but
Oh,
sneak it in with the clothes or something.
Okay.
There is a phone number to call. I know that he has delivered or had people pick up if there was a critical need.
Oh, okay, okay, I know.
It's
Gary,
not,
so
I don't think
can-
it's something he advertises because he's a volunteer himself.
He works a lot, I know.
So that makes me think of something else, and that's communication about whatever transpires. You know, I think that's been an issue, like, oh, I've learned a lot. Oh, we do this, we do that. And whatever this center is able to offer, I want to be sure everybody in town knows about it, whatever that is.
So that is a problem that needs to be solved.
Communication.
Yep.
I know, because that screen there down by the fire station really isn't working. It was working for a while, but then you can kind of see the images, but it's not.
It's broken, they're fixing it. There's some
Well,
part.
they
that-
did fix it. It was
But
working.
now it's out, down again.
Oh, it's down again.
But you're only getting people there that are going out of town.
Right.
But yes, we need some sort of combination, Wyndham Eagle, online presence, Facebook, word of mouth, newspaper.
Yeah, communication is, I'm feeling.
All right, I want to try to stay respectful of everybody's time, and so I think we need to wrap it up. We have several items that I think will carry over to our next meeting, like the posted idea. I think we can maybe start out with some of that next week. Next meeting is June 2nd, and then when I was looking at the Raymond webpage, they've already got it scheduled for June 16th as well, which I didn't have on my personal calendar, but they've got it scheduled for that. So right now, those are the only two meetings. If we need or feel like we want to go further,
So
then
not the 9th? Oh, 9th is close to voting, right?
Yeah, I think we moved it because of,
The 16th.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the
Okay, So
voting.
no, none on the 9th.
yeah,
Oh,
not
yeah,
done.
that's good.
right.
And, we have to remember that Joe now will be a part of the next committee. And he,
Right.
he'll be,
A good
he's heard it all here.
Right.
Relay it.
That's right.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting
better or
too,
for
in that Barry Tibbetts is the chair of their committee, but he is a non-voting
Voting.
member.
There's a lot of them that are non-voting. All the town employees
Yeah.
are non-voting.
Yeah, kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Just more food for thought.
Mm.
I don't see any public comments. Last committee comments, thoughts?
Pete, Kayla was not online when you congratulated
Right.
her, so.
Yes, Kayla, we kind of started out the meeting and wanted to congratulate you for the award that you got for Maine Citizen Planner of the Year. And just thought that was great recognition. And the article, read it in the Wyndham Eagle, and well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I still maintain the fact that was a big group effort. We especially could not have gotten as far as we did without North Star Planning and also Peter Levitt.
Excellent. I think you may have also missed the first part of it.
Yeah,
Right.
we-
Thank you.
Sets it up.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, May 28th. I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the April 16th meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. Next on the agenda is discussion with department heads on the new process for the development of the 5-year CIP plan. We're missing a few.
Yeah, there's a few that couldn't make it. Melanie might be remoting in, but she had an appointment, and Brenda is still recovering from surgery. So
Okay.
I will be here. We have Jay from Codes and Nathan from Public Works, and I think Richard from Library.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm looking for the public safety,
And Bruce, yeah.
because I thought that they were going to be here tonight.
I did too. Check my emails.
Dennis, was that public safety that pulled into the parking lot?
I don't think so. I I saw the chief. Yeah, I saw the chief in District 2. He was on his phone. No, it's Peter.
He's probably on his way.
Okay, he's coming up to the meeting? Okay. Okay. All right, thanks. He's coming, but he said he had to run home first.
Oh. Well,
Maybe we could have discussion of 4.
okay.
Item 4. what we're
Oh,
waiting
item
for.
4? All right. Item 4 is discussion on a Budget Finance Committee tour of the Fire and Rescue Building. And I did speak with Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor this afternoon and asked him for a couple of possible dates of when we could tour the fire department building. And so he reminded me that there are 2 locations. And what I asked him for, the possibility of our June meeting date, which is June 16th, or August 20th, instead of having meetings those nights, that we could go to the, have the tour on those days instead.
Yep.
I don't think that we have a lot of business coming up for July and August.
Yep.
So, so the idea is, do we want to do both buildings on the same day?
I think you can, or
I think we could too. That seems easy enough to do. Do you have a preference on July 16th or August 20th?
I think it would be, for me, August 20th would work better.
Okay. I don't have a preference. Either one of them works for me.
I don't think I have a preference either.
I don't either.
Okay, so why don't we go with August 20th?
Yep.
Okay, you are very welcome. And we'll plan to do both buildings. Okay. All right, well, we'll go forward with the department heads that we have here. Thank you for coming. So at our last meeting, we brought up a new process, a new tool that we're going to use for the CIP process going forward. What has been asked for this year is already locked down. It will be voted on June 10th, so that's behind us now. But going forward for the next budget year, 26-27, we have, it was in your e-packet, there's a tool, CIP, implementation tool, CIP, and this is what we'd like to use going forward. And I've been working with Joe, and we came up with a form. It's a fillable form that you would have to fill out, and it goes with all of the information. There's an example on the back of the handout, and it gives a description of what the request is. It's a sample, and so the form meets the information in the request. So we would have a written request from all the department heads of what you'd like to have in your CIP plan for the next budget year, the fiscal year. And then when the form is submitted, you would include your backup data that goes with it, such as written quotes from suppliers, in anticipation if there was going to be a grant, or if there was money that has already been allocated for the project, or if more money is needed from the town to go with the carry forward from the previous years, on how the funding is going to work, anticipated ideas of how the funding sources would work, and the years that that funding would be applied, or if a bond is needed, or whatever the revenue source is going to be, it would be identified on the request form. And then Joe had the great idea of having it be a fillable form, so when you go in to fill out the form, there are required fields, and you can't go forward until all the fields are filled out, and then that data would load an Excel spreadsheet, and then the report would come out as the written request. And then we have a more formalized way and a better way to track the CIP requests for each budget year.
Can I just walk through process?
Yes, absolutely.
So just, I want to make sure we're clear. So that fillable form will be filled out by the department head or whoever's in charge of that CIP. It'll be submitted to the town manager to kind of populate in a folder and gather all, all the necessary documents into a folder, so we'll have it. And then once that's kind of finalized and be sent to the chair to then go through and put into that spreadsheet. Is that kind of how you feeling, or?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
I know where you're going with that, because what I have done, and I've been working on this, is I took all the sheets from all the department heads from this past budget cycle, and I put everything into one Excel workbook. So I have all of the sheets, and then I have the carry forward Excel document that we have. And then I have another sheet where I went line by line in each department and copied all of that information into one sheet. It's quite a bit of information, so that we could tally it at the bottom, and we can see what our tally is line by line and going out for the next 5 years. The one piece that I still haven't done is put in, what I'd like to see is like a box score on the department head sheets that you gave us back in the budget season. At the bottom, there was a box score that had like the next 5 years out of what the anticipated expenses were going to be and the anticipated carry forward. So you had it all in a box, and we could anticipate how much funding was going to be needed to fill the gap for the expenses. And I would like to have that in a summary page for each department. And I think that would give us a snapshot, I call it a box score, of what we're looking at. So Joe came up with this idea. He's handed this sheet out, and this is basically what I've done, but this was a sample, so that I'm a visual person, I have to see it to understand it, but this sheet represents what we came up with. So it can be filtered by department and have the expenses laid out for us. So the idea was to invite the department heads here tonight to explain what we're thinking about, and to get some feedback from you on how you think this process is going to work, if you have any questions or suggestions. And we would ask that, so that we don't have a really compressed budget season, that we would separate out the CIP in advance of that, so we can spend some time looking at the CIP, and then when we get to February, we can really focus on the budget. And we would ask that the request forms be submitted by September 1st. So that would give us September to January, or September to the end of the year, to work on the CIP process, and then know where we are when we start the budget season, instead of trying to work both of them at the same time. Sometimes it gets to be very overwhelming.
That's good. Yeah, because one thing I just noticed is, I think when we are centralizing all the information, I think that'll help produce a clean document to kind of observe and look at. So when we go into that budget process, like you said, we have kind of a one sheet of the breakouts and where things lie as far as if that's going to be the final implementation of that equipment or project, or, you know, down the line the next 5 years. So hoping that will help kind of, if we do the prep work before, it will make the budget process a little bit easier.
Yeah.
We hit that seat.
Then when I get that, those summary sheets finished, and I give it a sanity check, then I'll send it over to you so you can look at it
Yep.
and give it another look and make sure that we've got everything on there. The more eyes, the better. So how I feel about it. Seems like something gets missed somewhere in all that data.
Yes, there's a lot of data being around there. So.
Any comments or questions?
I guess I might have one question.
Okay. Sure.
Library. So this is supposed to be like for 4 to 6 years in the future. So would this include any potential upgrades to the school if that ever happens? Or is that a not, that we're not going to do this year?
That the visioning committee is meeting right now on that. And so there will be another committee that will be the implementation committee. And so that's when those numbers will be finalized. So I expect that would be in a year, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
We're about a year out.
Wrapping up in June for vision, and I would say probably by hopefully end of July, August, we'll have the build and implementation committee in. So probably next year.
Yeah.
Start getting some numbers.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
I know the visioning committee is working very hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas. It's great.
So would the school itself end up with its own CIP?
I'm going to guess we'll have to create a different CIP account just for that that kind of build-in plan type of thing. So yeah, I'm going to guess it's going to be broken out of the existing CIP accounts we already have. So probably be best to separate that.
No question.
Yeah, actually would fall into facilities, wouldn't it?
Facilities, yeah.
I mean, that
right.
in my mind makes sense because that's what it's going to become.
Yeah, I guess it depends on.
It can be a separate line.
Right. It currently with Nathan's budget of facilities, yeah, that could be something that can be looked at too with that implementation. How we fund that will kind of dictate where we go with the accountant piece. So
I would think on the new school, they're going to probably bond that, so that would be paid out of the bond. Your operating costs, obviously we'd have to create an operating cost for the building. The CIP facilities account would be for upgrades to the rest of the buildings that we have, and probably part of that building. But I would think that overall cost of doing that would be bonded, and that would be under a different line.
I would think one of the things you might look at once that comes to fruition is to have a separate facilities person.
Yep.
That literally was in charge of all of the facilities and take it away from Nathan because Nathan's got enough to do to do the road.
That is absolutely correct. If we, I envision if we do, and when and if we do the building, that I will put another staff member on or another whole department for facilities. That this school is way outside of.
Yeah, I would think it would be a separate.
You'd have to.
Yeah, you'd want at least one or two people, just even with the times of everything. Like you're going from could be 7, 6 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. So
you're going to have a cleaning staff.
Yeah.
And I think once we get into that building, that'll create enough work to justify a facilities department with staff for cleaning and lawn maintenance and so on and so forth. I think they've got
to work with everybody else who has facilities, the fire department and, you guys and everything else.
Yeah.
have someone who's going to supervise the overall upkeep of the buildings in coordination with the department heads.
And that'd be paid out of the general fund for sure.
Yeah, it'd be operations costs on that.
So, well, that's a good idea.
Okay. Okay. Chief Tupper, we already discussed number 4 at the beginning. We jumped over on the agenda. Oh, okay.
Chose the date already for you.
We have a date for you. I spoke with Deputy Chief O'Connor this afternoon, and we talked about a couple of dates where the Budget Finance Committee could come and have a tour of the fire and rescue building, which you had offered to us back in the budget season. I think it's a great idea, and there's agreement here. We'd all like to come. So August 20th will be the date, and we'd like to tour both buildings on that day if we could. Now, is everyone available? Like, when would you prefer for us to come, in the afternoon, morning, afternoon, evening?
Actually, yeah, during the day wouldn't be a bad thing if you all can make it then, and if not, an early evening is fine. We can make something work. What is the day of August 20th on the calendar?
It's a Wednesday.
Wednesday. It'll be a training evening, but that's okay.
Oh.
Might be even better.
Okay, whatever works and is convenient for you.
Nope, not a problem. I would do that. That would be good.
Okay, great.
Yeah. All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, no problem. So we'll do, would we say 6:30?
In the evening?
Yep.
What-
Or a little earlier if that's.
All right, can we do 6? Can everybody make 6?
I'm
Yeah.
taking the day off
Or-
work, so whatever.
Okay, yeah, 6 looks good.
Okay,
Yeah, perfect.
thank you. All right. So are we all set with the number 3, the CIP piece of it, with the department heads? Are there any other questions or comments for that?
I just have one question.
Okay, sure.
So, code enforcement, we don't really have a lot of CIP, pretty much would be a vehicle. And I see, you have $30,000. Is that, the strategy is just kind of put in that lump sum for 1 year, or would it be preferable to kind of divide that up by 3 years? Or is that something that you, the Budget Finance Committee, will kind of look at?
It would still be, would probably that'd be out of Nathan's vehicle fleet, so
Okay.
something under Public Works.
Yep.
And then, yeah, it'd just be either added to that fiscal year or wherever in
Right, I just was, at the, on that sheet, it kind of shows the years going out, so we
Yeah.
can just say, we expect in 2 years to need a vehicle.
Correct.
You put in a number there and make the request that way.
Correct. That's how I see it, yeah.
Okay.
So that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Forecast and it, yeah.
Sure.
And yeah, something like that, yeah, we won't even break out through 7 years of payments, so. So yeah, that's a good plan.
All right. Anyone else on Zoom have any more questions about the process? Okay. Do you agree that September 1st is a doable date that we could get that done by?
For those, yes, for the next fiscal year, kind of those
Yes.
projects, yeah. I think that's doable. I think we have a lot of the legwork already in some of these documents. I think it's just pulling it out and
Yes.
kind of organizing it. So I plan on having a separate CIP folder. So as we collect all these documents, it's kind of all in one location, separate from the total budget. So I think it's going to be easier to kind of grab a hold of that there, instead of mixing in with kind of like general operational, and it's kind of in every department. So we could start pulling those out and put them in that folder.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, so next we have public comment. Okay. Pete?
I certainly can. So Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I did
look at the e-packet and the agenda. So I did look at it, and it was very helpful as far as the insert goes. I just bring your attention to the purposes of capital improvement planning. I think that was on the first page of the handout, and it's got like 7 or 8 bullet points. I'd emphasize 2, which is the second to last one, ensure that patterns of growth and development are consistent with the comprehensive plan, because you know that's near and dear to my heart. And then the third bullet, identify the most economical means of financing capital improvements. It's a challenge for this committee. It's a challenge for the town as a whole in looking at trying to project 5-10 years down the road. Believe me, I've been involved in that for the last 2.5 years. But what I'd say is that going on that comprehensive plan, the important thing to note as far as one of the keys to that was land use, and it was looking at growth areas, which are required by the state to be declared in a comprehensive plan. If you don't have one, the state will actually assign you a growth plan. And so what I've given you as far as a handout is, first of all, the map showing the different growth areas. The red is the 302 growth area, and the orange is the village growth area. And that's backed up by the 4 following pages, which basically describe the Route 302 growth area, the village growth area, and one that's a little newer, and that's actually talking about the East Raymond growth area, which is where we're right now, and which I believe was part of your discussion just with the Jordan Small School. And certainly, I understand people wanting to be anxious about finding out, you know, how do we, you know, get our dibs on this and whatever. What I can tell you is that it's hard for this committee right now because, as you know, really what it's going to come down to as far as what goes in that building is going to be the appetite of the taxpayer. And so, you know, when we're talking about bonds or we're talking about whatever, understand that this may be very incremental and it may start out being rather small. Envisioning everything happening there at one time, well, you know, you maybe have a little bit more confidence in the taxpayers of this town than I do as far as having that happen. But my guess is it's going to be more phased in. So as far as positioning ourselves with the state is concerned, obviously the state is very interested in growth areas. The last 20 years in this town, what I've heard is that comprehensive plans have been directed at getting development in the town to the growth areas. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. What we experience here is what they experience in most towns our size, which is large lot, single-family homes, not concentrated in a village area. But that's where we want to go, according to the comprehensive plan. What it does is it puts the development more in a concentrated village-type area where there are more resources, and it leaves the majority of the town rural, which is my sense of where the people that got involved with the comprehensive plan were going. So I'd ask you, you know, these come right out of the handout is right out of the comprehensive plan, which I'm happy to see has been in its final form. So that's good, and I believe that there's going to be a directive coming up next Monday as far as where we're going with that. But I guess my main reason tonight is to basically emphasize that as far as identifying, you know, reasonable resources in order to fund these things. I had one discussion before the select board several months back, and I think I may have mentioned it to this group as well. Tax incremental financing, the TIF areas. I mentioned the select board. I didn't get much of a rise in mentioning that. We already have a TIF, and the TIF is basically the pipeline going along 121. And what the TIF really does is, in a very simple explanation, is it's money in that designated area any increase or improvements in that tax valuation gets put into a separate fund that is accessible for specified projects that the state agrees with the town. So, as an example, were we to make East Raymond the new TIF area, and we're talking about how we're going to finance these improvements to Jordan Small School, an alternative would be to use our own tax dollars to do it. And the other incentive as far as tax incremental financing is concerned is my basic understanding, and all I had was Economics 101, but I'll tell you, my basic understanding of how the TIF works is that all the money that accrues in that account is invisible to the county and the state. And by that I mean that my understanding of a reval, right? When reval happens in a town, the dollars that you pay to the county go up, and the amount of money you get from the state goes down. So that's the problem. And think of it this way: for every tax dollar we spend, that we create, we're giving a portion of it to the county, and we're giving a portion of it to the state. I mean, by giving it to the state, I mean when we get for revenue sharing, when our reval goes up, our revenue sharing is going to go down, and our county taxes go up. However, the dollars in the TIF account are invisible to the county and the state. So they're set aside for a specific purpose. That would be a CIP. So that'd be looking down the road and saying, and we have a recent example of that, right? Didn't we just recently fund the infrastructure, the internet process? We went and basically got that funded through the TIF fund. So it's not that we haven't done this before. When I brought this up, it seemed like at the select board meeting, the only person whose ears picked up was Kurt LaBelle. Because what he said was, oh, yeah. He said, yeah, but if you want to do that, we should get it done and get it done soon before reeval takes place, because then we're even in better shape. So I just stress with this committee and maybe bringing it to the select board that alternative fundings, this would be one. It's nothing is all roses, and so a TIF isn't all roses. Understand the money that you're sheltering there, right? It doesn't go in the general fund. Right? It doesn't go in the general fund. So what you're doing is you're setting aside those tax dollars, but you don't have those tax dollars available to maybe, let's say, pay for a portion of the RSU or something like that. So there's consequences with it. It was developed more for urban renewal in cities. It was targeted for blighted places that needed dollars for redevelopment. But it also stimulates development. Because contractors, someone who's going to build in a TIF zone, all of a sudden has additional allies dollar-wise, because there's monies made available to them through that. So I just ask you to consider that. Think of a tax incremental financing as one of the alternative ways to be looking at how you could develop a CIP and have it funded. Thanks.
Peter, you're thinking that the East Raymond Village is a good spot for the TIF?
Personally, I'd leave that to the real financial gurus. But I tell you, with everything that's coming down the pipe in this area, it would seem to me that it would be a reasonable place to go for development. And so we're going to be needing dollars, and the TIF could provide for some of those dollars. Obviously, it's not going to provide for all of it, and it takes a while to build that fund up. But like I said, the added advantage is it's reducing our overall county tax, and it's preserving the sharing that we get from the state. So those are the advantages of it.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I know that there's a sunset date on the TIF.
Yes.
Do you know what the date is?
I've heard it kicked around, but it's never been verified that we're within a couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Do you know? Are we?
No.
No. Yeah. The state will grant them up to 30 years. I'm not sure what we entered into, but I believe it was somewhere around 2000 or maybe in the 90s.
I know it's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be done soon. And nothing prevents you from having, 5 TIF areas if you want.
oh, you can have more than one?
Oh, yeah, you can have more than one. Understand, though, that, towns will go, well, this sounds great. We're going to put the whole town in TIF. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. So obviously, it's got to be done reasonably and with financial brains greater than mine to work it out. What I do know, in talking with a couple of people in Augusta, is that it's not a short process. It is a bit of work to apply for it. But like I said before, when the state's going to say, and what do you want this for? Well, we want to concentrate on our growth areas. That's they're going to light up with that. Oh yes, that's exactly what we want.
I believe you have to have some kind of, you can't just say, I want to concentrate in this area. You've got to have some kind of a commitment from somebody to in fact do that. It's not just automatic. That's why the pipeline was what it was, existing.
Sure.
An existing area. So you can't just blow out and say, we want to do East Raymond and make it a TIF area unless you've got something to support.
Right, exactly.
We're talking about like a plan or like
a plan. Somebody says, I'm going to come in and put 150 housing in this general area.
Sure.
Now you've got a plan because it's really to build infrastructure.
It is.
TIF is really there to build infrastructure.
It is.
To support.
But CIP and TIF both can be used to buy fire trucks.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. So I'm just saying that it's pretty flexible, and I believe there's enough in the next couple of years that are going to happen right here to more than pique the state's interest in it. As far as the 150 houses go, Cliff, absolutely. But I believe
that as an example.
you just walk into Maine State Housing Authority and tell them you want to do that, and they'll say, "Where do we sign?"
How much money do you want?
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, I had a follow-up question for you.
Yeah.
You said that we need to move the TIF area, like from 302 to over here, if that's what we want to do, before the revaluation.
Well, because what happens is that if we don't designate the TIF area until after the reval, then those incentives, let's say for the next year or two, as far as making those dollars invisible to the state and to the county, don't happen. So that's, like I say, I'm not saying that's a gimmick to sell on tax incremental financing. It's kind of an added bonus that offsets the fact that the people that are residing in the rest of the town may pay more taxes because the taxes in the TIF area are taken out of the general fund. They're invisible to everybody.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's something to consider. Like I say, in a town this size, I believe what the consultants in North Star was saying when we discussed TIFs was, yeah, but TIFs are more for development areas and infrastructure improvements associated with attracting an industry or something like that into the town. And Raymond's just not big enough to do that.
If you wanted to add public water,
yes,
sewerage,
yes,
that would. Any place you want, there's a reason to put that area into a TIF.
Absolutely.
That's real clear.
Absolutely.
Clear cut.
Improvements to roads, trails, sidewalks.
Yeah. Not down the Cape, though.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Budget Finance Committee comment. Anyone have any comments?
I have one. Whoever did the park for Memorial Day needs to be complimented. It really looked exceptionally nice. And like I say, I don't know who did it, but with a tribute to the British flyers and everything else, it looked really nice.
It's a coordination between Don McClellan and I am sorry,
Sharon.
I am drawing a complete...
Sharon Dobson.
Sharon Dobson, but
And
there's another gentleman involved in it. and they take great pride in that.
Yeah. Looks wonderful.
I apologize, I can't remember his name. It'll come to me as soon as I walk out of the building.
If you haven't been to Tassletalk, you should go down there and see the new building. I was there for the ribbon cutting, and it's really amazing. It really
Yeah,
is great. So kudos to you and to Nathan White for the Public Works Department of
Thank you.
putting that together. It really is,
So,
it's awesome.
5-year process. Glad it's over.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to give us some sustainability for a long time and be used for not just the beach, but hopefully some community events and some other things we can program down there. So it's exciting for the community. So
Outstanding job.
thank you, Karen. Thanks for going.
Okay, anything else?
I have something.
Okay, Don?
I would like to congratulate our new town manager on his appointment and wish him the best of success in his new position, and I'm sure we're all pleased to be working with him and looking forward to the future. And so congratulations, Joe.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Don.
Congratulations.
Thank you for bringing me here all those years ago.
Yeah, well, you're welcome for that. You've done a great job as rec director, and so I guess we're moving on, and we'll see where the town goes in the future, but I think it's an exciting opportunity for you and for the town, and so off we go.
I appreciate those words, Don. Thank you.
We're looking forward to working with you, Joe.
Thank you. You guys too. I'm really excited for us working together and see what we can accomplish.
Great. All right.
Just throw a reminder out there, there's an informational meeting on the annual town warrants, Saturday, May 31st, which is this Saturday, at 10 a.m. at the Jordan Small Middle School.
Thank you for that, Sean. All right. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Okay, welcome to the informational meeting on the town warrant. Just a couple of note-keeper rules, or not rules, but if you have questions, please go to the microphone. There's a stand here, sign there, so you should be able to see that pretty easily. Identify yourself, your address, and then your question or your statement, and we'll move on from there. We'll try and go through this the same as we did when we had the meeting the other night, and we'll just go article by article. So if there's questions on an article, we'll go through those, and then we'll move on to the next one. So first article is referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set the date for the first half of taxes due on October 31st, 2025, second half of taxes due on April 30th, 2026, and to set an interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 7.5% for the fiscal year. Authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest, and to authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policies adopted by the select board as may be amended from time to time. The policies to remain consistent with the state statutes and law, and in all cases conveyances to be made by a municipal quitclaim deed. Any questions on that? This one essentially sets the dates for the tax bills to go out.
Fred Kimball at Spiller Hill Road. Just a technical question. The interest rate for unpaid balances, is that based on an annual interest rate, or if somebody doesn't pay $100 of taxes, it's going to be $7.50 added to that, no matter if they're a minute late or a year late? Typically, interest rates are done on an annual basis, so it would be prorated.
The interest rate is calculated, it's set based on the state maximums that are allowable, and it would be the 7.5% on the unpaid, regardless of what it's paid.
Whether it's 1 minute late or 2 months late?
Correct.
Are you absolutely certain about that?
Yes.
Because I know other towns do it differently.
That's the way we have done it.
I think it should be clear.
Okay. Other questions on Article 3? Article 4, which is referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,125,416 for general government services. That's administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurances, recreation, and technology. Questions?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So as far as Article 4, it's basically a comment that I have, which is on April 1st, Budget Finance Committee unanimously recommended this article, despite the concern expressed by a committee member that, and I quote, in subsequent years, hopefully we will have a much better interaction with administration with respect to getting information timely and accurate. And the note that I made to myself was that my understanding is that the only other municipal elected group in the town other than the select board is the Budget Finance Committee. So you can understand me at least expressing a little concern when I hear from a portion of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will tell you, I've been at the majority of the meetings either virtually or in person of the Budget Finance Committee and the combined Select Board and Budget and Finance Committee. And this was not the only time that I heard some concern on the part of both the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board that the information was not coming forward in a timely fashion or accurately in some cases. I would be the first one to say that, and I'm not informing anyone up there, that this has not been a tumultuous 24 months in the town, from resignations, turnovers, sick leaves, and delayed audits, which are all extremely challenging. And believe me, I appreciate that. That being said, I'm just speaking as a taxpayer. That's, it sucks to be you, but that's the way it works. And so I guess I just wanted to make that comment and ask, is there anyone up there that's comfortable with the numbers that we have? I will tell you, I had other issues in here that I'm not going to address because I come in and find a preliminary annual report to meet the statutory requirements to have it published prior to the meeting. But in years past, they haven't been preliminary, and they've been a source that allows me as a taxpayer to have a better understanding of where my tax dollar goes. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rolf. Don Willard, 149 Spiller Hill Road. I'm hoping that the town manager can provide an overview of the major highlights by department as we go through the warrant articles. It's very difficult, I think, for the public to understand what changes might have occurred. And I'm not talking about the minutiae, I'm talking about the major changes by departmental level. Thank you.
Are you talking about the financial
talking
numbers?
about giving a brief overview of what the changes are by department, or significant initiatives, anything you particularly want to highlight.
Yeah, no, I mean, the biggest thing right now is the employee benefits have been taken out of each individual department and put into Fund 70, which is employee benefits. They were switched over the prior fiscal year, and now they're back. So that's why you see so many changes, like in Article 4, Question B. You'll see dental, health, life, retirement, FICA, all zeroed out, put back into employee benefits, which is why that is also higher. So for budgeting purposes, it'll be a little bit easier to understand that.
Isn't that a reversal of a decision that was made to segregate it by individual department about a year ago? And I didn't understand that change, and now it's changing back to how it has always been, which I think is probably prudent, but that's what's happening, right?
Sorry, Don, it's hard to hear you. Are you talking about the changes from last year to this year?
About a year ago, maybe, it was a decision was made to charge that out by department for some reason, and now you're going back to what it had always been done, how it had always been done, and how it is done in other towns. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. Brenda, did you have a comment?
I was just agreeing with Don that those charges are going to go back under Fund 70 and group together. It just makes the most sense.
Right.
Stand here. Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. I was just wondering if you could give us a quick update on the general assistance. It's at 15,000. I think it's been about there. How much of it was allocated? Does the town feel that that's adequate for our needs? Is it too much, too little? Just kind of an update on how that was expended in our past year. Thank you.
As far as actual expenditures, we can't go into specifics on that because GA is handled kind of in a confidential, but keep in mind too, the 15,000 is our portion of it. Then we get state matching funds so the actual figure that gets used is considerably higher. The other thing that comes into play, and the GA officer for the town works with these people on things like that, because if someone does not specifically qualify for GA, we do have the town fund that was established years ago and is got a good chunk of money in there to be able to help people out that way. And it's a good time to advertise the fact that if people want to donate to that fund, they can donate to that fund, because that's kind of that insurance fund that we have that says if someone doesn't meet the full requirements of GA, we can still try and find ways to help them. But as far as did we spend that full 15,000, we were probably fairly close to it. I don't have the exact expenditures there, but as I say, that's the town's portion of it, and then we're getting it used to be 90%, it's now down to I think 70%, and that figure is always a little bit in flux, and we'll see how things finally shake out this year as far as the state budget on how much is going to come back down through for that. But it's one of those that does get looked at on an annual basis. If we're looking at we're constantly pushing that number, then then we would look at increasing that. But it's done well. But there's some pretty strict requirements on who can qualify for GA, and that's when the other fund comes into play. Other questions on referendum B?
Excuse me. During the budget process, we did get a printout of what was spent in February, just to give you a ballpark on what the town paid, and that was $7,204 as of February. So that's heating system, through most of the winter. That doesn't count what the state did.
A referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,627,495 for public works.
David Brown, 91 Tenny Hill Road. At our previous meeting, I was pleased, I asked about the cemetery, the North Raymond Road Cemetery, and was pleased to hear from the Public Works that we have a plan in place to renovate that whole fence, which is in bad shape. And I just wanted to bring up, now that spring is here and things are growing out, I've observed that the intersection of Route 85 and 302, right next to the Good Life Market, is very grown in, probably has been for quite a while, has some fairly large young trees that have grown in, and I would like to see that corner to be cut out very well so that people can see, if emergency vehicles and everybody else can really see around that corner. Thanks.
Nathan, did you want to comment on that?
If there's a request, they can email the town office and we'll take a look at it and get it taken care of. I'll take this as a request and we'll get down there and get it cleaned up.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm sorry, Nathan White from Raymond Public Works Department, 30 Spiller Hill.
On that, because 85 is a state road and 302 is a state road, do we pick up that maintenance on that, or is the state?
We would around the lights and stuff. The state won't do anything about it. Okay. They will if you pry them hard enough, but it's easier just to go down and take 10 minutes to cut the brush out of the way.
Okay.
So it'll be taken care of.
Thank you. Other questions under Public Works?
Yes.
Yes. Don?
Can we have a brief overview by department? I mean, once you get into department head, I guess, issues, maybe Nathan could do that, or Joe could do that, to give us, once again, the major changes and highlights by department. I think it would be helpful to the folks in attendance and who will watch this broadcast later to know what significant changes have been made and or initiatives. Thank you.
The only big changes in the Public Works budget is the removal of the benefits out of that department. We had an increase in winter sand and an increase in salt. I believe that was, our program has stayed the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,445,806 for public safety. Questions? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I guess my question here is a three-part one. I really haven't been able to get the answers to this, and I have been looking in the warrants and the budget. So could you please tell me which budget pays for Cumberland County Sheriff's Services? My sense is possibly Cumberland County tax, but once again, that's not listed anywhere, and I know that that was dropped from the warrant because we don't vote on it because we don't have an option to pay it. I've always challenged that when we had open public meetings, saying, well, we do have a choice. And then someone told me, well, then they'll impound your house and you'll go to jail. And I said, no, that'll be the selectmen that happens to. And then my second question is, what is the cost to the taxpayer for that service? And then thirdly, I don't think I've ever heard what exactly the sheriff's commitment is to the town for coverage. Thank you.
So the sheriff's budget falls under the county tax budget. In the past, we voted on it, but it was one of those that said, you could vote on it, but even if you voted no, you still had to pay it. So it was more of a hollow vote. The county tax, actually, have we received the final?
I don't believe we have.
They're always delayed in getting us what the final figure. The county tax figure for last year was $1,044,820. They do not specifically break that down for us. You can go into the county budget and find out, but it'll give you just the sheriff's budget. It won't give you delineated by town.
So if there were a citizens initiative or other aspects of policing in the town, and we wanted to have a comparison, say like what I know most of you know what's recently going on in Sabattis, where they're voting to either eliminate their police department because of the cost and the difficulty with recruitment, and contract for 4 Androscoggin sheriffs that will reside in the town and will provide 24/7 coverage at an estimated half the cost of what they're paying now for a private department. So I'm sure we're all aware of that. But that being the case, how do we compare? If we can extract the numbers and see somehow how much of our county tax is affiliated with our sheriff's coverage? Is that what I'm hearing? We could determine that.
Yeah, and we could also invite the Sheriff Joy into, to give some more information on there. But let's say in their budget, what their budget is based on head count, and actually they have open positions they're trying to fill too, which, when you get into looking at, if you contracted, are you contracting with someone that doesn't exist yet? Because the state is still under, has open positions, as does, Wyndham right now has open positions that they've got. The state police have open positions. State police actually, by statute, have to have 7% that are open anyway, just so that they can fill them if they get them. But the fact is, they've got more than a 7% opening that they've got there. So the fact is, none of them are running with full rosters at this point. What we've done, which has helped us as far as visibility and getting the sheriffs in here, is opened up the public safety building and things like that for them to be able to use, so that it makes it convenient for them to be able to come in and keeps a visible presence there. They're not obligated to supply a specific number to us. In the past, when we have looked at contracting, they would not guarantee us that if you contract, you're still going to have the same coverage you've got now plus whatever you contract with. And human nature says if they've got coverage and we need to take someone out of there, we're going to take them out of there than someplace else. So I mean, it's one of those. It's part of the matrix when you look at, is contracting the best thing to do or whatever, because you may not end up with as much additional coverage as you think, because your contracted coverage, if they've got to go to court, they're not going to backfill that contracted person for you because he's still working. So what you're paying for is him being at court instead of being out on the road where you want him mitigating speeds or things like that. So there's a whole lot of different things there. The town has looked at that contracting side on at least 4 or 5 times that I'm aware of, plus there was the one study that was done back 20 plus years ago on actually creating a police force here, and that was soundly turned down at that point. That was a committee that was led up by Brad Buck, if I remember correctly. So it's been it's an ongoing concern. It's an ongoing, but it's one of those that you have to look at all the various elements to see if contracting is actually going to get you the additional that you really want to have.
And I appreciate that, Ralph. I'd say that on the other side of that coin, and it's different. I know from county to county. My understanding of up in Sabbatics, one of the reasons they're looking at it, and it will be voted on the 9th of June, they voted on it a couple of years back in 2021, and the town turned it down as far as disbanding the police force. But it's back on their warrant, and the reason is that something obviously is changing in that community over 3 or 4 years. So going back to the decade or so when the town last looked at contracting and the like, and voted whether we should have a police force, and I'm not advocating that for a community this size. But I guess what I'm saying is we need to know what it's costing us currently. And I'm getting the sense from your response to my second question, we don't really know what the coverage is. It's very arbitrary, and we don't have a contract that says so many hours, so many offices, or any of that. So it's totally arbitrary. If they're having a problem in Wyndham and they've got their own police force, but they're looking for additional help from Cumberland County, or Cumberland County is on a state road or whatever close by, then they also run into those issues. In Sabatis, the problem with coverage, and the reason they're looking at it again, is because in Androscoggin, they don't have that problem. The Sheriff's Department in Androscoggin is fully staffed. They've had no problems recruiting. Morale is high. Pay is relatively good for the state. And they are able to commit 4 officers that would literally reside in the town and provide 24/7 coverages. And there are other communities right along 302 that are abutting us that have also contracted successfully with Cumberland County. So to say that it's impossible or it doesn't really fill the need or that they've lost coverages, that's speculative. We don't know. No one's looked into it. I know that, speaking on behalf of the comprehensive plan, one of the major issues and concerns that were raised is the traffic on 302 and the traffic on the roads in Raymond and the safety involved. And I don't have to remind anyone in this audience of the tragedy that happened last fall on Egypt Road. I think that's just one of many. I was gratified to hear that at the intersection of North Raymond Road and I believe Spiller Hill, where Ganderbrook is been recommended by the state highway engineer as having modifications, because that's been a chronic problem in town. But I can tell you, it's not the only intersection, and you know that in the town where there's issues. So that's really what I was just asking, as far as what does it cost us? Can we determine the cost? If sometime in the future we want to look at contracting, is there a way to extract that cost and see what would be offset for us doing a contract versus what we pay currently in taxes? So those were my primary concerns, and also just to get a sense of what coverage we have, because I don't think anyone here really knows, because there isn't. There's no commitment. We could have great coverage one day, and we could have almost no coverage the next day. That's my understanding. If they need to go elsewhere, they're elsewhere. Thanks.
Well, Joe, as the town manager, can check into all.
Yeah, I can look into that.
Other questions on Public Works?
Public safety.
Public safety, okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, public safety.
Put a check on that.
I think Don had a question.
I don't have a question. I probably shouldn't venture this, but I'm going to. And to tell you that this is Peter's question, I guess, and that would be on the Sheriff's Department. There would be no offset for the Sheriff's Department. It would be in addition to the county tax. And as far as coverage, they have on average about 2 deputies in this zone per shift. But we're lucky in a sense, because we're right between the A and B zones, halfway to Portland, halfway to Bridgeton. So as communities go, we probably have as good or better Cumberland County Sheriff's coverage as anybody without a contract. But to say, you know, how many are here depends on what's happening and response times that they might have from that event to here. And in my experience, you know, over 20 years, they've done a very good job in being responsive to Raymond, along with the state police. We often have multiple state police and or sheriff's deputies that live in the town who respond So they've done a good job, but they're not going to commit to a specific number. You're not going to reduce your county tax to the sheriff's department by contracting. You are going to get a guarantee, though, by contracting that you have a deputy in town for a specific number of hours and so forth. And so that's why towns do it. Thank you, and I'll try not to do this again.
Question E, see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with a value not to exceed $75,000. Questions on that? Question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balances, surplus, to meet the unanticipated need of the communities that occur during a fiscal year and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $75,000. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I asked this question at the first public meeting on the warrant, and my concern was that we would have enough money according to generally accepted accounting practices, which I believe they set it at somewhere between 5 and 15%. Or an easier way, I believe, for me to understand it, because I'm mathematically challenged, is to say that we need to have in reserve as a town 2 months worth of operating. So that's my understanding. So that would fall somewhere between the 5 and 15%. When I got the information at the first meeting, no one could really give me an accurate number that it was currently in, but I did get a number telling me that as of June 2024, what we had was somewhere in the vicinity of, let's see if I've got it here, $6 million. Yeah, 6,733,000. No, that can't be right. 6,198,777. Thank you. Where'd you get that number?
I have it written down.
Okay. So that was the 2024 number. And what I was assured by the group, the committee was that was answering the questions, is that was 15%. We were all set with that. So what I did on my own was kind of just do a quick calculation. I took the totals for Article 4, 5, and 6, that was $6,154 and change. I'm sorry, $6,144,787. The total for Article 15, which is debt service, was another $578,840. I know that there's probably other expenses buried in there somehow, but I think in general, what I came away with is that our total operating expenses were a little over $6.5 million. I divided that by 12. I then multiplied it by 2 in order to see what 2 months worth of operating would be for the town. And I came out with $1,122,271 would be what it would cost the town to operate for 2 months. And then I multiplied that number by 15%, and surprising, what I came up with was 16.8%. So we are well within GAAP requirements for having reserve dollars. But I guess my question is, and I wrote this several days ago, due to the lack of an annual report, I had to personally calculate all of that out to determine that we had adequate funding for reserve. And that although this was based on last year's numbers, so once again, I was left questioning, is that still accurate? I just highlighted that as far as in years past, what I was able to do fairly significantly in advance of our town meeting, whether it be open or secret ballot, was to determine that we had adequate amounts of dollars in reserve according to GAAP. And why did I have to go through such a convoluted process on my own to determine that? And my sense was it was because we lacked a town report. I went up yesterday to town hall. My wife went up over a week and a half ago to town and said, you know, can I have a copy of the town report? Didn't have it. Didn't have it. Miraculously, this morning, a preliminary town report shows up. And so I guess my question once again is, how could the Budget Finance Committee, the Select Board, go forward in approving these warrant articles and recommending them without actually having this annual report? I know you could extract this and that, and like I say, I witnessed most of the meetings involving the development of the warrant. But it's just, I was just incredulous as to, if I had to go through that just to determine if we have enough reserve, what did Budget Finance Committee have to do? What did the Select Board have to do to feel comfortable enough to basically recommend financial warrant articles? Thank you.
Other questions on Article F? Article G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriations is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the Select Board. Questions on that? Referendum question H, to see if the town will, excuse me, see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to allow town staff to make applications for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes specified in the grants, donations, and/or gifts. Any questions in regards to question H? Question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the Select Board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $700,000. Questions? Question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $511,177 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for the fiscal year 25-26 projects proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program in the Appendix 1. Questions on the TIF? Question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Enterprise Fund the amount of $144,500 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by the park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Questions on Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I asked this question at the first public hearing, and the day after that, and I was appreciative, I received a document that basically was titled Budgeting and Fund Structure of Raymond Parks and Recreation. My understanding is that this was provided to the Budget Finance Committee for review in answer to some of their questions on how the funding took place. So I appreciate having that forwarded to me. Unfortunately, my question at the first public hearing was what I thought a relatively simple one, but in discussing it with the panel, I determined it was a little more complex than I had thought. But my basic question was, does the Park and Recreation Department self-fund itself negatively, positively, or are they in a neutral state? And I would just read from the document I received. The Special Revenue Fund is structured to ensure financial stability. Program fees and membership fees are collected into designated revenue accounts, each of which has a corresponding expense account. And our primary goal is to break even or generate a minimal surplus, which allows us to accommodate unforeseen costs and plans for future equipment replacements and programs. When I looked at the attached schedule of expenses, there's a lot of information here. However, there is no expense side of this. It reports fees, account numbers, account names, and current enrollments, of which if I wanted to, and once again being mathematically challenged, I could multiply the fee by the number of the current individuals enrolled, and that would give me some idea of what the revenue side was. Once again, going back to my experience in the past with the annual report, that information is all embedded in there, and I assume, although I haven't had a chance since I just got it this morning to go through this preliminary annual report, I'll see some more of that detail. Once again, and to basically borrow a phrase from my wife, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I would never beat a dead horse. I wouldn't beat any horse. But as far as this issue is concerned, I think it's reasonable to make that comment, that there just does not seem to have been in this last budget cycle information that informs the taxpayer in an easily digested format where their tax dollars are going. And I say that without in any way inferring that the Select Board and or the Budget Finance Committee have not tried their best to do that. And I appreciate it, and I believe the community does as well. But if there is a simple answer to my question, I'd definitely love to hear it, and I do plan on kind of looking back at the preliminary report. And then, of course, I will look again when the final report is available. Thank you.
Yeah, so, Peter, so in those special revenues accounts, there is in the budget worksheet the actuals of our expenses plus the revenues brought in that fiscal year. So that is calculated in the budget worksheet. So what you're probably asking is more of a kind of like a pictograph or something of what we've expensed and what we've brought in for revenues for that current year. It's kind of simply put it into not into like the whole budget worksheet, but a presentation of how we're doing fiscally in those certain funds. So again, we have 3 different ones, which makes it a little bit difficult. We have the special revenues, which is just the programs, events, anything like that, which we've moved from 43, which was in the general fund, to its own special revenues account, which is now 15. So we have all those totals, and they are in the budget worksheet.
And Joe, I appreciate that. I guess my challenge is having, once again, attended either virtually, but in person, many of the Budget Finance Committee, Select Board member combined meetings and the individual meetings. Budget worksheet, when you're in the audience, you don't have access to that. I don't know where I would pull that budget worksheet up, you know? So once again, accessibility.
Yeah, we can work on reporting it, right? You want more of the report.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
budget.
fan of graphics. If you want to just give me a pie chart, or you want to give me some other type of graphic, you know, that's my speed. I can certainly understand that. In doing my budgeting in my career, generally what I had was a monthly flow chart that basically would tell me what I had budgeted for the year, where I was as far as, am I positive in that account, am I negative in that account, you know, and that was enough for me. You know, I had a nice little budget finance person where I worked that basically said, if you're within 5%, you're doing a great job, and you don't have to give me any justification whatsoever. If you're over 5%, either positive or negative, though, I'd like you as a manager to be able to explain to me why.
Yep. No, that's fair. Profit, we can create a profit and loss spreadsheet or graph and present those at either budget finance or during the budget time. So thank you for that.
I'd like to make a comment on this. Peter has in fact been at every meeting. Anyone who doesn't know or doesn't watch the show, he's very thorough with his questions, and he's also very observant in what kind of a budget process it was this year. We had a town manager, the previous town manager, quit in the middle of it, gave a notice just before the March meeting. Of course, we start the budget process in earnest in February. And so there were sheets that showed up at every meeting, correcting previous sheets that we received. And it made it very difficult on the budget process. And the fact is, when it come right down to the wire of getting it printed out, whether it be the annual report or the warrants, we were under the gun. And I think you know that, Peter, and that's why you're asking these questions. Nothing was easy, not for anyone on this board or the budget committee, but I think in earnest, we did the best we could with the situation we had. And anyone who watched the meetings knew there were concerns. The fact that the overall budget, I think, was 4.3% was why I felt comfortable. And because the department heads didn't look like they were putting in a lot of extras on anything that we could see with the questions. So with all due diligence in the time period we had, I think we did the very best we could for the citizens, at least speaking for myself.
Right.
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. I don't want to beat a dead horse either. And I'm glad, Dennis, that you just gave the comments you did, because it's a good reminder that there's been a fair amount of transition and upheaval in the past year. And so obviously there's exacerbating situations that happen. As I look around, I'm glad that everybody came who did. Maybe you had nothing better to do on a rainy Saturday morning, so thank goodness it wasn't sunny out. But we as a town are finding, I think, it more difficult to kind of coalesce our community and be what we are, which is a great community. I think, Joe, in your new role, if you can think about how do I re-engage the people in this town, and I think, you know, your survey on this building is a perfect example of that re-engagement, so kudos to you for that. And I think what Peter's talking about is another good example of providing information in a way that's, I'm not going to call it dumbed down, but simplified to a point.
Condensed,
where,
maybe.
Condensed, great word, thank you.
Yep.
To allow people to kind of re-engage in, okay, this is how the monies get spent, and this is why I'm in favor of the budget. Anything that helps do that, I think, can then re-engage, and then hopefully a year from now we have more people sitting in these seats. So, and not now, but at some point, I thought it'd be great, in case somebody's listening to this later, for someone to do just a quick split of our town budget, because I think sometimes people think that the budget we're discussing today is the mass amount of the money spent, which is not the case at all. So between education, Cumberland County, and our town budget, it would be great for someone just to say X percent goes here, X percent goes here, and X percent goes here, because I think it's a really good clarification of where our collective taxpayer dollars go. That's a helpful thing to have. Thank you.
I can tell you this, the town portion of the total budget is about 25%. 75% is the school and the county. And in fact, when your tax bills do come out, it does break that out for you as well. So that's there. And I guess I just do want to make one other comment as far as some of the other things that have been said. You know, the fact that there's changes and whatnot that occur to the information that we get during the budget cycle is nothing new. It has happened every single year. In the 29 years I was on the budget committee, it happened. In the 9 years I've been on the select board, it happens. Things change. It's a dynamic item that's going on as it goes on. So it's nothing that was totally different this year than has been in the years past. We ask for, the committees ask for some changes, those go back in, those come back to us as changes. I'll put it to you this way, it's not quite as bad as sitting up in Augusta, where we'll be sitting there in the middle of the session and we're getting updates on an item that we're discussing at the time. So it's not quite that bad. But the fact is, it's a dynamic document because we ask for changes, we want, additional information that may be asked for, so there is information that comes in. So, and it is, there's a lot of give and take that occurs in that short amount of time. So to say that this was something absolutely new this year, no, that's not right.
Yeah, in reference to Brian and Ralph's comments, I'd just say this. Yes, absolutely. The major portion of the budget for the town, or the cost to the town, is not the operating budget for the town administration and services. What I would tell you is, in deference to what I believe Brian was trying to say, is that of that 100%, the greatest influence that our community can have and our taxpayers can have is over that 25%, which is one of the reasons for these meetings. It's one of the reasons that we vote on the warrant articles. Thank you.
Other questions on question K? Question L, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Recreation Program Special Revenue Fund the amount of $198,500 for the administration of activities at the programs, and to allocate all revenues generated by the program operations to be recorded in and retained by the Recreation Programs Enterprise Fund. Questions on that?
I like to stand here. Mary Ann Emmerich, 14 Levitt Road. I notice in every department there's a new line item, excuse me, that says department recognition. I'd like to know what that is. My quick addition is it's about 10,000 of the budget. So if you could explain that, I'd like that.
Yeah, so that is, that was broken out because if the departments are doing something nice for their staff, maybe a luncheon, learn, training. Some departments have kind of an end of the season barbecue get together. Those were being taken out of general supplies. So this is broken out of there to kind of show that transparency that there's monies being spent for their staff and some of those recognition type pieces. So that's why it's now broken out in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Questions on question L? Question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $578,840 for debt service. Questions on debt service? Question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $203,701 for the Raymond Village Library. Questions on the library? Article or referendum Q, or O, excuse me, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $415,000 and move from abandoned or completed projects that have been carried forward in the CIP $135,623 for a total of $550,623,000 for the capital improvement program. Questions on the CIP?
So Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. I'm not sure if this is a good place to do it or not, but I think it would be. Can we get a sense of what our paving plan is over the next year to 3? And the reason I ask is, you know, my guess is that all of us here have our pet places where there's potholes and edges of roads falling off. As a bicyclist, it's getting more and more dangerous. I was just curious if some of the major roads, and I would speak, for example, of the northern part of 121 and the part from the downhill slope from 85 down to Crescent or 2 that I'm very intimate with, and just to kind of find out if there is plans. And both of those I recognize are state roads, so, but I don't see the state trucks around a lot, so I'm going to ask here.
Nathan White, Raymond Public Works. Excuse me. This year we're going to pave Martin Heights. We got an overlay on Tower Road, Viola and Elizabeth, and I'm hoping to cover the first section of Raymond Hill Road, which would be from 85 to Valley Road. The state roads, 85, Egypt Road, and 121, are Category 4 road, which is about as low as you can get for minor collectors. The only way anything's going to get done to those outside of what they call a maintenance mix is if the town gets involved. The previous years, we did 3 of these MPIs on 85 and 1 on 121, and we also did one on Main Street 3 years ago that did the sidewalks. In the future coming up, I'm planning on Egypt Road will be the next one that I'm going to ask for. The problem with these, they're going to have to be bonded. Egypt Road alone's a little over $1 million out of the town's 50% match. As far as the maintenance on the side of the roads for 85 and 121, we're constantly on DOT to get those taken care of. We've had to, the last 3 times, send our crew out to patch them to get them safe for the traffic. I don't disagree with you at all. The sections that have not been done by the town on 85, 121 are horrible. So we are aware of it, and I stand on Randy Illian and about once a week about it. But it comes on deaf ears, I think. Going forward from that, we've got a program that we're implementing this summer that will give us a 5 to 10 year plan. Hope that answers your question.
Nathan, while you're up there, can you explain the sand situation too? Because I know
Winter sand, the company we were purchasing it from at $5 a yard sold to a new company. They went to $16 a yard. At this point, I've been unsuccessful finding anything cheaper than that. We tried a little bit through the winter last year from another company that was $14.50 a yard, and we ended up having to screen it before we put it in the building. So at this point, that's my biggest increase in my operating budget, is winter sand.
just a heads up for people for next year.
Question, excuse me. Question P, to see if the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balances in the capital improvement program accounts, the healthcare reimbursement account, and the employee compensation account. Questions on carry forward? Question Q, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $67,500 for the RTP micro van service.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I spoke to this at the first public hearing. So, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that the warrant Article 19 be reworded such that it is inclusive of the RTP bus service as well, without it requesting any change in the budgeted amount.
The motion is out of order because this is an informational meeting. It is not a
voting meeting.
It is not a formal meeting, so no motions are accepted or no votes are taken at this meeting. This was publicized as an informational meeting, so that motion is out of order.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Chair. Based on that information, I guess my observation would be, were this an open town meeting, that within some parameters, a citizen can get up and make a motion to modify a warrant article. Is that correct?
Within certain parameters, yes, that is correct.
And thus, since what we have is a ballot, that's secret ballot for the election or the adoption of these articles, that's out of order, and we can't do that.
Right.
Okay.
Because
so,
and the secondary reason is the absentee ballots have already been sent out. So if any modification would mean that different information is in the hands of one set of voters and a different set of voters.
Thank you for that explanation, and I did have that as well, because the reality of the situation is everything that's discussed here right now, because in a secret ballot, there is the option for balloting citizen ballots in advance through absenteeism, that a number of citizens in the town have already voted without really having heard a lot of this discussion. And that would not be the case in an in-person town meeting, because there is no absentee ballot option allowed. Just an observation. So I guess what I'd say is, since my motion is out of order, I would say that at the discussion at the first informational meeting, a public hearing on the warrant articles, there was some discussion about potentially looking into what the possibility for negotiations of the contract with the RTP mini van proposal was. And I'm just curious, is there any follow-up at this point in time in discussions with Mr. Kelly and with RTP, as far as the fact that not only would it be a great marketing tool for him to have a successful minivan service in the town, which he'd love to be able to export, I'm sure, to more of the towns along the Lakes Region corridor, but also the fact that this basically wouldn't cost him anything more than putting on the brakes in Raymond and stopping at a designated spot. So what occurred to me at our last discussion was that there was the potential that Select Board would contact RTP and say, hey, can we, in order for this to pass, can you just sweeten the pot at no expense to your own by simply including the bus stop in Raymond? And so I'm curious, is there an update on that?
There has not been any discussion with them yet. You know, that's not to say that if the article is approved, that, you know, those discussions, you know, say, okay, we're giving, we've got $67,000 there. Can you stop in town too? Because there was the discussions on both sides that say, okay, this town is paying this much to have the bus stop there. Well, we're actually paying more, so would it be out of line for him to stop there too? So, I would say it certainly would not be out of line when we do the agreement with them, just, to have those discussions too.
Sure. So I would tell you that I'm loath to say this, because I believe that we do need more in the way of public transportation for all of our citizens in the town. But without the inclusion of the bus line, I would recommend that this warrant article be voted down. Thank you.
I guess I'd like to speak to this too. I had that conversation with Don Libby, and we talked about what we were looking for in our town. And I talked to him about, because he was aware of what happened in the past with us not voting on paying the amounts. But he even spoke at one of our public meetings. It said, right now, the bus is not what Raymond needs. It's the individuals that can't get to the bus or get to the store or to their doctor's appointments. He says that's more of what the town needs, and then he says we can possibly build up from that. But he even from him being in this business, has publicly said. The other thing is, he said we can take them right into Wyndham, we can take them right into Casco. Also, he said there is a place in Falmouth that they're cutting out of their stops because there's not enough people there. So they're trying to condense the bus stops that they have there so someone's not stopping. So it's not to say that it can't be looked at later, next year, whatever, or even after that Joe can talk to him, but that's how we came up with this.
Right.
So going back to the first meeting, this was brought up, and I spoke a little bit about utilization, and I respect Mr. Libby and his point of view about what Raymond needs. I don't know if he has self-serving reasons for saying that, whether he's a salesman when he said that. I will say at $12,000 for the bus and $67,500 for the microvan service. And the microvan service, for those who don't know, is you call RTP and they will come up and pick you up wherever you are and take you to where you want to go. My understanding is they try to combine those trips, so you have, it's not quite Uber, that there is certain, parameters as to what they can do. But it's a significant amount of money, whereas it doesn't work using this, the RTP microvan to take you from your house in Raymond to a bus stop in Wyndham or Casco, then getting on the bus to go to a doctor's appointment in Portland, or to go on the people that I've been on the bus with, going to school, college, and the like, going to work, various different reasons, makes for a fairly cumbersome and long journey, which then starts to become problematic and makes Raymond a more difficult town to live in, which is, I think, in terms of attracting people to the town, makes it more difficult. I would urge, and I don't know if this, I'm to Peter's point, I'm not sure if I'm going to vote for or against this. I'm for the concept, but I'm not sure this is the right execution. I would have much rather seen something that talked about the bus first. I hope that because it's in there as a RTP microvan service, that it doesn't get in the way of Joe, you talking to them about how can they go about doing this to include bus pickup and stop in Raymond, and whether that's a reallocation or however that's done. But I would really urge for having a bus stop, and for two reasons. One is because I think it's good for the town of Raymond. And the second piece of it, which I think is just as important, is Raymond being one of the communities in the Lakes region that is participating in something that is beneficial for the entire Lakes region. I think what's good for the Lakes region is good for Raymond, and vice versa. And I think it's a missed opportunity, and I think it's been a bit of a black eye on the part of Raymond to, year after year, vote down the bus while our neighboring towns have been doing it on arguments like, well, somebody going to Casco is going further, they should be paying more. There was a lot of minutia. We've missed the opportunity to be part of a larger community outside just the town's borders. Thank you.
Don?
Yes, I don't want to reiterate everything that's been said by Brian and Peter, but I do want to say that I agree with that assessment that Brian just provided. To me, the bus is the baseline, and that's where we should start. I don't disagree that this shuttle service could be a good extra layer, gilding that lily, if in fact there is a significant number of people who cannot get to the bus stop. I don't know what level of study was actually done to confirm or deny that supposition. To me, it's an anecdote, and so we've kind of gone to a higher order magnitude service before we even are participants in the base level service. And I can tell you from my own personal experience that Raymond not participating is viewed very negatively by our neighbors in the Lakes region and probably throughout the quarter. And it's a good faith thing, and if it benefits a few people, I say so be it. If it's not there at all, then how in the world is it ever going to be something that will grow and develop over time? It's a de minimis amount of money. I don't know why we waste time arguing on such things. I mean, Brian said it well, I think, when he said that it speaks to us as a community and what we stand for. And right now, what we end up standing for is it does not give us a very good look, I guess, with our neighboring communities. So I personally believe this is the wrong approach at this time, and I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Bill?
Bill Blood, 7 Mill Street. I just want to make a comment. My understanding from the discussion with RTP and my past experience with dealing with RTP myself is this bus that they're going to have in the town is basically to be able to get people to locations that they don't have transportation. It could be elderly, it could be people that don't have cars, that bus service is basically to get them to the locations that they need to get to, as well as the bus that would take them to Portland, if I'm correct.
The bus, you mean? The bus or the transportation?
The microbus.
Microbus.
The microbus, yes.
Microbus gets you to a bus if they have to go into Portland.
If they need to go to Portland, but also if they need to go to Wyndham, go to Casco, or wherever. It's a means for people who have no transportation to get to different locations.
Yes.
Not, I'm hearing this mixed information from others that they think that, that amount of money that's being set aside for that is an expense that shouldn't be there when we already have what's the percentage, like 60% of the people in Raymond that are 60 and older, 50 years and older, and there's a lot of people I know that they just don't have transportation. I used to use the bus all the time getting to and from Portland when I was working in Portland, and the RTP bus when it stopped in Raymond, but if I had to go to Wyndham or Casco, I'd be fine with that. So I think the priority would be to get people to the locations that do not have transportations from their homes, to be able to get around Raymond or Casco, Wyndham, wherever.
No, and one of the issues that we found out doing this too is, yes, there is a population that does take the bus, but there is also a big population that cannot get to the bus.
Right.
And we found through Age Friendly that we have a volunteer and her husband that are picking these people up, driving them to their appointments, driving them to the grocery store and stuff like that. So one of the things that I know Joe did is we checked on what it would cost to have our own van. It would have to be handicap accessible. You'd have to pay for a driver. You'd have to pay for the insurance. You'd have to do all the insurance on the person and on the vehicle. You'd have to, there's a lot involved. So with the RTP, they have the driver, if something breaks down, they have a whole fleet that would come in and replace that. They have the person that has a background checks, has been trained, has the insurance on them. So technically in that way, I think it was just for one vehicle, it was over $100,000 just to do it. So I understand the front line as far as getting the people there with their cars, but we also have to get the people that are not there and get them down, and the age-friendly people and people that can't afford a vehicle or just is not comfortable, I guess, enough to drive from here to there for whatever reason.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, there's also the discussion of the possibility of, kind of like after the fact renegotiating, is it possible for that amount of money, a portion of it being used to be able to get the bus to Raymond? I don't know if I'm correct on that.
Well, I guess that's what's being asked here, and that's something that Joe can talk to Don Libby about and work on a negotiation on that. So, including possibly both of them.
I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm voting yes on it.
I mean, in the discussions that we had with Mr. Libby was that, it's a program that's, he wants to work with us on as far as how the thing can work best. So if it turns out that it's, that it's being used more one way than another, then it can be adjusted that way. If it's being, so there is, there's flexibility on his side to work with us on there to see how the program is going to work best for us. And if that means that, we have to make some mid-course corrections, and, then mid-course corrections would get made.
We can go month to month is what it is, and we can cancel if it's not working. And I know Deb Tarr, our Age Friendly, has already people, and she's getting it out there now that could use this.
Yeah.
And so what she'll do is she'll keep a log and find out the numbers and see how we are on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian?
Sorry, I don't want to belabor, but just a possible problem-solving idea. I know that we can do it month by month, and I would guess that we would do it for at least, say, 3 months or something like that to find out. I'm hoping for at least that. And by the way, I'm totally in favor of the micro van. I don't really want it to be an either or. I want it to be an and. What if, in the negotiations of how payment occurred, there's a guarantee for 1 year on the bus so that 12,000's allocated, and then no matter what happens, so then you take the remaining balance and you say, okay, we take that across the 12 months, and if for some reason at the end of 3 months we say this just really isn't working because it's not being utilized, or for whatever reason, what RTP would keep would be the 12,000 plus the 3 months of that remaining balance, so that they would do well. That would, I think, motivate them to try to make sure that both systems are working together. Because you make some really good points, Teresa, about getting people who don't have a car, don't have a way to get to the bus. It would give them the option of getting to the bus. One of my concerns is I don't think it's not really quite like a regular program that those buses are going to be kind of on demand. And as you know, the buses only run a limited number of times a day. I believe there's 4 round trips. So maybe there's a possibility of saying, look, we'll give you the 12 for the bus if you include that in our overall amount of 67.5, and then I can't do the math. Peter, if you think you have no math brain, I've got 0 in that math brain. But take 67.5 minus 12,000, whatever's left, divided by 12, and say, that's what we'll use. If it's not working out after 5 months or 6 months on the micro van, that's the amount that will be, you will still end up with more money at the end of the year.
Right, and that's
Just a thought.
That's something that would be with Joe to negotiate that out. Yes.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping.
And I think too, just because it's the rec part of it, and one of the things was a concern, and I know Frank McDermott had even agreed with this too, is we had somebody that was a volunteer that was driving. And we do not want an insurance issue. We do not want an accident happening. We don't want any of that. And so to keep everybody safe, to keep everybody above board like that, but to also reach more people. But yeah, that's something that Joe can negotiate and talk to. Dawn is great to talk to. Dawn Libby really is. And so see if we can get a plan. But I do know that Deb Tarr wanted to be able to, because she's under rec, is be able to give it some time. She is going, the other thing that was said too, Don Libby said that he will give postcards to us to put in everybody's mailboxes, send it to everybody, so the word gets out more about it, so we can promote it, and if it doesn't work, then yeah. Yeah.
Brian, we can get updates too. We can, as we, it was me, Brian, sorry. We can get updates too, month by month, and kind of present that to kind of look at it as it's going on during next fiscal year. So we can give those updates and course correct if we have to, or renegotiate as we get that information.
Don?
Yes, thank you, Don Willard, 149 Spiller Hill Road. I'm not sure I agree with this whole issue of negotiating. Based on the way this warrant article is written, it's specific as to what the money should be used for. And I think to go after the fact back and negotiate with them, even if it were legal to appropriate this money in that way, is kind of small potatoes. My suggestion would be that the Board of Selectmen decide to take the money for the bus the baseline money for the bus out of the contingency fund or some other source that they have discretionary control over. To say, give us your best price for a microbus service, and they do that, and then you go back and you say, well, we're going to negotiate with you, and we want you to take this actual amount that is known, the 12,000 or whatever that's known for the bus, and our neighbors pay for the bus in that way, and we want you to wrap it into this other thing that we've asked you for your best price on. I think that's bad negotiation, bad business, and is contrary to the warrant article, and I don't know if it's even legal to do that. So I would say, don't do that. That really is a bad look, really bad look. You know, let's do the bus and do it from contingency or however we need to fund it. And then I would be 100% in favor of this, because although I don't know if there's been enough study to determine the need, I think the concept, as Bill has pointed out, Brian's pointed out, Peter's pointed out, I think the concept's great and fine. And but to use the minibus to go to Wyndham Stop or Casco Stop, come on, people, let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Other questions on Article Q? Question R, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $13,250 for provider agencies. $1,500 for the Crescent Lake Watershed Association, $750 for the Lake Region Chamber of Commerce, $10,000 for the Thomas Pond Dam restoration, and $1,000 to be used at the town manager's discretion. Questions? Question S, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $2,221,180 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government or any other sources. Questions? Question T, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, and any other funds provided by any other entities, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road use assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, state grants, and or other funds. That's the, we'll take money from anyone. Questions? Question U, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein the public interest. This is the one that it's more done from the emergency standpoint, that if an emergency vehicle has to get down a road that's a private road and it's unplowed, for the safety of the emergency vehicles, we will allow that to be done. It also comes into play on the school side for special needs issues. But it is not to say that town will maintain and work on private roads. Questions? Question V, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance $642,688 for the employee benefits liability.
568.
Oh, sorry. 642,568. Questions? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I just think it's important for the public to realize that sum of money is not really going to be allocated other than to just cover an issue that's usually called in budgetary standards as an unfunded liability. So there's no expectation that a significant portion of that is going to be paid out every year, and every year it will decrease.
That is correct. Charlie?
Yes, Charles Levitt, 14 Levitt Road. I'm the other brother. I'd like to ask the town manager, could you explain what an undesignated fund balance is?
Undesignated fund balance?
Yes.
All the general fund monies that are not expended in a fiscal year get rolled over into a general surplus.
So in essence, and it's such an august body here today with chairman of the select board here, who was a former chairman of budget finance and former town manager here. My question would be, is the undesignated fund balance money that from surplus that is really overtaxation of the citizens of Raymond from previous years?
So you're asking if the money's not expensed,
well,
if that is not zero-based budgeting? Is that what you're asking for?
No, I'm asking is, how do you generate an undesignated fund balance? Where does that revenue come from to generate a surplus?
If town departments are not expended out of that account, they would have a positive net balance in their overall accounts and it gets rolled over. Yeah.
So that account is funded by the citizens of the town of Raymond in their taxes.
So let me see if I can answer.
Please.
It can come from two areas. It can come from taxes, and if you have an unspent thing, it can also come from unanticipated revenues. Right. Either you had excise tax that was higher than anticipated. You had other areas that came in that exceeded original estimates on that, so that the simple answer is yes. In general, it's generally looked at as that's that money that was raised by taxes that wasn't spent. But it can be, it is a combination of the two. It can be from that standpoint because something didn't get spent over and it wasn't a carry forward item. Then it reverts back into the general fund and it falls to the undesignated surplus. It also gives us that buffer in regards to meeting the 15% that we need in order to, which is important, is towards maintaining our bond rating, because having adequate reserves there helps keep that, which helps us keep that AAA rating, so that if we start to fall below those numbers, then that's going to affect our bond rating, which is going to hurt us on the borrowing side.
And then it's also affected by the commitment that's made in September, correct? Which happens after the town meeting, after the vote, whether it's an open town meeting or a ballot. That commitment, generally, the assessor, the contract assessor, gives the select board a range of where it could be if it generated no more money from taxes, and a higher range of how much, and typically that's what I understood usually is $100,000 per nickel of the tax rate. So to get to my point, when we say that we're going to use $700,000 from the undesignated fund balance to lower this year's tax rate per $1,000, we're actually saying to the citizens, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Willard, because we've had this discussion many times before, again with Chairman Bruno in
address
towns
comments
past.
to the chair, not to the.
I'm just making a comment to the august body here assembled, including, and I'm sorry, Karen, for not including you as the present chair of the Budget Finance Committee, that we're saying to the citizens of the town of Raymond, we're taking your old tax money that we overtaxed you on, and we're going to bring it forward this year, $700,000, to lower the tax rate, so that now it's $700,000, where years ago it was $100,000, $200,000. So it appears to the average citizen like myself that we're, as it was said before, it's kind of like a gimmick of saying to the people of the town of Raymond, we're keeping your taxes low, but we're keeping your taxes low based on the taxes we already took from you from years past.
As I say, some of that fund is from there, some of it is from increased revenues from one, and we also still have, there's still some funding that's in there from the settlement that we did on the environmental issue. So it's not all increase, it's not all direct money that came.
And as I recall, excuse me, Rolf, but the settlement that we made on the lakefront property violation actually was a wash. The town of Raymond lost money on that deal. It wasn't an adequate deal. We ended up paying more in legal and fees and ongoing commitment to have to watch that lake frontage. So in a way, bringing that up is, again, what we might call a red herring. It's a diversionary tactic to the fact that the town of Raymond overtaxes every year its citizens on the property tax in order to then say the following year, aren't we doing a great job with keeping the budget down and the tax rate down? So that's all my comment. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you.
Right.
Charlie, good to see you.
Oh, same here, Brian. Sorry, you were on budget finance also.
Yeah, right. This is a matter of perspective. I'm sorry, I cannot not comment. I see it, and it's just a difference of opinion. I see it as making sure we have the contingencies when we need them. And I think the legal issues that came up that we needed to fund are a perfect example of no one expected that. We needed it. We had it. We litigated it. We were successful in that litigation. I see it as good town department managers managing their budget and being frugal and returning the funds that aren't needed. And that ultimately then the town returns them when appropriate so that we can keep our AAA bond rating and keep our debt down and keep the leveraging that we have to do. So just a difference of opinion.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, the other brother. So I guess my point would be this one, that Ralph is correct. And Moody's bond ratings are important, and they are set by, in large part, by what the town has in reserve. It demonstrates how fiscally responsible they are. That being said, Moody's sets the range at 5 to 15%. What the town has elected to do is set it at the higher end rather than the lower end. And unfortunately, what happens with undesignated fund balances is that, yes, and I agree with Ralph, some of it that comes from other than the taxpayer. But ultimately, what can be used in the undesignated fund balance, as I understand it, is for emergencies, for needed, emergent needed equipment. So if you were to take $700,000 of the undesignated fund balance and put it towards a fire truck, wouldn't that not decrease the need to bond it and pay interest on it? Because that's my understanding of how an undesignated fund balance can be used. So being overly preoccupied with what our Moody's says we are as far as a stellar fiscal municipality. AA bonding, not that bad in my understanding. Even an A bonding is not that bad if in fact what it allows you to do is reduce having the debt service on having to go to bonding on everything. Thank you.
Still Charles Levitt, 14 Levitt Road. Just as a simple civics lesson, anytime the voters in the town of Raymond and the need of this government is in search of additional funds, you hold a special town meeting. So we'll hold a special town meeting for a comprehensive plan that should have been included in this meeting, and it's not being included. So we're going to come back at some weird time, maybe in July when no one's around, or August, to approve a comprehensive plan that probably reasonably could have been included in this discussion. However, if we need a fire truck, if we need legal assistance to pursue, we have a special town meeting. You want the community to come back? Let the community come back and talk about it. Let's not use gimmicks like the commitment and the undesignated fund balance to fund the growth of this government in places where the community isn't having input. If this had been a regular town meeting right now and it was a Saturday, how many more people would have been in this room? Maybe 100? Maybe 150? How many voters are there in the town of Raymond? 2,000? 3,800. So, and I see someone who I've had major disagreements with over the years, Frank McDermott over here, who came up during comprehensive plan meeting and said, we have to come up with a new form of being able to engage this community. And he thought of a hybrid system. And I think it was Mr. Meister in his article in the Wyndham Beagle came back and said, we need to come back with a new form of getting citizen input. And the way you're going to get that citizen input is making this the informational town meeting on a Saturday, not on a Tuesday, well before the election, so the whole community can come. You can have childcare, you can have the Lions Club doing the coffee, just like we used to do in the old gym down at the end of this building. And then have the ballot vote 10 days later, where you have the most representation of the people after they've had a chance to come together in a community setting and learn about how their government operates or doesn't operate efficiently. Thank you.
That's for a different meeting, not.
Questions on question B?
What he's doing. Somebody ought to tell him. Don't shut me up.
Okay, question W. See if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement, the amount not to exceed $1,600,000, not including interest and/or other legal fees, on such terms as they deem advisable for the purpose of purchasing a new stock ladder truck, and raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed $187,348.08 for the payment due for fiscal year 25-26 and for 10-year lease. Questions on the ladder truck? Question Y. The next series of questions are land use ordinance articles. So if
Jason back there.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, I asked this question at the last public hearing, so I'm going to ask it again. Why is Article 26 left blank?
Article 26 would have been the comprehensive plan, but the edits were not completed in time to get rid of it, so that's why it does not appear on this on there. Okay, so I guess I have a comment and two comments. One is that recently a select board member described the comprehensive plan committee as a failed committee. And my only question would, in response to his comment, was I'd ask, compared to what? So that'd be my first question as far as failed committees or boards. Secondly, I guess I'd just ask informationally, this current meeting will air before June 10th on our television network? Yes. Oh, good. Thank you. Question Y. Article 4, Section 2B, dealing with the number of copies, and Article 5, Section 2B, dealing with number of copies. Article 6, Section 2A, number of copies. Article 7, Section 2B, number of copies of the subdivision ordinance as adopted May 21, 1984, and amended through June 4, 2019, and Articles 10.3A.3b, applications, and Article 10.4A3, submission requirements for the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in addendum number 2. Jason, you want to just give a highlight on?
It's a tongue twister.
On what that change does?
Yeah, Jason Williamson, Code Enforcement. Really, it's just kind of, we get a lot of copies. I think this kind of is just dated. Now everything's digital, so we don't need so many copies anymore. I'm just looking at more PDFs to reduce paperwork and clutter, really.
So it's just dealing with the number of copies that have to be submitted.
Correct.
Questions on question Y? Question Z, shall Article 10.3A10A, expiration of approval of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in addendum 3.
Jake's just going to live over there.
This one is just clarifying, making it clear from when someone's approved, how long they have to start, how much of an extension they can get, and when it has to be finished, just clarifying the language.
Questions on question Z? Question AA. Shall Article 5.5, footnote 3, street design standards of the Town of Raymond Street Ordinance adopted May 18, 2002, and amended through June 2, 2015, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeouts as in addendum number 4?
This is just to clarify that the reviewing authority is always the planning board in this situation, so just removing the reviewing authority and changing that to planning board seemed to make sense, so it's obvious.
Questions on AA? Question AB. Shall Article 6.3.E.3, appeals procedure of the land use ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and adopted through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeout text as in addendum 5.
Yeah, so this one, we noticed there was a discrepancy between what our ordinance said and what the state law was, so this was to bring this into line with state guidelines.
Jay, can I ask you a question on something?
Yeah.
Just regarding what the state says and what the town says, do you guys find anywhere that your home rule overrides the state?
This situation would make it more lenient, so I think we might be able to be stricter. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that to see if we could allow a longer. A lot of these things, they follow the state guidelines. So if we told someone they had 16 days, but they really only had 7, there could be a real issue there legally, I think, where we told them they had more time than they really had, because we wouldn't want someone in an appeals process to come at day 8 or 9. Right. We tell them that, yes, it's good, and then it goes, and then the state's like, no, you should, that was no good, and we're kind of in a situation where we there could be like a estoppel type of situation, I think. Or
so you work pretty much hand in hand with the state then, so you guys are even as far as where they go the information?
Well, I've only been through a couple appeals, so I haven't seen how they all work, but we saw a potential issue if we had told someone 16 days and then they had submitted it, and then when we submit any paperwork to the state, potentially an issue there with how the violation would be handled.
From a general standpoint, from home rule, you can make a ruling that is more restrictive but not less restrictive.
Right. That's how we interpret it.
So in this case, we would have been less restrictive.
Right.
We would have, so the state rule would have had to take precedence.
Correct, and we were concerned about their rights too. We wouldn't want to, everybody has a right to appeal, so giving them the correct information, if that appeal was to go up to the state level, that we would want to make sure that was all done properly.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on AB? Question AC, shall Article 6.2.B.1 shore and road frontage and Article Okay, shall Article 6.2.B.1 shore and road frontage and Article 6.4E piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over and below normal high water line of water bodies and within wetlands of the town of Raymond shoreland zoning ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language in the diagrams and removing the language in the strikeout text.
Yes, so this... Question first, or? Yeah, so this was a recommendation from the town planner to make the language more clear about that you would need the same frontage, the 225 feet on the road and the 225 feet on the shore. He felt that there was a little bit of ambiguity there, so it was just to make that obvious, but...
Brian?
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. Jason, you may have just answered this. Is this, if it's for clarification, that's, I guess, the answer. I just was wondering, is this fixing a problem that we're seeing out there in the environment or around our towns in terms of people putting out massive docks or something? And are people subdividing to a place where they have a little entrance and then they take the 225 feet. So I was just curious whether we're fixing problems or anticipating problems with these things.
Are you talking about as far as the dock configuration part? So that was just to make it clear. There's a lot of docks in town. There's probably a lot of docks that are not conforming. So we just trying to kind of encourage people to see a visual and understand what is allowed and what's not allowed.
I have a question for you, Lee, please. Thanks. Would there be lots grandfathered from this? I mean, I know there's a lot of lots around the lake that are 100 foot, for example.
Oh, those, right, yes. A legally non-conforming lot that has frontage will be allowed a dock. This is for new lots. A buildable lot is supposed to have 225 feet of road frontage, but we have plenty of lots that are legally existing lots that are buildable. So this is for new lots going forward. We don't allow any lots to be created that wouldn't meet those dimensional requirements anyways. So any new lot created now presumably would be allowed a dock as long as because they would have the 225 feet. There are some with right-of-ways that predate these rules, so they are grandfathered in. And then there are some that are just small lots around Thomas Pond, for example, and parts of Raymond Pond, and they have docks and they're allowed.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
11 to Levitt Road, and as far as dock configurations, I don't know if it's this article or another one, but there was a diagram in there that showed what would be allowed for a configuration and the like. Just my understanding of this, and it may be corrected by the code enforcement officer, but I do attend a lot of the planning board meetings as well, and it seems like that part of this issue came to them from the Zoning Board of Appeals, who had to deal with an issue, and that the language in the ordinance was not putting them in the best position. I have some amount of experience on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I can tell you that, like with almost any of the ordinance committees, they have very limited type of authority. People in general seem to have the misconception that, that we're telling you exactly what you can and can't do with your property, and that it's arbitrary, and that we have very broad powers, when in fact just the opposite is true. So we are very, very dependent on the language, meaning a zoning board of appeals or a planning board. So that's I believe how this issue came before the planning board, and that the configurations basically do comply with the state guidelines. So I believe we're in pretty solid area there. One other thing I might mention as far as ordinances are concerned is that there was a discussion early on at Budget Finance Committee regarding somehow dedicating a portion of the dollars from basically the settlement on Sebago Lake to a fund dedicated to legal issues, especially involving shoreland, because I believe what I heard from the town contract planner as far as the incident on Sebago Lake and Raymond, it's not a question of if going forward. So I just make that comment.
Yeah, the dock rules are mostly state rules, and we're just kind of administering the state's rules. We're tasked with that. So we always have to make sure those dock rules are, because our jurisdiction, there's overlapping jurisdiction here. The state owns the waters, but we have to administer the docks going in. So, and people come to us with a dock configuration, so we have to look at their dock configuration, okay it, and then when it's done, they're supposed to call us and we do a final inspection. The trouble is they come out every year. So we're not checking docks every year, and we don't have the manpower to go and check everybody's dock every year it goes in. So the next year it goes in, we're relying on them to put it in the same way it was the year before. Whether it does or not, that's another question.
Just one more comment regarding that last comment, and that's the fact that absolutely, I don't think in a town this size, given the amount of a shorefront we have, we could have a big enough code enforcement office to be able to really enforce every single ordinance. My experience of 25 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I've said this before, is generally the Zoning Board of Appeals or the code enforcement officer being contacted by a neighbor. I know that it kind of makes you a little bit squeamish when you think in terms of, well, is this communism, that the neighbors are turning in neighbors? But I will tell you that as far as enforcement of ordinances, especially involving the shorefront, 99% of my experience is it's due to a neighbor basically seeing a dock go in that doesn't conform. And the first thing they do is call the code enforcement officer or go to the ordinance, and then they take out their measuring tape, and then you have an issue with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and then eventually, in some cases, you end up in Superior Court. Thanks.
Other questions on AC? Question AD. Shall Article 12.2, terms defined of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscore language and removing the language and strikeout in text 7?
So this one was more clarification, citizens initiative for the solar. There was some wording in there. We were just concerned about some of the legally existing commercial operations, thinking that they couldn't put solar on just to cover their energy needs. The intent of I believe the intent of the ordinance was to stop commercial scale large-scale operations from which are for-profit selling energy to the grid. And we just want to make sure that some of the smaller commercial operations that are legally existing in other areas or even commercial areas knew that they could still put solar panels up to zero out their energy usage. And we just wanted to make sure that that wasn't, there was no confusion on that one.
Questions on AD?
David Brown from 91 Tenny Hill Road again. And I do have a question about that, because that was something I highlighted, was accessory, in item A, accessory solar energy systems may, but are not required to, be designed to achieve net zero consumption for private use. And I would just like some clarification on why that language was necessary to be in the ordinance.
I don't believe the intent was to say that they could profit from it. I think it was just not everybody's going to have enough solar panels to offset all their costs. But that the intent of the net zero is that even if someone produced more energy than they used, they wouldn't get paid back for it. That's a whole different tier, I believe. With a homeowner, I don't believe can put solar panels on their house and get money back. So it's really for commercial scale. I'm speaking for a lot of other people right now because a lot of people's work went into wording the ordinance. But I believe that design is just so people can design a system that does produce more, so they can ensure that they're not paying for electricity, but they're not able to get money back from it. Does that make sense?
No, because otherwise it doesn't get captured.
So the feeling apparently was that if we didn't say that it would raise a question, that it would make it look like if someone's making more energy than they need, it would seem like they're trying to make it to sell it. So you're just clarifying that it's okay, kind of like it's okay to make a little extra, and you're not going to trigger that issue.
Correct, because it's hard to exactly tell how much power you're going to need, how much, because both are variable. You know, how much sun you're going to get, and then so people are going to oversize their system, the thought is. So they have that ability to oversize it slightly so that they can guarantee they don't pay for it.
Other questions on AD? Question AE. Shall Section 3, Administration, Section 6, Compliance, and Section 7, New Construction and Subdivision of the Town of Raymond Assessing Ordinance, adopted May 15th, 1997, and amended through June 5, 2018, and be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out as an addendum number 8.
This one is just for addressing, for size, changing the size of the numbers from 3 to 4 inches, I believe. This one was from the fire department. I don't know if you want to speak to this. Or? Yeah, I think it's just numbers, right? Yeah, the size? Yeah, so it's just the size of the numbers to make them easier to see. Some of these camps are set back from the road quite a ways, so it's not always easy to tell what number of houses, especially when they're tight together, and it's just to help with fire and rescue, I think, mostly.
Peter Levitt, 2 Lever Road. So I guess my question is, because I think I've heard it both ways, is this retroactive to all houses or only new construction? And what would the reporting mechanism be? My sense was, and this was discussed at the last meeting, that it would basically be the responsibility of fire or rescue, or maybe code enforcement, that if they went to find a certain location in the town and found that it was not easy to identify it, that's how you would address the issue. Thanks.
Bruce Tupper, Fire Rescue Chief. Yes and no is my answer. So I'll be clear as mud. So as we find past addresses that are illegible, hidden behind bushes, they were on a tree at this height and now they're 30 feet in the air and we can't find them, things like that, which is what we find all the time. We still have about a 50% non-compliance rate in addressing, and it's going to continue down that road despite all our efforts, unfortunately. But as we find them, what we do is we talk with the person who owns the property and say, you know, we were delayed, blah, blah, blah. We have numbers that we give out as part of a program through our association. We will continue that program. So there really is no reason for someone not to have the appropriate address markings on their house. It's just they don't think of it because to you, your house number is right where you put it. And that's the discussion I have often with people. It is right on the tree where I put it. I see it every day, right? I live there. The problem is that I don't live there and I'm trying to find you in an emergency. So we just have to do this as part of an educational effort. Getting all our new ones up to par as they come online, it really is important to have that increase in size on the numbers. My eyesight's not getting better as I age, and therefore I don't find things as easy as I used to, and the rest of the crew is in the same boat. And we're out at night, we're in storms, we're in inclement weather, etc. So to have this clarify some of that, and then we are working together as codes and fire rescue to make sure as we find things that we give that educational component and try to get people to put the right addressing markings up so that we can find them easier in the future, should they need us. Is that everything?
Other questions on AE? That concludes all the articles. Right?
We are about to lose two of our longest serving members on the select board, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. I don't always agree with you guys. You don't always agree with me. That's okay. That's the way democracies work. We debate things. We bring things up. Your years of service are amazing. The number of hours that you've given to this town are amazing, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments? We will close the meeting, and thank you all for attending.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee, and I would like to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is a review of the minutes from last meeting, and assuming or hoping everybody had a chance to look at them. Any questions or comments?
The next meeting is on, we're not having a meeting on the 9th?
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the town meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah, okay. That's the only question I had.
So the next meeting is the 16th.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Second. Second. All in favor? Moved and passed. Thank you. So next order of on the agenda was a follow-up with Rolf. He and I have chatted a couple of times since last meeting, and but the main issue was the discussion about this committee and what our scope was, and he sees no reason why we shouldn't include all of our thoughts, including what we would like to do with, or what we recommend being done with vacant buildings. He says it'll just save the next committee time and effort if we give them food for thought. So we're good to go there. I did talk with Kevin. I don't have that as a bullet on the agenda, but thought of it as I was prepping today. And the question there was to Kevin about the use of the basement space at Jordan Small Middle School, possibly for the service, because when we toured it last, we found that it was pretty dry and everything. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Kevin was very good at providing me some response to that, and his criteria is it has to be a dry location, above ground level, and without the help of relying on sump pumps. The height measurement requirement is at least 8 feet. As you remember, one section of that's only like 6 feet. The other one is maybe barely 8 feet. So right there, that might make it a non-contender. Environmental control must be maintained at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. As we continue to add servers, that becomes more of a challenge because, of course, the servers add more heat, every one that you add to it. And it should be co-located with the IPTV control room, where they would have the support needed for running the control room. Another item is that he mentioned again was that the IPTV control room needs to be near to, adjacent to the broadcast studio so that the videographer has easy access to whatever meeting is taking place in case they need to interact during the meeting. And then easy access to the ceiling for distribution of cabling and whatnot. So all
makes care of that.
Good information, and we will also send that forward to the next committee for their consideration. So, so developing a method for reporting to the select board. The next thing I had on here was the mission statement. I want to thank Deb, Lori, and Grace for pulling that something together for us to review and talk about. And I was wondering if one of the three of you would be willing to read it into the record.
Go for it, Deb.
Me?
Yeah. Okay. So the mission statement for the visioning committee or the mission statement for the community center? Which do you want?
Whatever you guys came up with, I think.
All right, so we did two things. We drafted a mission statement.
I took them as one, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
We drafted a mission statement for this committee.
Okay.
Vision committee, and then we drafted a vision and mission for a community center.
Okay.
So the draft mission statement for the visioning committee, the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee is tasked with identifying potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School, utilizing information gathered via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan and input from the community and town departments, including the library, parks and recreation, and town offices.
Great, thank you.
You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
All right, so our draft vision for the community center for Raymond is residents and visitors of all ages will have expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. That's the vision. The mission for the community center, the Raymond Community Center, or whatever it becomes known as, will foster community connections, provide resources, programs, services, meeting spaces, and technology in a safe, welcoming, accessible environment. The specific offerings will align with the needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
All right. Sounds good. Any follow-up thoughts or discussion? Or?
I thought it was very good, really good.
Okay.
One thing that we discussed was attaching the wish list for specific types of programs and services with this. So in case there were questions about what did we mean by any of this, there would be a little more detail or examples.
Examples, okay. All right, great. Do I have a motion to accept this as something that we want to use going forward?
I so move.
Second? All those in favor?
Who
All right, well done, thank you.
I didn't see who seconded.
Kayla did. All right. So just a note here on the Jordan Small floor plan, it hasn't changed from our last meeting as far as I haven't done any additional updates since we haven't really made any changes yet. I did take an attempt at doing that on the PDF, and hopefully everybody got a copy of that so that you can refer to it in your leisure. And that way we've got something to refer back to and something that's easy to transport to the next committee as well. The next thing I had on the list was a summary report. Just wanted to get a sense for, am I headed in the right direction? Is there something that, I know that this is incomplete, first of all, so I'll just say that up front. But it started out as an outline, but I couldn't help myself but fill in a few of the blanks along the way. So mostly things like dates and numbers and stuff like that. But the area that's probably going to need the most work from us as a committee is the summary and the recommendations and the conclusion. And I'm looking for additional input.
I think it's great format. I think it really follows what we've done, and it helps people understand what it is they'll be looking at when they read the report.
Okay, great.
So, a couple things. It's in the very first, the intro, you're referring to it as the implementation committee. I was just thinking maybe the planning or repurposing committee might be better, because I don't know that they're implementing it until the town's actually voting on it, right?
Right. So I didn't pick that word myself. I found that
In the charge?
in some of the charge, yeah. That's the only reason I used it. We can put in whatever, I think, and actually I found it was actually Building Implementation Committee.
Building committee might even be better than what I just said, too. I don't know. I mean, I'm fine, but that just caught my eye.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Any other thoughts?
Under the,
sorry.
No, that's good,
No, it's a
Grace.
good
Thank
one,
you.
yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
under the summary and recommendations, we discussed a little bit about maybe recommending that there's a couple of liaisons from this committee that would follow through with the implementation committee, just to maintain continuity and of intent and that kind of
Yes,
thing.
that's a good point, yeah.
So I didn't know if that could go in that
I think that's a
section.
good place, yeah, that absolutely it should be included as part of that.
Also, under the summary and recommendations, it says, recommends the current village library, the B, once it is vacant. That's assuming that that's what the building committee is going to, or whatever that committee is going to do. I think we're kind of assuming that that will indeed happen.
Right.
But maybe if it becomes vacant or something would be just because we're not really making that decision, although pretty much we have. Perfectly honest, I think, but.
No, I think that's.
And instead of thrift shop, I think we were talking more about the loan closet idea along with the food.
Actually, when I looked at the minutes, it had both.
Yeah, both, okay.
Both
Talked
thrift,
about
yeah.
both. So do we want to mention that then, the medical loan or just loan closet or something,
Yep.
just to not lose that idea?
I think so.
And if we're making recommendations for the vacant library, will we be doing the same thing for the vacant town office? Is that another agenda item that we're going to talk about
We
later?
could.
But this would be
Yeah.
the place to put it.
Yeah, the only reason I haven't said, that, I mean, we haven't, as a committee, discussed much about the town offices, is we've been more focused on that, what to do with the library. That seemed like a good building, and we hadn't actually even gotten to the point where we're incorporating the town offices into Jordan Small Middle School, although I think we are headed that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the sense I got from the last meeting, is
Yeah.
most people discussing didn't have a problem with the town office having space in that building.
Right.
Especially after looking at the numbers that you published.
Right,
Yeah.
right, by the numbers. Yeah. All right.
Can I ask that on where it's got the town committees listed, 9 committees, some are defunct, maybe some are inactive or defunct? I don't know if they're all defunct, but
Yeah, that's probably a better word. I was struggling with that a little bit,
Yeah.
and I never went circled back.
Some are not meeting, maybe.
Right.
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, do they still exist? I don't know, but
Yeah.
That's a much better word.
And how would others, I was thinking about this. Can we make a recommendation that this next committee, whatever it should be called, be appointed relatively soon and get to work? Because they're not going to meet weekly, obviously. I think that's obvious. I'm amazed that we all have been meeting weekly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more to that work of that committee, and to really be ready for when the building is available, so that it's not, people have mentioned, it would be nice to not have it left vacant for too long. I mean, it will be vacant for a while any renovations that might be done. But the sooner that is done and the town has voted on it, the sooner all that work can begin and it can be available. So if we recommend, I just wrote to myself here, I think they should be appointed really soon and begin their work in September.
Yep.
I agree.
No, I think that too. I think if we give them, a sense of urgency, then I think that would help,
Yeah.
definitely.
And when Deb and Lori and I met, we were talking about possibly getting additional feedback through just like a table like the comprehensive plan had at November elections. If that committee were established in September and had at least 1 or 2 meetings, that's an opportunity to help kind of share current thinking and ideas and just get some more feedback without actually having to do any more surveys necessarily. But
Right.
I had one more, if I may. We've mentioned a few times how important communication is going to be about all of this, both the ongoing process, but especially once we have a community center, that we have a community center and what is there.
Right.
So I just would recommend that that be something that committee really keeps in mind.
Marketing and promotion, yeah.
Very good.
I just had a minor thing for, under community, we have age-friendly Raymond, this is on page 3. Age-friendly Raymond now is part of Parks and Rec, if I'm not mistaken.
Not officially.
Oh.
So it'll be,
So
if the warrant article passes, the part-time age-friendly coordinator will be under Parks and Rec
Okay.
come July 1st.
Thank you.
And I guess sorry. One other thought was, we had also mentioned at one point trying to be sure that the history of Jordan Small is somehow preserved. So is that maybe another recommendation for that next committee, so it's not lost?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I did hear back from Frank McDermott, unless there's someone that knows something more. What he told me was there had been a one-room school building in East Raymond that was named for Mary Ellen Small, who was a teacher. And then in Ernie Nights, it seemed that there were several one-room schools throughout the town. But then in 1960, the Jordan Small School was built as a consolidated school. And Jordan, he didn't know the first name, was also a teacher. And both Mr. Jordan and Ms. Small gave money towards building that school, hence the name Jordan Small. So I would think Frank would know if anybody in town knows, and I'm thankful for that. He did say, or maybe I read it in Nerdy Nights thing, the town hall was the East Raymond School at one point. You're nodding, so I guess you knew that too. I didn't know that. Anyway. Yeah. But somehow to keep that, maybe there's a plaque or something, I don't know.
Thanks for finding that out. Thanks for finding that out, because
well,
I had
thanks,
no
Frank.
idea of the history of the naming of that school.
And do you think it would be appropriate for me to contact Frank and ask him to maybe give us a little write-up that we could include in our report?
If he wouldn't mind, yeah, sure, I think that would be great. I just don't want to lose that thread from
Yeah, I think
something
that's
that this
important
group.
to get it in writing and then make sure that we do pass it on. As that is important.
So the Small, it's the school's named after, she's related to the Mrs. Small that.
I would imagine
Yeah, that
so.
donated the land or sold the land.
RES.
For the RES, yeah, okay. I thought so,
Assuming
yeah.
He didn't say that, but
Yeah.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Will you do that, or will?
I will do that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Frank's
Okay.
my neighbor, so, and we see each other frequently.
Okay,
so.
great, thank you.
Oh, and Pete, I wanted to talk to you at the last meeting about the STEM teacher was willing to, within her class the next 2 years, build a wooden something to leave in Jordan Small. So, you know, how much we've loved all the artwork in the different buildings that we've been to. She offered to have the 7th and 8th grade students do something to leave. I thought that was fabulous. So that's a STEM teacher, and then the art teacher is also wanting to put some artwork around, you know, like patchwork quilt stuff and whatever. So I love having the two of them joining us. So
Okay, so we can add that as a recommendation, so that doesn't get lost with the next committee?
yeah, if
That
they're
they'll
willing to
follow
do
up
that, I'd love to see that
Okay,
happen.
and point of contact, should that be you or the STEM teacher?
It could be me, or yeah, or the art or STEM teachers. They said they would take that up the next 2 years before they move out.
All right.
Should we be making any recommendations about the naming of the community center, or is that would be left up to another group?
I think we're a ways away from, yeah.
That's
I
not
think-
really in our scope.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think it's a little too soon for that.
All right,
yeah.
I just want
I
to
mean,
make
I know that I
sure.
lean more towards community center than municipal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
so-
definitely.
But that's all
Okay.
I've got at this
I
point.
didn't know if that was something we should be putting in our recommendations.
All right.
So Peter, would you want to present this on the June 17th select board meeting or wait till July?
The June 17th, is that where they meet next?
Yeah.
If we can wrap it up by then, I'd say yes. So we're looking at next meeting being our last meeting. Is everybody comfortable with that? Because we talked about extending, but I think we're on track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far in advance Mel needs all the data that will be presented. It might be a full week.
At least 7 days, you try to
Yeah.
So maybe-
collect.
Yeah, I think it
that
might
for
be a
the-
July meeting, yeah.
Which would make sense with new select board members as well.
Right. That'd be their first meeting as the new select board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to hit them right off the bat with this? or-
I think we should overwhelm them as best we can. Yeah.
While they're still
Well, our
bewildered?
last meeting is the day before the select board meeting.
Right.
So that, I mean, if there's anything that you wanted to wrap up, or wouldn't give you much time to do it before the meeting on the 17th.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
And if we need more time?
If we need to, then we'll have that available to us. So maybe we'll go the next.
July.
We'll try to go for that. When's the one after the 17th?
That would be July 8th.
And I might not be available, so I'll double check and find out.
So
Pete,
Okay.
I'm sorry, before can you go back to the floor plan at some point? I don't know if we wanted to maybe just put an asterisk next to some of the things, like one of the rooms was labeled as, it says, it's a typo, book sale sorting, like an asterisk, like potential use for some of the less priority types of
I
things?
think we're going to get into that in a little bit of
Okay,
detail
sorry.
here.
All right.
At least that's my intent, is that we'll get into that a little bit more detail. And
Okay.
that's a good way of maybe identifying them. Yeah.
Thanks.
So, all right, I did update the Excel spreadsheet as far as the wish list. I didn't print myself off a new copy, but I basically have the old one. Did it agree with everybody as far as what we had discussed? Just wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed something.
Me with the priorities?
Yeah.
I think you covered it very well.
I think we got it? Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. I sent out an email with a spreadsheet that's called By the Numbers. I think that would be the next thing to get us started on thinking about how we want to do exactly what Grace was just talking about, and that is maybe consolidating some spaces or making them a suggestion, not necessarily something in stone. I mean, it was a good exercise for me to see just how the numbers played out for each of the different groups. And I guess I'll open it up to discussion as far as, what do people think? Where do we need to make some changes? Maybe one being we make sure we have adequate space for the town hall.
Well, that's probably the step, because that's not in the current.
It's not in the current floor
Right, so I
plan,
think
but
that's the
I would
first
like to include that.
Yeah, we have
at
to.
the, when I get a chance to revise that, or, create the new one. All right, well, I guess I'll just open it up as far as the library's asking for a lot of space. What do you think, Deb?
I think that the reason it looks like a lot of space is because all of those different meeting rooms that can be broken up into whatever, multi-purpose use rooms,
Right.
probably will be under the scheduling or booking by the library. So it just made sense to group it all with the library. That was my thought process on that.
Okay.
If that's how it goes.
Right, and that's, I guess just, one of my thoughts is that I think somebody who hasn't been part of this committee that was to come in and look at these numbers would probably be like, so the library's going from 2,600 square feet to 13,000 square feet. That sounds like a lot. And I don't want to lose something because they don't understand our thought process.
Right. And so if you look at where the collections go and the program, some of the programming spaces, it's not a lot. Right now, they don't have enough space to do what they need to do. So they do need more space anyway. They probably need double or triple what they have.
Oh, yeah.
But then we have the book sale space, which I believe is happening in a shed right now. So that's not
No, it's in
very
the
good.
building. It's in the building, the book sales space.
Where they sort the books and store them?
No, we have a whole couple cabinets full of books for sale in the space.
Oh, I thought
It's
I
just
was told it
extras.
was-
No, the book sale takes place right in the
'cause
library.
I know
Yeah.
that's not optimum for that, to be in the library, taking up space that could be used
Oh,
for
yeah,
other things.
absolutely, but it's in the library now. It's not
okay.
out in the book shed. That's just for storage and stuff, yeah.
So, and then, if you want some dedicated spaces for digital classes or for people to do work or have private group meetings or video conferencing and things like that. All those different spaces will take space, but, those rooms can be carved up into spaces, but they'll probably be under the aegis of the library as far as who administers that space. So that's why, it doesn't mean it can't be used by anybody, but it just made sense that somebody's got to schedule it.
Richard and I did talk briefly about how there's a lot of overlap between Parks and Rec and library. So some of those functions might be both.
Right.
And shared space.
And when talking to Richard, we do, like, Parks and Rec already has a reservation scheduling aspect, so it's as simple as if
Everyone has access to it.
right, if Richard or a coordinator wants to put in time, it's in there, kind of scheduling internally. So there might be a lot, maybe in some of those spaces, maybe a different color of multi-use or multi-departmental use might be visually better to present,
Yeah,
is
or-
my suggestion.
Or just call it shared space. Sue just said shared
Right.
space.
Yep.
Right. And maybe
It's
that's,
not even just those two, really. It's
Yeah,
Right. And maybe that's what we should do going forward, is instead of designated, this is Park and Rec, this is library, not have designated colors for different departments, but just say, these are our recommendations for these spaces. And just label them, whatever the name of that space becomes as part of our recommendation.
Because it'll take time to build some of these programs we're talking about. I mean, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
So we don't want space empty for, until, I mean, it's just,
Right.
it's going to take a while.
Right, but certain spaces will need certain interior designs. So like if you're gonna have one room cut into two rooms for video conferencing, privacy for telehealth, or somebody wants to do a job interview virtually or something like that, those spaces are gonna have to be set up for that, those types of purposes.
Right. I mean, similarly, I think like the one that stands out for me is the senior space that they had at Westbrook. I mean, that was their designated space, and they had it set up for their use, and they, used it regularly, it looked like. So,
I
okay.
think, sorry.
Yeah.
I think too that it's really up to the town as how it wants to split its budget. So that will define who owns any registration system or rooms themselves. There will be rents associated with that for your budget, and manpower probably is the biggest piece. But that's not us.
Right.
So I think the suggestion that we label, like, anyone can own this as a multi-use space, that will drive activity down the road.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We'll figure out the operational piece of it as we go forward.
And it's all under the town, all these, the three, they're all.
So if we've got a wish list and everything, so one of these multi-purpose rooms could be a senior space, because I would really like to kind of have a senior space, because if we do, we can have more activities, but we wouldn't have probably something every day.
Right, so it'll be scheduled, and so it's not always just sits empty until until you schedule it to use. It's going to be a but you would have a schedule that's set, and then that's your space for that time period.
So a nice senior room would be.
Yeah, right, and that senior, they could do a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
Build it, they will come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think because of the need, we might want to actually label that space senior space.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
That's just, we're talking about wishes, and I just think that's really something for an aging community to have a go-to, and it could grow. I mean, that is my hope.
A couple Saturday or so ago, I had the opportunity to spend the day at the Hawthorne House at a yard. They had a yard sale, and I am totally impressed on the building, how beautiful it is. And I mean, we haven't talked much about what they're doing there, but it's they rent it out for events mostly. I heard talk about like a community center, but it really is an event center. It seems they're going to have a cabaret night. They have music, jazz. They had an art show last year. They even had a wedding there. And they got the kitchens all finished now, and a nice bathroom, and it's beautiful. It's really nice. So that is really something for this town to think about with, that space. And not that the town would do anything with it, but it belongs to the community. But it is a community center of sorts that is available in this town. And it's lovely in there. It really is. They've done a lot of hard work.
I mean, some things that were written into the proposal may not be on the wish list because they were written in over here. So like art exhibit space. We kind of worked it into our ideas, brainstorming here for the library, but there's nothing, I think, in the wish list about public art exhibit space. So I'm not sure if we should go back and forth and make sure that something appears either in both or at least in one master list, or just so it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
I mean, I don't know if book sale space was in the wish list, but we included it in the library proposal because we know that's a usual function that happens under the library. And I'm sure Joe and Richard they're going to discuss and figure out what's going to be good ways to coordinate the space and use it.
Okay. So I think we kind of have answered this question, but the next item I had was, do we want to include the town hall office with the community center? Do we have a...
Do we want to what?
Include the town offices into the Jordan Small Middle School?
Well, I've certainly expressed my desire to do that. I mean, I think I've been pretty vocal about that I felt that was important. May not happen or whatever, but if we're looking at the next 10 to 15 years, if we don't put the town hall in there, I think 15 years it's going to be, the people will be looking at building another building, which I don't know if people, if that's, we can fit it all in here.
Right.
And everybody just works together to use the space. I mean, that's my feeling about it.
I think when we consider the size of Raymond as far as population and whatnot compared to some of these other towns that we visited, that it seems like we should have more than enough space at Jordan Small Middle School to include that plus Parks and Rec and library
Absolutely,
and community center.
Yeah, I think so.
Is there anybody opposed to making sure we include the town hall?
I'm not opposed. I just think it's important that we remember that so much work is going to be done after this committee with needs assessments, architects. It's going to be very in-depth in evaluating all buildings and needs. I mean, I think we supply the wish list, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No, that's a good reminder.
I mean, fitting it in is not going to, we have the wish list that this is what we feel, that the town for that space, but it's going to be up to the architects and the engineers to, the feasibility of that and how everything fits.
Okay.
And I think my only hesitation on it was seeing all these other things that we've kind of penciled in potentially, and is there enough room to do it justice for what it needs? But I asked at one point, is there any part of town office that would stay in that building and the rest be here? And that didn't make any sense. They need to all be in one space. That's very clear. So now I'm thinking, is there anything we've kind of penciled in here that could potentially go in that space so that there's definitely enough room for the town office needs here? Is there anything that kind of is on its own that doesn't need to be all together? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I really can't see what myself.
I don't think we have to decide that now. I think we.
No, I know we're not
provide
deciding.
a wish list and then see.
Right, but just as a recommendation.
Yeah, of ideas of when they look at it, they see the whole picture. I don't think we have to, worry about where other places that could go. You don't know how it will develop. It will develop, and there's the list of
Just
things.
thinking ahead, if this next committee is doing all of the detail work Kayla just talked about and says, not all this stuff is going to fit there, and so there's some things on that wish list that are really more than just a pie in the sky kind of a wish, I would hope that they would consider then, but this could then be in this space, whether it's the library space or the town office space or something, so that really we're trying to, because these were all things that we identified as would be really nice to have, that we thought the community would like and use. Just raising it as a possibility.
Oh, that's good, thank you. I think we've also answered this next question. So, do we want the Jordan Small buildings to be the place for the community space, parks and recreation, and the library? I think that's pretty much decided at this point. And for our recommendations, even though I did cobble something together for that piece, I want the committee's input. Does our committee recommend using the current library as the new food pantry and thrift shop and?
It's an idea. Yeah, it's an idea.
It's a good
As an
option.
idea.
Yeah,
Right. We've said a couple of times, right? They're going to do what they want.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll take our thoughts into consideration. I'm sure they will. But yeah, they're going to make it work.
Yeah.
basically. Okay.
I mean, it is a good space for that, so, for
It
sure.
seems like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or is it that or the town office?
What?
Is it necessarily definitely recommend the library be used for that? Or recommend either the library or the town offices be used for that? I mean, it's really kind of dependent.
Oh, the town of,
say.
yeah. We talked about it, though, being down on Main Street, and
That's true.
that was one of the things, people could walk to it.
Next to the community garden.
Yeah, near the community
That's true.
garden, which we really, which donates fun, yeah, so that, I think we brought that up, so.
Yeah.
it'd be a
So what
better
was the
space.
problem with the town hall? Is it basically they're running out of space?
Yep.
Or the
Yes.
building is not great?
It's both, it's both, yeah.
So would it be suitable for
We don't know,
the transfer?
we don't know what it's gonna be soon, you know, I think that'll be something that'll come, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have to,
Yeah,
it'll be a
just curious.
building, so it's certainly not big enough for town hall right now.
Right, we'll
Be
think
a
it more
one-room
in
school
depth.
again.
That's what I was wondering. It's a nice little
It could be.
house,
Maybe
yeah.
there is a daycare there or something. Who knows? But
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Right,
That
they
would
may
be-
go in that direction.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
good, that's a thought, yeah, for sure. You have to
Okay.
Up your rates. They heat the place.
In a playground.
Yeah,
A
right.
playground out there.
That's right.
So, for the next thing, Laura, you had planned on walking us through a exercise at our last meeting to maybe help identify more, define the spaces, I guess.
Well, you
We
had
want-
you had the colored pencils idea, and then I was concerned that we would be crossing out and marking things up. So I have just some color-coded things that can either represent use, like who would use this space, or manage the space, or this is my opinion, so I take all the yellows. Just to lay out what we see and where there are commonalities to how we think we should use the or could use the space. It's
Right.
just an idea because Post-it notes are easy to move.
Right.
You know, if we find that most of us are completely in favor of you know, a gym class near the library, then, you know, that would be different than what we've looked at before. But I think we need to bring our own individual biases into this because we're here because we want to be here. So we have ideas and we have perspective too.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. So why don't we head in that direction and start looking at this?
Do you want to have colors or use? Do you want each person have a color for, or
Okay.
name it? I don't know.
whatever works for you.
Yeah.
I don't know what works best.
Chairs aren't the best.
Marilyn Benson, Rush Road. I come up, yeah, I come up Bittersweet and then turn left onto Harvest Hills. I used to get lost out there all the time. I finally figured it out.
Keep going. Yeah, it's incredible.
Crazy. But you know, I was telling him that Viola Road that ends up in the, he says, that's private, that's why, oh my God. How do you go up through Colonial? Is that how you go up?
I don't know the best way to do this, quite honestly. We have to turn these on.
No, the mic is on.
Yeah.
Just need to hold it.
Whoever's going to be speaking, actually grab the mic and talk into the mic so that it can be heard.
Really got all the colors, didn't you? Tell us what you want us to do. I don't know what would work best, what would be least confusing. I think our job is to not determine whether that meeting space is library or age-friendly is Parks and Rec. So I think possibly we could each be responsible for a color and then write what group it goes with, if you know what I'm saying. So if I
Yeah, I need an example.
so sure.
So, and maybe we can speed this up a little bit in that if we go and look at like gym, we know that the gym's gonna stay the gym. So unless somebody has, you know, a comment that I can't even think of. I would think that some of these things maybe as a group are okay with.
I think you should leave the kitchen area, and then, like you said, the gym. Move the kitchen somewhere else, or move that, that's an undertaking and a half.
This entire area is
It's
as
done.
is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's nothing you're gonna do with that.
And the other thing is, I'm not opposed to or afraid to mark this up. If somebody wants to write on this, by all means, please do, because I have another copy of this, and I can make a final version if need be.
So,
I may have missed this, but why do we have a fitness room and a gym?
Ask Joe.
What happened?
You're being called out, Joe.
Oh, no.
Why is there a fitness room and gym here?
Is that the microphone that you had?
No, Nate had that one.
I think you put that on mute.
This one's live, though? This one's hot.
So I think
So
it's
the-
this room and this room.
So the reason why, this would be...
Oh, no, is it this room, Kayla?
That's a-
In this room, or?
Well, I see fitness room,
Okay, so
Right.
that's...
and then I see a gym.
So that's storage. So the fitness studio would be more of the wood floor with like the mirrors, and you have kind of more of like the jazzercise, Zumba, yoga, Pilates. It's a open space studio. Then this would be a fitness gym where like it has equipment, weights, treadmills,
Who do you
bikes.
envision using that?
I don't know. It was in the survey, and it got pretty popular. People wanted a fitness gym. So the reason why I put it over here too is because you could have a check-in fob access here instead of intern where there'd be more of the recreational leisure type stuff. So
you've already got the colors here, so let's use them.
I worry a little bit about the gym being right where the public would come in and do their business, to register
Yeah,
their cars and
for
stuff.
sure.
I mean, will this get noisy, like loud music and?
if you have Arnold Schwarzenegger in there, yeah,
Yeah.
you could be pumping weight. Yeah, right.
I don't know.
No, I think there's definitely room to move it. There's also the possibility of building out back here too. So it could be phased in for much later if there's time or if we have
need or,
the resources.
Yeah,
Just off the top of the head, that
Yeah.
was.
Because we hadn't penciled in anything for town hall yet, right?
Right.
But we were
This-
kind of thinking
This
this
seems like a
end of
good
it.
block for town hall.
Yeah.
I was actually, this is just my opinion, I was thinking that the town offices should be the most accessible in terms of the number of people that use it. Here we would have, yes, but that's so perfect for the
I
library.
know. This was what I kind of thought would be the perfect spot for the town office. You can open this all up relatively easy, and it's easy access here. But you're gonna take the library too. It's-
Yeah, because they need the biggest open space outside of the gym, which. And these rooms can be divided.
These are stairs,
these
though, if
are-
I recall.
Correct.
Yeah.
Everything, all the entrances here are ADA. They've got ramps coming up to them.
Okay. I was
And
thinking,
if you were gonna do a build out, that would all be incorporated in that anyway.
This, where's the, here, this is the library, right?
The large
The large-
community and
and-
the TV studio.
Which is the current library in the
Yes.
school. So this is not accessible in this
So
way.
you
It's
have
gotta
to,
come
you
down
have
around
to
there.
use the ramp and go all the way
Right.
down. to
or
the
or
ground.
come in this way.
Yeah.
And you know the building better than most of us, Nathan. Could we conceivably, if we wanted to spend the money, close this and make this inside space?
I think anything's possible. I would think that that's gonna be an undertaking.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't know if
Losing
that
the
has,
windows, the daylight.
I don't know if that has a walkway though.
There is a walkway up, where's the portable classrooms right here, so there is a walkway that comes up into this area here, because you can enter the building here.
Oh, that's right.
There's a walk that goes
That's
all
where
the
the
way down.
playground is, right?
Correct. No,
No,
Oh, that's back
right
here.
there.
this is the vestibule, this is kind of it's not ADA, but there is a path through there.
Okay, let's take the things we know. You already had a color code identified here.
Okay.
So technology, I think we all agree that that space makes the most sense for for Kevin's
Yeah.
equipment and the town meetings and that sort of thing.
And then this is a technology space, can be a technology space.
So technology space is different from the control room, right?
Well, are we talking about any kind of technology space that's gonna need
So I
Wi-Fi
interpret
and
this,
hubs and all that?
I interpret this as being the second half of this building.
Correct.
Right, the
That's what it
servers
is.
and,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd like us to consider I'm sorry, I don't remember how much space this is altogether. Who's quick?
It's a lot. So you've got, each one of these is over 800.
Yeah, 4 times 8,
So you've
So
got
that would-
almost,
3,200.
3,500.
That would give them more
4,000
than the
square
town
feet.
office has today.
yeah, it'd be close. Yeah, just
So-
over. Because this space here is 4,500
Oh.
square feet. And they have 3,500 currently.
At the town hall, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't want to separate this from the library too far away, because if people need assistance using the technology, they're going to be wanting the library staff to help them. So you want to make sure that they can quickly get down there.
I think Kevin did some digging around, and I think he went with that space right there because of the
Yeah.
ease of ability to get
Right
up.
next to it.
He also said, I think across the hall
Yeah,
would be
when I
okay.
asked him, because I challenged him on that, I was like, why can't it be across? And he said, well, it could be. Just as long as it's very close.
Right.
So if we want to ensure a way for the town to have enough space, perhaps something like all of this, I don't know if that's enough yet,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
we don't know what they actually need. And we'll grow into.
Personally, if I'm looking at this, way too much room for all these things.
I agree.
Well, that's true.
Like-
These rooms
like
are
these
large. And
Like a remote workspace for that is almost, I mean, that's a lot just for that thing. So, I mean, when you look at how this has been set up, I think that's very hard for us to sit here and say, well, this could go here and that could go there. Because ultimately, maybe 5 things could go there and 2 things can go there. I mean, there's so much more that can be done here, and I think this is actually extremely limiting. That's just my
I think that
take
some
on it.
things speak for themselves, like the library space, I had wanted it down here, but just looking at the way it's configured right now, for the way a library should be, open and everything, to me, that makes sense. As library is purple, and you need more space, so a staff workroom. Actually, if there's a way we
Right,
could kind of lock in that
'Cause that will-
quadrant.
Well, that's why I put the door there, because if there's community things happening, you want to make sure you can lock your library off so people can't get down in there. They can get as far as the restrooms, but they can't get into the main part of the library.
Right.
And these are easily locked just themselves, so.
So this is something that we've talked about maybe going in another building entirely,
Mhm.
right? Down the library. So if that were whatever you're putting in here, again, given that there's, as Kayla just said, that can be divided up for various things, that's still close to the library, and that leaves that for town hall space as needed. And maybe this is.
Does anybody know what the
library.
Library of Things is at a supply kind of?
Library of Things is a collection of objects that can be lent out. Sports equipment, could be cooking equipment, could be power tools, could be, things like that. Instead of lending books and videos, lending small appliances, things like
Or
that.
medical things as well?
Certainly,
Yeah.
can. That's why we put that with that, because it's
Yeah,
things.
because the medical closet
Crutches and.
has a whole house of its own down in Wyndham.
Mhm.
So I don't know if half of a.
Maybe some of those items can come up here, so it's closer to where they might be needed.
I'm just
'Cause I
wondering,
don't-
space-wise, if half a room is enough. Like, I know that's the art room.
If we're recommending the library, when vacated, is the food pantry, could that also be the medical closet, library of things, whatever,
Yeah.
depending upon what?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
And again, I think someone else was saying that this is definitely something that could go in another building,
Yeah.
it seems like the town hall or whatever.
It depends who's going to be administering it. If
Yep.
the library has to catalog and sign these things out, it should stay close to the library.
We don't have this now, right?
Right.
So it
No,
would be,
no.
and
We
it's
don't have
likely
this
would be
now.
volunteer run.
No, it
or
would just be
used in
part of the
Great Park.
library. It's just another collection.
Well, you're talking about, yeah, you're talking about the library of things,
Right.
and then there's the loan closet, two separate
Okay.
things. Volunteers do the loan closet in Wyndham.
Okay.
And it's fine, it works out, and that's, and I, you know, that, so.
So that would fit with like the food pantry, the thrift
Right, it
shop,
could,
maybe that
it
would
could.
fit in with that
Depending on
kind of
how-
services?
depending
Or with
on
general
who's-
assistance.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it depends on who's down there, who's volunteering, and the fellow that does the food pantry now, is he available more days? No, he's not.
Well, he does the work more days, but he only opens the pantry
Yeah.
for 3 hours.
But he would be available to open the pantry more, or no?
As a volunteer, I
Yeah.
can't speak for that.
Yeah, right, so, right.
I can't speak for that. And also for here, we need to provide space for the emergency meetings, the private sessions. The
executive sessions?
Executive sessions, so I don't know if we can use this space over here for that.
That's
That's a closet, I think.
That's a closet.
Yeah.
You can,
But in the evenings, you were going to have these spaces
correct.
not being used, most likely, because it's after hours. Library staff's gone home, nobody's around to let people in.
This is when we start getting
So an
to the
executive
like,
session could be,
That's like a meeting room. I mean, obviously, then it makes sense
Yeah.
right across. You could just meet right in there for executive sessions.
Well, again, if this is all town hall, and that's divvied up for various offices, but you do have a need for, you have at least a small conference kind of a space. So that's another need of the town hall. So again, if this is, you know, if that's library and this is kind of town hall, you know, I don't know.
She
There's
made a
an
good
office space
point.
to meet for exec session.
When they have Board of Selectmen's meetings, it's usually 6 or 7 o'clock at night. None of the stuff's going to be occupied, and they've got plenty of room where you could dual purpose, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you don't need a
For meeting.
specialized, yeah, right.
Yeah,
because
that would
these
be,
are all, I mean, these can be meeting rooms for different types of meeting spaces. Part of this could be for video conferencing. Part of this could be for small group meetings, or, you know, student work rooms or something.
What I'm hearing is that we probably ought to take these spaces at least, and this one, and make them part of our wish list, and not necessarily label them, because we don't want to limit ourselves or the next committee. So, you know, we can then prioritize them as part of our wish list, and let the next committee figure out how to make those spaces the right size for that activity.
Right.
Because it's not only what activities you offer, it's where those activities go and should be or should not be next to another type of activity.
Right,
Right.
but that will take the detail of the next
I
group
think that's
figuring
beyond our
that
scope
out.
at this
Yeah.
point.
Yes,
We'll
although
figure that
we
out.
need to keep in mind things like children's safety, you know, having, like Westbrook had that whole separate, the whole center of the building
And
was locked
noise.
off. And
Toys.
Kayla had a good point. This is all going to be, I wouldn't call it a mute thing, but they're going to put this in front of an
But you would.
architect.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to,
So I don't want us to get too down into the weeds on it.
I don't know the
I
best
think
flow.
it is amazing that the work that has
Right.
been put into this and the attention to detail and the effort, but at the end of the day, it literally does mean nothing.
Right.
And I think that's important for us all to recognize, and I think it's wonderful how much work has been put into this committee. I think it's great. And it again shows just the strong volunteers that we have in this community, and I'm very proud of, you know, all of this stuff that's been put together. But again, it's going to and we also, you know, the big elephant, which we were told not to talk about, is the cost.
Yeah.
So there's way more than just what's feasible. What can we do? It's going to come down to the dollar sign.
Yeah, it might be
So
a good
there's-
flow, and all of a sudden,
I
a number,
mean,
it's like, we gotta change this. you know,
Exactly.
like,
So I just think that, putting together the wish list and saying, hey, we conceptualized this and we thought this would work really well. I mean, that's wonderful. But again, at the end of the day, it's probably all going to be rewritten, relooked at,
So
and
let's
overhauled.
build 4 quadrants then. This is Parks and Rec, and this is the library,
And this is
You got
town hall.
down here.
And then you have
Absolutely,
remaining
yeah.
community space or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's right.
Yeah, perfect.
TBD.
That'll give them something
Yeah.
to fall back and at least they
What?
they can see what we're
Determined.
thinking.
Yes.
How to group them, yeah.
Oh, I thought we were saying town there, though. No?
Oh, I did.
I would put town here,
Good,
just
good, okay.
personally.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec-y, right, over
And
here. Because
community. How
this is also
That's
really
turnkey
community.
right there,
I mean, can be
Green
used for
and
lots of
yellow.
people.
right. And the
So can the kitchen,
cafeteria, the
and so
cafeteria.
this is still kind of community space here. Even though it involved Parks and Rec activity, it's still community space. And then,
Well, it's
'cause
kind of
you
green
don't-
and yellow,
This
green
is
and
a lot for, a lot of space just for those three things. And we already know that the town hall can fit in there as it is now.
Right. So it's more or less like,
Aren't they needing more space, though?
Yes.
We
That's
don't, we
the whole
don't,
point.
I mean,
we
but
don't
again,
know if they're
that's-
laid out in the optimal way. We know that it's been
There's a
moved
lot-
around as you've
we've
had
cut and
to.
chopped and there's offices.
There's a lot
that
more
could be
functional space
Correct,
in this than
correct.
we
Those
have a lot
rooms
of
are-
dead space.
And those rooms
and,
are big. When we walked around,
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty large rooms.
oh, yeah.
They are.
So,
Okay.
And I think this way too, for public access, we would have this
There,
way and this
there.
way.
Yeah.
And then for the library, should we decide to do the same thing, this way and this way?
yes, right, yeah.
Talking about maybe this becoming not the bus turnaround, but a parking lot.
Right.
That'd be nice looking in, right? Come off the road, you have the front main entrance and parking. Makes sense.
All right. So just so I'm clear, so we've got Parks and Rec is this quadrant here plus our community space. Library is here.
Yeah.
Do we cut library off here? Or do we include this space?
We leave it as is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just with the colors.
See what
Because
they
they'll
can do,
figure out
yeah.
the, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to put this as community center here, because that's the teen, where you had talked about some kids' space?
That's, Rec wanted that, right?
Well,
It was an
To
option.
lead some activities and.
Yeah, this is coordinated between Parks and Rec and library, right, basically?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we had like in here, it could be kind of,
Right, because this is like the family children's bathroom in there.
or the teen center
And
could
then
be
the-
in that basement. No, just.
That's right, with padded walls, right?
Is that approved? So, and the children's programming is gonna need storage for their crafts and their, all of their materials that go with that.
Good.
I mean, almost everything.
Yeah.
So technology, I guess, is really,
Well, you can have public computing space in here.
you're anticipating having that in the library already, aren't you?
I think Richard would like to have a couple of things here, but if you want to have enough for people to come in and do long-term project work, or, like our seasonal visitors come in and they may want to do some work on their vacation or during the summer, they're going to need space that they know they can get into, sit down, either bring a device or sit down at a device. Maybe there's going to even be a few like lockers that they can store their projects in. I mean, it's open for what we want, what we need. I see it's happening at a lot of libraries, and it's being very, very successful. That people can come in and do work at the library that they can't do well at home. Or they travel, they're on the road, or they have home-based business or whatever. Or they're hybrid workers.
You want to make sure you get your director's space.
Although I'll argue 12 by 17 is a lot for
that's a
an
whole,
office.
yeah. We can just run around
After
that.
sharing an office with them, he needs
It's all basketball.
Yeah.
I had like a
That's
corner
all.
right here, and he had this much.
Depends on what season,
There's a lot of stuff that goes with rec and.
They put the ball bag somewhere.
There's times I didn't think I could get out.
Build around you.
Kayla, thank you for bringing that up. I think we were getting into the weeds.
I mean, it's
for
hard
no
not to,
reason,
right?
yeah.
I mean, it's hard not to, but I
fun.
think, and I'm probably been seeming like a little stickler here, where I keep bringing up, well, I mean, we don't really, what's our mission again? What, trying to bring it back to say, well, what's our mission and what is the reality of it? And I think, unfortunately, that is the reality, that it could very much look like this. And it could very much not.
Could look very different.
But that's going to come out of a lot of extra, a lot of work done by professionals.
Right, but
you know,
this helps.
who are really looking at needs, the space, the cost. And then,
Right, but this is like placeholders. It's like, this makes sure that certain activities or services or programs aren't getting forgotten, so we're kind of like slotting them in, just so we can show that it can work.
And I see that as partly the function of our wish list and setting priorities to that.
Right.
That we're going to pass that information on to them to then digest and
Right.
and make room for.
But it makes sense of general priorities now, like you're,
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Kinda seeing
people,
that.
people need to see something so that they'll say, yes, let's spend money for an architect or
Yeah.
Right.
some sort of
Correct.
design.
They take one look at this and say,
Something.
yes, let's get an architect.
And we're committed to these three groups being in here. I mean, that's, I think, the takeaway
That's
for
coming
me.
out loud and clear.
Is,
Yeah.
you know, really, and so then the job is to how everybody has to work together to modify their wishes and needs so that everybody has the space they really need. So that's,
I think this is important to do this exercise.
mm,
And when it comes time to go to the architect, people need to hold their ground a little bit to make sure that we get what we envision we need.
That's a good point, too.
Because if you handed this blank slate to an architect and an engineer, we're going to be, and again, like Kayla said, the elephant in the room, we're going to be $10, $15, $20 million. We're going to go by and the place is going to be all flat, and they're going to be building a brand new building. So
Well, no, I mean,
you got to keep a thumb
I
on
think
them.
there, you know, when it comes down to it, and you're really looking at price tag and reality, the layout and the bones of the building is not going to change that much because it's just going to cost too much to do that. So what's going to end up coming out of it is what is the best way to use the space largely as it is right now.
right, that's right, and fit
And
these
that's
things.
that. I
That's
mean,
right.
that's the reality, and
That's right.
it's not going to get overhauled, and
For
it's
the-
not going to be
No,
torn
it's-
down and rebuilt.
we're not tearing walls down
No,
and stuff.
I mean, it's
No.
going to be, we may add some walls, but, or
but not-
something, but, I mean,
Right. We can
I
tear
just
some
think
walls, we can add some
in
walls.
reality, when
We
you
saw
look at
that.
the cost,
Yes.
that's what
So,
you're looking at.
it's like in Gorham what they did. I mean, they didn't do much with the structure. The structure was there. And they
And they
used that
did pieces
structure.
at a
Yeah.
time.
And they put, that's how
And
they
they
keep
put
the
those
price tag
open,
down.
and they put those open office spaces in those big rooms, you know.
It's going to have
cubicles.
cubicles
Right.
and partitions as
Yes.
opposed to, you know,
Walls,
brick and
right.
mortar.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But for the architect, they're going to say form follows function. So they need to know what kinds of activities and spaces we want in our building, and then they're going to bring their design knowledge to, oh, you want to do that there, so you're going to need to have this, like that.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
So just a question, this multi-purpose shared space as it's labeled right now, is that still something that I think, maybe it was, I think I have mentioned, keeping some space kind of in reserve, flexible for things we didn't yet think of, identify maybe something that is bring in revenue of some type at some point? Is that kind of possible there too? In other words,
yeah.
it's not like, these are the things we want, and so if you have extra space, just make these things bigger, as opposed to reserve some space for what we
That's
haven't yet
important. Yeah.
anticipated.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
That's very
All right.
good.
for growth, yeah.
And it's always seeing what works and what
Yeah.
doesn't, and I think allowing that space
Keeping
to be
some
developed.
flexibility.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it seems like the direction we're headed, that a lot of this space here will be available for community center
Some
type
flex-
development.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the post-it.
Yeah,
You
that worked out
have
well.
quite a collection
Anybody
here, I'm
want some?
amazed.
So,
Staples says.
just so I'm clear, we're going to leave this as is and use this to give a visual to the next committee. Okay?
That's great.
All right.
Why not?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Just drop the mic.
You just leave mics there. That's fine.
The voice is in our head.
I got to take my kids home. Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
You let it
See
in,
that?
word it in.
No, I said, take my kids home. He's like, okay.
Give Derek a job.
Yeah.
That's a good point. We'll wait till-
No, I should look.
Stranger danger.
Apparently not.
No, didn't work.
Should have gone. Sorry, Lori. We got this. Yeah, she got in before, so she can Finds it again.
Get down to desk.
Have I?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I thought of you. Yeah.
Except for what?
Thank you.
The screen door that.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
I think that was,
That's something fair.
That was definitely worth
That was great.
exercise. Yeah. I think we're all ready for that.
Yeah, we'll have it done.
with the caveat there.
All right. I did forget to mention at the beginning of the meeting that we do have the select board coming in right behind us. They have a special meeting tonight. But we're, by no means does that, I mean, we have to rush to get through our meeting. They said right up to 7:35 minutes to transition, and they're good, so. But with that, we are at the point of all the agenda items that I had listed, and I don't see any community to public comment. So I'm going to go right to committee's comment and let us maybe wrap up what we were just talking about, which was really good discussion. I appreciate that, everybody. Maybe some final thoughts on recommendations.
Question, should we be making a recommendation about the portable? Where we say we recommend we bring the TV studio into that large community space and then the portable could be removed, or?
I think it's a given that the
It's a given,
portable-
just a given it's
Yeah.
gonna come
Right.
down?
But we
Okay.
might as well make it clear, just that that's
Yeah,
our
I think-
Because that's
recommendation.
part of our thinking process.
Well, we'll need more parking everywhere.
Yes,
If
yeah.
all of this activity is coming to this building.
Yeah, and
That's
that's a very good idea to mention too. Like recommendations to, add additional spaces in front maybe, or
This-
on that side.
This building, though, I think is going to get torn down, right?
I hope so.
Well, you said it had already outlived its.
It's sitting on cement blocks and
Yeah.
moving. It's had a good purpose. It's had a good run. I think it's time for it to go away.
This is my daughter's 4th grade class here. This room, God.
I think I actually went to school in the town office edition when they were out there.
Pete, if committee comment can be on things that aren't directly about the committee, then I have a comment. Okay. I did just want to mention, we've been talking a lot about the library being in this space, and I just wanted to say that the current library offered a great evening with an author, had the books that people could pick up. They got them for free from a donation, and just, it really was making me feel really good about the potential of what we're looking at here for the library being expanded. There's a lot more that can be done there. It was a really good event. And they've got the plant sale, I think Sue already mentioned that, coming up on Saturday.
Plant sale Saturday.
Yep, and I also want to remind people to be sure they are coming out to vote on June 10th and hopefully supporting the school budget. So, got to put that plug in wherever I go. Okay.
Thanks, because that brings up a good point, because some of those shared spaces or multi-use spaces there that we just talked about, the library will need some of those kinds of meeting spaces to hold crafts and book discussion groups and things like that, because right now, it's just right out in the main floor of the library.
Yep.
So it's very distracting to anybody who's trying to do anything else, especially quiet work. So libraries need quiet space, and they also need conversational learning space.
Right. Anybody else? Thoughts for next meeting? Do we want to, are we at a point where we want to more or less try to wrap things up next meeting?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I guess any last thoughts can be communicated to me between now and then. And in addition, I'll try to polish the summary report a little more and get that out to everybody for review, and then, please feel free to communicate back to me things that I need to add or whatever.
Yeah, you made a great start with it. I mean, what you've already done is.
I did already make one edit myself. I missed our first meeting, April 14th, so that is now in there. All right, well,
All right.
do I have a motion to adjourn? Are we ready?
So moved.
Yeah.
Second? All in favor?
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board special meeting, please. There we go. I'm going to be running the meeting since Rolf is still up in Augusta right now. So everybody is here. And can I have approval of the minutes for May 12th?
Make the motion, accept the minutes as written.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. A motion for May 13th minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Sure
Okay.
line.
Okay, and May 19th meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? And Rolf's up. All right, new business, approving the comprehensive plan to move forward. Joe, Rolf, do you guys want to take this? The corrections, I do know, Joe, you were in contact with North Star?
Yes, the clean copy with the edits was made and posted on the comprehensive plans website. So that is complete, and so that now the next steps would be to hold a special public town meeting to get that voted in.
You should speak into the microphone a little bit more.
So yes, I believe Rolf, did Melanie send you that template of the time frame for this?
I mean, essentially what will have to happen is you'll set a date will get set for the special town meeting, and then backdated from that date will be the public hearing. So there will be a public hearing, and then after the public hearing, then there would be the special town meeting to do the final approval.
All right. Are you guys okay with all that?
Yeah.
Can I have a motion to approve?
I'm just curious, though, before we move on.
Yeah.
30 days between each thing, between the public meeting and then another 30 days before we have the vote at a special town meeting?
It'd be a public hearing and then 30 days for the special town meeting for vote. Yep.
Here.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ralph, but I believe it's 30 days from the time that the clean copy was posted, which I'm not sure when that was, but I believe it was sometime around Friday. Then that clean copy needs to be available to the community to review for 30 days prior to the public hearing. Am I wrong there?
No, that would be correct. The other requirement is the public hearing has to be a minimum of 10 days prior. The public hearing has to be a minimum of 10 days prior to the special town meeting. So, so you've got a couple different things. So, as I say, once you establish the date for the special town meeting, that's going to necessitate what the date of the, what's the latest date that public hearing can be.
That's my understanding as well, Ralph. So that's the timing, if you were asking the question, Dennis.
And so when you say public, does that mean there has to be written copies for the public at town hall for them to pick up, or just the posting on the webpage?
No, I would think that you would have a
posting.
copy available in the town hall as well. I mean, that's generally just as a courtesy for anyone that doesn't have access to the internet or whatever. But I believe statutorily they request that you also have it available in the town hall.
That's what I was wondering.
And so if I were to do just a rough calculation, since I don't know exactly when the clean copy was posted, I first became aware of it when my wife told me that this meeting was scheduled for tonight, because I didn't get any notice of that either. But I do understand that at times we've been told that if you really want to know something, then you gotta watch the website, because that's the communication. That's how you get it. It would have been nice as a courtesy that the chairs, at least the co-chairs of the comprehensive plan, would have been notified directly about the meeting tonight. I know there's a lot going on in town, and so people don't have all the time to reach out with that communication. But anyway, that's how I became aware of this meeting. And then I went onto the town website and saw that actually the select board edits had been made in the plan that was posted. And that was on Friday. So just as a rough calculation, by July 1st, as I calculated, there will be the clean copy or the final version posted on the website for the community to review, which would mean 30 days from that, roughly July 1st. And so if I would then go ahead 10 days from that, sometime in the middle of July, a special town meeting could take place. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Joe, couple things. You're going to need to put that in the queue for Mel to put that on to be scheduled. And if you can also ask for copies to be made for the town office, so you guys have notes for that.
For sure.
And to, so it'd be the public hearing and the special town meeting.
Right. I know Melanie was working on those tentative dates based on that, posted on the website, comprehensive website, so.
That way where you've got it,
Yep.
because, for the next board. Yep. Oh, I know, I'm so sorry. Just making sure we made those notes.
Yep, thanks. Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. A question, and I'm not suggesting this happened this time. I mean, what you've just outlined, fine, that's fine. But haven't we in the past had a public hearing and immediately after gone into a special town meeting and voted on that item? I'm recalling that for, wasn't it an ordinance about, it was marijuana or something? It's fairly recent, but I know that we've done that. I think we've done that before. And again, I'm not suggesting that happened this time, but I just want to be sure this does moving along.
I do believe, Rolf, do you remember that happening too, where we've had a public hearing and then we've gone right into a vote?
I remember that too.
Yeah, it depended on what the thing was. The last time we did that was that one that was on the moratorium.
So it depends on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how the thing was called forth. The moratorium, because that was a petition, that falls into some slightly different timing and whatnot, and that one did allow then to have the public hearing and then go right into the vote. But that, because it had to fit within the time frame of when you had to act on the on a petition issue versus this, which is calling a special town meeting, and because you're calling a special town meeting, then that drives when you need to have the public hearing.
May I just ask one more thing, and this is a request, not a question to be answered, a request that it be publicized now, that assuming it gets approved in a minute by the select board, that it's on the website so people could start taking a look at it. It's a very lengthy document with a lot of detail. I would hope that people do take time to read through it. Again, so much work went into this. Speaking on behalf of the co-chairs and members of the committee, and I just want to be sure it gets its due. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what can be done there is, up in the, and Bill can see to get that done, but on the banner, you can just set, he can put a notice up there that, it's been now approved by the select board, so here's the next steps, and so that people can get on there to read it. So that, that way, if they go to the, when they go to the site there, they're going to see that up in the banner.
Yeah, no, I would just say, Ralph, everything you just said there is correct as far as the timing. I believe as far as the statutory requirements, when you're talking about a lengthy document, then obviously that's something where the state's going to say statutorily you have to post it so many days for the public to be able to have access to it. If it's a simple document saying, let's say, what comes to mind was the issue involving adopting the broadband, where the money was basically, we needed to ask the state if we could use it from the TIF. Wasn't a really lengthy document there. It was basically just the state said okay, and we had to have a special town meeting for it and then vote on it. So you're right, Ralph.
If appropriate, I'd make a motion to approve the comp plan to take it to the next step.
Second.
Any questions, discussions?
I think we did it.
You ready? All in favor? All right, passes.
Okay, I'm getting called into a vote, so I have to
Great. Thanks, Ralph.
sign off. Thank you.
Bye. All right, can I motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Oops.
No public comment?
We weren't going to tonight. Go for it.
Well, talk really fast and loud. So very, very quickly, I just want to remind folks, if they're listening to this, watching this, to be hopefully supporting the RSU 14 school budget on June 10th, and to check out, there's a lot of information on the RSU 14 website if they want to look back at the past meetings.
Excuse me, Pete.
If they want to look
I'm sorry,
at
we can't hear
the past meetings that give the detail of the different cost centers, or the hearing on May 14th that went over all of the cost centers and had some discussion, if they need that information, and plus the May 2nd Wyndham Eagle had a really good article that detailed some of the information as well. So that was one thing I just wanted to remind of. I also wanted to just highlight the library just had a great session with a Maine author. They had books that the public could pick up for free, and then the author was there to discuss it. It was a great program. I want to just highlight that while I have a chance, again, in case there's anybody listening beyond this room. The visioning committee for the Jordan Small Middle School, I want to really just commend with the dedication of a group of people who have been meeting weekly and have hopefully just one more meeting. Have done a lot of work and tours of other facilities, and just watch those meetings on the cable channel as well if you're interested in hearing some of that discussion. And I think that is it, but I would reiterate, please, in the future, if there is a committee that has done work that is then having that topic on your agenda for a select board meeting, please do reach out to at least the chairs or co-chairs of that committee and let them know. I happened to just check on the calendar that this meeting was happening, check the agenda that was posted there, and so I'm glad that's done, but please in the future be sure that that happens. Thank you.
A motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Second? All right.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to open the workshop that we scheduled for 5:30 to 6:30. It's actually going to be 5:30 to 6 due to scheduling for the agenda that we have. And because of the timetable, what I thought we could focus, if it's all right with the select board members, is just to focus on filling the slot per the policy and bylaws of the select board. And it's a little different than what we talked about. First of all, we acknowledge your stepping down from the budget committee because Chris was elected to the select board. And on a side note, to what I can find looking at annual reports, talking to the past town managers, Chris is the first town employee to be elected to the select board, which is kind of historic. I think it speaks volume for his character and respect that they have in the community. I think it's pretty cool besides. So with that in mind, in the past, the Select Board has appointed people. I know Bob Jones was an example who was appointed on a regular basis because of the vacancies and when people stepped down. But as you look at the actual language, the committee, the Budget Committee, let's see where I marked it. It's at towards the end, 25, I believe, reappointments. And it says under the reappointment section for the protocol, members appointed to complete a vacant term shall serve for the date appointed and sworn in for the term of expiration. That was the confusion when I thought that we'd be filling in for 2 years as opposed to 1. That starts it. And then if you move down to how, it talks about the committee under D. Well, first of all, we have to go through the process, which is to accept the resignation due to his election, and then we'll be posting it for a 30-day notice. Anyone who's interested in filling that position on the Budget Finance Committee will present their resume or their letter to actually the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee, or if it was the Planning Board, the Planning Board, or Appeals, would then look at them and make a recommendation to the Select Board. And then at that stage, we would decide who, if we didn't agree, or we just accept it. And it's about a 60, 90-day process all in all. But it's kind of appropriate that the committees would decide, after looking at it, who would fit in. I was under the impression the first time through that the Select Board would do what we've done in the past. But I think this is a way to follow it. So if anyone has any questions on that, but it's quite a period to go from one thing to another. And the only thing I would say on this particular process would be, is it my hair? What gave it away? The only thing I would consider is shortening the time period, because it actually ends up being 90 days or 120 if there's any glitch. And we don't have to deal with that tonight. It's just a matter of realizing the process and asking if anyone has any questions on the process as I read it, because it makes a point of saying to the board or committee. And if it was just the Select Board, it wouldn't say or committee. That's my interpretation.
I agree with that.
So as far as this one particular thing, I think that the town manager talked to Mel talked about posting it or having it ready to go for tonight or tomorrow, so it makes the paper, the 30 days.
Yeah, I think we can post that in Roadrunner. I think it's this Friday.
Well, they asked for it to be on Tuesday.
Immediately, okay.
And then depending on where else we want it advertised, we can get that in motion, yeah.
Get on the signboard and
once it hits our webpage, it's covered, and then the paper, even if we miss this Friday, we'll have it for the next Friday, and it's still quite a length of time for anyone who wants to put a letter in. And now that we've mentioned it at 2 different Select Board meetings, right, anyone who's paying attention will have a letter in. Any questions? Any other change that anyone here looked at that on this particular matter? I thought this was important to get out of the way now to lay it out.
I agree. So first of all, we got to go through B.
Yes. We accepted. Oh, we have to vote. Maybe there should be a motion then.
I don't know about a motion. You don't have to accept.
We would do this on our meeting,
yeah, current Select Board.
True.
right? Like,
True.
in our meeting following, right?
The only hiccup I can see is the August 20th Budget Finance Committee meeting is actually a tour of public safety. So they won't be meeting, it won't be a regular meeting for them. So I guess that would put us into September if they were to meet.
Do you think they'd be willing to explore a special meeting?
I'll talk with the chair.
Or a quick meeting before their tour?
Maybe we can do that. Yep. So I'll make a note of that and I'll talk with the chair.
Well, Well, I mean, that was the workshop part of this, and again, if we want to talk about, do we want to shorten it, this would be the time, because we're going to come back and visit it, but at least it would be publicly acknowledging in a workshop that is 90 days reasonable? And the other thing, and the second thing, is my interpretation of the expired term under 25(1). To be appointed to complete a vacancy term shall serve the date appointed and sworn in at the term expiration. I mean, do we want to clarify that it's just until the next general election, as they have done in the past?
I think so.
So we'll make a note of that, and then and why I'm asking about it now is because we're speaking on this particular item.
Right.
And then we can go back in whatever time we have to
tweak other things.
We
Right.
can. So those are the two things that I saw. Kayla, did you see anything?
I know that Sam mentioned something that you saw in the bylaws that you'd like to address.
Section 6, attendance.
On this appointment.
Oh, on that appointment thing? No, I agree with what you're doing.
I know 90 days seems like a long time, but I think shortening it really isn't that fair, because 30 days is a typical length of time you give people to see a notice, respond to a notice. So I know that adds up to 90 days, but.
Let me ask you this. If someone stepped down in May, and the reason I said shorten it, and now we go 90 days, there's 4 people on the board, tie votes could be a problem. Should we put a clause in there and say within a period, 90 days before the June election, that we could appoint someone? All I'm thinking about is, this is when we're busy. This is the budget period.
Yeah.
May, June. I mean, everything comes to a head. I think we have to look at that. If we leave the 90 days, there should be an exception for a time period that's less than 90 days. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
All right. And we don't have to decide tonight. I'm just pointing out when I was tossing and turning around with, I said, wait a minute, I didn't realize this went to the committees. So let's just give that some thought of how we would fill in an expedient way. It could be as simple as the next highest vote getter. If 2 people ran for office and someone stepped down, there was 1 position, I mean, we can play with it. It's just something I think we ought to consider, so we don't find ourselves in May, someone steps down, moves away, or Lord forbid, is incapacitated.
So would we give that like a time frame? Just throwing that idea, like between the months of, or would we just state during active budget fiscal, or during active fiscal budget time?
Well,
we would try to appoint on a more expedited process. I'm thinking
I'm willing to make a note and then bring back the conversation, because we're going to be, there's a few things in here we're going to have to go through. It isn't just this one thing. For example, if you look at the policy, I'll just give this example. It says 10 working days or 12 working days for an agenda, and we work 4 days a week, the staff. So that's 8 days. That's 2 weeks. We'd be having an agenda by this policy. We'd be getting an agenda 2.5 weeks out, unless we say a working week shall be Friday to Friday, or Tuesday to Tuesday, and just make it a simple week for the agenda. Because as it is, when we tried to get this agenda out early, Monday was, they're off, and Friday was 4th of July. And so the first thing I realized is that we needed to go back and look at that long period for the agenda. You got to remember, they went from 2 meetings to 1.
You could also just strike the word working.
Did you already go back?
Yeah, sorry.
13. I was giving an example. I wasn't. And then we'll start from the beginning. But that's just an example of what I was talking about. That might be some creative way to do it. 7 days does Tuesday to Tuesday, which is what we talked about. Yeah, I like that. That was simple. See what I mean? That's what meeting of the minds. Of course, I should have had a pencil with me.
Yeah, I think that worked.
Anyway, if you want to start from the beginning, we can do that. Sam, if you have something you'd like to highlight, because I don't want to run past the 6 o'clock period. I would like to accommodate the people that are scheduled to come in.
Well, I'll just bring up a quick one on Section 6, attendance. It said attendance will be defined as present physically, no written or electronic means, blah, 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 blah. I assume that includes Zoom. And we do Zoom very often. People are out sick, they're out of town on business, and they Zoom in, and that, to me, is attendance.
Yeah, and you see, I highlighted it too. And that's almost the first one I highlighted, actually. So we have to figure a way, when possible, when practical. I mean, I said to Derek, if you feel up to it, I should have announced that too. Derek Ray has had a fever for a few days, and he's just not focused. He said, if I feel better, I said, if you feel better, zoom in. If you don't, it's hard to think when you're sick, rationally and stuff. So he did call, and that's why he's not here.
Maybe you change that to with permission of the chair. In other words, you can zoom in.
Yes.
Like in Derek's case, he's sick, and you say, hey, you're sick, stay home. We don't want you to get everybody else sick, but we'll allow you to zoom in. It makes sense.
Yeah, and actually
he needs to have communication with the chair or vice chair.
Good point, Chris. And it actually says that in the beginning. It says without notification of the chair. So that covers you when you know. But still, it's better to clarify it right now and work through it so that if we're going to try to follow policies and tweak them so that it actually is understandable and we don't have a 45-minute conversation on whether it's 2 years or 1 year, it'll make the meetings a lot quicker.
I noticed that these are also last updated pre-COVID.
Yes.
So
I went back
addressing and adding Zoom as a attendance is would be an okay thing.
And it's an interesting thing. I know the town hall has the annual reports. If you see when they're amended and you go back to the warrants in the annual reports, it's quite interesting reading to what they changed. And that's what I did with the budget committee and this, to see why it was changed. And so I think you're covered with, health issues and stuff, especially after your back operation.
Yeah.
And thank you for pointing that out. It's interesting, when you start with the first paragraph, I just want to touch on this, all right? Let us get through it, Cliff. If you got something to say, I'll have you talk, though, unless you want to say something right away on that. On the budget committee, go ahead.
No, on the budget committee on this.
All right.
I printed the agenda for this last week. This was not in the workshop at that time.
Oh, the draft?
Yeah, I printed it and it said workshops will be Raymond Community Residents Partnership and discussion on community events.
That's the agenda for today's agenda. The workshop we announced last month.
This says workshops for those two items. Well, I've got it now.
This is at 5:30 we're doing this, at 6 o'clock we're starting.
We've only got 30 minutes for this, so I just soon stay on what we're doing. But Cliff, I did the same thing. I had to look at both of them. One got posted and maybe in a timely manner. But just to be fair, we're trying to work through with moving it from Friday to Tuesday to before, and we had a holiday and a day off. Peter?
Chair, with your approval, just because I know this is a workshop, so not a public comment, just in crafting that, when you're thinking about the attendance part of it, I believe state statute is clear as far as zooming in. You can do that. I mean, according to state statute, you can do that. But I would ask you to also consider executive session.
Yes. Yeah. And the state statute says unless the town has a different policy. And ours is detailed in a different fashion.
But executive session.
That makes sense.
Are you allowed to attend an executive session via Zoom?
No.
Well, then that I would say one state has a policy.
Thank you. That's a good one too. Yeah, I know that the lawyers can. And so actually we've done Zoom for certain participants as a past practice, but I think it should be clear. I think that's a good one to put in there too, because if you're incapacitated and it's something that we need, again, 4 people, but we don't vote in executive session, so it's not the same as far as conversation.
Right. And we don't take minutes.
You can't take minutes. And actually, there's a lot about executive session we'll be going through to figure out the best way. Even in this, it says clearly that executive session, you protect the person or the issue, but you let the public know what it's about. And we've been just reading the number, and no one knows what the number is. So I did mention to Joe that we have to make it a little bit more transparent in that it's a select board matter amongst the select board, or it's a disciplinary hearing for personnel. And that's all we have to do, or misunderstanding, or to look at personnel policy within. And so all we have to do is put a note so the public's not wondering what 30A-63-4 is, And so we're going to do it. We're going to try to make it a little better, So anyway, but the first thing I just want to touch on, we only have 10 minutes, but if you look at the first paragraph, it says that these rules, by necessity, shall be reviewed and amended from time to time as needed arises, and to meet the needs of future boards. And I think that's a very interesting line, because when you get into this thing, it clearly says that we are elected at the secret ballot, and we take office July 1st, not June 11th or June 10th. And so if we're going to continue the practice, and it must make it confusing even with salaries, if I get elected on the 10th, or Kayla and Chris gets elected on the 11th, and the select board members that are actually in office don't show up, and we have 20 things on the agenda, one, I don't think it's fair, and two, it's not even following the bylaws. So if we're going to do that, what's elected, the board changes. How do we make the agenda with the town manager reflect what the new board wants? And I'm not saying that we have to discuss it tonight. I just want to point out that it clearly says we take office July 1st, and the term is June 31st or whatever. Yeah. So if you go through and you start to look at what the boards have done in the past and what the policy says, and it has been amended 05, 10, June 10th, December 10th, April 5th, 11, January 13th, April 13th, May 15th, February 18th, that's 2018 obviously, and September 19th. Those are a lot of quick changes. And there may be a lot of reasons for that. I didn't have time to go through all of them, but they are interesting when you go back and look at the annual report. And I have a hunch Peter's got all the annual reports in his library, but still, those are the things we need to look at, and we're not going to have time to go through all this tonight. So if there's anything really strong that someone picked up or striking that we might think about and twist our brains around.
Somebody has something to say down there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Maybe what we should do is when we do schedule a workshop to thoroughly go through this, that we have the attorney in attendance to help us with policy and procedure on how we should be conducting our business.
I'm not opposed to that, but one of the things I'm going to really try to focus on is keeping attorney fees down from 40 to 50,000. So if we went through and made changes and then have him look at them.
That may be a compromise.
But I will tell you this, I think we're going to have an executive session with the attorney, with the 5 of us, just to go through what we can update you two on that we had an executive session a month ago.
Right.
That kind of stuff. And I have questions about, if, for example, I had a question about hiring procedure, and I asked the chair to have Matt call me or let me call, and it doesn't happen, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to have in this policy so that no selectman doesn't have a right to have a difference of opinion and ask her attorney.
It gets left out.
Yes. Or 3.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, I could go down through my marks, but I'm not the only one. It's just, I was told, another example, there was a emergency meeting posted on a Friday night at 9 o'clock for Monday morning or Tuesday morning. And I didn't, I was busy on the weekend. And Derek didn't get it, I didn't get it, and I think they ended up calling you, Sam, to make a third vote, I'm not
They
sure.
did, which they did.
And then I complained and said, they can text us, we have all kinds of ways to get notified, and the chair decided that emails is how we're gonna do business, and that's fair enough, but it says, make all, wherever it is, make all efforts to contact down in here. It clearly says that you don't lock into one thing and it's an email, especially if you get 320 of them dumped on me like Roadrunner did one time. So those are the things I'd like to go through, lay out and clearly say, what do you have for problems with communication? Because that's what I'm talking about in this. I'm talking about communications. And I thought I understood this pretty well.
And what you're also talking about is transparency.
Correct.
I'm also
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Chris,
No,
no,
it's
go
good.
ahead. That was my fault.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I'm also wondering if we can sort of lay out what constitutes a reason for an emergency meeting.
Oh, absolutely. That's on my list. And they say everything's a special meeting. There's a board meeting and a special meeting. And we were calling emergency meetings. Well, my first 2 months, I had 2 select board meetings and 3 emergency meetings. So that tells you how much we've had on that. So we can't continue to do business like that. We really have to fine tune this so that the public knows, 7 days in advance of the agenda, like Cliff just said. If it's posted, clearly he should have been able to read everything, know what's going on, and come in prepared to ask us questions. We have a lot to do this year between resilience, the school, all the things that are listed up here. And if we don't streamline this and make it more transparent and much more communicative for the participation and getting the public back here where they belong to tell us what they're thinking, it's going to be crazy. And I have to quote Sam. I dropped off the paperwork and he says, Dennis, can't we just get back to the people, doing it for the people? And I said, Sam, I'm going to quote you at the first meeting we're back. And I thought it was time. And I know from talking to both you, Chris, and Kayla, you both felt the same way. Chris, I'm going to take a moment here and just say, because it's on the record, he said, I'm in my forever home. I said, I'm in my forever home. You've got to run because forever is a long time. You need to be involved now. And he goes, okay. There's a little bit more than that, but it's exactly. And what was the other comment you made? I've always wanted to make a big difference in a community. Think about that. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. So this work session, we had an hour. It's going to be 4 or 5 minutes. So if anyone wants to make comments on how they want to handle this, the next work session or whatever, I'd rather hear now. We'll put it on, we'll make it a motion in the next meeting, at the actual board meeting here at 6 o'clock. But I think this stuff is important, and this one in particular ought to be ironed out first. So, but it's also summer. I'm going to just put it out there, And the summer is 4 months, and 4 weeks out of the 4 months is summer. So whether we do it before the next board meeting or whether we do one in the middle, it doesn't matter to me at this stage. I just think there's a lot here when you read through it that has to be tweaked. We can bring it up at the next meeting.
I wouldn't be opposed to having a workshop that's not a
separate
and distinct workshop to work on it. I think it's important, like you said.
Jim?
I think I like Chris' idea.
I'm fine with that.
So what we'll do is just find a time, we'll talk to Derek, and we'll set one up.
Yep.
All right. Just sit down and do it.
And we'll do a 7-day notice again. Once we know what it is, we'll do a 7-day notice on the agenda on the board, the web, and the other thing I didn't realize is I just wanted to have a roundtable to get everyone's vision on why you joined, what you were thinking long-term. Same thing with Kayla. I think people know how I feel. I've been here for a year, speaking my mind, and I know from just dropping off the paperwork how you feel, getting back to the people. We're going to put that on the agenda somehow with just personal vision or something, but it has to be on the agenda. We just can't talk about everything. So, anything else?
They elected us. We need to let them know what we're doing. and why we're doing it.
I'm loving you more every day, Sam.
That worries me.
I just want to see you dance on your deck. Other than that, anything you'd like to add? I know you probably looked at this policy. Joe, is there anything you saw in there that would make your job a little easier? We still have a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that clarifying the timelines of when to, get the agenda items, when to post, I think that's key, especially as we have new staff, here in these roles and a new board. And I think once we get those ironed out and get into that rhythm, will be much easier to, again, pivot to those special meetings or emergency meetings and kind of have a blueprint of where to go. So I think this is really good to look at and hasn't been looked at for a while. So I think with a fresh set of eyes, it'll be good to kind of sit down longer and that workshop and work through them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Melody? You're the one that ended up putting the agenda together. Anything you want to add or anything that you see that you need to receive from us in order to move forward?
I just think, we'll just establish some good teamwork and we'll make a better timeline that works for everybody and we'll make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Go ahead.
Do we need to vote?
Do we vote to adjourn and move right to the next one? Because there's no.
You'll need to adjourn and give me about 2 minutes.
All right. So we'll just adjourn. It's a workshop, right?
Yeah, do we make a motion?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Good evening and welcome to the July 8th, 2025 regularly scheduled Select Board meeting. We're going to move through quite a few things on the agenda, and we're going to begin with a committee that's been put together, actually people that have been hired to help a committee that's being put together for Raymond Community Resilient Program. It's the North Star who we use for the comprehensive plan. And we're going to turn it over to them to keep it moving. And I'm going to ask everyone to hold off on questions until they get through the presentation, only because we have several large things to deal with tonight. And it would be easier for these young ladies to get through it.
What do we need to do?
Actually, Chris just raised a good question, a good point, and that is Derek is not present today because he's sick with a fever, and with 4 of us, we have a quorum. And so I just want everyone to know that he's not out playing golf. I'll turn it over to you, young ladies.
Great. Thank you. And thanks, everyone, for coming to the workshop tonight. I think we'll start with just some brief introductions on who we are and the work that we do. And then we'll get into a brief presentation, and then largely are here to hear from you all as community members of Raymond to help inform the next steps of this work and really ensure that the priorities that the town helps set through this project are based in experiences, knowledge, and perspectives that you all have that we don't, because of our professional orientation to the project. So I'll start. My name's Lucy Perkins. I'm the Director of Climate Resilience with a firm called Seiler Climate Consulting. We are a small group based out of Portland, Maine. We work a lot with communities in the Northeast and especially in this state on climate resilience and community resilience projects. My background is I've worked actually for the city of South Portland for about 4.5 years, and then worked with the state of New Hampshire in their coastal management program for about 2.5 years. So have lots of experience. I love the community engagement component of this work, and especially integrating ideas from community members into really informed and implementable and actionable plans. So excited for what we'll learn through our work together tonight and in the coming month. We have had the privilege of being partners with North Star Planning, and I'll let Gretchen introduce herself in a minute, but they have been leading this effort, and I know that you all have worked with them on the comprehensive plan, both with Kate and Sam, who couldn't be here tonight, but Gretchen, fortunately, is with us.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Gretchen Barbera. I am the representative from North Star Planning today. I'm actually their intern this summer, so if you have any serious questions, I don't know if I'll be able to answer them, but I'll try my best. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspectives.
Great, thank you, Gretchen. So we have a story map that we've been developing over the last few months that we had planned to show. We've had a couple technical issues. So what we'll do is make sure that you all have access to that after our conversation today. The story map is sort of an online resource that you can scroll through a couple different pages that both provide an overview of what the Community Resilience Partnership is, which I'll talk through in a minute. Provides a summary of information, data, knowledge about the community that we've gathered largely through the work with the comprehensive plan, and also a couple listening sessions that we've held with community leaders and organizations. And then it also integrates data about the environment, knowing that there's so much care and value of environmental resources and natural resources in this community. There's another section on local impacts from climate change and weather-related storm events, and then there's sort of next steps. So it's meant to be a bit of a living visual resource of what we've learned so far and will continue to add to over the coming month as we finalize our work with the town. So that exists. We'll make sure that you have access to it through the town website and can be in touch after the workshop if you have any questions on what you're seeing there. But we're sorry we can't show it tonight. What I will do is give a quick overview of what the Community Resilience Partnership is and why we're here and what we're hoping to accomplish all together. The Community Resilience Partnership is a program out of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. It's been around, I think, since 2022. And the purpose of the program is to provide grants and technical assistance to Maine communities to prepare for impacts from climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, transitioning to clean energy, and also building resilience to, as I mentioned, weather-related storm events. And under that bucket, there are 7 different sort of action areas that you can consider taking, and they include focus on transportation, protecting natural resources, public health, supporting vulnerable communities and populations, especially aging populations and populations aging in place. So it's really broad in how they're thinking about community resilience, which I think mirrors what we've heard, how you all are thinking about community resilience as a town as well. The partnership provides grants to communities to implement priority actions. Those grants range from $50,000 to $75,000 for one community, or $125,000 to $175,000 if a community partners with another community to do sort of a regional project. So what we have been contracted to do is to support you all in first enrolling in the program. Once you are enrolled in the program, then you can apply for a grant and receive funding. The partnership itself is quite large and continues to grow. Right now, there are 263, I believe, Maine communities that are enrolled in the Community Resilience Partnership. That represents about 2/3 of the state's population. And they have really done a good job at trying to make the program accessible, especially to more rural and sort of smaller communities because of what they have done to work with us as service providers. So we sort of like help you along the way and help you make the first initial steps to enroll in the program so that you then have access to the funding to apply for it and implement some of the priority actions. So we are service providers in that role. After we are contracted with you all, I think through August or September, the next grant funding is available at the end of August. So sort of what we're working towards is helping you all develop a grant application to then try to receive and be eligible for funding from the state. There are a couple criteria in order to be an eligible community. Hosting a community workshop, which is why we're here tonight. We really want to use this opportunity as a way to hear from you all, learn about your priorities, experiences that you've had so that they can inform what we might develop into a grant application. The town has to pass a resolution, which I think is on the docket for next month's meeting. And it's pretty templated, already established, and should be an easy process. And then completing 2 worksheets that we will really use our conversation to help answer some of those questions that are, it's a self-evaluation, and then setting some priorities. So those are the boxes to check before the end of our work together. And then it's sort of like starting to walk and run in this process, which is really the exciting part because you all hopefully will gather additional resources and support to do what you identify as your community priorities. After the contract with us ends, there are regional coordinators that the state has funded at Council of Governments, and we know that Raymond isn't part of GPCOG, but the regional coordinator that sits in GPCOG is willing to still help with some of that work. Those regional coordinators are fantastic resources. They help towns develop grant applications, manage grant applications, just because that in and of itself is a lot of work. They are there to ask questions. They help with best practice sharing across communities. So they are a great resource. Gretchen Anderson is the person at GPCOG who would be your regional coordinator. So we're happy to connect you all, but know that she is there, and these staff are around and are being fantastic resources for communities that are already in or are enrolling in the partnership itself. I think that's it for the quick overview. The goal of our conversation tonight is to start to answer some of those questions in the worksheet that we have handed out that really feeds into the self-evaluation and the priority setting work. And we just want to use this as an opportunity. You all know this community so well. You may have experienced impacts from weather-related storm events. There are places that you value. There's knowledge that you hold because of your time here. And gathering that and integrating it into our findings and the grant application will only strengthen and improve and ensure that it is locally informed and relevant to this community. So that's what we're hoping to do together tonight. We have some facilitated questions. I think the request is that maybe we could go into a bit more of an informal conversation so that we can lead a bit of a facilitated discussion to start to answer those questions and hear from you all, but would look to the board to make sure that that's okay to move forward.
I agree.
Okay.
I like it. And but before we move on, the question I have, grant is a very good name, you know, and what you talked about COG helping.
Yes.
Are you going to be will that be part of your process and involvement with our town? Your group?
Let me try to answer your question. If I don't totally, please ask it again. So the COG is available to help. We will help write this first application. That is part of what we have been contracted to do. Depending on what the grant is itself, we could still be involved if we write it such a way and it feels like a good fit with how we could support the town. Also knowing that you have experience with North Star planning, doing planning work, that there could be a good opportunity there to help with local knowledge, but also aligning with local priorities. The COG is available as an additional resource if perhaps the grant application comes out that maybe it's with another community organization or the Lakes Association or the town just leads it itself, and additional support would be helpful. That capacity is available in any scenario in which you all move forward. They can be a great resource in managing the funds and just knowing how the partnership works. Does that answer your question?
Yes, you're basically saying that they're there for advice and maybe would help a little bit on the grant writing. And I'm looking for, if we hire you, you could be first team grant writing.
Yeah, and under our current contract, we are grant writing for this first round. So that is already set. And that's what we're going to work on, especially in the month of August and end of July, is to put together the first application.
Okay. Then it's
there are subsequent funding cycles because this work is funded through a couple different pots of funding at the state level and some federal money as well. So if the town wants to continue to apply for subsequent grants, the COG would be a really good resource to help with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any board members or go right to the public?
Okay. Awesome. So what we would love to do now, you all have the handout, and I see some of you have already started to jot down ideas, which is fantastic. We know we have a starting point. The first thing we want to do is talk about building community resilience, what that means and what the town is already doing and what some priorities might be in the short term and the long term. So I think what would be great is if you have a thought as we ask the question, raise your hand and we can go around. I invite you all to build upon one another, ask a question for clarity. If you have a different perspective, let's sort of try to figure out what knowledge you all hold in this room. And if you don't feel comfortable raising your hand and speaking, do know that you can write on these sheets and we can collect them at the end, and that is another way to participate. I know some things feel more comfortable for folks than others, but we can be respectful of different ideas that are here and who's sort of sharing the mic and the different voices that are in the room. So to start, the first question we really have is around what is Raymond already doing well to anticipate, cope with, and rebound from events or trends related to climate change. So this might be reducing flood risk, knowing that you all have already done some great work to address culverts and improve culverts. This could be related to heat, higher heat days, drought, weather-related disruption and power outages, water quality. I know that the Lakes Association is doing fantastic work there. So this is sort of trying to get at what are you already doing well that we could build upon? What should we know that the town has started to move on or make progress towards that is great baseline, and help us figure out sort of what exists, what are the assets that are currently in place that can strengthen where we might head from here. So welcome if anyone has an initial thought for that first question. What are you doing well to anticipate, cope with, or respond to events? Yes, please.
I'm not a member of the comprehensive plan.
Right.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, I have to go up there?
Yes. Well, I'd just soon have the public.
Say who I am?
Please.
And where you live, too.
Ryan Walker, Rolfe Road. Since I'm not a member of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, I want to mention the Comprehensive Plan, which is just about to get voted on in a special meeting very soon, does a great job of summarizing a lot of the concerns, and I think it would be a great document to go to. The other one that comes to mind is the Public Works Department has done quite a lot of drainage types of issues. We're blessed with a lot of water, and so when we see what happens in Texas and things like that, one cannot not think about the parallels on that. So.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for raising that. I would say that we have also bookmarked the comp plan as something to reference, especially in developing those priorities, because I think there are some actions and recommendations from that process that translate really well and align with what the state has identified as eligible actions for funding. So glad that that exists, and that the town has done a ton of work to put that together in a really thoughtful way. And then the second on related to public works, they're a great resource and top of our list in terms of one of the risks that we should be planning for, thinking about what scenarios to plan for in terms of those spring melt days or heavy precipitation, and where are the critical access or risk points. The Nature Conservancy has done a review of all culverts in the state and categorized medium and high risk culverts. So there's some good resources that already are out there to try to identify where you might want to start if you're starting to do that work and build upon what the town has already done so far. So thank you for raising that. That's
Peter?
Good.
Yeah, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road.
Awesome.
Just a question, not pertaining to this specifically, but just a clarification on the process that you spoke to just a minute ago. So if I understand it, your role in the town and what you're contracted at this point is really not submitting a grant. It's submitting basically I think you used the term that it was enrollment. So that would be your obligation at this point. That's my understanding?
It's actually both. So our first contract right now is to submit all of the materials in order to enroll in the program and develop a grant application that will submit to the state for this next cycle of Community Resilience Partnership grant funding.
Okay, and so some of the feedback you'll get tonight will establish the priorities for what you would ask for in this first grant phase.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the second phase, if I understand it, would be contracting with you or North Star or someone else to put together an application for any additional grants.
Yeah, I think so. After that application that we will help write goes in, hopefully it is funded. Then you'll do the work of that grant application. It may involve us, it may not. So we are here to write that in such a way that supports the town to do what their priorities are. You can then apply for, there will be future grant cycles after the end of August. And so you could work with the COG to do that. They can help write those other grants. Maybe there's staff or community partners who can be a part of that. But know that there are future opportunities as well. Our work is through at least August to get that first grant in, and then we'll see what it looks like and what the project is, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. And I guess the only other question would be, as far as grants is concerned, is you mentioned like 2/3 of the communities in the state are enrolled. Do you have any sense of how many of those, or what percentage of those actually receive grants from the state?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll just clarify, it's 2/3 of the population is in a town that is enrolled in the program. I think it's about 50% of all communities is how it works out. This past cycle, I believe they funded 108 grants. So they have a good amount of money because of some of the federal funding that was recently awarded to the state. And I think they try to do a very good job of distributing it. So they have pretty transparent eligibility criteria that we can write to and think about and how to develop a competitive grant application. Of course, it's competitive, so not everyone gets funded, but they've been able to fund a lot of communities, and I think always are trying to grow the pool of towns that are receiving this, towns and municipalities and tribal governments that are receiving this funding.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but in these very dynamic times, what is the sense you have as far as those federal monies continuing to be available?
Yeah, it's such a good question. Or state, I know all of it is, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. They have in their most recent report for 2025, they have a really helpful pie chart, and I can't remember the distinctions right now about where that money is coming from. 20% is from a recent NOAA grant. That was, I think, for $69 million that's going throughout the state for the next 5 years. That is what has allowed them to boost the funding amount from $50,000 to $75,000, anywhere in that range. There is also a lot of state, both supplemental and regular budget that funds the program. I think right now they feel comfortable to continue to offer that amount. I don't know the future of it, but I think this has been a very established program that has support from a lot of communities across the state with very different priorities. That has been an important resource for building community resilience. So I would hope that they would continue to be able to have access to that funding. You never know what the future is, but it's helped that there are diversified funding sources, both state and federal, and that right now there's also been a solid state foundation if that federal money were to go away. But I think it's a rather complicated process about when it's awarded, what's in hand, what's still at the federal government. So we could do some research to try to figure out and just clarify where that all stands, if that would be helpful for you for planning. I just don't want to say something that isn't actually correct, knowing that there are a lot of pieces that are moving around it.
Sure.
Yeah. Good
Thank
question.
you.
Okay. Anyone else have thoughts on that first question around what is the town doing well to both anticipate, so ahead of time, any planning, but also respond to perhaps after a weather-related event or a power outage, a flooding occurrence or anything? Would welcome any thoughts. Great.
My name is Frank McDermott, 2 McDermott Road here in Raymond. Looking at the 8 areas, I'm wondering if it would be possible that the grant would cover hiring a grant writer that would search out both public and private funds to work in these areas. The town has talked about a lot of these things, but we have not taken a lot of action. And I think that what we really need is someone in town government here who spends a full time on a job looking for grants, either public or private grants, to work in these areas. Would that be possible?
It's a great question. I'm glad you raised it. I think I'll answer it now and put a pin in it when we turn to some of the priorities, but I don't want to leave it unanswered to move forward. So one thing would be to think about it holistically. So funding a position is important. I don't know if it would just fund a position outright, but what we could do is think about how to plan for funding of community resilience, whether that's through a capital improvement plan, a staff position, or other resourced positions that might exist at other community partners, so that it is more holistic and not reliant on just one person looking for funding. I think they are trying to do more planning-based work, but what we could do is think about how do we wrap it into a bit of a landscape analysis of what is available for funding, how could you integrate it into sort of a more continued plan and a capital improvement plan based on what infrastructure is at risk, and knowing that grant writing is a big job. The COG is available to help do that too. So we could try to think holistically about how do you position yourselves well to apply for and receive funding to implement these priorities. I want to go back and look at the full list because I don't think there is a specific action that says hire a grant writer, but if we could write it in such a way that really speaks to financing climate resilience and an evaluation of different options or opportunities, that might be a way to sort of creatively come at that and think about the feasibility of different mechanisms that are in place through zoning, through capital planning, and then how a staff position fits into that as well. Yeah.
So, Peter Levitt, 211 Road, it just occurred to me as far as this question is concerned, I've had personal experience with the citizen lake associations in the town, and they've done incredible work as far as being safeguarding the water bodies. My understanding twofold is that, or as far as just overall Raymond, it occurs to me, I think the right thing to do is to protect the environment. There's no doubt, and I think everybody in this room would probably agree as well. What is very clear is that also when you look at what's the major economy in this town,
yes,
it's the lakes.
Great. Could I ask a follow-up question? Sure. You mentioned, and I know that the lake associations are a really important player in this. Is there anything that you think they're doing particularly well, whether it's around water quality, invasive species monitoring?
Invasive species mitigation, they've done a great job on.
Yep.
Setchi discs and water quality.
Yes.
Oxygen measurements as far as depth is concerned.
Yeah.
Some of the lakes turning over.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a group in Wyndham and Raymond that do loon counts, which is exceedingly important in my opinion. So all of those things are happening, and the town has supported those activities, but a lot of them are citizen-driven.
Right.
And on that note, there's also many road associations have worked with Pullman Water District regarding the erosion. They have a program, and